So there's bad news, and then there's what happened to cause this video. As I have stated countless times, I am a massive fan of the action horror manga Berserk. I've even gone so far as to describe it as my favorite thing, period, surpassing TV, movies, video games, anime. Berserk still sits at the very tippy top of the throne of stuff I love. And so when it was announced that the creator, Kentaro Miura, passed away on May 6, 2021 from acute aortic dissection, not gonna lie, it was a kick to the nuts. Berserk is an absolute masterpiece, a once-in-a-lifetime story that has such a cultural impact that it's not even funny. It is a handcrafted story, filled with legitimate passion and love, and the soul bleeds out like a swimming pool with a hole in it. Kentaro Miura spent his entire adult life trying to tell this story, to make his fans happy and to make something really special that would be remembered. And so, I think now is a good time to sit down and really explain why I love Berserk so much. Some of you might point out that there's already a Berserk video on this channel. And you're right, I did a video discussing the anime adaptations to the series. The 1997 anime by OLM, the Golden Age movie trilogy, and the 2016-17 adaptation. But with that video, I mainly focused on the ways Berserk was adapted and didn't really go into detail on the story itself. In fact, I skipped over quite a bit in order to keep things relatively focused on the animes, and not going down into a rabbit hole of just talking about the series as a whole. Well, now it's time to really burrow down deep into that rabbit hole. Zero clue how long this video is going to be. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's going to be broken up into parts, but it's time to fully explore Berserk. Hopefully this will inspire some of you to check the manga out. Even though the great Kentaro Miura is no longer with us, his works are still fantastic and should be appreciated by those that love good fantasy stories. Now before we get started, I feel like I should get some introductory stuff out of the way. First, so we can have some context and set the stage, and secondly, it'll act as a spoiler-free summary for those interested in seeing what Berserk is, and not wanting the entire story ruined for them before jumping in. The story follows a mysterious one-armed warrior named Guts. Once a mercenary, our protagonist is now doomed to be hunted by sadistic, malevolent demons for the rest of his life. He is hunted endlessly, and the plot follows his unending journey to find the one who cursed him and get his revenge. The story sounds relatively simple from this brief summary, but I assure you Berserk as a series can only be described as a fantasy epic. 363 chapters at the time of this video, and up to 40 volumes. Berserk is a long-standing series, one that's held its own even as the landscape for manga changed through the decades. If anything, it becomes more influential as time goes on. There's a lot of different media out there that took influence from Berserk. The most obvious examples are the Dark Souls series, the creator of which Hidetaka Miyazaki has openly stated to be a huge fan of Berserk, Dragon's Dogma, which had blatant visual references and even a promotional deal with the movie trilogy, and the recent Castlevania series on Netflix, the director of which, A.D. Shankar, even expressed interest multiple times that he wants to do a full-blown Berserk anime, and there's explicit references in Season 4 that are obvious hints at this idea. That's just the obvious stuff. How about something more subtle? Remember Cloudstrife, a mercenary who uses a huge sword that is tormented by a godlike entity with long white hair? Yeah. Hell, there's even debate that the entire trope of swole anime boy using huge sword was started, or at the very least popularized, by Berserk. That's not even to say the amount of times other mangas outright referenced or parodied Berserk. Gintama, Is It Wrong to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon? And Zemi, that one guy from Goblin Slayer who sorta looked like Guts, the list goes on. That's not to say Berserk is 100% free of its own influences, of course. In fact, it's got quite a few other elements from other stories that it remixes into its own formula. Movies such as Flesh and Blood have clear impacts on the story. In fact, there's some rumors that Guts' adopted father Gambino was a reference to Rutger Hauer's character from Flesh and Blood, an amoral mercenary that relies on his own instincts to survive. But there's even more if you keep looking. One of the most noteworthy influences, mainly due to how funny it is due to irony, is Miura's interest in shoujo manga, which he used to model how the emotional romantic scenes would go in Berserk. Rose of Versailles in particular was a very heavy influence on Golden Age, with its medieval story about war and a love triangle. There's also Gwen Saga, a series of high fantasy light novels Miura was a big fan of and even admitted played a huge part of the world building for Berserk. And of course, you can't have an action manga come out before the 2000s without it being inspired by Fist of the North Star. But of course, Berserk wouldn't be anywhere near as special as it was if it was just about medieval fantasy and action. Would it still have been good? A lot of people say Golden Age is their favorite arc for a reason. However, the part that makes me personally love this manga is how it weaves something else into its universe. Complete, hellish, mind-shattering horror.
Pile them up. Take all you have left. All you need to do is chant the phrase, I sacrifice. And you shall be granted raven black wings, upon which you shall soar the heavens.
Okay, I'll do it. I'm going to bat for you, Hitler. I got your back, Hitler.
Berserk is not just influenced by medieval fantasy. There's also a shitload of horror media that Miura took elements from to craft the story. Devilman and Violence Jack, being created by the downright legendary Go Nagai, were two mangas that Miura loved quite a bit, and their style of graphic violence and supernatural horror is smeared all over Berserk. There's also the striking similarities between the Evil Dead's concept of a man tormented by demons from the pits of hell, and Guts, not even mentioning Hellraiser in its impact on the main villains of the story. And you can't talk about Berserk without mentioning its themes about cosmic horror and Lovecraftian elder beings manipulating mankind. Hell, sometimes it goes beyond just that and outright starts taking concepts from Lovecraft and runs with it, like the one arc that was basically Call of Cthulhu mixed with Shadow over Innsmouth. So I guess to describe it, Berserk is a supernatural, dark, medieval, high fantasy action horror story inspired by shoujo manga with Lovecraftian elements thrown in for good measure. This could very easily turn into a complete mess if it went wrong, with too much of an emphasis on creating a cool world than actually creating a coherent or enjoyable story. But Berserk not only makes these things all work in its favor, the balance is so perfect that you actively can't remove any of them without it collapsing the whole house of cards. Berserk without the cosmic horror would not be Berserk. Same with removing the romance, the graphic violence, the world building. Everything syncs together to push the story forward, because ultimately, in the end, Berserk is a story about a man, our protagonist, Guts. Now, this is where I need to warn about spoilers. If what I've already said has you interested in checking out Berserk, and you don't want any more ruined for you, stop the video now and go read the manga. You can find scans online if scalpers already bought all the volumes. Gotta love when assholes take advantage of a chaotic situation to serve their own interests. Fucking pricks.
When you talk, your mouth looks like a cunt moving.
I ain't gonna get no gunfight with you, Hickok.
But you will run your cunt mouth at me.
Okay, Guts. Guts is the main reason I read Berserk. This dude is my favorite character of all time, with the best character arc I have seen in media. Guts, on the outside, looks like a complete joke. A stereotype of the edgy boy swordsman you see in manga. And if you go in with the wrong mindset and you see the wrong thing out of context, that is exactly what you think he'll be. But this dude is anything but a stereotype. In fact, Guts is probably one of the most fleshed out characters that exists in manga. This man has layers. A lot, in fact. He can be a cruel and downright evil son of a bitch, but he's also a good man dragged into a life that falls apart numerous times. Guts is an extremely tragic figure, so much so that any chance he gets to rest feels like a monumental victory. Guts was a child soldier raised by an uncaring and downright abusive mercenary leader named Gambino. The only reason he even tolerates the boy's existence is that his lover found Guts underneath the hanged body of his true mother. So when she later died of the plague, Guts sort of just instinctually clung on to Gambino as a father figure. As Guts grew older, Gambino slowly trained him to be a mercenary like the rest of the army they were with. He took a shining to it, and was able to fight on the battlefield as young as 9 years old. Not even talking about how he was a squire for Gambino, even helping him during violent battles when he was 6. Fighting is quite literally all Guts knows how to do. He's never had a normal life, it's always been war, death, and tragedy, and only got worse after his first actual battle as a mercenary. See, in all of this time, all Guts really wanted to do was make Gambino proud. In his eyes, the man is his father. Even if he's an abusive prick that outright wounds Guts to the point of putting permanent scars on his body, Guts puts up with it because he loves the deadbeat dickhead. But Gambino makes it clear time and time again that he merely has a begrudging affection for him. Well, when the mercenary band is victorious after Guts' first battle, a friend of Gambino approaches him about a conversation we never see truly take place. All we do know is that very night, the same man appears in Guts' tent, and without even bothering to come up with an excuse, he pins Guts down and rapes him. Just to make it all the more dramatic, he reveals that he paid Gambino for the privilege. So Guts is a child soldier whose real parents are long since dead. His adopted mother died choking in agony from the plague when he was 3 years old, and he's been raised as a killer by an abusive adopted father that, supposedly, just sold him as a sex slave to another mercenary for 3 silver coins. And this is all way before the worst moment of Guts' life. Now, before you start to think that Guts is some meek little victim who only exists to be abused by the story, no, not exactly. Guts is quite literally just as nasty as the world he resides in, because immediately after the incident with Donovan, the very next battle in fact, Guts hunts the man down and murders him, taking his time to torture his rapist as he demands the truth on whether or not Gambino actually paid him. Even as a kid, the rules were clear. You hit Guts, he hits back really fucking hard. I could go further, but I want to save the really fucked up parts for later. Plus, Guts' childhood is a perfect microcosm for why he stands out so much from other anime protagonists. This guy is not Twinkle Dick from Jujutsu Kaisen. He's not Naruto. Guts is not a traditional hero. He's not even a hero, period. He is a very flawed human being. One extremely skilled in killing people, but a human being nonetheless. As a kid, he's just doing whatever he can to make his father proud. He still throws tantrums, gets frustrated, and all around feels like a dumb kid dragged into a very bad situation. He's a literal child soldier. All around, Guts is a character in a larger story. The central character, yes, but still a player in a larger universe. He's not meant to be the chosen one. Hell, he even stretches the definition of a power fantasy. Sure, he's a complete badass capable of fighting abominations, plus he gets babes like Casca and Vargas. Would you seriously want to be Guts? This is a special part of Berserk that you see many other action series ignore. They address the pure strain being an anime protagonist would have on somebody. The physical strain of nearly dying in fight after fight, the emotional strain of losing your loved ones and seeing terrible things happen countless times, and just the mental strain of always being hunted. To put it bluntly, Guts is crazy. In fact, in later chapters, he full-blown hallucinates and talks to himself, and not in a way where it's clear a demon is fucking with his head. No, it's just him. The pressure of his situation gets to him. Hell, it almost completely turns him into a mass-murdering lunatic, and by almost, I mean he was about 99.9% of the way there. Guts embodies Berserk spirit to a T. I caused a bit of confusion in the video I did about the animes by saying that Berserk is a shonen battle series brought into grisly reality. I still believe in this interpretation, but let me sit down and explain what I mean, since some viewers thought I was literally calling Berserk a shonen manga. It's not, it's considered seinen.
This is where you die, and you won't be getting into heaven double-tongued. Not to mention, your breath smells so goddamn rancid, you're going straight to hell. Could you repeat that? I didn't understand you.
While you were out fucking bitches, I learned to paint and studied the blade. Be gone, Satan.
See, genres in Japan go beyond the typical tags we see here in the West. Age demographics also play a large factor in how a genre and story is structured. There's 4 main demographics that tend to pop up for manga. I say main because there's a lot of exceptions to the rule, there's a lot of overlap, but it's still a good way of averaging things. So you have shonen, shoujo, seinen, and josei. Shonen is anything aimed at young boys, whether they be preteens or even older teenagers. This is where you get the really popular stuff. One Piece, Gintama, Naruto, Dragon Ball Z, Hunter x Hunter. You get the idea. Shoujo is aimed at similar age girls. Sailor Moon, Inuyasha, a lot of romance stories, stuff that your sister would watch. Seinen is the age demographic of adult men. This is where stories tend to have harsher or just more adult themes. Stuff like Ghost in the Shell, Monster, Gantz, Vinland Saga, though that actually started off being considered a shonen, things of that nature. Though smaller scale comedies also apply and also tend to be more fan servicey and ecchi, that sort of depends, where one series might be considered a shonen by one place, then a seinen by another. As stated, it's more of an average than a strict rule set. Well, josei is for adult women, and they follow similar rules to seinen, where it's mainly more about adult themes. Though in my experience, I have yet to see any beheadings in a josei manga, probably just not looking in the right places though. So why did I say that Berserk is like a shonen manga? Well, it's due to how the story is paced and told. There are seinen action series, of course, but they tend to not follow the same rule of being a spectacle. The emphasis usually isn't on the fight scenes. Once again, generalization, but this is the interpretation we're going with. It's more about the ideas around the fight scenes and some other form of conflict. Shigarui focuses more on the conflict between two different samurai that fucking hate each other, and how their mutual hatred causes their respective destructions. Ghost in the Shell focuses on deeper themes of technology and existentialism and the encroachment of technology on humanity. Vagabond is about seeing how Musashi Miyamoto grows and learns from each battle to become probably one of the greatest warriors in all of history. There's a deeper story around the fight. Hell, some series even outright mock the idea of an anime battle. One Punch Man is a blatant parody of action manga by taking the trope of the main character coming in to save the day at the last second and pushing it to the absolute extreme, where really, he can solve every single problem on Earth if he wanted to, and is simply too bored and stupid to be bothered by it. But Berserk is styled after the spectacle battles of shonen, though it's more accurate to say Fist of the North Star, one of Shonen Jump's most popular works, really influence how the combat plays out, where yeah, the fights can be big, explosive, and a grand spectacle to watch. Characters can go so fast that nobody can see them, people can take limbs off with a single swing of their weapons. It's really just over-the-top logic. Not even talking about how they can jump 20 feet into the air and land and not have any problems. Berserk doesn't pretend to be realistic.
We shall meet again, in that time, in that place. We are kinsmen, O blessed King of Longing.
Deep, dark fantasies.
That sort of over-the-top logic you would see in shonen comes into play, except that it takes the time to include a gritty, painful bite to it all. When Guts gets hit in Berserk, he feels how much it fucking hurts. He breaks bones, gets shot with arrows and bolts, bleeds so much that he makes millions off his local blood bank. The man is not indestructible. It's downright grotesque what he goes through. Nevertheless, fights play a big role in Berserk. Some of the key moments of the series come from fight scenes. Lost Children is well remembered just due to how psychotic and bloodthirsty Guts gets during the fight. And I even talk about some of the battles in Golden Age. There's sort of a mixture of things to how Berserk handles its battles. They tend to come down to roughly 3 different styles. Formal military fights involving armies, where there's an emphasis on tactics and strategy. One-on-one duels between a character and a strong human enemy or a demon. This is where some really crazy shit can go down depending on the context, whether it's the final battle of an arc or just a significant character moment. And then you get all-out brawls, where the characters are surrounded by jobber enemies or monsters and they just kill everything that moves. These emphasize the absolute chaos of a situation and lean heavily into showing off how skilled a character is at fighting. Combat is an important aspect of Berserk. In fact, the graphic violence is one of the more famous parts of the manga, mainly because it sets the tone of the story and the world at large. Berserk is a very grim story. Characters tend to die in very violent ways. The setting is pure dark fantasy, and it's got some aspects to it that are just outright nightmare fuel. But at the same time, the characters are not cowards. In fact, as cruel and vicious the monsters of Berserk are, the human characters can be just as brutal. Berserk is not a pure horror story. Horror is more of a spice that goes with the action elements. This isn't like a Junji Ito manga, where characters are just normal people that are terrified for their lives and have no clue what to do as eldritch creatures torment them. In Berserk, when Guts sees a demonic abomination that brags about how much it eats human flesh, do I know what he does? He openly threatens their life, and not in a scared get away or I'll do something bad kind of way. The man prays the demon takes the first swing. Guts genuinely enjoys hunting and killing these things. As the manga goes on, you realize that some of the most disturbing parts of the story are when you see Guts going absolutely psychotic. Said in the first Berserk video that Guts becomes a wild animal in his quest for revenge, and I seriously cannot oversell how good of a comparison that is. It's to the point that you later find that the demons tell stories amongst themselves about how Guts is coming after them. These absolutely deformed monstrosities that rape, mutilate, and devour humans by the truckload, who see themselves as living gods playing with ants, are scared of this guy. For very good reason at that. Berserk's biggest strength as a story is understanding how to portray emotion, in particular, pure, unadulterated hatred and rage. Guts has no special powers. He's not a chosen one with godlike abilities, he can't even do magic. He has no ancient techniques or hidden bloodline powers that make him a superhero. This guy is simply very tough and extremely susceptible to his anger. Kentaro Miura absolutely loved portraying Guts as some kind of monster in the skin of a man. There's so many panels that show Guts going on a rampage as though he's the embodiment of death itself. Not just an excellent warrior, but living death. I absolutely love during the Conviction arc when you get panels of Guts in all black and one glowing white eye. This dude just looks plain fucking evil, like the kind of villain any other anime would build up as the big bad of the story. But this is the good guy, and the hate that Guts feels spills onto the page. If there's a scene where Guts is royally pissed off, and I mean well and truly angry, you feel as though he is the deadliest thing to ever walk the planet Earth. The man's testosterone levels are so high that male readers will feel a sudden desire to go to the gym and get full Conan the Barbarian swole, and female readers will experience acute onset miraculous conception. Berserk is the perfect story to sit down and read while playing your favorite metal album. Back in high school when I read Lost Children for the first time, I had my Unearthed playlist going, and it could only be described as something akin to a religious experience.
And that was another lie. And you're going to hell. Feel the sweet embrace of Satan's hoof against your face.
It really can't be understated how much Miura's art helps sell the story too. Locations feel so detailed and alive to a degree that it's actually kind of mind-blowing. Sure, the first 30 or so chapters look relatively simple. Miura was just starting off and trying to find his style, so things can feel a tad flat, and the characters aren't impressively drawn. But as the chapters go on, things just get better and better. Let's look at a panel from Black Swordsman, one of the earliest arcs in the manga. Now here's a panel from Conviction. You just feel how much better the art is. There's more detail to everything. The location, the clothing, even to just downright the characters themselves. And this helps serve another aspect to Berserk that fans gush about. Berserk is a very grim and brutal story, with a pretty cold-blooded world to it as well. Innocent people die horribly, some receive fates worse than death, and all around it's just not a fun place to be in. War, plagues, monsters hiding around any corner, even children aren't safe from the dangers of Berserk's world. But nevertheless, the story is capable of true beauty, truly emotional and heartfelt moments that show a light in the very, very deep darkness. With all the ugliness and cruelty you see, all the gore and horror, there's an equal amount of attention given towards making the Berserk setting feel like a place that you could actually have a sanctuary in. A genuinely peaceful place that these characters you love could find a way to be safe and happy in. A very beloved aspect to the manga is that despite the suffocating and downright depressing levels of darkness in it, Berserk is not a nihilistic story. Does it have nihilistic elements? Yes, but at no point does it try to make you feel like nothing matters. One of the main reasons I enjoy Devilman, but can't really call it an all-time favorite, is the outwardly nihilistic message and themes the story has. Nothing matters. Humanity goes extinct at the end. Some people are happy with this. Devilman is a very popular series after all, but it just never struck a chord with me specifically due to the nihilism. It's purely a personal preference issue, so it's not like I'm saying Devilman is bad because it's nihilistic. Hell, for pure horror stories, which is kind of what it aims for more than action, you need that hopeless atmosphere, really. However, Berserk managed to actually subvert the idea of a nihilistic horror story by making the protagonist specifically fight against that idea. Guts is told countless times that there's no hope. He's doomed to die in agony, forever cursed to be dragged into the pits of hell when he finally dies. But no matter what's thrown at him, the man keeps pushing forward and searches for a way to keep those he cares about safe. It's the exact opposite of nihilism in a way. The entire story is about how letting yourself find a family and a place to belong can literally save your life. Berserk is a complete yin-yang of ideas. It is a grotesque story about revenge, war, death, the evils of mankind, futility, and letting your hatred turn you into a monster. But it's also about hope, redemption, love, and the importance of family. Guts can be an extremely good man, someone who clearly hides a kind heart behind a facade of antisocial detachment due to a fear of being hurt by losing his loved ones. On the other hand, Guts can be a completely evil piece of shit. Somebody willing to let entire towns burn and die for the sake of revenge. Somebody willing to kill and torture a man in front of his daughter to humiliate him over a vendetta. It is a perfect balance of gray morality. Guts can be hard to like. In fact, the very beginning of the story plays him off as an absolute caricature, a two-dimensional sociopath obsessed with hate and revenge. But then he gets some fleshing out, an entire flashback arc that does the impossible, taking a very difficult to like character and making them an all-time great, something that most other writers merely dream of doing properly. But the reason Berserk can pull it off is because Miura was smart in how he characterized Guts in the beginning. Despite having no plan, funnily enough, he's never needlessly cruel. Sure, he can come off as just sort of a bully when he's talking to certain innocents, but there's still a logic to it. Guts isn't being a dick because he likes it. He's doing it because he's trying to push everyone away. If somebody gets too close to him with how he's cursed, he's inevitably going to watch them die horrible deaths. All the suffering he brings on others affects him. He knows it's his fault that people die around him, but he also knows that there's nothing he can do about it but try and force them to stay away as far as possible. So Guts merely bottles it all up and tries to drown out his other emotions with blind wrath. I could go on forever about why I love Guts as a character so much, and I certainly still plan to do so as the video goes on. But in order to properly articulate certain ideas and concepts for Berserk, I'm going to need to add a lot more context. So here's the part of the video where we finally sit down and actually dissect Berserk. I'm giving a final spoiler warning. Last one was sort of an in general one, where you didn't have to know anything about Berserk and just wanted a brief rundown before committing to the manga. This one is for full, in-depth details. We're going to be looking at each and every arc of Berserk. Technically, there are only around 5 arcs, but each one has their own sub-arcs to them, which I'll explain as we go along. Altogether, there is the Black Swordsman arc, Golden Age, Conviction, Millennium Falcon War, and Fantasia. We will be going through each one and talking about them in detail. This is so we can fully dig into the details of Berserk, warts and all, because admittedly, the story has some stumbles. A few parts that aren't amazing or just all around become tedious. Still, the good absolutely outweighs the bad, to the point that you simply will not remember a lot of the issues, due to how much the positives just knock everything out of the park. Now, there is some debate over where you actually start Berserk. Some will tell you to pick up the first volume and just start reading. Others will tell you to start at the very beginning of Golden Age and read chronologically. Both are legitimate ways to read Berserk. Some enjoy immediately being introduced to the supernatural elements and seeing Black Swordsman as sort of an in media res sort of deal, while others like the build up to the supernatural and fantastical elements that start with Golden Age. It purely comes down to what you, the reader, would prefer. However, in this video, I will be starting at Black Swordsman and going forward because that is personally how I read Berserk. The reason I even bring this up is because depending on how you start the manga, you will get two vastly different first impressions to the story, and Guts as a protagonist. Some people that get into Berserk and start with Golden Age might be bored and frustrated that there's no scary monsters or demons yet. Others who start with Black Swordsman could possibly despise Guts as a protagonist and see him as just a generic edgy anti-hero. It completely comes down to how you personally would feel about jumping in. So I can only say that if you tried one way and didn't really get Berserk, take a look at another starting point. It might be the thing to rope you into the story. So we're starting off with Black Swordsman. This is sort of considered a prologue to the manga and comes at a point when Miura, admittedly, was still trying to figure out what he wanted to do with Berserk. The art isn't at its peak yet. Some of the characterization is downright wonky, and there's all around still a fresh-faced recruit feeling to the whole package. Miura famously said he had no plans whatsoever on what he wanted to do with Berserk when it first started out, and only became more of a developed idea when he spent more time thinking on the plot and characters. To describe Black Swordsman as simply as possible, think of it as like a demo tape from a black metal band that's just starting to find their voice. Some of it is downright cringy, trying super hard to be grim and serious while not really knowing what they want to say, but they're getting better with each step. Berserk opens up with a scene that's a tad controversial to some. Our protagonist Guts is having sex with an unknown woman in the woods. Some people feel very strongly about this segment, considering what we learn later about him. Even Miura himself said that if he could, he would have changed the opening pages to not have this happen. I said before that Berserk can have vastly different first impressions for people, and this is part of why. Some see it as a really try-hard attempt to paint the story as mature and edgy, by getting some immediate tits and ass as soon as you start the manga. Do I personally care? No. I still think this intro is fucking sick, because the big boobied lady isn't just some random bimbo that never shows up again. As we quickly see, she turns into a full-blown demon. Turns out she was basically a succubus, luring in her victims with her beauty, and then devouring them at their most vulnerable. But our protagonist is not stupid. He willingly walked into the trap well aware of what she was, and later details has this make perfect sense. What shall our protagonist do now that he's caught with his pants down? Will he have an epic battle Monster Hunter style to kill this abomination? Nope. He blows her head off with a fucking arm cannon. This scene is really quick, and some call it downright contradictory to how Guts acts later in the series. But I personally feel like it is a great way of really telling you just what Berserk is as a manga. And later rereads will actually have this part come across more as a fitting comeuppance for this specific demon, since it actually is a character that does something naughty down the line.
Like people getting ass raped?
What? Oh my God, dude.
No,
one's
not
getting
like
ass
people
raped,
getting
Frank.
ass
Come on,
raped.
man.
No, so people don't want to be here because they feel like they.
Because they're getting ass raped.
No, he's getting ass raped, Frank. Oh my God, man. All right, come on.
Still, this is what we learn from this segment. Our protagonist is this guy with one arm who has a metal arm that contains a cannon inside of it. He's both unafraid to get his dick wet, and is all around just kind of a cold-blooded dude considering how fast he killed the demon. He's clearly unaffected by the presence of demons, meaning he's used to them, and said monsters are these messed up looking beasts that are intelligent, even being capable of setting traps and making plans, and they are absolutely malevolent. We next move on to Guts wandering into a castle town, probably not too far away from where his camp was in the intro. He stands out from the rest of the relatively simple peasants and armored knights, being the only guy dressed in all black with a big cloak covering his whole body, and the next scene takes place in a tavern. It introduces another pretty important character to the story, Puck. Puck is an elf who, in this universe, are small pixies that fly around, not much bigger than a small bird. He's blatantly the comedic relief. Even in his introduction, he's zipping around making jokes and acting like a goofball. Puck is being tormented by these scary guys that have him tied to a post on the wall, and each one is taking turns throwing knives at him. Puck is trying to sound tough, threatening that he's gonna get loose and chew through their arteries, but it's clear that he's completely terrified he's gonna die. You notice the rest of the peasants in the tavern are too scared to get involved, one of them even name-dropping that the men came from Coca Castle. Well, as if on cue, Guts shows up to the tavern. This is a classic scene, both for the manga and just in anime in general. Everybody knows this trope. It was a staple of Fist of the North Star. You have these bad guy thugs that are bullying somebody clearly meant to be innocent and cute looking, and as everyone else is too scared to try to stop them because they're big strong boys, the protagonist shows up and they try saving the cutesy looking character from the big bad thugs. It was a very quick way of establishing that your protagonist is A, a good person that is trying to protect the innocent, B, a very strong fighter that is willing to stand against evil, and C, kind of just show how violent the world is, that you have these bad, evil-looking thugs going around hurting people. For a reference sake, it's like how a superhero movie has that scene where a girl gets attacked in an alley. You know what they're going for and kind of what the intention is. Well, Guts spots the men bullying Puck, and he approaches the barkeep mentioning something about messing the shop up a bit. So our protagonist is a cool dude. He's gonna beat these guys' asses for messing with the elf. That's cool. Guts seems like a pretty stand-up. Yep, he brutally murders them all. With an automatic crossbow too. That's fucking awesome. Not only that, but he outright tortures one and demands he take a message back to his boss. The Black Swordsman has come. Turns out our boy has a reputation and is a man quite capable at raining some serious discontent on poor unlucky bastards. Doesn't matter if you're a messed up tentacle monster that eats human flesh or just a thug. This guy is willing to kill and he will not think twice about it. But as it turns out, there's one guy left. Here we see the legend itself. The sword Guts uses as his main weapon, the Dragon Slayer, a massive hunk of iron that rips apart anything that gets in its way. And this poor schmuck did exactly that. One swing of the weapon doesn't just kill him, it rips the poor bastard in half and sends his torso flying through the air. This guy isn't just dead, he's completely bisected dead. With that, as the entire tavern is left staring at the horrible aftermath, Guts simply walks out, only taking time to remind the still alive goon to tell his master the message Guts gave him. He doesn't even help untie Puck, the dude doesn't give a shit. Now you know the kind of man our protagonist is. He's a mass-murdering warrior that does not think twice about tearing a man in half. Of course, actions have consequences. So as Puck follows Guts, who freed himself between scene transitions, and tries to talk to him, the city guards show up. Guts is captured, tortured, and you find out that the town made a deal with the master, the thugs, and the bar. They would send him shipments of gold along with carriages full of women and children, and in exchange, he won't have his men burn everything to the ground. Now that Guts just murdered the guys in the tavern, that is all doomed to fail. He mocks the town leader for being so afraid, but it's revealed that the leader of the bandits is something not human. The old man is petrified merely talking about him, and he makes it clear that the guy is some kind of literal monster. Guts interjects and reveals that he is very well aware of the situation. The leader of the bandits is a monster that eats people just like the woman from the introduction pages, and the carriages of women that Guts walked past to enter the city were the tribute they promised. He didn't just kill the men in the bar to send a message. He wanted to tank the deal. Guts is actively punishing the town for sacrificing their own people to keep themselves safe. As we later learn, he has very strong feelings about that sort of thing. It's part of his plan to drag this entire town into his conflict. So that's, kinda cold, dude. Like, what the fuck? The town leader has Guts tortured as much as he can take, specifically requesting he does not die. The mayor plans on giving Guts over to the demon as sort of a Hail Mary for forgiveness. We cut to Coca Castle itself and meet the eponymous Lord. The goon that survived the encounter at the bar tells him everything about the attack and Guts, which the Lord quickly recognizes. The mayor from the town arrives and begs him to forgive the town, even promising to double the amount of money and prisoners he receives. But it's clear a line was crossed. The Lord torments the mayor, even flicking a human ear over to him that the Lord was eating. Turns out, yep, he eats people. He even gives a speech about how much he just wants to watch people die in as many violent ways as possible. He's kind of a jerk. The mayor is captured and heavily implied to have been devoured by the demon, and we cut back to Guts in a jail cell after his extensive torture. He's hurt so bad that he can barely move. Then he spots something in the darkness. Looks kind of like a big rat or something. Holy shit, what the fuck is that thing? So, a deformed fetus follows Guts around. That is the thing. And it's clearly been after him for a while, since he specifically says, "you again." The presence of the little fetus that could never be pisses Guts off greatly, who screams at the creature to stay away. And just as the nightmare fuel is at its peak, Puck bumbles his way into the cell, freaked out after Guts screamed. But he didn't see the little fetus that could never be because he fell in piss. Guts seems completely uninterested in the elf, yet we find that Puck stole the keys to the cell, and he also knocked out the guard. What a good boy. Sure do hope he doesn't become a flanderized version of himself down the line, because that would be pretty disappointing. Anyway, Puck says that he wants to help Guts to repay the debt he feels after he saved his life in the tavern. In his words, elves have a very strong sense of duty. Shockingly, when Puck goes to touch Guts so he can inspect his wounds, the man completely freaks out. He does not like to be touched. Okay, so that was weird. Wonder what that was all about. Anyway, nevertheless, Puck shows off another ability he has. His fairy dust can heal wounds, grievous ones at that. Plus, he claims that he can even sense emotions and, in a vague sense, make people happy. Now, I really want to go into why I love early Puck, but I'm gonna fight off that urge until we finish up here. All I will say is that it's kind of a tragedy how he gets shafted in the more modern chapters, because Puck and Guts' relationship really did make up a lot of early Berserk. You have a very kind-hearted, literal angel on your shoulder character bouncing off this dark and violent one. Puck represents the humanity of the setting, a naive, almost childishly innocent being that wants the best in life. Trust me when I say even if you hate Puck, as some people find him completely annoying and unlikable, Berserk simply would not be the same without him. Fuck the haters, I like you, Puck. You're a good boy. Still, this is the first actual conversation you get between the two. Through Puck, you get Guts' name and even a reveal of one of the most important concepts to the story, the brand of sacrifice. I don't want to say too much yet, because they don't really show a lot here. All you have to know is that it's a very bad thing. But Guts derails the conversation by admitting he is aware that the Lord of Coca Castle is coming to raid the town, specifically to target Guts. In fact, that was the plan since the beginning. Puck is appalled at the idea of innocent people getting hurt, but Guts doesn't care. All he wants to do is kill the demon and nothing else matters. I mean, there's a whole edgy boy speech that basically amounts to the weak should die because they're weak, but I'm paraphrasing for the sake of making it sound better. I'm not kidding when I say Black Swordsman's kind of fucking edgy. You also see that Puck wasn't kidding when he said he could sense emotions. In fact, he's filled with literal agony as all the negative vibes from Guts flood into him. And if you think I was exaggerating about how edgy Black Swordsman Guts is, the guy even openly admits he never gave a shit whether Puck lived or died. He obviously gets upset over this and pieces out, telling Guts to essentially go fuck himself, though he still left the keys in the cell because he's a good person. Just as the Lord of Coca Castle promised, the entire town is burning like a hellish inferno. His soldiers kill any living thing they see, and we even watch the Lord himself drink the blood of a dead child. You know what? I'm gonna say it. This guy is a butthead. There. And now we're all uncomfortable. But just as all hope seems lost, we see Guts explode out of a pile of dead bodies. He quickly kills the soldiers raiding the town, and we finally see Guts and the demon face off. By the way, the demon guy doesn't even have a name. Everybody just calls him the Lord of Coca Castle, and most fans just refer to him as the Snake Lord, because he looks like a snake. Back on point, the Snake Lord says that Guts has been hunting guys like him. Apostles, as he claims. So demons in this story are called apostles. Killer. Anyway, the two fight, and it's a pretty damn brutal one at that. Guts fires bolts into the guy's face, even impaling his fucking eye too. We're led to believe that the Lord dies after getting shot in the head, but then he gets right back up. 3 crossbow bolts directly in his brain, a shitload covering his chest, and this dude still gets back on his feet. Well, Guts tolerates none of this witchcraft and simply fires more into him, sending the guy into a building. Things go quiet once again, and out comes the big snake tail. Yep, he can transform into a monster just like the lady from the intro. Only this dude looks like a big snake gorilla hybrid. Everyone freaks the fuck out, including the guy's own soldiers, and all hell breaks loose. Guts is thrown around like a rag doll, the demon absolutely loving how powerless he seems in comparison. Guts gets so fucked up, in fact, he starts puking blood and gets knocked the fuck out after multiple solid blows from the guy's snake tail. The Snake Lord picks Guts up, mocking him to his face about how humans merely exist to feed demons, that humans are weak and pathetic, and oh shit, yeah, the guy has a cannon in his arm. So in the middle of the Snake Lord's bad guy speech, Guts blows half his fucking head off with his arm cannon, and then proceeds to take the Dragon Slayer and rip the fucker in two with it. Not slice, mind you, rip. It's an actual plot point that the thing is rough instead of clean and sharp. With that, the monster is defeated, but Guts isn't satisfied. He walks up to what's left of the Snake Lord, watching him bleed to death due to his wounds, and just for good measure, he starts plugging more bolts into the guy, enjoying how the once arrogant and sadistic monster is left a quivering, sobbing mess from the pain. Guts gives his own bad guy speech to the demon, saying how he's gonna make him feel every bit of the fear of death that those weak and pathetic humans feel every day. Black Swordsman Guts is edgy, but sometimes that fits really well into just being plain badass. He also interrogates the monster on the location of the God Hand, a then faceless entity we know quite literally nothing about. The Snake Lord admits he knows nothing, and Guts leaves him to burn as the flaming ruins of the town he raided collapse on top of him. As Guts walks through the scene of absolute carnage, Puck mutters the word Berserk.
There it is! There it is!
Okay, all of this, the last several minutes just now, that was the first chapter. A lot of shit happens in the first chapter of Berserk, so much so that it was 90 some odd pages alone. Later chapters are nowhere near this length, and really this comes down to Miura's infamously perfectionist nature. If he's gonna start his story off, the guy is making sure it starts off right. You get the best representation of the spirit Berserk shoots for with this chapter. It's brutal, grim, and violent as all hell, but there's also a silver lining under the surface buried somewhere. Puck is a clear sign that not everything is bleak and horrible, and this terrible monster that caused so much suffering got exactly what he deserved. Now, I physically cannot go through all 363 chapters of Berserk the way I did just now. I mean, this video already is getting pretty long as it is, and if we sat down and went through every single page of Berserk, we'd be here for probably 20 hours long. But I did promise that we would go through the arcs, so I'm going to do less of a scene-by-scene discussion of each part, and more so broad strokes at large unless there's something I really want to talk about. After the fight with the Snake Lord, we follow Guts as he is tormented by demonic spirits in the night, outright physically attacking him at that. This is what the Brand of Sacrifice does. Guts is essentially a living beacon for spookies. All manner of undead spirits and monsters rise each and every night to hunt after him. So our boy is living a literal hell on earth. Shockingly, Puck still wants to follow Guts even after all the horrible things that happen with the Snake Lord, but Guts tells him to piss off and slaps him into a puddle. There's later a scene where Guts hitches a ride with a traveling preacher and his daughter. Puck is there too, and it's implied he specifically convinced the carriage to stop and give Guts a ride. They seem like nice people. The preacher is a warm, fatherly figure who shows dismay at Guts' violent nature, and the daughter is implied to have a crush or at the very least a passing interest in Guts. Doesn't surprise me, dude is an absolute unit. Here we discover, of course, that Guts has terrible nightmares related to demons. This one is Guts running down a long hallway filled with water chased by something. At the end of the hallway, Guts impales his foot on spikes that were hidden under the water, and he's immobilized just as the thing chasing him is revealed. It was that deformed fetus from the first chapter. We still have zero clue what the hell the thing is, but damn, it's creepy. Guts wakes up and we discover that it was actually this jellyfish-looking thing with tentacles that was giving Guts nightmares. It's an incubus, a monster that feeds off human fear by giving them nightmares. Even when he's safe in a carriage, the demons won't stop chasing him. And to make things worse, an incubus is apparently created by the blood and sexual fluids of those that died with hate and malice. So somewhere nearby, people were killed violently, and now that it's nighttime, the demons can resurrect their corpses for an impromptu army. Almost as if on cue, the horses tied to the carriage begin panicking. The preacher's daughter tries to calm them down, and this is when things go from bad to utter shitstorm. The preacher's daughter is violently murdered, all of a sudden being impaled by something that just jumped out from the ground, confirming what Guts said was true. A horde of undead skeletons rise from the earth. The exact spot the carriage stopped in was an old battlefield, so the remains of the men who died there are possessed and puppeteered by demons to attack the living. Puck wants to run away. The preacher has no clue what the hell is going on and is just in absolute shock that his daughter just died. But Guts is content to stay right there. In fact, he whips out the Dragon Slayer and jumps straight in, diving right into the middle of the horde of skeletons. Puck is astonished at the idea that he could actually fight the things, but is ripped out of his thoughts as he hears the screams of the preacher. Turns out, his daughter is also possessed, and she just cut the old man's head off. Puck warns Guts about what happened, tearing him out the rampage he was on, and they're both shocked to see the girl actually join the ranks of the undead. Guts seemingly hesitates to strike her down, freezing up to the point that she actually gets close enough for a stab. And this is what Guts needed to snap himself out of it. One swing disconnects the girl's torso from her legs, and for a noticeable amount of time, Guts is shaken by what happened, even vomiting when he realizes some of the girl's blood splattered onto him. But the skeletons are relentless, and Guts buries his emotions with absolute fury. By morning, all the skeletons are dead. Again, the sunlight seemingly purges the demons from their corpses, and Puck tries to comfort Guts over the deaths of the preacher and his daughter, but he simply laughs it off. To him, they were simply too weak to survive anyway. This might seem like another edgy boy speech, and yeah, it is, but there's something interesting about it. He says it almost like he's telling himself that this is true. He's staring off into space. He's trying to disassociate the blame almost. It wasn't his fault they were dead. They were simply too weak anyway. There was nothing he could have done to save them. That's not a great, healthy coping mechanism for dealing with trauma. Guts' mental health probably isn't the best. Bad sign already. And it's especially not good when the trees start talking. Yep, when I said that Guts is tormented by demons, I mean it. They don't just attack him non-stop. They are never ending with how much they mock Guts. Every corner he turns, they're there watching him, and they are not shy about making sure he knows this. Once again, these demons are intelligent. They don't just mindlessly come at their targets, they're sadistic. almost playful. The reason they don't all just possess every dead body on the planet to overwhelm Guts and rip him apart is because they like seeing him suffer. This is chapter 2. I know it seems like I'm literally just explaining what happens in every chapter so far, and I admit it's kinda because I am, but the reason for this is due to how terse Black Swordsman is as an arc. Despite having to quite literally do 100 different things at once, show off the world, build up a mystery for the plot, introduce characters, set the tone, etc., Black Swordsman is honestly the shortest arc in all of Berserk. In 2 chapters, we learn that Guts is some kind of cursed demon hunter that has a grudge against these things called apostles. Apostles are flesh-eating monsters tormenting mankind, though knowledge of demons at large is iffy among the citizens in whatever medieval landscape this is. The existence of things like elves seem to be common, but actual demons and evil spirits is up in the air, because the preacher himself expressed skepticism at the idea of Guts being hunted by demons. On top of that, every night Guts is mobbed by all manner of poltergeists that will kill anything and anyone around him, and his end goal is to find the 5 beings called the God Hand, who we assume are the ones who cursed him. That's a lot of information to establish in just 2 chapters. While quite literally every other arc can take tens, if not dozens of chapters to finish, Black Swordsman only really clocks in at around 8. Now the chapters have a lot of substance to them. That first one alone is damn near 100 pages, and it takes roughly around 2.5 volumes to finish the Black Swordsman arc. Still, Black Swordsman is definitely the quickest arc to get through in the entire series. It serves as the prologue, helps create a foundation to the ideas that would later be explored in the manga, such as little something that gets introduced in the manga's first actual story arc, the Guardians of Desire.
Welcome to the rice fields, motherfucker!
Remember when I said that arcs had little subplots inside them? This is what I mean. The Guardians of Desire starts off in a way you might be getting used to at this point. Guts wanders into a new town doing a dark and nasty thing to people. In this case, there's a full-blown purge on anyone accused of being a heretic, ordered by this big fat boy the Count, another apostle using the heretic hunt as a form of twisted fun. Now, most other times in action manga, our main character would see something bad go down in a new town he's in, setting up a terrible crime that this specific place has to live with, and create an opportunity for our protagonist to be a hero by stopping the injustice. Usually, they'll spend some time interviewing the townsfolk, typically going nowhere but learning more about the culture of the town as they investigate. Plus, they find out more information about the big bad villain that's causing the messed up shit to go down, and there's a lot of build up to the final confrontation, which ends in the main villain being outed as a fraud, using the evil tradition as a tool for his own gain before being defeated. Berserk doesn't really do this. Instead, Guts directly threatens the main villain's life in front of a crowd of terrified people during a public execution. A declaration of war, as the Count puts it. So that scene in the tavern wasn't an outlier. Guts is not one to take the slow and careful path. This dude is impulsive and wants things to devolve into absolute chaos. Because once the Count's soldiers get involved, Guts has zero hesitation in cutting them apart. Honestly, these guys could just be scared dudes following orders because this obvious demon is scary as hell. The last dude was a horrible snake man that ate people. No doubt the Count is something just as bad. And for that, they get torn apart by this crazy one-armed guy that just barged into town one day. Now, we don't really feel too sympathetic towards the guards. They work for this absolute monster and butcher innocent people for him without question. Plus, they attack Guts first, so it's not edgy or out there that Guts starts slashing through them. Now, when one takes the direct method, it usually causes problems. And Guts faces an issue where he simply can't kill everybody, so he's saved by a deformed doctor named Vargas that was mutilated by the Count. Despite being saved by the guy, Guts is just as standoffish as ever, even being downright cruel to him. Luckily, Puck is there to act as the mediator, so we can actually learn what information this guy has. The doctor explains that he worked directly for the Count before he became a demon. Okay, noted. People can turn into demons. Well, after his wife and son were butchered and eaten by the Count, and he was mutilated, the doctor faked his death to escape. He also shows off a special trinket he stole from the Count that plays a massive role in the story to come. The Bailet. While the doctor thinks it's simply a strange artifact, Guts immediately recognizes it for what it is, a tool to summon demons. Bailets are the MacGuffin of Berserk. If one shows up, it's bad news. And we discover that the Count came into possession of a Bailet before becoming the psychopath you saw earlier at the heretic execution. This is where we get a teaser for what the God Hand is. They are ancient demons that have manipulated humanity for thousands of years, and Guts claims a Bailet is the key to summoning them into the human world, and they have the power to turn a human into a demon themselves. They are then attacked by a soldier that was actually crippled earlier by Guts and then mutated by the Count into an enhanced version of himself. There's a big and downright brutal fight scene. Zondark, the mutated knight, gets cut apart, and you see that his flesh is basically a meat puppet for the parasite the Count infected the poor guy with, sprouting tentacles and tendrils wherever he gets wounded. It ends with the Doctor, Guts, and Puck getting the fuck out of Dodge as the Doctor's home is lit on fire during the fight. All's well that ends well. Guts is gonna go kill that big fat guy, and the Doctor got away with zero consequences. Until a tendril drags him away. Zondark's not dead yet. We later see Vargas be executed as a plan to lure out Guts to see if he would try and save the Doctor. But Guts didn't take the bait. However, it was Puck who tried to intervene and stop the execution. It fails in spectacular fashion, because Puck is tiny and there's nothing he can really do, and he's captured by the Count's men. Guts tries to act as if the execution didn't affect him, but the little fetus that could never be comes back to haunt him over the ordeal, as if it was shaming him. From there, we cut back to Puck, now in captivity with the Count. This is where we get a very interesting spin to the story. As it turns out, the Count has a daughter, and he gives Puck to her as sort of like a pet. His daughter, Teresa, is heavily sheltered from the world, but she doesn't seem cruel or evil whatsoever. If anything, Teresa is played off as timid, almost shy. She's not even allowed to leave her bedroom. The Count is extremely protective of her, but we see that she is visibly terrified of the man, something that actually upsets him. Despite being a demonic cannibal that made a pact with ancient demons, the Count genuinely still loves his daughter, so this two-dimensional villain actually has some layers to him. That's pretty interesting. You heard right. Berserk actually humanizes some of its villains, and not the ones you would think to be obvious. Like all the human enemies have complex backstories while demons are just evil for the sake of it. Nope, some of the most tragic figures of the whole series are demons. I said back in the anime video that a series like Demon Slayer tries to do certain concepts that I feel Berserk handles far better. And this is exactly what I mean. Demon Slayer has a serious issue, at least in the beginning of it, to make every single demon sympathetic in some way or another. There's constant references to how they used to be human. Tanjiro himself seems really reluctant to kill them, because he empathizes with demons over his situation with Nezuko, and the fucking Spider Mountain arc ends with a massive backstory dump to make you feel bad for the main villain of that segment. And that is infuriating to me personally. I'm all for trying to humanize your villains. It can lead to some extremely interesting stories as you try to juggle the needs of the protagonist with the needs of the antagonist. It can actually lead to debates over how much the audience really cares for the main character compared to the antagonist. But there comes a point when humanizing a character fully turns into emotional manipulation. Humanizing somebody is giving them aspects that make them both sympathetic and a complete asshole. There's a very delicate science to doing it right, and Berserk knows exactly how to walk that tightrope. In fact, it's one of the most memorable aspects of the story. When people say the characters are flawed, they mean they are actually flawed. Not just that they make short-term mistakes that make you think they're stupid. No, they could be completely wrong about a major aspect to their life, but they stick with it all the way until they face the inevitable consequences. And Berserk takes the time to address that it was a mistake, or just downright evil. Consequences are part of the story, for better or for worse. Demon Slayer pissed me off when it suddenly tried to turn this psychopathic demon kid into some kind of tragic figure, because we literally had no chance of seeing what he actually wanted in life. Same with the countless other demons Tanjiro fought up to that point. It's just them bragging, not just talking about or admitting to, but bragging about how much they love to eat humans, and especially Demon Slayer Corps cadets, which are mostly children. They take pleasure in killing humans, and just seem completely sadistic. But right when Tanjiro kills them, you get a sudden dramatic reveal of a sad backstory. Oh, this demon just wanted to be a musician. Oh, this demon loved playing with her brother. Well, frankly, why the fuck do I care? All I know about this thing up to this point is that it's a psychotic asshole. Why is the story suddenly acting like I should get teary-eyed over this flesh-eating freak? We already see that certain demons are fully capable of not eating people, so you already showed us that some demons aren't completely evil. But the idea that we need to feel bad for every single one is just stupid. And it's funny because the demons in Berserk are significantly more evil than the ones in Demon Slayer. They do way more heinous shit to people, yet they're noticeably more sympathetic and easier to relate to. And a main reason for it is because they don't play the demons off as mindless creatures that are slaves to their baser instincts. Hell, certain demons just outright have no interest in eating humans, and only became what they are due to ulterior motives. They are very sentient, to the point of essentially maintaining the same intelligence they had as a human. Some are certainly worse than others, and there's none that we see that are completely harmless in any way, but the humanity is put front and center. The demons are characters in the story, not villains that at the last second are turned into chances to manipulate the audience into feeling more emotions towards the story than they really have. That's not to say Demon Slayer is bad. In fact, once the story simply stops trying to make you feel bad for the demons, it gets significantly better. But the beginning has this issue, and it will make you think about how better handled it is over in Berserk, because we actually get time to explore the demons' backstories. Puck and Teresa talk for quite a bit about how her father changed. He became cruel after the death of his wife, who was kidnapped and sacrificed by heretics. So the bloodlust that the Count has is more of a sadistic grudge he's using to punish the world. It's pretty sad stuff, actually. Still simple, you don't really feel bad for the guy, but she talks about how she's been trapped in her room for over 7 years because he's so terrified of letting her out. You can infer that he doesn't want his daughter to suffer the same fate that his wife did. So, yeah, okay, I'll give it credit. See, we actually get to spend some time learning about the main villain and his relationships to the world. He's hateable, completely so. You still want this guy dead, but there's something underneath the surface. You show that we should give a shit about the main villain throughout the story. You do not tell us to feel bad at the last second. I mean, at the exact same time as all this, there's a scene where Guts fights past an extremely mutated Zondark, and he also kills what's left of the Count's army. That's not really important right now, we're talking about character stuff. The battles are fun though. Guts is absolutely ruthless as he rips through the guys like a pissed off badger in a chicken coop. Nevertheless, he gets to the big bad Count man and they're gonna fight. And from there, the Count transforms into a slug monster man. They fight as Puck tries to get to Guts after promising Teresa to free her from her room after everything was over, and the Count is smashing through his castle giving zero fucks. Guts gets increasingly ruthless with his tactics, launching sudden ambushes and even using a live decoy to get a shot at the guy. Still, the Count is kicking Guts' ass, thrashing him around and even knocking out the guy cold. Hell, the only thing that really saves Guts is that Puck distracts the Count by insulting him, using the information he got from Teresa as essentially emotional ammo. The Count then finds the Bailet that Guts stole from Vargas, and he immediately tries to take it back from Puck. This leads to a small chase as the Count tries to catch Puck, who's zipping around in the air trying to hold on to the Bailet. But it all comes to an end when the Count comes face to face with his daughter, who runs right into the monstrous form of her father. The Count is shaken as his daughter runs off, completely traumatized. He lashes out at Puck, seeing him and Guts as the reasons his daughter saw him as a monster, and this momentary distraction gives Guts a window to attack him, showing he's still in the fight. And to take things a step further, Guts grabs Teresa as a hostage. The Count predictably hesitates, and Guts blows half his skull off with his cannon, then proceeding to take the Dragon Slayer in his teeth and hacking off what's left of the Count's head. Surprisingly, the Count is still alive after all this, a mere head of a slug monster now, and Guts takes the time to drag him over in front of Teresa and violently torture him, to a degree that just gets uncomfortable. He even outright threatens to kill Puck if he tries to stop him. So Guts has crossed several lines here. He used this man's daughter as a hostage to get a chance to kill him. He already beat his opponent and is now taking his sweet time making sure the Count suffers as he dies. Puck, who has only ever tried to help Guts and be his friend, is not even safe from him, purely because he told Guts not to scare Teresa any further. Hell, Guts starts torturing the Count in front of Teresa, all because he wants to see him in complete despair. Guts gets so animalistic that he slips on the Count's blood and just starts laughing like a madman. Did I mention this guy isn't a hero? I mean, Jesus, things went from 0 to 100 really fast. This goes beyond edgy into full-blown Guts is just kind of a psychopath. And things only get worse when the Count's dying screams cause the Bailet to react. Turns out, when the Bailet activates, it teleports the user to a completely different dimension. A dimension where the God Hand reside.
What is it you fear? We who are infinitely more powerful than you? Or perhaps it is the future, the path which you were destined to follow.
I like your funny words, Magic Man.
Say hello to the main villains of Berserk, the God Hand, the ancient, powerful demons that hold seemingly endless control over mankind. You have these warped, freakish monsters appear from the void of space and time to this new dimension. A floating ball man, a fat ass, a sexy version of Medusa, a guy with a brain for a head, and Birdman. Guts seems to know them, specifically the bird-looking guy, who he calls Griffith. Griffith has no qualms about confirming our suspicions. These two know each other, but before anything else can be gleaned from the conversation, the demon with a brain for a face starts talking. From what he says, we learn that the Bailet quite literally tore open a hole in space and time. The Count claims he wants the God Hand to finish off Guts, who's critically wounded after the battle they just had, but weirdly enough, they refused to fulfill the request. The Bailet was activated because the Count was terrified of dying, not because he wanted to kill Guts. So Bailets sort of grant wishes in a manner of speaking. You summon the God Hand and they fulfill whatever desire you have, but it needs to be your true desire. You can't scam them or try to get something else out of the bargain. These guys know you better than you know yourself, and I get the feeling there's no beating them at chess or manipulating the system to win. We also learned that despite Guts fighting so many demons, the God Hand barely acknowledges he exists. Griffith, who personally knows Guts, says he's completely inconsequential to their plans. The only thing that even catches the God Hand's notice is that Guts really wants to kill Griffith, who's the one who put the brand of sacrifice on him in the first place, causing him to bear the curse he's been dealing with this entire time. Guts, despite being horribly wounded, pushes forward to Griffith. His brand reacts violently and outright sprays blood like a fountain when he gets too close. Turns out, the reason it's bled throughout the last few chapters, which you've probably only seen once or twice, is because it reacts to the presence of demons. All the other ones caused it to only slightly bleed, and felt like pinpricks against his neck, while being close to Griffith causes a far stronger reaction, one that they claim can actually kill Guts from the sheer pain. Nevertheless, Guts takes a swing at Griffith, who promptly yeets him away, slamming the poor guy against a wall. Most everybody thinks he's dead, and the Count is grateful to Griffith for seemingly finishing him off. But this is where the God Hand reveal their true intentions. The invocation of doom. The Count must sacrifice a living being to the God Hand in order to be saved from death. At first, he tries to use Guts as a sacrifice, but they aren't buying it. For one, he's already considered a sacrifice for someone else, Griffith. Yet the main factor is that Guts was simply the Count's enemy. To sacrifice somebody, they need to be a loved one, someone you wouldn't even think about killing, because the idea is that you are quite literally cutting out a piece of your own humanity. You rip open a hole in your heart so that evil can flood in its place, their very words. It has to be a victim near and dear to you, and there's only one candidate that matches that description. Yep, Teresa. To the Count's credit, he completely refuses the idea, but the God Hand call his bluff, saying he can just do what he did last time. They summon a window in time for us to get a flashback to before the death of the Count's wife, and we see that, at first, they were a perfectly happy family, but after he returns from a long campaign hunting heretics, he discovers his wife in the middle of a literal pagan orgy. Okay. Turns out she wasn't kidnapped and murdered by heretics. She herself was part of a pagan cult. The Count has the reaction you'd expect and kills everyone in the room except his wife, who he can't bring himself to murder. Instead, he attempts to commit suicide, but just as he realizes his wife is gleefully mocking his weakness, the Bailet activates, the God Hand appear, and tell him that they can take away all the anguish and despair. He simply needs to agree to one thing. The Count sacrificed his own wife to demons, damning her to hell for all eternity, so he could become an apostle. He lied to Teresa about her murder this entire time. Now he's faced with the same choice once again. Sacrifice Teresa to save himself, or slowly bleed and die. To make matters worse, the God Hand summon a chunk of hell to show the Count just what exactly he would be in for once he passes. And hell is hellish. A never-ending vortex of suffering, where all the souls of the dead combine into a singular mass, an ocean of evil. And those trapped in the vortex are broken down until anything that used to be them is sucked away into the depths. That's terrifying. The God Hand's rules are kinda bullshit. They say you've got choice in the matter, but they're really pushing you into saying yes. But, to the Count's credit, despite all the pushing and literal fear tactics, the Count refuses the sacrifice. He just can't damn his daughter to hell, knowing full well he's going to die and be dragged into the vortex himself. That actually takes some balls. The Count is absolutely terrified of death, but he chooses to die and protect his daughter rather than let her suffer the same fate as her mother. Berserk is really good at making tragic characters, if it's not obvious. Despite all we know about this guy, the fact he's probably killed hundreds of people with his witch hunts and just his absolute glee in causing suffering, when it came to a head, the Count was truly capable of showing love and affection, to a degree where he is willing to sacrifice his own life and be damned for eternity. And the Count is in fact damned. A horde of dead souls pour out of hell to drag the Count into the vortex, including a surprise cameo from Vargas. The doctor whose family he murdered is now pulling the Count into the pits of hell, fitting to say the least. Of course, the dead also try to drag Guts in as well, since he's technically a sacrifice, but he saves himself at the last second by taking a shot at Griffith. Take note, kids, blind anger and unforgiving hatred can save your life. Shot doesn't work though. Griffith has some kind of force field, telekinetic ability that stops the cannonball from touching him, and with their business taken care of, the God Hands simply leave. They weren't kidding about how little they care about Guts. Even though he just tried to murder one of them, they just peace out and everyone's returned to the Count's castle. The Count himself is now just a dismembered corpse. As it turns out, apostles revert back to their human forms when they die. So poor Teresa is crying in front of the mutilated corpse of her father, who she saw as the horrible slug monster, found out he killed and ate her mother, and then was dragged into hell itself by spirits of the people he murdered. This chick has got problems. Teresa's life is saved, but she's psychologically broken. Instead of yearning for freedom like she was before, she all but begs to go back to her safe and comfortable room. This did not end happily for anyone involved. In fact, Teresa directly talks about intending to commit suicide, which Guts encourages. He even tosses her a knife. Jesus Christ, dude, she's just a child. Please turn off killing mode. This dude even mocks Teresa's parents, saying that if she died, she would probably go down to hell to meet them. God damn, man. Well, Teresa takes him up on his advice and attempts to cut her wrists while Puck frantically tries to stop her, and it's only made worse when the floor underneath her collapses and she nearly falls to her death. She's saved when Guts catches her with his sword, the blade being so dull that her hands can rest on it without cutting straight through her fingers. Guts throws her back to safety and Teresa breaks down crying once again, her hand still sliced up from the sword even though it didn't cut through the bone. This actually seems to shake Guts, who's visibly uncomfortable and remorseful that she was hurt because of him. This time, all the despair is replaced by something else. Teresa is enraged at Guts, blaming him for everything that's happened. She even promises to hunt him down and kill him, to which Guts simply says he's ready whenever she is, and goes to leave. Puck follows Guts, still trying to make sense of what's happening, and he notices that he's crying of all things. Guts hides his face, but it's clear that the scene with Teresa got to him. The chapter ends with the two leaving, Puck shocked and worried about Guts as a new layer to the guy is revealed. See, this is a very big moment for how the audience views Guts as a character. Throughout the entirety of Black Swordsman, there were hints that Guts knew what was going on far more than he ever let us see, but that's in regards to his knowledge of demons and relative plot stuff. I didn't mention it in the summary to this arc, but there was actually a small flashback that preceded the ending, just after the God Hand was introduced. We see a much younger Guts and another guy talk about the purpose of kings, and how they still have no freedom due to having the limitations of being human. And the guy he's talking with? That's Griffith, before his transformation into a demon. Not only did the two know each other, they were good friends. Another aspect that need to be addressed is how it's all but confirmed Guts is acting like a complete asshole on purpose. He doesn't want to hurt innocent people, and the episode with Teresa honestly got to him. He acted like an asshole to her so she would focus her emotions on him instead of her own sadness. Once again, there was already sort of a sign of this. Back during the wagon fight with the skeletons, Guts hesitated to kill the girl after she was possessed. Then when Puck tried to comfort him over the aftermath, Guts seemed to almost bury his feelings with aggression and bravado once again. They were too weak to live, why should I feel bad? Guts, up to this point, is an edgy swordsman archetype, damn near Cold Steel the Hedgehog levels. But now we see that the story is well aware of this. Guts is trying to act like an edgelord, because innocent people get hurt around him, and he feels terrible about it. He doesn't try to mock the trope or humiliate Guts in a vain attempt at self-awareness, but instead use it as a way of exploring how a man could become like this. Guts' violent nature is him trying to shield himself from further pain, on top of what's already happened to him. This sounds really basic, but it really can't be understated the importance of showing that there's a deeper level to why a character acts the way they do. Berserk does this all the time. Hell, we just got that with the slug count. It turned what would otherwise be a very generic villain into someone that seemed to actually have human qualities to him. He was a completely evil son of a bitch that tortured and ate people for fun, but he still loved his daughter, enough to where he never wanted her to be hurt by anything. So he made sure she stayed safe inside her room while he did everything outside. But as almost like a karmic justice, the real world came barging into his home, killed him, and now his daughter's faced with the reality of what he did. He murdered her mother and covered it up, and now she's psychologically broken, and he's in the pits of hell forever for what he did. This is definitely a bleak ending, but it fits. And we actually see that it even got to Guts. And now we're starting to unravel our protagonist a bit. Is he just an archetypical anti-hero? Someone who has to always pronounce how badass and edgy they are? Or is he a guy that's trying to seem standoffish? Well, the next arc is all about showing how Guts got to where we started, so we can finally get some context on just who the hell this guy is. But that's all for part 2. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. See you guys.
Compared to what you're trying to do, me fighting 100 men means nothing. It has no purpose. I'm not talking about just you. I mean Griffith also. The two of you have something important that you can stake your lives on. I think it's great. I truly mean that. Compared to the strength of that purpose, whether I face 100 men in battle or even 1,000 seems like nothing but a random act.
Guts,
Because I don't love you anymore. True love, is a sin. To release me.
It's time. The Golden Age. Golden Age is the massive flashback arc that happens after Black Swordsman. While the first arc was only around 8 chapters, taking 2.5 volumes to finish, Golden Age is massive by comparison, taking from the second half of Volume 3 all the way up to Volume 14 to wrap up completely. This is the Berserk arc, the most famous one, and widely considered a fan favorite, for a very good reason too. Now I know what you're thinking, what the fuck? We go from this badass story about a demon hunter to this super long flashback for like 10 volumes? Yeah, yeah. But here's where Golden Age really excels. It gives you context. You see, the first few chapters of Berserk are sort of aimless. In fact, Miura himself admitted he didn't really have a plan and just sort of made things up as he went along. However, Golden Age is where Berserk truly gained its own identity. You get context for fucking everything. What the setting is, how life is like for those unaffected by demons, who Guts is, and just development at large for every aspect, including the art, since this arc is where you start seeing massive jumps in quality, every single one for the better. Now, I've already sort of explained the very beginning of Golden Age in part 1, but that was a while ago, so let me do a brief rundown before we start talking about the arc at large, because it also adds some more details I neglected to mention. This is the official play-by-play slash summary slash analysis slash whatever we want to call it here. So we're just going to start from the beginning once again, and I'll talk about everything. We find out that Guts was born after his mother was hanged from a tree while pregnant. A traveling band of mercenaries happened by the spot it took place, and Shisu, the lover of the mercenary Gambino, found Guts in the pile of organs spilled out on the ground and took him in as her own baby, because her own child miscarried before it was born. 3 years later, Shisu dies of the plague, all the while Guts watching her take her final breaths. From then on, Guts is raised by Gambino, who is a cruel and uncaring father figure. At 6 years old, he trained Guts to fight so that he can become a mercenary just like him, and the boy shows a natural talent for it. Gambino even has Guts serve as a squire for him during battle. Well, during training one day, Guts wounds Gambino so badly he strikes back and makes a scar across Guts' nose, showing this is how he got his scar as an adult. 3 years later, once again, Guts is 9 years old and officially a child soldier. He fights his first battle and even receives reward money due to his skills, though Guts gives it all to Gambino, desperately trying to win over his affection. And while he's still far from a nurturing parent, Gambino is at least receptive to the gesture. Well, that night after his first battle, Guts is attacked and raped by another mercenary named Donovan, who claims Gambino sold him for the night for 3 silver coins. And we did see Gambino talk to Donovan right before this scene takes place, so it's possible he's telling the truth. Guts is deeply traumatized by the event and tries to talk to Gambino about it, though he seems completely unaware of what happened and just kind of tells Guts to piss off. Guts hesitantly believes him. Despite his trust, Guts still feels rage about the incident, enough that he destroys a barrel as a way to vent out his anger. Well, right before the next battle, Guts spots Donovan staring at him, giving a cocky grin. During the chaos of the fight, Guts follows Donovan out into an area a ways from the main fight, and shoots him in the chest with a crossbow. Just as Donovan realizes what's going on, Guts shoots him directly in the mouth, knocking him off his horse and onto the ground. Here, Guts tortures the pedophile as he demands to know if Gambino really did sell him to Donovan. He swears it's true before bleeding to death. Well, while all this was happening, Gambino is wounded during the battle, even losing a leg from his injuries. 2 years later, and Guts is 11 years old, now an experienced mercenary. He gives all of his wages to Gambino, who is a cripple now thanks to his amputated leg. Even though Guts tries his damnedest to help the crotchety bastard, the abuse and cruelty only got worse. Now Gambino openly beats Guts for this slightest mistake. Guts sucks up the abuse, still trying his best to please Gambino as much as he can, but the guy is clearly unstable now. He even threatens to murder other mercenaries who mock him over his injury. Well, things come to a head that night when Gambino barges into Guts' tent while drunk. He immediately tries to murder him, taking swings at Guts with his sword. He admits that he despises the kid and blames him for the death of Shisu. Gambino says he's cursed and he should have died under the tree where his mother was hanged, and because he was born from a corpse, he's a demon child. To top off this incident, which can only be described as a therapist's worst nightmare, Gambino admits that he did in fact sell Guts to Donovan for 3 silver coins. And then it happens. Guts swings back. His sword goes straight through Gambino's throat. Guts just murdered him. His body collapses onto the ground, his head barely even staying on his neck. His body collapses, knocks over a lantern, and the next thing Guts knows, the entire tent is up in flames. The rest of the mercenaries rush over to find out what happened, and Guts, still kind of in shock over the situation, attacks one of them. They assume Guts killed Gambino out of anger and chase him out of their camp, severely wounding him in the process. Guts is chased to a cliff and falls over the edge. The rest of the mercenaries assume he's dead, and they end up just kind of leaving, abandoning Guts to die. With broken ribs and an arrow through his pectoral muscle, Guts still tries to stay alive despite this and the blood loss. He picks himself up and just starts walking. He has no clue where to go and even contemplates just giving up and letting himself bleed to death. In his own words, here there's only bad stuff. He's never known happiness in his life, so he has no idea why he's trying to stay alive. Well, it's not long after this that he's attacked by a pack of wolves, and even though part of him wants to die, to just give up, he reflexively kills the animals. He fights off the wolves and just sort of passes out once the survivors retreat. There, he's saved by another wandering band of mercenaries. So, that's Guts' childhood. Yeah, yeah. Guts is kind of an asshole as an adult, as we saw, but dear sweet God, he took some punishment as a kid. It's to the point where it's almost satire, if it wasn't so depressing. But what makes Guts' childhood work is how believable he is as a child. Being a mercenary is all Guts knows how to be. It's what Gambino trained him for his entire life. But despite this, Guts still acts like a kid, one trapped in an extremely situation, but a kid nonetheless. He tries to look tough to other mercenaries, but when he's alone, he gets frustrated and his real emotions come out. All he wants is for his father to be proud of him, even if Gambino was an abusive monster to him. This authenticity helps us feel empathetic towards Guts. I almost forgot to mention it, but there's a scene right after Guts is injured, right when Gambino gives him the scar across his nose, where he's training by himself in the woods. Gambino tosses him some medicine for the wounds because he feels bad about what he did. Guts, when talking to Gambino, tries to act super tough and stoic, but the minute he leaves, he's back to being a goofy kid. And even though Gambino was so cruel and uncaring about any of his problems, that one little moment is enough for Guts to keep trying to win him over, to keep trying to make him like him, completely not understanding that there's nothing he can do. The story doesn't expect us to treat him as a kid, meanwhile he's basically a mini adult. Most other action mangas would have Guts straight up from the get-go be an impressive fighter or be worthy of note. But that's not really true in the beginning. That whole he's just 8 years old yet killed 50 men. No, Guts makes plenty of mistakes. Gambino has to save his ass more than once. Instead of trying to immediately establish that Guts is more than just a fighter but a strong fighter, it holds off on that and lets him fuck up in the beginning. He's good at fighting, but he makes his mistakes. Emotional authenticity is the phrase here. The audience buys into the reality you set, so they're more open to being swayed emotionally by what you throw at them. Here we follow a child soldier in a very dark and brutal world, so we naturally feel sorry for him because we don't like the idea of a kid going through something like this. It's downright cruel-natured, and it works to solidify the world of Berserk. We saw over-the-top aspects in regards to the supernatural, demons that took pleasure in tormenting the living, but here we see the normal human world is just as barbaric.
I am the devil, and I am here to do the devil's work.
Donovan wasn't a demon, he was just a very evil man. Same with Gambino. Shisu, probably the only real positive figure in Guts' life, wasn't eaten alive by an apostle. She caught the plague and passed away. Just an unfortunate story in a very heartless world. Hell, Guts is a child soldier, making money as a mercenary, drifting from one violent battle to the next. The world of Berserk is pretty merciless. The demons are merely another stumbling block, and Guts has to adapt to this dark world if he wants to stay alive. Something that pushes him to his limits as much as possible. Not just physical ones, mind you, but mental ones. Guts straight up contemplated suicide after what happened with Gambino. I'm gonna go into detail about this further down the line, but an aspect that really impresses me about Berserk is how it doesn't rely on making every single conflict Guts faces about his skill level. The story is well aware that he is a very talented fighter. There's not really a training arc in Berserk. Instead, the plot has to find other ways to challenge Guts, and boy howdy does it get creative with some of them. But I'm going to talk about that when we actually have to cover it. For now, let's get back to the summary. Last we left off, Guts was just rescued by another band of mercenaries after he murdered his own adopted father. We cut 4 years later. Guts is now 15 years old, and an established mercenary working for whatever army he wants. Currently, he's helping raid this big castle, which is being defended by this huge-looking guy named Pazuzu, who has a reputation for killing 30 men at once and fighting a bear. Point is, this jobber guy is a strong boy compared to the rest. Well, despite the leaders promising a huge reward for the guy that kills Pazuzu, there are no takers, except one guy. Yep, Guts volunteers to fight him, so confident that he can beat him in fact that he even tries to swindle more money out of the guy offering the prize. So despite Guts as an adult being a sociopathic prick, and child Guts being the poster child for the average Eastern European upbringing, teenage Guts is kind of a cocky little shit. This is where we see the immediate difference between Black Swordsman and Golden Age. While the beginning was still nihilistic and joyless, once the arc really gets going, you see a lot more humor and levity crop up. Granted, there was humor in Black Swordsman. Puck's entire purpose was to crack jokes and be sort of the humanity to the story, ironically while not being human, but everything else was so grim and painful that he can feel a tad drowned out by comparison. But Golden Age all around feels a bit more jovial? I mean, it's still Berserk, bad shit happens to people in Berserk, yet at the same time there's a warmth to everything. It's certainly the least depressing arc, at least until you get to the end. And that's one of the reasons so many people call it their favorite. Hell, it's probably the reason it's received more adaptations than any other arc of the series, because you can market it as a bloody, fun, medieval politics fantasy show instead of a, you know, what happens later. Still, Guts fights Pazuzu and kills him pretty quick. Like, not even kidding, it's maybe about a few pages, if that. He even cleaves the fucker's head in half, which is awesome. Guts' antics catch the attention of a group of mercenaries that were defending the castle, and especially the leader, a guy by the name of Griffith. That's Griffith. Told ya, this is a prequel. We get to find out exactly what led us to the spooky skeleton fun times of the Black Swordsman arc. Guts collects his money, but when the knight who hires him offers to take him on as an actual squire, the first step to rising the ranks of nobility, Guts all but tells him to piss off. Here we also find that Guts does not like to be touched. Now, there was a reference to this back in Black Swordsman where he snaps at Puck for trying to touch him back in the first chapter, so I guess now you know. Guts' aversion to being touched was because he was raped as a child. God damn. Admit it, you thought it was just gonna be a weird, edgy anime quirk, didn't you? Yeah, you did. We cut to Guts walking through a peaceful valley when he's suddenly attacked by bandits. Those mercenaries we saw talking after the Pazuzu fight set themselves up on a nearby hill. Now they plan to rob Guts of his reward money. It doesn't go well. 2 of them die, and Corcus, the one who suggested they go rob Guts, is freaking the fuck out. Well, the leader, Griffith, sends another mercenary to go help him, Casca, who actually puts up a bit more of a fight against Guts. I might be wondering why this one looks so effeminate. Yeah, she's a girl. It's revealed pretty quickly and it wasn't that hard to tell anyway. It's all about the eyes. Guts has no sympathy for Casca despite her disability and corners her. Well, just before she gets killed, Griffith comes in to save her, and Guts immediately gets his ass kicked. So much so that one sword strike was enough to send him to the ground. Now, for context, he got hit in the shoulder, and despite what 99.9% of media would have you believe, getting hit in the shoulder is a very bad thing. There's a whole bunch of arteries running through there because it's how it supplies blood to your arm. So if you get hit there, you actually bleed out a lot faster than you might expect. But Guts is a tough boy and tries to take one more swing at Griffith, but he falls to the ground unconscious. So now our protagonist has just been kidnapped by this group of mercenaries after he killed 2 of them. That's not ideal. It's especially not ideal that Guts has a PTSD nightmare over the death of his mother and father, and Donovan comes crashing in like EDP at a Girl Scouts meeting. The one thing that seems to chase the nightmares away is Guts realizing that Casca is sleeping naked next to him. Granted, the guy is like 15, so it makes perfect sense that his desire for women overrides any mental or emotional trauma. Anyway, Guts wakes up and realizes that the mercenaries who robbed him also decided to capture him. He's standing dead center in the middle of their camp, all of them going about their day as if nothing happened. Well, when he spots Casca and she spots him, she walks right up and punches him directly in the shoulder wound, seemingly out of the blue. She says that they should have left him to die. Ouch, okay, kind of a dick move. Well, a mercenary named Judo explains that the leader himself wanted Guts kept alive, and since he was losing so much blood, he had Casca sleep next to him for 2 days to keep him warm.
This is how babies are born. Pay attention, everybody.
Some serious hentai logic with their medicine, but I'm not a doctor, so I can't question it. Also, Guts got a cute tomboy GF out of it, and she's dark-skinned, so let's just roll with it. He won. Griffith comes up to Guts and introduces himself, and even asks him to follow. They get kind of an introduction of all the main players of the camp. You got Corcus, the guy that tried to rob Guts in the beginning. He's still pissed off about how his friends died, and now they're all just acting buddy-buddy. But, you know, it was kind of his fault in the first place. Should have known better than to pick a fight with the protagonist. Still the 90s, Corcus. Protagonists in anime don't stop killing people for like 12 years. Yeah, even the child slave says it was your fault. That's Rickard. He's a good boy. And there's also Pippin. Pippin's alright. We find out this mercenary band is actually called the Band of the Hawk, a renowned group with a very prestigious reputation. That castle siege we saw where Guts kills Basuso was apparently only supposed to last 3 days, but the Band of the Hawk caused it to last 3 months instead. So these guys are the real deal, and Griffith kept him alive because he wants Guts. He assumes sexually, as we all do, and Griffith clarifies that the fight with Basuso impressed him enough to want to recruit Guts into the army, seeing his absolutely chaotic fighting style as something to behold. Guts tells him to piss off, and the matter comes down to a duel. If Griffith wins, Guts has to be part of the army. Also, Griffith may in fact use him as an Ono hole if so desired. I'm not kidding, Guts actually says this.
We settle this with swords. If I win, I put a hole in your chest as big as this one.
And what happens if I win?
You can have whatever you want, my sword or my ass.
Rookie mistake right there. I've seen enough lore of the locker room to know how that turns out. Anyway, if Guts wins, Griffith dies right there. The two fight and impress the absolute shit out of each other. Griffith for his skills and technique at sword fighting, and Guts for his reckless, almost animalistic way of improvising. Guts even manages to psych out Griffith and just start beating the shit out of him, biting onto his sword and sending him to the ground. But in the end, Griffith reverses it, pins Guts, and dislocates his shoulder. Guts lost and is now officially a member of the Band of the Hawk. There's some disagreement about the idea. Corcus and his friends try to kill Guts that very night, but all around the decision was taken amicably and they can all move forward together. Plus, the dark-skinned waifu is there to make sure Guts stays alive, though she swears she'd be happy if he died. Maybe she might have meant it too if she wasn't talking to the protagonist. And if you know anything about anime, you can probably already tell that Casca is the tsundere type. This isn't even a spoiler, it's pretty obvious to spot once you see it enough times. Chick doesn't like the new guy, acts hostile and distant, then slowly grows to care about him as things happen. But I'll give Casca credit in that she's not an annoying example of the trope. Sure, she's standoffish, but there's an actual reason why. A, something that gets explained later, and B, he killed at least like 2 of her friends, and almost killed her. So, can't blame her. Still, Guts is now a part of the Band of the Hawk. You even get a few chapters where Guts fights his first battle with everybody. He acts as a rear guard to protect the rest of the group as they retreat from an enemy camp they just raided. Much to Guts' shock, Griffith himself personally comes back to make sure he's okay. This is a tiny moment that got left out of the movie trilogy, if anybody remembers that. In fact, the adaptations tend to leave out all sorts of details, which is frustrating for a manga purist like me, but what can you do? Anyway, this moment serves to really establish Guts and Griffith's relationship to each other. Griffith isn't just a commander that gives out orders while everybody else dies for him. He seems to really care about the safety of his men. For a man like Guts, who quite literally never had this before in his life, it's a complete shock to the system. For the first time, he has people that want to treat him like a friend, to include him in this big happy family. You see this with the celebration right after the battle. Guts wants to seclude himself away from the others, but they full-blown drag him into the party. They want to make sure the new guy feels welcome, like part of something bigger. Something positive actually happened for once. Whoa. The next morning, Judo finds Guts in his little hidey hole away from everybody, and the two talk about his new life with the Band of the Hawk. Guts admits it's a far more positive experience than he expected. Judo says that the Band of the Hawk is made up of all sorts of different people. Criminals, poor aristocrats, street urchins, but the one thing keeping them all together is Griffith. His charisma inspires them all to come together. These guys are basically following Napoleon himself. From here, Guts goes to talk to Griffith, finding him naked in the bath. Here we have a completely heterosexual interaction between two straight men, simply splashing water on each other. Naked. Once it's finally over, they talk about a strange amulet on Griffith's neck, the Egg of the King, a necklace Griffith received from a fortune teller years ago. It said whoever possesses the Crimson Baylet is destined to rule the world. Yeah, the thing's red, the other baylets we saw earlier was gray. It's hard to tell since everything is in black and white, just that's how it is. Griffith's is red, all the others are gray. There we go. They then move on to talk about what Griffith's actual main goal is. Turns out, he wants his very own kingdom. Griffith, as just a commoner, built up an entire army purely to take over his own territory and be a king. If that is not a flex, you have no penis.
I'm a pretty cool dude, and that's just the facts.
Guts, of course, thinks he's completely insane, but also gets to thinking about just what he's doing with himself. For pretty much his entire life, Guts has only survived day to day. He has no real purpose in life. The way he puts it, all he does is move from one battlefield to the next, just killing enemies. Meanwhile, Griffith already knows exactly what he wants, and he's taking it. Circumstances be damned. Well, in the middle of this philosophical tirade, Rickert interrupts his train of thought by sending his ass flying straight into a river. But it's fine, he didn't mean it. Rickert is still a good boy. Anyway, we find that Griffith actually promoted Guts to be in command of 10 men. So this is a nice little moment where Guts decides that even if he doesn't know what he wants out of life, he'll stick with the Band of the Hawk for now. He enjoys himself with them, and all around his life is looking brighter with these guys. 3 years go by, and Guts is now ingratiated with the Band of the Hawk, now considered a captain with his own men to command, and the army itself is now a feared presence on the battlefield. Guts is a beloved figure among his men, impressing them both by his exceptional combat skills, able to take on entire divisions by himself and win, but also the fact that he does seem to care about their safety. However, Casca still hates the guy, seeing him as just a reckless lunatic, a mad dog. Hey, how clear is it that these two are going to get together by the end of this? Oh, is it still not obvious? Don't worry, you'll catch on soon enough, it's fine. Even though Casca does have legitimate concerns as Guts broke off from his own men to fight a group of enemies single-handedly, it's awesome to see, but she has a point in that it's irresponsible as all fuck. Griffith admits that reckless devil-may-care attitude is the entire reason he admires Guts to begin with. This pisses off Casca further, who sees it as favoritism and basically still wants Guts to just fuck off and die. Still, time passes, they gain more prestige with every fight, and the Band of the Hawk get the opportunity to have Griffith become a full-blown knight, officially recognized by the Kingdom of Midland, which is the nation the Band of the Hawk fights for. The enemies they're fighting belong to a nation known as Tudor, and they and Midland have been at war for 100 years, an entire century. Everyone attends the ceremony to see Griffith knighted, except Guts. Guts is out playing with his sword. I mean, he's training his handiwork. I mean, he's... Insert masturbation joke. Anyway, this next part is where things get interesting. The Band of the Hawk is trying to capture an enemy fortress, but something strange is going on. A single guy is holding off Guts' raiders. A guy we learn might be a legendary warrior called Nosferatu Zod. A mythical figure said to be considered a god among mercenaries, somebody that's killed thousands, and is even rumored to be centuries old. Every time they believe he's dead, he always pops up in another battlefield. And according to rumor, Nosferatu Zod joined the enemy army and might be in that fortress. Clearly the situation requires subtlety, strategic thinking, a deft hand in order to see if this is true. So of course Guts barges into the place he thinks Nosferatu Zod is at. In all fairness, he killed Delos, and for that there shall be no mercy. No, Delos wasn't important, shut up. Anyway, Guts goes in to find all manner of torn apart bodies. And it turns out Nosferatu Zod is real, he's real, and butt naked. Now personally, if I saw a big naked dude with a sword surrounded by dead bodies, I'd get the fuck out of there. But Guts, with his pride on the line, already refusing to have reinforcements come in and help, decides to strike first. And it goes very badly. Zod is an absolute beast, strong enough to send Guts flying. Guts is barely able to keep himself alive during the fight, and Zod is simply enjoying himself the entire time. In a complete Hail Mary, Guts manages to break Zod's sword and wound him, cutting into his shoulder and his arms. There, Nosferatu Zod is dead. Everything's over and we can all go home. Why is he grabbing Guts' sword? Oh, fuck.
I'll get you, bitch!
Yep. He's an apostle. This is Guts' first encounter with a demon. So what will our absolute badass protagonist do? Will he do a 6 sword move to fight Zod? Unlock a new technique to get himself out of the situation? Nope. Guts is pissed scared and has zero clue what the fuck to do. Zod absolutely demolishes the guy for the rest of the fight. He is far stronger, faster. The thing is just better than him. The one thing that saved Guts from being ripped to pieces is Griffith showing up with everyone at the last second to distract Zod, which pisses the guy off and he starts ripping everyone else to pieces because as he sees it, they ruined an honorable duel, even though he was basically beating Guts' shit in. Now absolutely overwhelmed by the actual monster tearing through their numbers, Griffith orders a retreat and goes to rescue Guts, who's still shaken and wounded by what's happening. The two are cornered by Zod and come up with a plan to get past him. They would each run to the side of Zod and attack, Guts to his left while Griffith goes right. This actually works, but just as it looks like they can make their escape, Griffith gets hit by Zod's tail. He's sent flying into a stone pillar and is knocked out cold. Zod uses his own arm as a club and smacks Guts away. Then he just reattaches it to his body like nothing ever happened. He respects the duo as warriors, finding pleasure in having two opponents capable of damaging him after decades of fighting. Nevertheless, he still plans on killing both of them. It looks like Zod is gonna kill Griffith, but then he notices it, the bayonet around Griffith's neck. Zod stops everything, saying something about how it's that kind of ploy. We have no context what he's talking about. All we know is Zod smashes a hole in the ceiling, spreads out 2 huge-ass bat wings, and gives a warning to Guts. When Griffith's ambition collapses, and if they truly are friends, they'll suffer a death no one can escape. Then he just pieces out. He flies straight through the fortress and vanishes. Everybody is left stunned, wounded, absolutely terrified by the ordeal. And Casca is really mad at Guts because Griffith got hurt. I mean, it's not like he could have done anything. Zod was a big scary monster, man. He already killed dozens of Guts' guys. It's not really his fault that Griffith got yeeted because he couldn't see a tail swinging his way. Come on, Casca. You know better. This part is one of the reasons people enjoy starting with Golden Age so much. Having Zod be the introduction to the supernatural elements of Berserk is certainly one hell of a way to kick things off. Up to this point, Guts has been an incredible fighter compared to other humans. So this is the first time we see the guy genuinely terrified for his life during a fight. Hell, it wasn't even a fight. Guts got his ass kicked. Hands down. Zod won. The only reason he didn't kill everyone in the room is because he saw the bayonet, and we have no idea what that means. And Zod's cryptic warning is excellent foreshadowing over how something is coming. We just don't know what. Some time passes and we see that Guts is healing after his fight with Zod. The story spread around, but most of the actual nobility brushes off the idea that Zod was an actual monster. They just assume it was exaggerated or they're trying to hide their shame. Nevertheless, everyone is in decent spirits. Except Casca, she's still kind of a dick. Also Corcus. Corcus is a prick. I'd also totally fight Pippin too, he seems really uppity. You know what, fuck everybody. Guts causes a scene when he tries to visit Griffith, who's absolutely swarmed by nobles trying to win his favor, but calls it off once Casca punches him straight in the face. Since she didn't want him ruining any potential chances Griffith has at winning favor with dignities from the nobility. He also sees that she's crying, no doubt because his constant antics and shenanigans keep causing problems. You can only push your dark-skinned tomboy waifu so far, everybody. Please remember that lesson. We later see Guts practicing swinging his sword while thinking about Casca. I'd make a masturbation joke, but I already spoiled that bit earlier, and it's kind of a one-shot Johnny. We can't constantly talk about stroking penises, it's just rude at the dinner table, so we have to move on. Still, he seems relatively healed up at this point. Griffith even meets him, no longer bedridden from his injuries, but he's still significantly hurt worse. The two talk about the fight with Zod, about how none of it made any sense, and they nearly fucking died. Guts even brings up how the only thing that caused Zod to fuck off was Griffith's bayonet. Guts also wonders why Griffith put himself at risk to save his life. but Griffith simply says he never really needed a reason, he did it because he wanted to. Their conversation is cut short by the introduction of a few major players for this specific arc: King of Midland himself, Count Julius, and the Princess Charlotte. Julius is a complete asshole from the get-go, openly shit-talking Griffith and Guts for being commoners, while the king actually respects Griffith for his skills, as he's been the only military leader so far to make a dent in what is referred to as the 100 Years' War. Charlotte pokes her head out, but it's made clear she's timid in nature, sort of the exact shy princess you would expect to see in a classic medieval story. Well, after she trips over herself, Griffith tries to catch her. This sets off Julius, openly striking Griffith across the face for the act of touching the princess. Now, Guts wants to kick the guy's ass, but Griffith calms him down and gives a big shit-eating grin, apologizing for his behavior. Charlotte shows clear signs of being interested in Griffith, something that kinda ends up being important later. And we later see Julius walking alone through the castle. He hears the maids gossip about Griffith's accomplishments, and we see that Julius is visibly annoyed. He hates this son of a bitch. This is where we run into another important figure to the plot, Minister Foss. Minister Foss is a conniving snake, a man that loves coming up with schemes to take down his political enemies, and he plans to do just that with Griffith, because apparently, Griffith was just selected to lead the king's personal guard at an annual hunt held in his honor. Julius is insulted by the idea, because A, he's the king's brother, and he was the one that was always picked to lead the king's guard, so he basically told his own family to fuck off. It was a duty left to actual members of the Midland Army. But now, Griffith, a commoner leading a band of mercenaries, just up and took it from him. Both Julius and Foss agree that Griffith is too dangerous of an enemy to leave be, and they conspire together to assassinate him at the hunt. That night, we see Guts sitting on a rooftop, staring at the sky with his sword. There he decides that even if he doesn't know what he wants to do with his life, he'll stick with Griffith to make his dreams come true, since he's considered the guy a real friend at this point. Now, this also ends up being important. A lot of important things happen in this specific part, okay? I keep using the word important, but it all plays a fucking... it's important. At the annual hunt, we see things play out in relative peace. The nobles all chase after a fox, and the Band of the Hawk seem completely at ease. Enough so that Guts expresses complete and utter boredom at being there. Well, Corcus tears him a new one for it, since what they're doing is actually a pretty big honor, and they finally get to do something that isn't crawling through battlefields all day. Everyone's uncomfortable by the argument, but yeah, he's got a point. Not everybody likes watching their friends die, Guts. Imagine if that happened to you. Wouldn't be so much fun now, would it? Griffith works on charming the princess when a boar suddenly rushes towards them and causes her horse to panic. Griffith helps calm the animal down, and Charlotte hugs him as her nerves are still rattled. It all seems well. Then a crossbow bolt hits him straight in the chest. Turns out, Julius wasn't bluffing about killing Griffith. He hired one of his own men to take the shot with a bolt covered in poison. The rest of the Band of the Hawk arrive to see what happened, and are all horrified at the scene. But as it turns out, Griffith is okay. The tip never touched his body. Instead, his baylet shielded him from danger. Everyone is scrambling for answers, but okay. Then Griffith spots Julius staring at him from the hill. As it turns out, Griffith knows what kind of poison it is, and it's an expensive one. Julius realizes all too late he fucked up. Now Griffith looks like a hero for protecting the princess from an assassination attempt, which is the official story on what happened. So not only did he fail to kill his political opponent, if anything, he just helped further his career. Well, so long as he doesn't realize it was Julius that tried to kill him, everything should be okay. Then Griffith calls Guts up to his study so he can order him to kill Julius. Yep, he knew right away it was probably him that made the order, and he confirmed it by finding out the guy who tried to kill him worked for Count Julius directly as an archer in his army, and was the only one in town to have purchased the exact poison used on the bolt. It's called OPSEC, Julius. You should probably learn a thing or two. Point is, a message needs to be made, and Guts agrees to do it. So, what begins is possibly one of the greatest moments for Guts as a character, and one of my all-time favorite scenes in all of Berserk. This little section here is absolutely incredible from a character perspective for both Guts and Griffith, but I'm saving all the schoolgirl gushing for when it's over. Guts sneaks into Julius's property and sees him training his young son how to sword fight. The kid is very clumsy and still a novice, and Julius is kind of a cold-hearted asshole about it, even going so far as injuring his arm during a mock duel. They end the training for the day, and the assistant Hassan treats the boy's wound. We learn from him that the Count is a widower, and he's been raising his son Adonis alone ever since. While he might seem cruel, and he even admits that he's going too far, He's just doing what he can to make sure his son grows up to be a strong knight. The scene makes Guts immediately flash back to his childhood with Gambino, and there's an air of sympathy he has for the boy. We see Julius drinking alone in his study, admitting that he let himself get carried away and expressing regret that he hurt his son. All the frustration he has over failing to kill Griffith spilled out to the surface. Well, just as we begin to think there might be more to this guy than being an uppity noble, Guts shows up and opens Julius's chest with his sword. Julius dies as he recognizes Guts as one of Griffith's men. Then the door opens and Guts sees a witness in the darkness staring at him. He doesn't hesitate as he charges forward and impales Adonis on his sword. Guts just mortally wounded Julius's young son, and now has to stare him in the eyes as the young boy slowly bleeds to death in front of him. There's nothing he can do. The wound is fatal. He holds the boy's hand as he dies, having no idea how to process what he's just done, and things only go from bad to worse, as Guts is spotted by Julius's guards. He has to fight his way out of the castle, Hassan ordering every man available to hunt him down and make sure he dies. Guts jumps over the castle walls, wounded by crossbow shots and a heavy fall. He retreats into the sewer and passes out. There, Guts has a nightmare of himself as a child training with Gambino, very similar to the scene he just saw with Adonis and Julius. Well, out of nowhere, a monstrous creature who looks suspiciously like Nosferatu Zod decapitates Gambino, and when Guts goes to fight the monster, he's impaled on the sword. As the child version of Guts dies, we learn that the monster was himself. He wakes up in the sewer and makes his way back to his friend, still wounded and covered in muck and blood. Here we see the Band of the Hawk drinking and joking, talking about how Griffith got dragged to a social party held by the nobles. Just as they bring up Guts, mentioning how he didn't show up for training that day, he enters the tavern they're all in. Casca goes up to nag him, but she notices he is completely shell-shocked. All he asks is where Griffith is at, and once Casca tells him he is at the Primrose Hall with the princess, he immediately tries to leave. Everyone is left confused, and Casca notices he has a wound on his arm. Cut to outside the Primrose Hall, we see Guts walking up the stairs to try to talk to Griffith, still kind of not really knowing what to do. Well, Griffith is sitting with Princess Charlotte. Casca shows up to keep Guts from making a scene, and they all listen in as the princess talks about how much she dislikes war and bloodshed. Griffith claims the only reason people go to war is because everyone has a dream they want to fulfill, a purpose in life, and that he respects those willing to die for what they want the most out of their existence. It's a whole speech, but that's basically the gist of it. Just as Charlotte mentions that his philosophing ways and joyous nature all around is why he has so many close friends in his army, Griffith drops a bombshell. He has no friends. Griffith has no respect for those that would throw away their own purpose in life to serve others. The way he sees it, a true friend is someone willing to go to war against him in order to protect their own dream. An equal, if you will. Those that simply tag along with no real goals of their own aren't friends, merely soldiers. And these words rock Guts to his core. And almost like poetry, one of Charlotte's servants comes running in to tell her the news. Count Julius and his son were both attacked and killed. There's absolute chaos at the castle. Griffith soaks the words in with indescribable joy, and Guts simply walks away. Casca trying to figure out what just happened, but staring at his wound. Okay, so this part was fucking heavy. The reason I say this is one of my all-time favorite moments in Berserk is because Jesus Christ is it important down the line. But for now, I want to talk about the impact this has on both Guts and Griffith as characters. For one, let's just get the obvious part out of the way. These guys are the villains of this story for this part. Granted, they were simply retaliating for what Julius tried to do, yet that doesn't change the fact Griffith quite literally orchestrated the death of a child. When the news dropped about how Adonis died, he didn't seem remorseful or shocked. He's gleeful about it, because that's one less obstacle to his true goal. If it hasn't been perfectly clear, Griffith is trying to seduce Princess Charlotte. If he can get her to fall in love with him, that's it. He wins. Griffith is now king of Midland. So who do you think represents an existential crisis to that goal? Count Julius, the king's younger brother, and his son Adonis. Now you might be thinking, gross, aren't Adonis and Charlotte blood related? Wouldn't that make the two cousins? Incest was a thing in the Middle Ages, especially among royal families, but that's actually not what I mean here. Don't forget about the incest though. It's important for later. When it comes time to pick an heir for the throne, assuming the king dies and Charlotte is left alone and unmarried, tradition usually dictated that the next male heir would be considered king. This is a general idea of politics of the time frame, since different countries had different ideas of how things could be handled. Some countries allowed queens to rule in their husband's stead, others wouldn't even think of the idea. With Midland, we can assume that if the king were to die, the title of king would be passed on to his younger brother Julius. But since Julius is dead, that would mean his son Adonis would be next in line for the throne, meaning he was always on Griffith's hit list since the beginning. Hell, you can argue that Guts screwing up and killing Adonis was simply accelerating the inevitable, and the best part is, Guts has zero clue to any of this. To him, he just fucked up royally and murdered a child. He's clearly traumatized by the ordeal. He was a pawn for Griffith's scheme. A pawn that just heard from his own mouth that he was never considered a friend because he had no purpose in life. Imagine killing a man and his young son for your best friend. It's dark, dirty work that you nearly die doing. The whole thing leaves you fucked in the head, and you go to tell him you're finished, and just as you finally see him, you overhear the guy say that you weren't really a true equal in his eyes. That's specifically because you follow his orders without question, he can't see you as a real friend. That'll get to you, no matter who you are. Remember what I said about Berserk needing to come up with more interesting conflicts for his characters than just pure survival? This is exactly what I mean. The assassination plot was a huge mistake on Guts' part. He just did something evil, no two ways about it. He just killed a man and his young son. He killed foot soldiers working for the same nation he does. The story treats it as a very dark moment. Fuck's sake, the entire reason Griffith gets Guts to do the job is because it's so messed up he doesn't want the others to see him as a monster. So he went to the guy that's been a born and bred killer his entire life. And you want to know my favorite part about the whole thing too? Griffith might have been bullshitting about his speech. Now, does he actually hold some of these beliefs? Probably. He might really think everyone needs a purpose in life to truly be fulfilled. However, you gotta remember, Griffith is specifically talking to the Princess of Midland, the woman he's trying to win over and make fall in love with him. He doesn't know that Guts and Casca are there listening to him, so of course smooth talker romantic Griffith will come out, and he'll say things he might not actually mean for the sake of looking good. You can argue all you want about how much of a douchebag that makes him, talking as if he doesn't care about the friends literally willing to die for him, but the point is still there. And as we see throughout the story, Griffith truly does care about his friends, he super does. But Guts doesn't know this. He takes the words literally, probably because it already fuels his insecurities over his own existence and purpose in life. So from here, a chain reaction of events begin, one that causes shit to absolutely roll downhill. After the scene at the Primrose Hall, we move on to the beginning of the next military campaign. Griffith runs into Minister Foss and they discuss the very strange and untimely death of Count Julius and his son, which is weird, since now Griffith and the Band of the Hawk are the only recognizable army in the entire nation. And even weirder, Minister Foss heard a rumor that the guy that took aim at Princess Charlotte was actually trying to kill Griffith. Griffith says that's fake news and goes to leave. Foss, immediately telling that Griffith totally murdered a child, starts panicking that his involvement in the assassination attempt would be uncovered, but ultimately thinks that he's safe from any consequences. Then he spots Griffith staring at him from across the hall, in a look that can only be described as talk shit, get hit, motherfucker. Princess Charlotte now has an obvious crush on Griffith, even giving him a trinket to use as a good luck charm. This pisses off the Queen of Midland, who sees Griffith as just commoner scum. She's got a point too, and no, I'm not just simping for her because the elitist nobility waifus are top tier. All I'm saying is I'd buy her bathwater. This video is going on so long my brains are hurting. I still have so much to go through. The shadow people came back. Anyway, the next campaign begins. Casca looks like she's dealing with some discomfort, and they move on to fight the bad men, meeting Tudor mercenaries and soldiers in a battlefield. There's a lot of killing and violence, just a lot of gore, and we see Casca having some trouble keeping up with everyone. Well, out of nowhere, this big fish-looking dude shows up to fight her. This is Adon, head of the Blue Whale Ultra Heavy Armored Fierce Assault Annihilation Night Corps, and he doesn't like the fact that Casca is a girl who can fight. He even outright says he wants to beat Casca in battle so he can capture her as a sex slave. Now, I appreciate the thinking, Adon, but there's a simple truth that the universe abides by. You gotta love a woman who can kick your ass. Casca's difficulties cause her to be driven back by Adon, who is a relentless fighter, but Guts comes in to save her. Despite being the head of the Blue Whale Ultra Heavy Armored Fierce Assault Annihilation Night Corps, Guts swiftly beats Adon, even cleaving off half his face with a single strike. Also, just a side note here, I absolutely love this moment in the 97 dub, mainly because they changed the script to make Guts sound downright mentally unstable.
Come on, let's fight! I need it. I have to fight until the voices stop. I want to fight until I remember nothing!
I didn't know that Guts heard voices in his head, but I guess that's a thing. Still, just as it looks like the battle is winding down and everyone is celebrating the victory, Casca passes out and falls over a cliff edge. her fever catching up to her, with Guts following after he is shot by a Dawn when he tried to pull her back from the edge. They fall into a river, Guts pulls himself and Casca out, and has to resort to performing CPR on Casca to save her from drowning. He sets up a small camp hidden under the stump of a tree, and Guts discovers Casca has been dealing with a heavy fever. He strips off both their clothes as they're soaked through completely, and he finds out what was causing Casca's sluggishness. She's on her period. Not even joking, that's literally what happened. I don't know if this is adherent to reality, ladies, I'm just a messenger here. The weather turned nasty since they fell, and it's raining heavily. On top of this, he can't make a campfire without risking enemy search parties finding them. So Guts does the only thing any chivalrous man would do in this situation. The two warm each other with their bodies. Kinda similar to how Casca warmed him after he nearly died when they first met. The next morning, Casca wakes up and finds herself in the cave. Guts tries to explain what happens to her, being as nonchalant and professional as he can, but Casca throws a tantrum, throwing things at Guts and even punching him in the face. Well, he freaks out as well, feeling as though Casca was completely ungrateful towards the fact that he just saved her damn life, and makes a few sexist remarks. Casca flashes back to her fight with the Dawn, who was trying to get in her head saying that she didn't deserve to be a leader, and probably fucked her way into the position to begin with, and completely breaks down in tears. She then tries to attack Guts, but her fever makes her pass out again. Like it or not, the two are stuck together until they can find their way back to the Band of the Hawk, and they use this downtime to get to know one another. As it turns out, Casca was a completely average village girl living in a border town on the outskirts of what we can assume is Midland. Her upbringing was rough. The land was barren and the taxes took what little they had. Casca was the youngest daughter of 6 children, and her family struggled to make ends meet in such a piss-poor situation. One day, Casca got the attention of a passing nobleman, who offered to hire her on as a maidservant for his castle. But as soon as they were in the carriage on the ride over, the nobleman tried to rape her. Casca ran from the guy, but he caught up to her and pinned her to the ground. Just as she was tragically accepting what was about to happen, Griffith arrived and sliced off his ear. To Casca, Griffith's arrival was true divine intervention. She even saw the man as an angel come to life, but then he threw his sword into the ground and told her to make a choice. Protect herself and pick up the weapon, or you know what else. There's a struggle for the blade, and the next thing she knows, the nobleman is impaled straight through the chest. Casca just killed a man for the first time in her life. This was her first experience meeting the Band of the Hawk, then just a collection of highwaymen that were robbing the nobleman when they arrived. She insists on coming along, but they brush her off as just a stupid girl. Still, Griffith accepts her offer, and ever since, she's stuck to him like glue, desperately believing her purpose in life was to serve the man that saved her. Some people might think Casca has been a completely unlikable bitch throughout the entire story so far. All she does is fight with Guts and act like a clingy asshole to Griffith. Well, now you know why. You might have also noticed a theme with this section where there's more of an emphasis on Casca as a character. I didn't tell you before, but that scene with Charlotte and Griffith where she gives him the trinket was told from Casca's perspective. She was watching the conversation and felt jealous at seeing it happen. To really drive the point home, this little collection of chapters is literally titled Casca. It's essentially a backstory dump for her, in a way of building up her character. Griffith too, in a way, since we see how life was like in the Band of the Hawk before Guts arrived, including an incident that happened which involved the Band of the Hawk working for a nobleman with some dark fucking tastes. To put it bluntly, the dude is a pedophile. He has child sex slaves working for him, and Casca even remarks that looking at them reminded her of what was going to happen before Griffith saved her. We also learned that a boy was killed among the Band of the Hawk during a battle. A young one, probably only 10 years old. He joined the Band of the Hawk to become a knight, and saw Griffith as a storybook hero brought to life. Griffith buries him with his favorite toy knight and blames himself for the death of a child. Some time passes, and Casca spots Griffith staring out the balcony of the bedchamber of the lord they were working for. She talks to Griffith the next morning about what happened, assuming she was misinterpreting things, but he confirms it. Griffith was offered a large sum of money to sleep with the pedophile noble, and he accepted it. At first, he's nonchalant about the ordeal, rationalizing that they need as much money as they can get their hands on, as costs would only grow with the size of the army, but then seems to snap when Casca suggests they could have just earned the money the slow way by winning fights. Griffith then proceeds to have a mental breakdown over the ordeal of ordering men into combat, specifically how he has to watch people die over and over again, showing that the boy's death from earlier really affected him. He says that's not the case, that he feels no remorse and that his men chose to fight, so it wasn't his fault they were dead. Still, he's cutting his own arms open with his nails as he talks. The way he saw it, he could give up his dignity for one night or potentially risk hundreds of more lives to earn the money. The answer was obvious in his eyes. To Casca, this was a moment that solidified Griffith's true nature for her. Griffith appears strong and charismatic, but the truth is he's exhausted and worn down by what he's doing, so she wants to stand by his side and help him with his burden. It's why she felt so insulted by how quickly Griffith latched onto Guts. The way she saw it, she was the one who knew the intimate details about Griffith, that he was putting on a brave face for everyone else. But he suddenly starts treating this complete stranger like he was a special key to everything. She even reveals that Griffith breaks from his cold exterior and gets emotionally invested when Guts is involved. So to her, when Guts runs off ahead without thinking, he's completely taking advantage of how much Griffith cares about his safety. Just as she breaks down in tears again, realizing that Griffith cares about him and not her, Guts notices that mercenaries hired by Shooter are looking for them. Specifically, Adon himself hired them. The two realize they can't stay there any longer and they move on to try to find their friends. Casca still has problems due to her period, but Guts intentionally pokes fun at her gender to motivate her out of spite. Just then, out of nowhere, they're surrounded by enemies. Adon and his men caught up to them. The two try and fend off the enemy mercenaries, but there's just way too many. Plus, Adon has his younger brother, an absolute unit with a huge flail mace, show up to attack the duo. Guts protects Casca from as much damage as he can take, despite revealing that his wound from the fall is still actively bleeding. Casca is torn apart over it, realizing that Guts is risking himself and getting hurt just to save her life, but Guts goes for a killing blow against the big guy to give her a chance to escape. In the chaos, after he splits the dude's head open, Guts intentionally gets their attention to create a distraction so Casca can get away, knowing she still isn't ready enough to fight. This is another iconic moment for Berserk, the 100-man fight. While Casca runs through the forest to find the Band of the Hawk, Guts is left alone with over 100 enemy mercenaries to kill by himself. At first, she refuses to leave, causing Guts to be wounded further after protecting her from arrows. But he finally gives her the boot in the ass necessary to get running, and here begins an absolute slaughter of a fight. Guts rips his way through the hordes of enemies while Casca runs for her life. She promises to bring help, but it's pretty clear Guts is screwed. Throughout the battle, he has some thinking to do. He thinks about his purpose, what led him to this exact situation, the fact an arrow just went through his left hand and it really fucking hurts, the usual. Guts now has to fight 100 mercenaries by himself with just a single hand. Fuck. Meanwhile, Casca fights off some stragglers that followed her. Because she's still weak, they manage to pin her down and try to rape her, but at the last second she's saved by the rescue party Griffith sent for them. She desperately tries to explain what happened and bring everybody to help Guts, but when we come back to him, he is not in a good position. He's soaked in blood, having just killed 50 of the mercenaries sent after him, and all the thinking he once had is buried by pure adrenaline. He stops thinking entirely, doing nothing but swinging his sword. By the time the others find him, all they see is a pile of corpses. All 100 men are dead, and Guts is leaning against a tree unresponsive. At first, they're all convinced he's dead. There's no possible way a man could kill 100 enemy soldiers and live to tell the story. But when Casca goes to shake him, almost sobbing at the guilt she feels at leaving him behind, he starts to talk, joking that they'll make the wounds worse if they shake him. Turns out, he's alive, but critically wounded. They rush Guts back to camp and find that the guy is so fucked up he's probably not going to finish out the rest of the war, which Guts vehemently denies, stating that he's fine and can walk it all off. Still, regardless of his condition, he now goes down in history as the 100-man slayer. Everyone goes back to their duties. Casca spends some more time with her own soldiers, but can't stop thinking about how Guts risked his life to save hers. Judo then pulls her aside and gives her a special medicine he's been holding on to for a while, elf dust, something he got when he worked for a troupe of performers. Wait, that sounds kind of familiar. Anyway, Casca goes and tries to give Guts the medicine, but instead of resting in his tent, she finds him sitting on a hilltop. You know the drill by now, this is a big moment. As Casca applies the special medicine from Judo, she tries to talk to Guts about what just happened, and wants to find out why he was so willing to risk his life to save hers. Truth is, he doesn't know why he did it, he just did. In fact, he views what he just did as completely pointless, at least compared to what Casca and Griffith are doing. They have a purpose in life, something they're fighting for and trying to achieve. Guts doesn't have that, so to him it didn't matter if he killed 100 men or 1,000. In the end, what was the point? And strangely, Guts begins talking about how each of the men under his command have their own purpose in life, something they joined the Band of the Hawk to fulfill. Gaston wants to start a clothing shop, a friend named Nikolai wants to marry a woman, and so on. He just talks about how each person in the Band of the Hawk combined their dreams together into one singular purpose, to help Griffith. Casca describes it as a bonfire of dreams, but Guts admits his flame isn't there. He was simply enjoying the warmth. As much as he loved being with the Band of the Hawk, Guts never had a luxury of knowing what it was like to choose something for himself. He's always just survived, and left his purpose up to whoever was commanding him. For the first time in his life, Guts expresses an interest in truly earning something for himself. Casca recognizes the talk as an admission that he wants to leave, though he promises to stay to the end of the campaign. Before they could discuss any further, Griffith arrives from a meeting, having just abandoned the talks altogether when he learned Casca and Guts were back. Casca tries to blame herself for what happened, but Guts smacks her ass and she coincidentally snaps out of the bad mood she was in. Nice. Instead, everyone simply decides to enjoy themselves for the evening. Thankful everyone came back safe, though Casca can't help but think about what Guts said about leaving the Band of the Hawk. And so ends a very touching moment between Guts and Casca. Man, I wonder if a certain adaptation would be stupid enough to cut out a lot of the details that make this segment so appealing to people. Like, we don't see Casca reveal her childhood, or the story with the noble, which is the first actual moment we see her vulnerable in front of Guts, or that part where Guts protects her from the big dude with the flail mace, where she realizes that he is protecting her while risking his own life. Yeah, I mean, a lot of character stuff, you know, would be a shame to get rid of it. You know, and also the scene where Guts is returned to camp injured, where Casca shows a visible concern for his health and feels guilty he nearly died to save her. Don't even need to mention the Bonfire Dream speech, the first time Guts and Casca have a pleasant conversation and she realizes that Guts is more than just a violent brute. And, you know, he admits he wants to leave the Band of the Hawk, which is actually extremely important story-wise. Just saying, the sequence of events are kind of key to keep in if we're gonna adapt the series, because Guts and Casca's relationship is the most important part of Berserk. It would sort of kneecap their development and make everything feel a lot more rushed. Moving on. Okay, now we have the Battle of Doldry. The next part of the campaign involves capturing a fortress that was a legendary outpost for Midland for centuries, said to be completely impregnable, until Tudor took it 100 years prior and now is the key base of operations to invade the rest of Midland. If they can take Doldry, the war is over. The problem is that its walls are higher and thicker than most other forts, so no busting a hole in and charging through. Plus, the back of the fort is against a cliff wall, and the only way to place the army is in front. It's a clear basin with a clear view for the guys in the fortress, but it's currently being guarded by the Holy Purple Rhino Knights, the elite Tudor soldiers. The reason Midland is even trying an attack is because a 1 in 1,000 chance popped up. Tudor is dealing with political issues, so the main army is away from Doldry. The Rhino guys are there, but that's about it, so they need to strike hard and fast to take the fortress before the main army from Tudor comes and kills everybody. Griffith volunteers for the job, which everyone thinks is pure braggadocious ego, but he seems completely matter-of-fact about the situation. Even the rest of the Band of the Hawk seem calm, downright in high spirits. Well, Casca knows something they don't. Remember that pedophile noble from the Casca flashback? That one Griffith fucked for money? He's in command of Doldry. Governor General Gannon, Supreme Commander of the Tudor Empire's northern battlefront. Griffith looks calm and collected, but all the while he is seething in unspeakable rage. Oh, and Adon is back in Tudor. He's stuck in Doldry as a guard, which, yeah, he deserves. This new guy, Boscawen, is way cooler anyway. Too bad he works for a sex weirdo that requests Griffith be taken alive. Gross. Anyway, the battle begins. Griffith is only using the Band of the Hawk, so like 5,000 guys, against 30,000. He also puts his army with their backs to a river, meaning they can't even run if things go south. They're dead. They're gonna die. The battle begins and everyone fights really hard, charging ahead meeting the enemy head on. Guts kills as many of the purple Rhino Knights as he can get his hands on, and Boscawen is shocked at how brute force the strategy is. He's convinced there's something else under his sleeve, especially when everyone goes to retreat, so he just wants to kill him and cut the head off the snake. However, the pedophile Gannon is pissed off about that, so he takes direct control of the battle, ordering the main army to chase after them when Boscawen demanded they stay put. Now that the main army is chasing out after Griffith booty, Casca and her guys slip into the fort using the dust storm as cover. This is another thing the movie does differently, like completely so. In the second movie, they captured Adon and snuck into Doldry pretending to be his soldiers, and then he betrays them and reveals he still had men in the fort. While in the manga, they literally just run in while no one was looking because of a dust storm. Sort of a weird change, but fuck it. Anyway, Casca and her guys fight Adon in the fortress. At the same time, Guts is fighting Bascon. There's a lot of fighting, so much fighting. That guy's fighting, that kid's fighting, everyone fights. Eventually, Casca gets hit with a poison bolt from Adon, which is coated in a slow-acting tranquilizer. Guts breaks his sword fighting Bascon, now left with pretty much just a dagger and that's about it, and the Band of the Hawk is pushed back to the river. Oh god, it all went so wrong. Except Casca slashes Adon's head in two, thus taking the fortress, and Nosferatu Zod himself throws his sword for Guts to use, which he uses to dislocate Bascon's head from his shoulders, along with his horse. And that's it. The battle's over. They won, and now they get to hunt down whoever is left. Hooray, the day is saved! They won! And Griffith even got to kill that pedophile guy who raped him. This is the best Christmas ever. You also have this nice moment where Guts goes to talk to Casca over the victory. She's doing her usual thing of swooning over Griffith in the distance, and Guts picks her up bridal style over to him, simply so she can have a moment with her personal hero. This man embodies old school romantic. Take notes, kids. Once again, this part isn't in the movie, which is disappointing. The only reason I'm even bringing the movie up now is because this is the part of Golden Age that really ramps up the relationship between Guts and Casca. There's a lot of intimate moments with the two that the trilogy neglected to show, even more than the stuff with the 100-man fight. I guess the movies were trying to be more subtle, but I really don't see the point. In the manga, it is far more obvious, for the better in my opinion. It's not like the emotional moments were done poorly, they're nice breaks away from the carnage, and the actual connection between Guts and Casca feels authentic and nice, since it gets even more blatant after Doldry. Everybody returns from the war as big, grand war heroes, but once again, there is some political conspiracy stuff boiling under the surface, led by Minister Foss and the Queen of Midland herself. Yeah, remember Julius? She was fucking him, so she has a grudge against Griffith, since it's kind of an open secret who actually made the order to assassinate Julius and Adonis, and they plan on giving him poison at a special party in his honor. But our heroes are blissfully unaware of the danger, instead simply enjoying their newfound glory and fame as legendary warriors. They get an entire parade too, where our sneaky nobles are watching, being conniving, up until Minister Foss gets a letter that scares the absolute shit out of him and he rushes out. We cut to the party, and everything is still jolly. The lads all flirt with cutie noblewomen, but Guts gets uncomfortable and leaves, with Corcus calling him a faggot. We then cut to these two random noble guys. Well, I say that, but they actually showed up right before the Battle of Doldry, Sir Owen and Sir Laban. They seem cool. I like that guy's beard, and they seem to like Griffith, so that's cool. As Guts is sitting alone away from the rest of the nobles, he notices Casca running up to him, saying she needs to act as if they were together, so the other nobles kinda stay away. But Guts is stunned by the fact she's actually in a dress. There's a fun little moment where she elbows him for spacing out, and the two go outside to be by themselves, away from the gossip. The two actually have a good time talking to each other, and all around seem like they're actually friends now. Character development, people. Gotta love it. But then the inevitable comes up. Guts is still leaving the Band of the Hawk. He's just sticking around to celebrate one last time with everyone. Casca notices the King of Midland himself is about to make an announcement, and Guts tells her to go on inside without him. He's got no interest in listening to whatever he's got to say. Well, that's what he says, but it's made clear something else is about to go down. The king gives a speech about how the war is finally over. They can all rebuild. Basic congratulatory stuff. But he adds another detail at the end. The Band of the Hawk are now officially a part of the Midland military. Griffith is now the White Phoenix General, and all of the commanders to the army are raised up to nobility. A real happy ending. Everyone is a noble. And just as they're celebrating with a toast, Griffith collapses to the ground, supposedly having just been poisoned. Complete panic breaks out and nobody has any clue what to do. All we do know is Guts disappeared without a trace. We see the servant that gave Griffith his drink riding out from the castle, thinking about how he just made a fortune doing a single job, compared to 10 years of honest work. Then Guts shows up in a sick as fuck outfit and takes the dude's head off. The nobles responsible for the conspiracy all meet together discussing their apparent victory. The queen herself seems content with her revenge, and they all seem confident that every loose end is dealt with. The only one that seems uncomfortable is Minister Foss, who steps out claiming to be checking on the situation in the banquet hall. But then smoke starts filling the room, and the door is locked. Well, when they try to bust down the door, fire pours into the room. The queen runs to the window and sees Griffith staring right at her. He was never poisoned. Turns out Griffith had a separate conspiracy from theirs, specifically about sabotaging their plans. He didn't drink poison, it was a tranquilizer, and he hired a doctor to claim he died. Also, he could gather all the conspirators in one room and kill them all in one move. They all burn to death, the Queen included, and we find out Mr. Foss was in league with Griffith because the dude kidnapped his fucking daughter. God damn. The kidnappers Griffith hired talk about eventually blackmailing him with what he did, but as if on cue, Guts shows up and kills them all. Yep, it's another case of Guts and Griffith making a secret, kinda fucked up and evil plan involving assassinating nobles. There's a cool bro moment where Guts and Griffith talk about what they just did, and Griffith even apologizes for having Guts do all the heavy lifting, but they both laugh it off and go back to the banquet party. Everyone is relieved to see Griffith alive, and now it's a happy ending. They even covered up the murder of the Queen. There's no negative consequences. And before you ask, no, this segment was not in the movie. In fact, the next several segments are not in the movie. 97 anime has all this covered, but the movie trilogy didn't. I don't even need to explain why that's a bad thing, since we're losing out on chances for characters like Guts and Casca to connect, also Griffith and Guts, and we see the payoff with Minister Foss's whole thing, also with the Queen. Berserk is good when more is there, not less. Give people more. People like the more. Now, it's all come to this. Guts gathers his things together and sneaks away in the night. Casca sees him and rushes out to talk him out of leaving, but his mind is made up. Corcus and Judo find them as well, and the two men decide to take Guts to a tavern to sit down and try to convince him to stay in the Hawks. At first, Judo thinks Guts is upset about something, but he swears that's not the case. In fact, his time with the Hawks is the only time in his life where he's felt happy. Corcus snaps at Guts, going on a rant about how he's throwing away a chance at life that nobody else in the world gets to have. The guy is insulted at the very idea that Guts is just gonna walk away from something he's fought his entire life to get, then mocks him for just being a bloodthirsty idiot that only knows how to kill. This is where Guts launches into a very revealing speech. Guts admits that all he knows how to do is fight and kill. He was raised as a mercenary from birth, so he's never needed to think about what he really wanted. The most he needed was a figure to look up to, but meeting Griffith changed things. For the first time, Guts realized how much he wanted to be Griffith's friend and not just a subordinate. Corcus once again insults him, calling him a selfish buffoon for thinking he could actually be his friend when the guy is basically a living historical figure. The way he sees it, they are just normal people that got to work with somebody blessed to be important. So Guts is just completely misguided in thinking he'll ever be able to be considered the same as Griffith. He storms out and Judo reveals that Corcus used to run a band of thieves that Griffith beat and absorbed into his army. So yeah, he is a literal case of a normal guy that got to be with somebody important. Judo is a jack of all trades who's sort of good at everything, but he'll never be the best at something. So instead, he decided to work with a guy who is the best. These guys know they will never make their dreams come true. They're not special, but they can still get somewhere in life by helping somebody else get theirs. Still, Judo knows he can't convince Guts to stay, so he walks with him to see him off, and they get to talking about Casca. He suggests that Guts try and be with her, revealing the obvious. Casca has zero chance with Griffith. His eyes are purely on the throne of Midland, meaning the princess is who he's aiming for. Well, Guts admits he respects Casca, and even sees her as a valued comrade. He also reveals that since she's so focused on Griffith, Guts doesn't see himself as somebody worthy of her attention. Instead, he'll focus on what he wants to do before anything else. So it's sort of a weird love triangle of everyone looking at everyone else while still secretly liking each other. Griffith wants Charlotte, Casca wants Griffith, Guts wants Casca. Just as Judo and Guts are about to part ways, he sees the rest of his friends waiting for him on the hill above, including Griffith. They insist that Guts needs to stay with everyone, but he's not budging, and that's when Griffith pulls out his sword. The way he sees it, if Guts wants to leave, he needs to go out the exact way he came in, beat Griffith at a duel. Casca freaks out and begs the two to stop and talk about things, but the rest understand what needs to happen. They need to fight one another. While Griffith is the same prodigy at combat he always was, Guts is different. The guy has been through enough near-death experiences and battles that he is a significantly stronger fighter. Before, when they first met, Griffith could beat Guts without even trying. Now they're on equal ground, and everyone knows it. There's a shitload of build-up to the duel. Guts and Griffith stand off while the rest of them watch. Guts still seems determined to leave, but he's completely cool and collected, a stark contrast to his usual self. Casca is worried about Guts beating Griffith, but she realizes it's from the point of view that she wants him to stay in the Hawks, and it's the first major sign that their relationship is a lot deeper than just friends now. And Griffith is completely fucked in the head. He's insulted by the idea that Guts wants to leave, panicking he could accidentally kill him in the duel, and sort of accepting that if Guts dies, he can live with it. If he can't have him, nobody can. The fight begins, and it ends in one strike. Guts, in a single swing, breaks Griffith's sword and stops him in his tracks. His blade inches from Griffith's shoulder. The guy won. Absolutely. Griffith collapses to the ground, destroyed from his first actual defeat, and the others run to comfort him. Well, Guts does exactly what he said he would. He walks away, content with the idea that he never really mattered to Griffith, and the guy will pick himself up and move on without him. There's a lot to say about this fight, but it also kind of spells a lot of the details out plainly. Now, obviously, this is kind of a major moment to the story. Guts beat Griffith and left the Band of the Hawk. That is extreme compared to how much fun he was having with everyone else before. And once again, this all comes from the fact he heard Griffith say that someone who can actually be his friend needed to stand next to him and not rely on him to give him a purpose. So if you remember my little interpretation from before, where I said Griffith might have been bullshitting about the whole thing, it makes the whole situation all that more tragic. Guts was absolutely convinced he needed to leave in order for Griffith to be his friend, not realizing that the dude already considered him his best friend, and now he just beat him in a duel. The first time Griffith ever truly felt defeated at something, and so begins a tragic chain of events that will come to haunt everybody. We cut to some time later, and Guts is camping alone at night. He's anxious, thinking about how he's never really camped by himself when he was with the Band of the Hawk, and his thoughts shift to how much he loved his time with them, even regretting that he left, thinking his purpose was probably with the Band of the Hawk. He threw something away he could never really get back, and only realized it long after the fact. Still, he made his choice, and surely that scary Shadow Man agrees with him. Wait, yep, this is the introduction to a major character. The mysterious Skull Knight, an undead warrior in skeletal armor that comes to give Guts a cryptic warning, just like Nosferatu Zod. But instead of being outwardly hostile, Skull Knight is specifically trying to give Guts advice to survive something big that's coming. He doesn't get into specifics. He only says that in a single year, a storm of death will consume him and everyone he cares about. So if he wants to stay alive, he has to struggle as hard as possible. No clue what any of that means, and he leaves before he says exactly what the threat is. Still, it's a warning he needs to listen to. We cut to the chambers of Princess Charlotte, who looks out her window and sees Griffith looking at her from a tree. She lets him into her room, hugging him and talking about how she was scared he died in the war, and also how he seemingly died at the victory ball in his honor. But after she passed out and woke up, it was their stepmom, the Queen, who actually got murdered, which is a weird coincidence. Still, Griffith kisses her, and then they start having sex, and then everything starts to go wrong. Meanwhile, Casca goes to Guts' old room and hugs his broken sword, pretty much confirming entirely she has some feelings for the guy. There's sort of a weird parallel going on between Guts and Casca and Griffith and Charlotte. Essentially, you have a relationship built on lies and deceit, where Griffith has been manipulating the princess and never really letting his true nature come through to her. He sees her as an objective to complete, not an actual partner to be with. Meanwhile, Guts and Casca's relationship is genuine. They can't be anything but honest with each other, and even though they started off hating one another, the connection between the two built up. There's trust between them. They let the other see their vulnerabilities, and that's where the sad irony comes in. Griffith easily won over the princess and got what he wanted, even though everything was built on a lie. The dude killed her uncle, cousin, and stepmom to further his own political career. On the other hand, Guts and Casca do have something together. It took a while, but once they really understood the other as people, they realized how much they care. Hell, Guts fully admits he's interested in Casca, but thinks he's not worth being with her until he's as good as Griffith. And at this point, Casca couldn't be more obvious about how much she cares about Guts. The two could be really happy together, but now they're separated and it's pretty much dead before it started. So you have the real, intimate, and emotional connection doomed to sputter out and die, and the fake one purely built off of deceit and manipulation seems to be going full steam ahead. And if you don't believe me that Griffith doesn't really care about Charlotte, the entire time they're having sex, all he's thinking about is Guts. No, I'm not kidding. This actually leads into a topic that some people like to think about. What exactly is Griffith? I mean, we know he's a man, he grew up as a commoner, and he raised an army to become a king, but who is the real Griffith? How much of the guy is a facade? We like to think he showed his vulnerabilities to Guts and Casca, and it definitely seems so considering some of the circumstances, such as his breakdown after the deal with Genin. But you still have to consider this. Griffith is a silver-tongued son of a bitch. He knows exactly what to say to win somebody over, and if he can't do that, he'll just kill them. The only time I'd argue we'd ever really seen the real Griffith is here, the scene at the river, and at the duel with Guts. There we see the mask fall off and the guy's true nature comes out. He's clingy and a complete control freak. Dude does not take rejection well whatsoever. Griffith needs to be in charge of everything he sees, and he will shift his personality with a situation to get what he wants. He can make a grizzled mercenary happy along with a prissy noble. The dude is a serpent personality-wise. He is whatever he needs to be in order to win. It's to the point that some people downright question Griffith's sexuality. This isn't the typical Twitter thing of this character looked at another character of the same gender once so they must be gay. No, there might actually be something to the idea. The entire time Griffith is sleeping with Charlotte, he can't stop thinking about Guts. The very idea he would leave the Band of the Hawk leave him is something that completely breaks Griffith emotionally. Now you might say, well, he slept with Charlotte, so how would he be gay? Remember that other time Griffith had sex with somebody he didn't really want to in order to further his own agenda? Hell, after he finishes his business with the princess, the dude breaks down in tears, in a manner very, very similar to how he reacted after the deal with Genin. He didn't enjoy sleeping with Charlotte. He wasn't being intimate with a woman he cares about, he was sealing a deal. Griffith is an enigma as a person, and seeing the actual man underneath is near impossible. Am I personally saying Griffith is gay? No, I don't think he is. I'm just explaining the logic behind people that do. It's not that much of a reach if you personally want to believe it. Well, as Griffith goes to leave the princess's bedchambers, he is surrounded by guards and arrested. Turns out, a maid saw them do the dirty, and the king is pissed. To the point, Griffith is tied up and tortured by the guy. Come on, man, Griffith would make a cool son-in-law. All he did was murder your brother, your nephew, your second wife, a bunch of nobles. He fucked your daughter, was probably gonna kill you so he can take the throne. Nah, you know what, Griffith deserved this, he earned this. But as it turns out, the king isn't just a protective father doing what most would do to the boy who fucked their daughter. He's, got other intentions. The king wanted to sleep with his own daughter. This entire time, while the king could have easily married her off to end the war years beforehand, he sheltered her from everything. Not because he cared about her or her happiness, because he wanted her to have nobody but him. And since Griffith called him out on it, finally realizing what the deal was, the king sentences him to be gruesomely tortured, with the only concession being he is not allowed to die. In case you were wondering if Griffith was just bullshitting about the incest thing to fuck with the king's head, nope, you get a scene that confirms it. He started off kind of cool, but quickly showed that Midland is basically just the Alabama of this world. To top things off, the Band of the Hawk are now considered traitors to the country and ambushed by the Midland Army. This went south really fast. Oh, and the worst part of it all, the torturer drops the necklace Griffith always wore down the sewer. What an asshole. Man, Guts got out when the getting was good, because while his friends are now considered enemies of the state and viciously hunted down like dogs, Griffith is tortured by a fat midget, and the King of Midland is exposed as a creepy sex weirdo desperate to make them all suffer. Guts is at a tournament partying. For clarification, it's like a year later. This is where we meet Salat, the first character to introduce the nation of the Kushan Empire, which comes into play down the line. For now, all you need to know is that Salat is a martial artist based off medieval India, Arabia, Middle Eastern culture at large. And he is a damn good fighter, even cutting this jobber dude's sword in half with his weird gauntlet things. Salat is all about speed and agility, with a focus on hand-to-hand fighting, so the other fighters who are used to traditional sword combat can't keep up. Just as everybody declares Salat the victor, Guts shows up. The two fight, and much to Salat's surprise, he keeps up with his pace. Still, Salat seems to have him pinned and goes for a killing blow, and then Guts sends the guy flying by using a sword as a baseball bat. Guts is declared victorious, and the nobleman hosting the festival reveals the true intention behind it all. The goal was to find strong warriors willing to rally together for a bandit hunt in the noble's territory, but Guts isn't interested. He just wants to fight people for now. The noble tries to sway Guts into helping by saying the boss of the bandits is super strong, even though she's a woman. Apparently the bandits were some mercenary group that fought in the 100-Year War, but then the government turned on them after some stuff happened. Now they're led by a woman warrior named Casca. That sounds really familiar for some reason. Yep, turns out that the Band of the Hawk are still being hunted a full year after the king's betrayal, and Guts is just now finding out what's going on. Casca survived the ambush from the Midland Army, and is now leading what's left of the Hawks. Everyone is tired, wounded, and just defeated by the whole ordeal. Now you might be asking, why don't they just run off to a new country and restart their lives in relative safety? Someplace like Judah, or any other region far away from Midland's reach? And the truth is, they want to do that, but first, they want to rescue Griffith from his torture. They even discover where he's being held, Judo is trying to get Casca to rest, knowing that she's practically about to collapse from trying to hold everyone together, but she's still too wired. Rickert even comments that she hasn't slept period for a long stretch of time. Oh yeah, just for clarification's sake, all the commanders are still going as well. Corcus, Pippin, Judo, Rickert, yeah, anybody that's a significant figure survived the ambush. And just as everyone marinates in how shitty their situation has become, the camp is attacked by a raiding party, led by Salat. Casca rallies everyone together to fight off the invaders, but Salat corners her into a duel. To her credit, she tries to stand her ground against the guy, but in the end he has her pinned. Everyone else is too consumed in the melee to come and save her, and Salat gives her a choice: surrender now or lose her head. As Salat gives her to a count of 3, he's suddenly kicked in the back of the head, launched off Casca and catching everyone's attention. It's Guts. Yep, he's back. I guess he joined with the raiders to find where the Band of the Hawk were at, and now he's being a cool guy and saving the day, yeah. Casca gets up to finish the rest of the attackers with everybody else, while Guts and Salat have a rematch. There's some crazy bullshit since Salat really likes his gimmick weapons, but in the end he gets his ass kicked once again. The battle is won, and Salat retreats with what's left of his guys. Everyone crowds around Guts, celebrating his return and just the fact they survived the attack. They move camp, and Guts is filled in on what exactly happened a year ago when he left. The Band of the Hawk is now barely a fifth of what it was, and Casca is the only one keeping even that much together. She was the only one to rally a counterattack against the ambush and broke through the Midland Army, even though she was shot with 5 arrows. Since then, they've all accepted Casca as the de facto leader as they work to rescue Griffith from his torture. Rickert wants to know how Guts never found out about everything that went down, and it's revealed that he was busy training in the mountains for a year, practically cut off from the rest of the world. In the end, Guts never really found out what his purpose was, but he simply decided that fighting and being a warrior is all he needs. Things seem jolly, and Guts finds out that Gaston is still with the Hawks and his raiders are all happy to see him back. Then Judo tells Guts about what happened the night after the Midland Army attacked them. Casca nearly died from her wounds, being in a coma for 3 days and nights. She had nightmares and kept calling out for Griffith. And Guts. So Judo not so subtly suggests that he go talk to her about things. Afterwards, Casca herself asks Guts to come with her to a private spot to talk. Now that they're alone, Casca tries to kill him. Full-blown tries to murder him, and then goes on a long, screamy rant about how it's basically all Guts' fault that everything happened, confirming that him leaving is what led Griffith to do whatever he did to cause it all to collapse. The revelation causes Guts to freeze in place, and Casca actually ends up stabbing him, and despite her trying to pull the sword out, immediately regretting what she just did, Guts holds the sword in place. He's got his hand on the blade and is not budging. Casca is begging him to let go, but Guts seems completely zoned out in space, simply saying that he did what Griffith would have done. He just wanted to do his own thing. Well, Casca finally snaps some sense into Guts, but now it's her turn to fall apart. Remember back when Judo said that Casca could never beat Griffith because he needs to be with the princess to become king? Yeah, she knew. She was very aware, in fact. But she held on to the belief that so long as she could be important to Griffith, that would be good enough. So when Guts came barging into her life and just left without a second thought, it once again told her her purpose in life died. Guts was the one Griffith cared about, not her. She was his second in command, but was never important. And now that her life is all about holding what's left of Griffith's life together, she can't take it anymore. So she tries to kill herself by falling off the cliff. However, Guts catches her, leaping forward without a second thought even though she just stabbed him. And here's where all of the buildup has been leading up to. Even though Casca admits she hates Guts for ruining her life and blames him for everything that's happened, Guts still jumped to catch her without any hesitation. The very idea pushes her further past her breaking point, now remorseful of how Guts is always getting hurt because of her, and she starts openly crying in front of him. The final walls between the two fall down. She goes for a hug, and then they kiss. The two finally admit their feelings for each other, and so begins another pretty stellar moment for the story. It's a sex scene, yes, but the focus is not on the nudity or any attempt at titillation. Instead, the two share a very intimate moment together. This is what I mean by the parallel between Guts and Casca and Griffith and Charlotte. Griffith's sex scene with Charlotte is devoid of any emotion. They never talk to each other, it's just a physical event. and Griffith was a million miles away thinking of something completely different. Guts and Casca talk plenty during this entire segment. Casca says she feels ashamed of her scars since she's still a woman, basically admitting she doesn't feel pretty because of them, but Guts comforts her, saying she's still like a woman and that the scars are proof she's a good leader. Not only that, but Guts says that he specifically wants to give Casca a moment where she isn't worried about all the death and tragedy, to give her a moment to feel alive. And once things start going, it all comes to a screeching halt, because Guts starts hallucinating, seeing a bound and traumatized version of himself in her place. You thought the story just forgot about Donovan, didn't you? Yeah, Guts has a full-blown PTSD episode over his childhood, and starts choking Casca. He just barely manages to let her go, and Casca has no clue what just went down. And Guts isn't out of the woods yet, he's still deep inside of his PTSD attack. Well, he starts talking, and reveals some very intimate details about himself he's never told anyone. It all comes spilling out. His childhood, how Donovan raped him, Gambino's murder. Guts can't hold it in anymore. All the trauma he's pent up comes surging out to the surface. Even with Guts trying to bring himself back together, going so far as to being willing to just end things right there with Casca and pretending it never happened, he can't get his emotions in order. He can't stop thinking about how he's killed so many people. Yet the only one he truly ever feels guilty about is Gambino. He finally admits to somebody that he basically killed his father. And since Casca decides that since she's exposed all her vulnerabilities to Guts first, they're kind of even now. So she considers that maybe her purpose in life is to be with Guts, to help him with his troubles as he helped her. So now the two are officially together, and Guts goes as far as saying that even when he had his troubles with people touching him, he never had a problem when Casca did it. Casca tries to talk Guts into staying with the Band of the Hawk after they rescue Griffith, but he shoots her down. He chose his path and wants to stick to it. Here, Guts tells Casca what he's actually been doing for the past year. While he was training up in the mountains, he stayed with a blacksmith named Godo and his daughter, Erica. Guts asks Godo why he decided to become a blacksmith, and the old man admits he never really had a choice in the matter. He was being trained as a blacksmith since he was a kid, and never really thought about doing anything else. Before he even realized if he liked it or not, Godo was so focused on being better at his craft that he never considered other options. This speaks to Guts. His entire life, Guts has only really known how to fight people, to kill enemies. His sword is like a part of his body he can't let go. So finally, for once in his life, Guts seems to have finally found his dream. He wants to become a better swordsman, to fight as many strong enemies as he can. He might still have battles if he stayed with the Band of the Hawk, but he wants battles that really test him as a warrior. So as much as he wants to stay, Guts makes it clear he's going to leave when it's all over. Though he does suggest Casca could come with them, and she's actually receptive to the idea. It's looking like when Griffith is saved, Guts and Casca will run away from the Hawks and start a life of their own together. A true, happy ending. What in God's name is that snake thing? So a lot just happened here with this part. A, you have Guts and Casca officially becoming romantically involved with each other, and Guts reveals the very, very dark childhood he had. And on top of that, you just have kind of an update with the Band of the Hawk and everything they went through. Obviously, you can argue it feels a bit rushed considering you had, 2 chapters with Guts not being part of the Band of the Hawk, and then he's suddenly part of the Band of the Hawk again. I get it if some people are like, well, that kind of doesn't have as much impact as I would have wanted, but, you know, fuck it. Still, I love this part, mainly because of that scene with Guts and Casca in the woods. It's still probably down as one of my all-time favorite character moments, period. It is an absolute whirlwind of different emotions all at once. You do feel happy that they're finally together as a couple, but then you see that Guts is a lot more of a fuck-up of a person than you ever realized. Sure, he's a big brute that can fight 100 guys at once and kill them without much effort, at least, you know, later on down the line. But the actual Guts, the one deep down, is absolutely broken. Mentally, he is falling apart, and he's barely holding himself together. It's really not an exaggeration to say how much Guts needs other people to physically save his life, because he will fall down into very bad paths if he's left by himself. He needs that positive influence, otherwise he can become a fucking monster, which we see later. And obviously I don't want to spoil too much, but there's a reason that happens. Still, I really like this part. Okay, so we're finally reaching the end game to the Golden Age arc. The Band of the Hawk are on their way to rescue Griffith from Wyndham, the capital of Midland. Specifically, he is held in an ancient prison built on the ruins of the old empire that was ruled by a badass warrior king, but then mysteriously vanished. Our party, consisting of Guts, Casca, Pippin, and Judo use a secret entrance and old graveyard to enter the city unnoticed, the location of which was given to them by a mysterious contact from within who wants to help them save Griffith. Guts and Casca have a spat where he doesn't like the idea of her coming along due to the risks, and she argues back that she's better than most everybody else in the Hawks, kinda making it obvious that their new romantic relationship is starting to cloud their judgment a little bit. Still, they decide to put the issue on hold, and Casca even outright says with the two of them together they can watch each other's backs if anything goes wrong. So it's pretty clear they're not being 100% objective, and they both know that's going to cause problems. But at the same time, it's a lot easier to say you will shut out your emotions than actually doing it. Nevertheless, the argument ends and they all proceed through the sewers and meet up with their contact. Turns out, it was Princess Charlotte, who is still in love with Griffith and wants to save him. Her and her assistant lead the rescue party to the prison Griffith is being held in, the Tower of Rebirth, and they sneak their way inside. Well, right before they can enter the tower, Princess Charlotte demands to come along with them into the prison, much to everyone else's annoyance. Well, after they refuse to let her come along, she throws a tantrum bad enough that Casca simply cracks and says, yeah, fuck it, come on. This leads to another small bump in her and Guts' relationship, as she admits she felt sympathetic to Charlotte due to her own feelings for Griffith, which frustrates Guts and has him completely close off any more emotion. At this point, he's frustrated and just wants the whole thing over with. Back at the Hawks camp, Rickard is doing what he can to care for the wounded, he himself suffering from a broken arm. Even though most of the Hawks are severely injured, their morale is much higher than before, excited at the prospect of getting Griffith back to lead them. While Rickard is out fetching water, he sees a fairy dancing on the lake, then flying into the forest. He's stunned by the sight, and then hears screaming back from the camp. He assumes it's an enemy raid, but by the time he gets back, everyone simply vanished, leaving fire camp still lit, but no sign of them or any enemies. Then he sees a guy floating in the air. Oh, he's not floating, he's being eaten by a horrible slug monster. Wait, I know that guy. Yeah, it turns out the Count is here for a surprise cameo. Makes sense, this happens before Black Swordsman, and he's accompanied by the fairy Rickard saw earlier. She's actually more of a moth-human hybrid looking thing, so we now have a decent number of demons that have made appearances in this arc. Zod, the Moth Girl, the Snake Monster that is actually the Snake Lord from the very first chapter, and the Count. The supernatural elements have slowly bled into the story as this segment went along. You had Guts meeting the Skull Knight earlier, now this. And I didn't mention it at the time, but there was a part where Griffith himself experienced some spooky bullshit. He's lying in his cell in the Tower of Rebirth, a shell of his former self and tortured beyond recognition. Well, out of nowhere, this amorphous blob of fetus monsters came to talk to him, and the Godham themselves come and talk to Griffith, giving their own cryptic warning of what is about to come, simply saying they're kinsmen and are going to meet in a sacred place. Well, I'm not going to spoil what that means, but it does come into play. Back to current events, Rickard is absolutely screwed. He is surrounded by demons, because as it turns out, other bug monsters are piling all the dead bodies of the Hawks together into a big meatball. And just as they all rush out to get him, Skull Knight shows up. He stares the demons down and basically tells them to fuck off, even whipping out his sword. And the funny part is, it works. They leave after he says something about how they don't have enough time to play around. Rickard is saved. That's pretty awesome. Hopefully Skull Knight will be able to give him a ride to... He just left. So Rickard has a mental breakdown in the woods. Back in the Tower of Rebirth, the party make their way down to the lowest levels, where Griffith is supposedly being held. Along the way, Charlotte explains some lore about the prison and the old empire. 1,000 years ago, there were only city-states and tribes constantly warring with each other, a society only made up of warlords and their assorted factions. Well, out of nowhere, a warrior king raised an army large enough to conquer everyone. To the point, it's said that the old kingdom spanned the entire continent. No one knows who the king was or where he came from, only that he was called Supreme King Berserk. And another detail about him is that he always wore a skull helmet into battle. As it turns out, this is actually a popular fairy tale. Judo himself finishes the story by explaining how Berserk later forced the workers of his empire to build a massive capital city, essentially turning his people into slaves. The capital became a beacon for pleasure and culture, all while bleeding everyone else dry through taxes. But when the king grew too arrogant and sinful, God sent down 5 angels to burn it all to the ground, though some of the Hawks argue is actually 4 instead of 5. Despite the story being considered just a piece of fiction, Charlotte Charlotte insists that the city really did exist, and Midland was built right on top of the old ruins, which lay down at the bottom of the tower. They want to go down and try to research the ruins, but any team ever sent never came back, so it's still considered a mystery. As they're bantering back and forth over the validity of the story, Casca bumps her head and drops her torch down the hole, and we see some of the ruins that were talked about before. An obvious Roman-style aesthetic to it all, obviously pointing to the idea of this old kingdom being like ancient Rome and the collapse of which caused the current Dark Ages the story to take place in. But we see mummified corpses with a very familiar brand on them. So if you haven't been picking up on the implications yet, King Geyseric's kingdom was destroyed by the God Hand for whatever reason, and now he might be going around as an undead skeleton warrior kicking ass, like Conan the Barbarian if he became Skeletor, which, yeah, that sounds kinda awesome, not gonna lie. They finally reach the bottom of the pit, at the last room in the entire tower. Guts thinks he sees someone in the dark behind him, but they brush off the incident and enter the dungeon. It's dark, the air is stale, and it smells like pee. Just as they think the room is empty and it was the wrong cell, they spot Griffith, tortured beyond belief, the flesh of his back exposed. Guts and Judo rush to his aid, and the rest of the group are absolutely stunned at the sight, and the two remove his helmet. We're not shown what they see exactly, just that it was bad enough to make Guts scream at the rest of them to stay away. Along with the facial mutilation, his tendons on his limbs were cut, and his tongue was removed. Hell, the only way Guts was even able to recognize it was Griffith was through his eyes. Griffith wakes up, recognizes Guts, and struggles to get his crippled hand around his throat. He's probably still mad about the duel, but that was like a year ago, get over it. Just as the sorrow sinks in nice and heavy, the door slams shut. That shadow Guts saw earlier was actually the deformed midget torturer to the king, who gloats about how they're all trapped behind a heavy wooden door, so there's no possible way for them to escape. Now the guards are alerted, and he's the only man with the key. He then gloats about how much he loved torturing Griffith, flaying his skin, making him take baths in boiling water, even turning his tongue into a lucky charm. Everyone is stuck in an absolutely horrified silence. Everyone except Guts. Guts is thrown completely over the edge. He bursts through the door, impaling the torturer on his sword, and just for good measure, he uses his dagger to slice out his tongue before dropping him down the pit. The Midland army arrives, and so begins an absolute rampage. It's not even a fight. Guts slashes his way through everything that moves, sending limbs and blood flying all over the place. This moment is sort of the first actual rampage we see with Guts, character-wise. The first time he really rips through a horde of enemies like an animal. A 100-man fight was close, but that was him fighting to stay alive. This is the first sign of Black Swordsman Guts creeping out, where the guy is a complete hurricane of violence. Hell, it gets bad enough that the soldiers run backwards in absolute terror of the man. The rest of the party desperately tries to keep up with Guts, and we get this fun moment where it cuts to soldiers outside. They're the reinforcements waiting for word on what happened to the guys inside. The captain of the men is frustrated at the rumor of the 100-man slayer being a part of the infiltration party, insisting the story had to be exaggerated. It's impossible for one man to kill 100 trained soldiers. At most, he could have killed a dozen. This is interrupted by Guts exploding out the front door like a cannonball, dead bodies flying outside with him. He's perched on the ground and panting, scaring the fuck out of the soldiers that are still alive. They all recognize him as the 100-man slayer and proceed to panic. The captain grabs his weapon and swears Guts is vulnerable, panting due to exhaustion and unable to swing his sword anymore. He tries giving his soldiers a rousing speech. Guts lops the top of his head off, so hard his brain flies out and the rest of it is spinning in the air. And just as Casca and the rest of his friends arrive, he butchers the rest of the guards right in front of them. He wasn't panting in exhaustion, it was pure homicidal hate. With the path clear, they all make their way out of the city. It looks as if crossbowmen are about to fire, but they're killed by the king's personal escort. The king is substantially older looking, and more deranged than we last saw him. His hair is completely white and he's visibly shaking. He refuses to put Charlotte at any kind of risk, forbidding his troops from firing at the group due to the risk of them hitting the princess. In fact, He calls off his soldiers entirely. Instead, he sends for the Bakiraka, an elite clan of assassins from the Kushan Empire. Remember how dangerous Salat was? Yeah, there's 5 of him now. The king gives them very specific orders. Retrieve Princess Charlotte unharmed and kill Griffith by any means necessary. We cut back to the rescue party and they're in awe at the horror show Guts left behind. Piles of dead bodies, mutilated soldiers, all over the place. And at the end of the hall, Guts is gasping for breath, staring off into space while just clutching his sword. He looks completely insane, soaked head to toe in blood. Everyone just kind of watches him. Charlotte herself even admits that he scares the absolute shit out of her, but Casca approaches him and wipes off the blood. It seems to snap him out of his animalistic rage, and Griffith notices how close the two are. He just keeps staring at them. A lot of emphasis is put into it, so it's probably nothing to worry about. They go out through the same secret entrance they came in, unknowingly stalked by the Bakiraka. As they run through the sewers, Charlotte's assistant laments on losing her job at the castle, since they're now fugitives traveling with enemies of the state. All Charlotte can think about is how she's happy with Griffith no matter what, willing to throw away her old life completely, her servants, warm home, everything, just so she can nurse Griffith back to health if she can. Guts stops the group in the middle of the sewer, noticing something is wrong. They look up and find one of the Bakiraka assassins dangling from the top of the tunnel. Guts deflects the sudden ambush, and the assassin retreats further into the sewer. Just as the group is recovering from the ordeal, a second assassin jumps out of the sewer water with a trident. Casca blocks the strike and he swims away. During the downtime, Judo explains to the group the lore behind the Bakiraka, and a third one slips out from a small aqueduct and fires a blow dart at Griffith, but Charlotte lets herself be hit to save him. As the assassin tries to escape, Guts cleaves him in two. The first assassin reappears and calls a ceasefire, explaining that the princess was poisoned. She fell unconscious and will die without the antidote, which the Bakiraka have in their possession. So he offers a deal. Let them return Charlotte to the king in exchange that they swear safe passage to the princess and her assistant. Casca agrees to the deal, so Charlotte and her assistant are taken away by the female Bakiraka. As soon as they disappear from the sewer, the fighting continues. They were hired to kill them, which escalates when the final assassin makes an appearance, a large man capable of throwing javelins like a cannon. They're pinned by the onslaught until Judo comes up with an idea. Douse the lantern light, then have Pippin hit the brick wall as hard as possible. They extinguish the lantern and Judo starts throwing knives at the wall, making sparks bright enough to see in the dark. He spots the large Bakiraka and kills him with 2 knives to the throat. Judo gives the signal and the sparks from Pippin's strikes give away the location to the last 2 assassins, which are subsequently executed by Guts and Casca. So the Bakiraka are pretty much dead, and only took like 3 or 4 chapters. Man, for an assassin guild, these guys suck. Well, just as they're about to light the lantern again, they notice a strange smell in the air, which, I mean, it is a sewer. Still, Pippin recognizes the scent and demands they all keep the lantern off. In fact, he yells for them all just to start running for the exit. At the other end, the female Bakiraka is shown wearing a bandolier full of dust, or gunpowder, whichever. No clue what it is, and it doesn't matter. She ignites the dust by clacking her wrist rings together, and a pillar of fire starts chasing our heroes. They all run for their lives as the fire consumes everything. And just as all hope seems lost, Pippin breaks the roof of the tunnel open, giving the fire a path to escape out the top, saving their lives in the process. Turns out a similar incident happened when Pippin worked at a mine, though the only reason he was able to spot a sensitive area in the ceiling is because Griffith pointed out a space where moonlight came in. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief, finally safe from the onslaught, and we cut back to the female assassin getting executed by the king. He wasn't kidding about the whole "if you hurt the princess, I hurt you" rule. Even though they cured her and brought her back to him, the fact she was injured whatsoever was enough to send the king into a mad rage. Hell, the only reason he doesn't execute Charlotte's assistant is because the princess herself begs him not to. Wait, her name is Anna? I thought her name was Assistant. Anyway, Charlotte also begs the king to let Griffith be, saying all the torture he's been through is punishment enough. There's been an entire year of hell. Why can't he just let it go? Well, finally, after so long, the king finally seems to agree. He promises not to interfere anymore, to let the Band of the Hawk leave in peace. Nah, just kidding. He sends the Black Dog Knights after them. So this part is controversial among some circles. To date, it's never been covered in any adaptation to the series beyond the Berserk and the Band of the Hawk Musou game, and there's a large section of Berserk fans that consider it filler. The Black Dog Knights are a small band of criminals sanctioned by Midland to act as a raiding party. They're sent out to distant battlefields and do all manner of nasty things, killing innocent people, raping women. It's pretty much a death squad, and they're led by their leader, Wylad. Or Wild. Yeah, it turns out the original scan of Berserk I read when I first got through Golden Age misspelled Wild's name to Wylad, and I just never questioned it for like 8 years, despite multiple rereads using different scans. Of course, Berserk kinda has a running theme with weird names or pronunciation of names, so we'll get to that later. For now, I'm calling him Wylad because that's what I'm used to and it drives people nuts, which is funny to me. Anyway, Wylad is an apostle, a full-blown demon just like Zod and the Count. Like, he looks the part, having ape-like features and supernatural speed and strength. I mean, the dude's a full-blown demon and he is not afraid to flaunt it. Hell, the only reason he even commands the Black Dog Knights is because they're all scared shitless of the guy, and now he's being set loose against the Band of the Hawk. Speaking of which, our rescue party meets up with sympathetic farmers offering a wagon for travel. They don't believe Griffith is really a traitor and want to smuggle him out of Midland. There's a touching moment where the villagers all wish them farewell. Griffith even receives a bouquet of flowers from a fangirl and all seems happy. They ride away from Wyndham one last time, feeling nostalgic over all that's happened over the years. Then Wylad shows up, and then the unfortunates begin. Yep, he kills the whole family and rapes the daughter. They weren't kidding when they said the Black Dog Knights were fucking crazy. And the worst part of it all, he did it purely for fun. That's the most infamous part of Wylad. The guy is a complete sadist. He loves hurting people, to the point he'll gleefully throw a small child into a fire without a second thought. Hell, when the Band of the Hawk realize they're being chased, they see that happy family they just talked to were gored and turned into effigies that the Black Dog Knights are waving around in the air. The party tries to escape the pursuit by using traps set up along the way, but the distance is too close to risk not hitting themselves. So Guts and Pippin hang back to distract the enemy and buy them some time. Casca is terrified of the idea, remembering what happened during the 100-man fight, but Guts promises he'll run away if it gets ugly. They put the plan into action, but no matter how many soldiers Guts and Pippin kill, no matter how brutal they are at it, they refuse to let up. As it turns out, there's only one motivation with these guys: pure fear. Fear of Wylad. And once Guts notices him, Wylad throws one of the effigies straight at him. This one being the torn apart torso of the girl that handed Griffith flowers. Wylad approaches Guts and demands a duel, impressed by his abilities. Seemingly enraged by the murder of the family, Guts agrees and they fight. Well, it's more accurate to say Guts takes a swing and Wylad immediately grabs his hands, stopping all momentum at once. He even goes so far as to inspect his sword and mock Guts to his face. Wylad starts crushing his hands as Casca prepares to explode the bridge, using one of the traps they set up earlier. The only thing that saves Guts is Pippin rushing in to help him, since Wylad had to release his hands to dodge the attacks. Guts realizes he knows exactly what Wylad is: memories of Zod and Skull Knight in his head. Yep, he's not human, just like them. Casca finally gives the signal so Guts and Pippin retreat as Casca lights the fuse. But instead of being afraid, Wylad is downright excited at the prospect. They all push forward despite knowing the trap, and a large section of Black Dog Knights are killed in the explosion. Except Wylad. He goes through completely unscathed. Some of his men point out that there are more traps along the way, and it seems morale among the Black Dogs cratered after the explosion. Wylad makes an example of one of his guys by crushing his skull with his fingers, forcing them all to recite the motto of the Black Dogs: to enjoy and excite. As the rescue party tries to ride ahead, they notice the Black Dogs were catching up once again. Guts can't help but think about Zod and Skull Knight's cryptic warning, coming to the conclusion that Wylad was the death he could never escape. The Black Dogs are assaulted by more traps along the route, boulders falling on top of them and things like that, but Wylad just smashes his way past them. The Black Dog Knights are even set ablaze after the Band of the Hawk starts a forest fire. Once again, the demon just forces through without much issue. Just as Guts starts thinking he might have to go back and hold them off again, the rest of the Band of the Hawk led by Corcus come in to save the day, sending a barrage of arrows down and charging into what's left of the enemy, giving Guts and Wylad a chance to continue their fight from before, an offer Guts accepts with confidence. Wylad notices that Guts recognizes what he is, and mentions a conversation he had with Nosferatu Zod about a lively one in the Band of the Hawk, confirming to Guts that he is the same kind of monster. Wylad unsheaths his weapon, which is just a big log he carries around with him, and they fight. The clash begins, the two dueling as their respective armies battle it out. Gaston and his men even appear and set off another trap, dropping logs down on the enemy and diving into the melee to go after the survivors. Casca gives Griffith over to some of the Hawks over for safety, and her, Judo, and Pippin go back and help in the fight. Guts and Wylad's duel is so intense that any black dogs that get too close are cut into pieces. Guts is fighting at full force, but Wylad is easily matching him by pure reflex. He tries to cut off the demon's head, but Wylad catches the sword with his teeth and punches Guts' horse so hard it dies. Guts jumps from the horse and uses the stuck sword to kick Wylad off his own mount. The rest of the Black Dog Knights are cleaned out by the Hawks, but Wylad is still not budging, confident and smug about his chances, enjoying the brawl even. He mentions how he can't wait for the eclipse and wants to devour them all, so this isn't the eclipse Skull Knight was talking about. Griffith is watching the fight take place, hiding with his escort away from the carnage. He tries to pick up a sword, but with his tendons ruined, there's no possible way for him to control his hands. He can't even walk anymore. Dude is a cripple for the rest of his life. The Hawks manage to break through the Black Dogs, and they beg Wylad to retreat. However, he isn't receptive to the idea. He turns on his own men and kills the rest off. And just to make matters worse, Wylad transforms into his apostle form, a big monkey. The Hawks take the time necessary to piss themselves, and the fight continues. Wylad now using an entire fucking tree as a weapon. Guts takes a hit and is sent flying through the air, crashing through the branches and slamming straight into the ground, seemingly knocking him out cold. Casca freaks out and rushes over to try and save Guts, but she's thrown off her horse in front of Wylad. Oh dear sweet Christ. Yeah, he's not subtle about his intentions as he goes to grab Casca, with the Band of the Hawk desperately trying to hold him off with crossbow fire, which only pisses off Wylad, and he rampages his way through the jobbers, tearing people into pieces and eating them whole. It gets bad enough they simply nope the fuck out and run for it, unfortunately leaving Guts and Casca behind, her trying desperately to wake him up, and him still out like a light. It gets to the point Casca starts sobbing, talking about how Guts promised to take her away, but nothing's working. And the big stompy monkey is right behind them. Wylad grabs Casca and strips her naked, the rest of the Hawks forced to watch with no chance of saving her. Wylad lets out a horrible tentacle tongue penis from his chest mouth, intending to rape Casca, and just as it seems like Wylad is about to violate her, Guts impales the tongue penis with his sword, awake and royally pissed off. For good measure, he slices the tendril in two, then goes for the arm holding Casca, freeing her from Wylad's grasp. The Hawks all realize that Guts intends to fight him, and thinks he's absolutely insane for trying, but Guts is determined to win. In his mind, he's settling a grudge. Plus, the guy touched his woman, so there shall be no quarter. I mentioned earlier, some people really don't care for this specific part of Golden Age, mainly that it feels like filler and kind of spoils the impact of the events coming over the horizon. Others don't like how much Casca feels like a helpless damsel, crying over Guts constantly and even being stripped naked and almost raped. Some just don't like Wylad as a villain and think he's basically just an edgy cartoon. I can see why people don't like the Black Dog Knights, but still, I really like this part of Golden Age. For one, the Black Dog Knights being so psychotic and violent is just fun. They're a hateable group of bad guys you want to see get sliced apart. Is it cheap? Like the only real way that could get us to hate them is to show an innocent family be raped and mutilated? Maybe. But hey, they got the point across. Plus, it makes you sit back and think really how far the king has fallen, just mentally. The guy is so obsessed with killing Griffith, the man who slept with his daughter, that he's willing to sick violent war criminals on the Band of the Hawk, who were once heroes to the whole country. Kinda funny to think he's willing to kill an entire army of beloved figures because of a petty dispute, and because he's a sick freak, but lets these guys run around without consequence. Now granted, they did establish that the king is pants shit terrified of these guys, so it's not like he was keeping these guys around purely as some kind of ace up his sleeve. But nevertheless, I still really like this part, because I view it as a satisfying end to Guts' character arc here. The first time he met an Apostle, when he first fought Nosferatu Zod, he got his ass kicked. Zod beat him like a rented mule. It wasn't even funny. The very few strikes he could get in impressed Zod, just because he didn't immediately die. And the entire time since that fight, all Guts could think about is how nobody could match up to Nosferatu's level. It's what pushed him through multiple difficult battles. There's no two ways about it. Guts was terrified of him. Really just scared of demons, period, since Skull Knight freaked him out too. And Guts was horrified when he realized what Wylad really was. So Guts sort of has a nut up or shut up moment. He doesn't have a choice. It's either fight or die. He has to face his fear and kill the demon. Another reason this fight works is because it shows off Guts' current skill level. A lot of action manga tend to do something similar, power scaling, with the protagonist escalating his abilities to fight crazier enemies. It's a trope used in almost every battle manga. We already saw Guts kill enough human enemies to show he's pretty much unstoppable on that front. So what's the next logical step? He fights things that aren't human. It's a good way of showing the audience that Guts can fight demons and win. It's the first time he's really able to take one on and not get decimated the entire time. And yeah, the entire time I've been talking about this, the fight scene's played out, to make sure you guys know what I was talking about. It's also just a fun, violent fight. These two beat the shit out of each other. Guts is bleeding like a pig, and Wylad is getting visibly annoyed at how much damage he's taking. Guts is knocked unconscious once again, and he flashes back to when he stayed with Godo and Erica, specifically during a point when he was injured while training. He talks to Erica about why he's pushing himself so far, implying he wants to find Zod and fight him again. She tells him not to try and fight a monster since he'll lose, but he admits he doesn't know if he'll win or lose. He's snapped awake and sees Wylad approaching him. He slashes his chest eye open, something that seems to royally piss off Wylad. Guts finally figured out the trick behind killing him. He can regenerate from wounds to his limbs or body, but damage closer to his head hurts him. Confident that he can win, he starts shit-talking Wylad right back. The rest of the Hawks think he's gonna die, and Judo has to physically hold Casca back from running back in again. But this seems to push Casca to tears again, asking why he has to fight all the time. Once again, Griffith notices this. Wylad is well and truly angry now, admitting the wound on his eye genuinely hurt him. He's relentlessly attacking Guts, chipping his sword to the point that it only really has one good strike left before it breaks. Knowing this, Guts comes up with a plan to create an opening. Wylad loses track of Guts and stomps through the forest trying to find him, and once he thinks he sees his silhouette hiding behind a tree, he takes a swing. But it wasn't Guts. It was the corpse of a Black Dog Knight Guts posed there, similar to what he did during the Count fight. Hell, this is probably where he got the idea from. Well, something leaps down towards Wylad from the treetop. Thinking he outsmarted Guts, he punches the shape. Turns out, that wasn't him either. It was a log he covered in his armor. Guts was riding behind it, now free to drive his sword straight into Wylad's neck. He tries to stop the blow with his hand and even manages to snap the sword in two, but it doesn't save him. Guts sinks his sword into Wylad's neck. He tries to smack Guts off, but he's not budging. Instead, he puts Wylad into a chokehold. Then, just to top it all off, he drives his dagger straight into Wylad's eye. Wylad finally smacks him against a tree and throws him off, but he's still bleeding profusely from his wounds. Then, Wylad collapses too. The spectators are speechless at the sight, and nobody tries to stop Casca from running over to Guts, worried sick about his condition. But it turns out he's alive, even giving a thumbs up. The whole battle ends with Casca hugging Guts as he leans against a tree, Wylad's unmoving body behind them. He won. Well and truly won. We see Charlotte wake up in her room, fully healed from the poison and accompanied by Anna. She begs her servant to tell her that Griffith is safe, and Anna reluctantly says that no report of the Hawks being captured or killed reached the castle. Charlotte assumes this means her father kept his promise, calming down and even apologizing to her maid for dragging her into the whole mess. But Anna knows that the king still sent soldiers to hunt down Griffith. Nevertheless, Charlotte fantasizes about Griffith coming back to her, believing he made a promise to return one day, and as she looks out her window, she spots a certain figure flying in the sky. Back to the Hawks, we're seeing them patch themselves back together after the battle with the Black Dog Knights. Casca is stitching Guts' wounds, causing him to cry out in pain. There's some fun banter between the two, and we see Guts accidentally upsets Casca when he tells her he was ready to die if it meant beating Wylad. Judo finishes changing Griffith's bandages, and the two are left alone in the wagon. Judo and Casca talk about Griffith's condition, confirming that his tendons are ruined to the point there's no chance of him ever healing. Griffith is never coming back to what he was. For now, the plan is to cross the border, but without him, none of the Hawks have any clue what to do. The rest of the army are unaware to the extent of his injuries. Meanwhile, some of the Hawks go to inspect Wylad's body. Astonished, Guts could actually kill him. As they're looking over the corpse, one of the soldiers notices his hand might have moved. He shrugs it off as his imagination, and the scene ends with a final panel of Wylad's massive hand. Guts and Griffith are resting in their wagon, Guts lamenting how much the stitches Casca gave him hurts, and he tries joking around with Griffith, talking about how their injuries remind him of their fight with Zod, and that's when he notices Griffith is looking at his armor. He realizes immediately what he wants, so Guts helps Griffith put on the armor, saying they're still technically on a battlefield. Transition back to the Jobber Hawks, and we find them all dead, torn apart by the still alive Wylad. He tears through into camp, only saying how much he doesn't want to die over and over again. Guts and Griffith are completely unaware, still messing around with his armor and sword. The wagon begins to shake, and when Guts rushes out to see what's happening, he's attacked by Wylad. The demon grabs Griffith and lifts him into the air, using him as a hostage. That's when Guts notices that Wylad is desperate during all this. He's still bleeding from his wounds and sweating profusely. He even mentions he's out of time. If he dies there, he'll end up in hell forever. He starts begging Griffith to summon them, the Great Ones. Then starts talking about how if Griffith is really destined to be one of the Great Ones, he would have the Crimson Bailet, the lucky charm Griffith always wore. And if the implications aren't clear enough, he even directly name drops the God Hand, which causes Griffith to flash back to that nightmarish vision he had in the jail cell. The Hawks surround Wylad, threatening him into releasing Griffith, but he's not budging. In fact, he starts laughing, saying they view Griffith like a precious toy instead of a man. So to mock them all, he rips off Griffith's armor, exposing his crippled, feeble body to what's left of the army, even giving a speech saying it's impossible for Griffith to ever lead them again. With everyone nice and demoralized, Wylad goes back to searching for the Bailet. But if you remember, the Torturer lost the necklace a year ago. So even though Wylad rips through Griffith's armor trying to find it, the Crimson Bailet is simply not there. He starts panicking, and then Zod the Immortal dives down, completely out of nowhere. He grabs Wylad and lifts him over his head, impaling him with his horns. The Hawks start freaking out, which, yeah, can't really blame them. All the while, Monkey Man is freaking out and begging Zod not to hurt him, asking if the God Hand ordered Zod to do this, and saying the only commandment apostles are ever given is to do whatever they want. Literally, do as thou wilt. So if Wylad wanted to kill Griffith, it shouldn't matter. Zod counters by saying that killing Wylad is his own choice as well. Wylad starts screaming they made a mistake, and Griffith doesn't have the Crimson Bailet, so he should be fine because Griffith was never the chosen one. But Zod says that means Wylad never had a chance to survive then anyway, and proceeds to rip him in half. Griffith is freed from his grasp, and Zod drops Wylad's body to the ground, intestines spilling out everywhere. Zod looks down at Guts and Griffith, telling them that the Crimson Bailet will return to them, because that's simply how it works. Zod flies off as Guts begs him to say whether or not this was the eclipse he warned him about, but all Nosferatu says is he'll understand soon enough. He flies away, and all the terrified humans watch as Wylad's body is pulled down into hell, a horde of spirits bursting out from his stomach and dragging him down from the inside out. And they get a glimpse of hell as the corpse is sucked down into the vortex. It vanishes, and they all look down and see Wylad's true form, a tiny old man. Now, we know very little about Wylad's true past. He mentions to one of his minions about how if they're worried about dying all the time, they'll grow old before they realize it, adding his recklessness into the matter. The only thing we can really assume about the guy is this. Wylad was probably a coward in his human life, scared of dying and growing old without ever really living. He came across a Bailet and was probably on his deathbed when it activated due to his phobia of death. He sold whoever or whatever he cared for most in life and was resurrected as the demonic ape, now immortal and nearly indestructible, giving him a chance to fulfill any sick and twisted desire he ever wanted. Beyond that, no clue. He was not meant to be humanized like other apostles. The dude was an asshole, and he died an asshole. Sometime later, we see Casca hold a meeting with what's left of the Band of the Hawk. They refuse to believe Griffith is actually a cripple for life and demand answers. Corcus acts as sort of the representative of the rest of the men and asks the questions. But Casca can't answer, she just can't bring herself to say the words. So Judo spills it all out plainly. Griffith can't walk or talk ever again, let alone lead an army. Corcus breaks down, realizing all the pain and suffering from the past year was all for nothing. For all intents and purposes, The Band of the Hawk was dead. Some of the soldiers ask if Casca could lead them, but Judo says Griffith was the one who made them who they were. Plus, Casca gave up too much of her life to keep them together, so asking any more is just cruel. Guts goes to say something, but Casca stops him. She says there's still time until they meet with the other unit, so they have time to think about their options. Wait, other unit? What other unit? Oh. Yeah, no, that's not happening. Casca leaves and Guts follows her. They talk about how there's really no hope left. Guts admits he was gonna tell them all to just finish the fight they started, but Casca calls him out asking if he could honestly say the same thing to Griffith, now a cripple for the rest of his days. She gives her own speech about how everyone relies on dreams or some kind of goal in order to get through life, but now the Hawks lost the one thing keeping them all together, so what could they really do? All Casca has to keep going on is Guts, implying she still wants to run off with him, but everything has been such a monumental toll on herself that it's honestly just getting to her. Well, she goes to change Griffith's bandages, and we get a pretty depressing scene. Casca is caring for Griffith, thinking about how vulnerable and weak he is now. Griffith was once her hero. Seeing him so beaten down and pitiful rips her apart inside, to the point she accidentally knocks over the bowl of water she was using to clean him. She tries to clean up her mess when Griffith throws himself on top of her. Now, there's some debate over what exactly happens in this scene, or more specifically what it means and represents. It's made clear Griffith is essentially trying to come on to her, much like how he did with Charlotte, but instead of throwing him off, Casca actually seems okay with it, holding him as he lays on top of her. It's not like he could physically do anything to her, no risk of being raped or anything like that, so the idea that she doesn't try to push him off is interesting. There's a few main ways you can take it. Either Casca still has some unrequited feelings towards Griffith, which has been implied multiple times the last few chapters, and she sees this as her chance to sorta play out a fantasy she's always had, or worse, Casca pities Griffith and lets him stay on top because the idea of pushing him off without much effort is just proof of how far he's fallen. And there's the question of why exactly Griffith is choosing now of all times to try this with Casca. Once again, there's a few different ways you can look at it. Griffith could have tried to come on to Casca as sort of a desperate attempt to take control of someone again. It's never been established that Griffith didn't know Casca liked him. In fact, it's more so that because he knew he could use Casca to his advantage. And now, since everything else is gone, he's trying to rely on the one pawn he knew would always stick with him. Second idea is that Griffith actually did like Casca deep down, and buried his feelings to get the kingdom he always wanted. An idea that could work considering Griffith always treated Casca with favoritism, and with emphasis of how hopeless it was for Casca to love Griffith, it would work as sort of a dramatic twist or a tragic joke to show that he honestly did like her, but chose his kingdom above all else. And seeing Guts kind of take Casca away from him set him off, so he's trying to relay to Casca what he's felt all along. Another interpretation is a bit darker. Griffith blames Guts for losing everything. It's not made ultra transparent at this part, since Griffith can't come out and literally say anything about how he's feeling or thinking at the moment, but considering that the first thing he did when he saw Guts after an entire year of torture was to try and choke him, it's clear there's some hate buried there. So he could be almost trying to seduce Casca to steal her away from Guts. All the scenes with Griffith watching Casca and Guts support the idea, because you don't know what's going on in his head. He might be trying to come up with some scheme to break them apart. Now, no matter how you want to view the scene, it has disastrous consequences. But for now, we come back to Guts, sitting with Judo on a hill and talking about the end of the Hawks. Guts is unsure if he wants to go back to his journey, while Judo admits he's planning on starting a band of thieves to make money to take care of Griffith. Guts wants to join them, but Judo refuses, saying he's got his own path to stick to. And strangely, he demands Guts take Casca with him, even if he has to force her. So it turns out Judo might have some feelings for her as well, but he's being a massive bro and demands Guts stay with her. Well, the rest of the raiders run over to Guts, begging to come with him wherever he goes, whether they be bandits or mercenaries, so long as they stuck together. And at that very moment, Guts realizes all too late that the Hawks were always the one thing he ever wanted, a purpose in life. Hell, a family. But he realized it only after he already threw it away and can't get it back. And you know what they say, bad things happen in threes. So we come to Casca sitting outside Griffith's wagon, and this part is grim in retrospect, At first glance, you might think it's Casca trying to calm herself down after the incident with Griffith, and you'd be right, but something comes up later that makes this a lot more depressing. But we'll get to that later. Guts approaches Casca asking how Griffith's doing. That's when he notices she's crying. An argument sparks up where he demands to know what happened, and Casca falls apart, admitting that she can't leave Griffith behind. She won't go with him. Guts says he wants to stay as well. He finally realizes that he wants to be with the Hawks. But Casca says that if he cares about being Griffith's equal, he has to leave, even if it means leaving her as well. Once again, he never realized what he had before it was gone. Jesus Christ, this segment is depressing. The Hawks are over, everyone's leaving, and now Guts and Casca ended their relationship, and it barely just got started. Could it possibly get any worse? Griffith, overhearing the conversation, has a hallucination of himself appear, adorned in his armor and standing tall and proud. The imaginary Griffith throws down his sword and points to the castle in the distance, ordering him to keep going towards the goal. As the real Griffith leans on the sword, a vision of himself as a child runs past, telling him they aren't done playing yet, there's still time. Griffith watches the child him vanish into the alleys of the streets he played in as a child. In reality, Griffith is driving the wagon aimlessly. Guts and Casca panic after they realize Griffith was listening to them, and Guts orders Casca to tell the others what happened while he drives the second wagon to find Griffith, who is completely out of his mind. Following the hallucination of himself, the wagon crashes and Griffith is sent flying into a river. He falls unconscious and has a dream of himself living a quiet life with Casca. Once again, this sort of points to the idea that Griffith did like her, as it's a very soft and peaceful moment. Casca plays this almost warm and maternal version of herself caring for Griffith. This imaginary version of Casca assumes Griffith was daydreaming about the past and talks about how all their friends went their separate ways some time ago. Casca then wonders, out of the blue, if he's still out there, swinging his sword. So even in his dreams, Guts infects his thoughts. We even see he imagined them having a child together, a young boy running past playing with the dog. And do you want to know what that kid's name is? Guts. In Griffith's quiet and ideal world, he would have been married to Casca and would have named his son after Guts, which kinda goes to show that any bullshit he was saying at the Primrose Hall about not respecting them was completely out the window. Hell, he even considers that maybe a peaceful and quiet life would have been nice. And the dream ends with Casca feeding Griffith soup, with a certain object popping up from the broth. Griffith wakes up in the river, his arm broken. Now he's completely alone, and Griffith just starts laughing like a madman, psychologically broken, to the point that he tries to rip his own throat open with a jagged piece of wood. This is his lowest point. He is finally at rock bottom, a crippled pitied by the very people he tried to convince he could be a king. And in the river water sits the Crimson Baylet, almost like it was waiting for him. Griffith lifts the Baylet out of the water, and things start getting weird. Guts is still trying to get to Griffith, beating himself up in his mind and blaming himself for everything that's happened. And then he notices that the sky is going dark. The sky. Casca and the rest of the Hawks are riding behind Guts, Casca blaming herself for Griffith running off because of what she said, and after they spot him in the river, they notice it. The eclipse. The literal eclipse forming overhead. Griffith tries to desperately crawl away from Guts, and then they see the other people behind Griffith, an entire horde of naked people, just standing there, menacingly, almost like they're waiting for something. Nevertheless, Guts gets off his horse and runs to Griffith, who is now all but begging him to stay away in his mind, and as soon as Guts puts his hand on Griffith's shoulder, the Baylet activates. Yep, this is it. The endgame. The eclipse. Those that have read Berserk know what's coming. Some of the people that have a passing knowledge could possibly know what's about to go down, but if you're watching this video blind, just know that things are about to get very hellish. Everyone at the riverbank is transported to a different dimension. A dimension born straight out of H.P. Lovecraft and Franz Kafka's love child's worst nightmare. A landscape of faces. Hills made of faces. The ground is made of faces. Even the sky is faces. And hovering above them all in the sky is the black sun of the eclipse. Shit. Well, before we deal with what's to come, there's a section showing what happened to Rickert after the incident in the forest. He was the lone survivor, and was picked up by a traveling band of performers who offered him a ride to the border. They even gave him a bag of magic medicine. Wow, these people are really nice. Rickert goes his own way, still intending to meet up with his friends, as the performers watch, feeling sorry for the boy. Meanwhile, an old shaman woman wonders why another member of the troupe never said goodbye to him. This mysterious figure says it was because Rickert freaked out at the first sight, so he was probably just a rich kid who got lost. The shaman looks into the boy's future to see what's in store for him, and sees a grim omen, a horrible calamity predicted by evil stars focusing on Rickert's path. The figure asks if they should have stopped the boy, but the woman insists that he plays a large part in what's to come, so they simply need to let this play out. And almost on cue, the leader of the troupe calls out to them to watch what's happening in the sky. The eclipse is visible for everyone to see, Rickert taking it as a sign something bad happened to his friends. The figure mentions it looks like a hole that God was staring down at everyone, and we see it was actually Puck, who is the one that scared Rickert. Remember, before Puck met Guts, he was traveling with a band of performers. Okay, so Puck was actually involved in Guts' life way before that scene at the tavern. Hell, if we really want to stretch things, this actually could have been the same group of performers that Judo worked with before joining the Hawks. Things keep lining up one after another, it's wild, because really think about it. Judo also had a bag of magic medicine, which was elf dust, and he used to work for performers, so what are the odds that there's just multiple different troops out there with elves hanging around? Back in wherever the hell this place is, everyone is freaking out like never before. The only thing that keeps everyone together is Casca laying down the law and telling them all to basically shut the fuck up. Casca orders them all into formation, and Guts notices that Griffith's Baylet changed shape. The face is in order, and it's crying blood, and so is Griffith. The naked people from before are back, this time chanting about how it's time for the festival, something that only happens every 216 years. The eclipse, the advent of the 4 guardian angels. So here it is, after all the buildup, literal volumes worth of character and world building. This is Guts' first meeting with the demons who ruined his life. It begins with Slan, who manifests from the landscape, towering over everyone like a literal god. And the next one is Ubik, who drops down from the sky and flies through the terrified humans, almost mocking them. The third is Conrad, who bubbles up from the ground. And the final one, appearing from the eclipse itself, is Void. Here they are, the God Hand. This entire sequence feeds into the idea that you can absolutely read Golden Age first. It works as a massive payoff to the supernatural elements to the story. Golden Age starts off very grounded and real. Remember Guts' childhood? Remember when him fighting Pazuzu was a major aspect to his life? Well, then you got to see Nosferatu Zod show up. And he definitely showed that there's more to this world than just armies of humans. Then it goes quiet. There's references to Zod in the prophecy he gave Guts, but all in all, the supernatural is put back on the back burner. Skull Knight arrives to show it's still very much in play and shouldn't be ignored. And Wylad is there as almost the red herring, to make you go, oh okay, that's what they were talking about. Guts believes he finally defeated the prophecy that was haunting him all this time, only for the rug to be pulled out from under. He was nowhere near close to safe. It was so much worse than he could have possibly imagined. The naked mob, all the people that were just standing there chanting, were apostles. Just like Zod, just like Wylad. And they worship the God Hand. Void welcomes the apostles who arrived, telling them all to enjoy the festival to its fullest. He then points down to Griffith, saying that he is an honorable child consecrated by the laws of causality, essentially calling him a chosen one in a way. They even directly say they're kinsmen. Well, Guts interrupts the speech by yelling his head off, basically telling the God Hand, fuck off, piss off, fuck you, and Griffith is human no matter what. Also that he saw the guy naked, so he knows there's not even a tail on him. Kinda weird to brag about that, but it got the point across. Slan and Ubik laugh at Guts, enjoying how loyal he is to Griffith, saying that means he's prime material for the sacrifice, so Griffith can become a demon. Ah, shit. Ubik even outright says that because Griffith has the Crimson Baylet, he has the qualities to become a demon. Or, even worse, because he always had those qualities that the Baylet came to him at all. And since the Baylet he holds is not like the rest that the Horde around them used, he won't just become an apostle, he'll be one of the God Hand. And to transform him into a demon, the Band of the Hawk must be sacrificed. And to make matters all the worse, the apostles all around them start transforming. As if they know what the ending to it all will be, the Hawks are soon surrounded by an ocean of demons. Guts thinks they're gonna kill them all to transform Griffith into one of them, but Salon clarifies the matter. Whether or not the sacrifice actually takes place is completely up to Griffith, but the God Hand are certain he's going to sell them all in exchange for becoming one of them. They're so certain, in fact, that they begin the invocation of doom, separating Guts and Griffith from the others by creating a massive tower. Guts almost falls to his death during the tower's creation, but Griffith tries to catch his hands. Guts grabs on, but Griffith just physically isn't strong enough to hold his weight. Plus, the hand holding onto the tower is the broken one, which almost snaps off. Guts falls, and the only way he can save himself is to use his knife to cut into the tower to slow down his fall. He manages to slow to a stop, but now he has to climb right back up to get to Griffith. The tower has shaped itself into a massive hand, each finger a spot for the God Hand to sit upon and watch. The demons start chanting Invocation of Doom over and over again while Guts slowly tries to pull himself up. The God Hands speak with Griffith, manipulating him just like they did the Count all the way back in Guardians of Desire. They even go so far as to put him into an illusion. Griffith is running through the streets he played in as a child. He's trying to find his friends, saying they all promised to go see the castle. He decides to go alone, but gets lost in the back alleys. He asks a woman for directions, and she points him down the way. Even says that his friends are waiting for him there. Griffith follows her directions, but is consumed in complete darkness. He calls out for somebody to help him since he can't see where to go, but then he steps on a decomposing hand. Turns out he walked right into a pile of rotting corpses. Griffith freaks out and tries to run away, but trips and lands into the mass grave. He's covered in blood and screams, only to be met with the old woman who gave him directions earlier. Griffith screams about all the dead bodies, but the old lady admits she already knew. In fact, this is the only way to reach the castle. The only way to get what he wants is to step over a mountain of corpses. The illusion even resurrects the boy who wanted to be a knight. The ghost begs to come along with Griffith, wanting to be a knight of his when he becomes king, but he refuses, since the boy is already dead. Then ghosts of all the soldiers who died for the Band of the Hawk appear out of the void, also begging to come with Griffith. He can't handle the idea of all these people being dead for him, so he breaks down crying. The old lady tears into Griffith, saying that he was the one that killed them. He roped them into the idea of helping him become king, so Griffith is the one who sentenced them all to die. He tries to argue, saying it was their choice to come along, but the old lady isn't having it. It was only because they carried him that he managed to get anywhere close to the castle. All the people who died and killed for him pushed him closer to being a king, and if he truly wants his own castle, he needs to pile up far more dead people. And to make matters worse, if Griffith decides it's not worth it, then he seals his fate. He's doomed to die as well. She even argues that in a way Griffith knew the price from the beginning. He knew countless people needed to die to get him where he wanted, and he simply deluded himself into thinking he held no responsibility. To pound that final nail into the coffin, Guts appears in the illusion. Not the real one, an imaginary version. The one that beat him in the duel a year prior. Guts questions why Griffith is acting so hesitant about the whole thing. He was that close to what he wanted. He wasn't acting like the Griffith he knew. Well, the old lady decides to interject again, demanding he pile them up. The disguise fades and we see that it's Conrad and Ubik speaking into his ear, telling him to either pile up the bodies or he dies, which Griffith agrees with. He can't try to repent or apologize. If he just gives up, all the people who died up to that point would mean nothing. So he takes the corpse of the boy up to the peak of the mountain of the dead. The illusion fades, and Griffith is back in his adult form with the God Hand hanging overhead. Ubik swears it wasn't actually an illusion. All they did was take a look into his subconscious. Void himself then beats Griffith over the head with the same message. He's killed thousands to get to the castle. Sloan says that while Griffith's destiny has been interrupted, he has a chance to fix things. Sacrifice the Band of the Hawk. They've already sworn their lives to Griffith. They should be proud to be sacrificed for his glory. If he doesn't, they'll all be doomed to live forever in the ruins of Griffith's dream. Void summons an illusion of the castle, building it up as this beautiful, majestic spectacle, something he wants more than anything. And he could have it. All he needs to do is say, "I sacrifice," and he'll have everything he'll ever want. He could change his destiny, which they imply almost forced him down the road that would lead to him being a cripple. If he just embraced his evil nature, he could get the castle. And just as soon as the speech ends, Guts finally reaches the top of the tower and calls out to Griffith. The two exchange looks, Griffith remarking how Guts is the only one out of thousands to make him forget what he really wanted, his one true friend in life. So Griffith agrees to the sacrifice. The God Hand got what they wanted, and the Band of the Hawk are damned for eternity. The brand of sacrifice burns itself into everybody, Guts getting his signature brand on the back of his neck, and the demons that were waiting in anticipation start slaughtering the Hawks, ripping them apart and eating their flesh. And in the middle of the worst of it all is Casca, Pippin, Corcus, and Judo, with Guts still on top of the tower trying to free Griffith. The God Hand tell it to him straight. Griffith made his choice. He agreed to kill them all, but Guts can't handle the revelation, still trying in vain to stop the transformation. Griffith was his friend, he wouldn't kill them all. However, the demons force him to come back to reality. A small horde come up the tower to devour Guts, but he decides, fuck it. He goes on the warpath, gripping his broken sword and charging right at them. Meanwhile, Rickert finally reaches the place he was expecting to meet the rest of his friends, and only finds a massive tornado in their place, stretching high into the sky. And fighting just outside the cyclone are Skull Knight and Nosferatu Zod. Rickert hides behind a nearby rock and watches the duel. Zod says that he was waiting for Skull Knight, guessing correctly he was going to try and stop the festival. And Skull Knight assumes Zod was ordered to guard the gate, but he denies this. He simply has no desire to eat humans like the others. He just wanted a chance to fight the Skull Knight. In fact, these two have been fighting for centuries. Whoever Skull Knight is, he has been trying to kill demons for close to 1,000 years. The two continue their battle, and we come back to the eclipse in full effect. Casca is in complete shock, watching the demons eat all of her soldiers like a tidal wave. The only reason she was spared from being eaten herself was because Pippin distracts a demon coming for her, offering to sacrifice himself to save her. Casca tries to argue with him, but Judo comes in on his horse and pulls her away. The two ride away, Judo trying to give Pippin some breathing room with his throwing knives, and while he does get a moment of relief, the demons are just relentless. And Casca is forced to watch a mob of them surround Pippin and pull him to the ground. Judo's only justification for leaving him behind is that Casca's survival is the top priority. She's the leader now, so she needs to stay alive above all else. A legion of demons chase after them, and Judo is desperately trying to keep ahead. We come to Corcus completely losing his mind as he watches his troops beg him to save them, even as they're being torn limb from limb. Corcus runs for it, barely getting away with a massive scratch against his back. The horrors are too much, and he simply picks a direction and runs. He seems to actually get away, wandering the strange landscape while coming to the conclusion that it all just has to be a horrible dream. He doesn't even feel pain from his wounds anymore. Corcus starts calling out for someone to wake him up. He's absolutely convinced that everything that's happened, even his time with the Band of the Hawk, was all a dream. He just wants to wake up and be a nobody again. And that's when he sees a naked woman in the distance. Corcus is convinced it's part of the nightmare, so he just throws his hands up and buries his face in her breasts. As it turns out, this is the succubus from the opening chapter. I told you it would come back into play, didn't I? We don't directly see what happens, but I'm confident you can put two and two together. Back with Judo and Casca, the demons refuse to break off. The two are forced to gallop over the desecrated remains of their comrades. Casca is convinced they're in hell for their sins, which, yeah, I can't really blame her here. A demon comes out of nowhere and attacks, Judo barely able to fight it off while sustaining a deep wound on his arm. A second demon runs up from behind, but he uses a throwing knife to trip it up. A third demon leaps out, and this one bites into his wounded arm, mangling it. Now Casca has to fight off the demon to save him, but his arm is gimped. Casca begs him to turn around, that no matter how far they'll run, it'll never end, so at least they can go down fighting. But Judo isn't having it. He would rather struggle and try to survive than fight knowing he will die, saying that's exactly what Guts would do. Unfortunately, a fourth and final demon slides under them and consumes their horse. With their mount dead, they're flung off. This evil stickman looking thing shows up, and it uses its tendrils to attack them. Judo dives in front of Casca, letting himself be stabbed. The monster then tries to beat him to death with a barrage of attacks. Judo is still shielding Casca with his own body. Casca's begging him to move, but he's not budging, even as the demon stabs him through the chest with its tentacles. Seeing it as an opportunity, Judo uses his last throwing knife to stun the monster, giving Casca enough time to slash it open. It dies, but Judo is fucked up beyond recognition. He's bleeding bad, and he can barely stand. Casca screams at him to keep moving, even carrying him by the arm just so they can make progress, but it's too late to save him. Judo regrets how he's never had the courage to tell Casca how he truly feels about her, and his last words end up being, "You sure do cry a lot." He dies in Casca's arms, collapsing to the ground for good. Casca can't believe it, but she has no time to grieve. The demons finally caught up. Knowing she's screwed, she takes one of Judo's swords and tries to go out in a blaze of glory. And I say try because it doesn't end well. A demon chomps down on the blade and shatters it immediately. Well, then they realize she's a woman and decide that just eating her would be a waste. Instead, they decide to violate her first, Casca begging for Guts to save her as the demons tear her armor off. Guts, meanwhile, is rampaging his way through the horde, breaking off a tusk of one demon to use as a weapon, stabbing and impaling his way through the horrors. The God Hand watch in amazement, admiring how hard Guts is fighting to survive. However, the harder Guts fights, the more valuable he becomes as a sacrifice for Griffith. No clue what this actually means, and mild spoilers, it never really comes up again after this. It was probably meant to go somewhere, but, you know. All the while, Griffith is transforming into a demon, now looking much more like the version we saw during Guardians of Desire, a bird-like shape. Guts continues to fight, getting more animalistic and desperate as the tension mounts up. Guts looks back at Griffith one last time and goes back to his fight. Now we actually see Griffith's perspective again, seeing what he sees as he sinks down into an abyss. He's forced to watch the deaths of all the Hawks he's sentenced to die, but he admits he feels nothing, no remorse or regret. It's what he wanted. Deep down into the abyss, he sees a crystal. A voice in the darkness tells him it's the last tear he will ever shed, a result of the sacrifice. His heart was frozen. As he falls down, he sees Baelitz rise up to the surface. Once he is finally at the bottom, he meets an entity that he calls God. It tells him, whoops, this part isn't canon, please ignore this. Yeah, this is where we get into some weird territory. There's a lost chapter of Berserk, chapter 83, God of the Abyss. This is where a very crucial element of Berserk is established. Too early. Yeah, it was something that was meant to come into play, but way down the line. Essentially, Miura, as soon as it was published, regretted immediately how much was explained in this specific part, because he wanted to kind of keep it in a gray area with more build-up, and so it was discontinued from every other re-release of this specific volume. At the moment, it's in a gray area of whether or not it's actually canon to the plot. Elements of it are teased later, but as of now, nothing about this chapter has fully come up again. So what did Griffith meet at the bottom of the pit? The devil, or more accurately, the idea of evil. The idea of evil is a massive black heart that sits at the deepest parts of the abyss. It's the culmination of all of humanity's suffering and despair focused into one being. The idea of evil lays out everything to Griffith, and I do mean everything. Wonder why hell is a vortex? Because the dead souls of the damned pump through the idea of evil. The idea was created because humanity needed a reason for why there were horrors in the world, war and suffering. So through humanity needing something to blame, it created the very entity that now perpetuates pain and suffering. The idea of evil claims to control destiny, and simply gives humanity what it truly desires. This is where it gets into the nihilistic, damn near Nietzsche-style philosophy of Berserk. The idea of evil believes it was created by mankind to cause them suffering, to give them a villain to blame for their suffering. It's sorta like an Ouroboros, a serpent eating its own tail. It manipulated history so Griffith would rise and fall, also Griffith couldn't meet the idea of evil in the first place. So why did it do all this? What does it want? Well, nothing. The idea of evil believes that humans are naturally evil, so it doesn't care what Griffith really does. In fact, it believes just telling Griffith to do whatever he wants to do as thou wilt, it guarantees he'll act out his worst desires. But it's not even like it wants him to kill mankind. It even says outright, whether he dooms humanity or saves it, that's up to him. It's apathetic, but it does seem to care about Griffith. It's sort of a dark twist on a chosen one in a way. Griffith was picked by God in order to act out his will, but in this specific case, God is evil, so Griffith is gonna do some evil shit. So here's how the supernatural elements to Berserk work, at least how the idea of evil explains it. Humanity birthed the idea of evil to subconsciously blame an entity for why horrible things happen in the world. In truth, all of humanity holds a level of evil inside them, and with everyone blaming the idea itself of evil for why bad things happened, it created a literal god. That sounds confusing, because it kinda is, but let me clarify. You hear a story about a serial killer who murders children. He's killed 10 victims and shows no remorse in his actions. What do you call him? Evil. Well, because you put power into the label of evil itself, you are subconsciously blaming evil as a concept for why he killed those children. Now, think about how every single person on planet Earth has some knowledge about morality, about good and about evil. Putting faith in the idea of morality gives it power in a way. I guess it's sort of like how in 40K the power of belief is an actual concept that works and impacts the world. The idea of evil was created in hell, the collective subconscious despair of the dead, and from there created demons, and then Baelits, and then the God Hand. The God Hand manipulates destiny to cause human suffering. Through human suffering, you have humans that break down and use the Baelits, becoming demons, and from there they terrorize humans, creating suffering. So it's a weird, complicated cycle. The idea of evil made the God Hand. The God Hand creates demons through Baelits. When a person uses a Baelit to become a demon, their last human tear is turned into a crystal and becomes a Baelit. That's how it works, roughly. But as stated, this is all in a weird area. Miura decided that Chapter 83 explained too much too fast and decided that it would essentially be discontinued. So if you buy a copy of Volume 13 right now, the chapter doesn't appear. That's not to say that it's hard to find. In fact, you can find scans of the chapter all over the place. And most fans consider it legitimate anyway, just that it's officially not canon. It needs the rubber stamp. Anyway, we come back to Guts, still battling his way through the creatures. Anytime he's wounded, he retaliates in full. And seeing the guy kill as many of these things as he can get his hands on is satisfying as all hell. To the rest of the Hawks, they stepped into a horror movie. But Guts isn't afraid to get just as monstrous to stay alive. He's eventually overwhelmed and sent flying down into a river. He tries to use the tusk to slow himself down like he did with the knife, but it's not enough. His fall, thankfully, was broken by an ocean of blood. Guts sees the aftermath of the carnage. All of the Hawks were unrecognizable, just meat and bones. The sight pushes him over the edge, and Guts lets out a powerful and painful scream. The organs and corpses floating in the pool of red. Guts calls out for someone, anyone, to still be alive. Yet, when he tries to call out for Casca, he stops himself. He can't imagine that she's dead too. Gaston comes up from behind, revealing he's still alive somehow, though severely wounded and missing an arm. Guts asks if he knows about any survivors, but Gaston doesn't know. He was too busy running around trying not to die. He then mentions that none of what's happening feels real. That's all like a big dream. That he felt that way ever since Zod showed up all those years ago. That nothing has felt right since then. Gaston says his time with the Hawks was like a crazy story, and now realizes that he's just a minor character. Meaning this guy knows he's going to die. Guts tries to talk some sense into him, but then Gaston's head explodes. A demon burrowed its way into his skull and burst out, laughing at Guts the whole time. He tries to kill the monster, grabbing a long sword and stabbing at it, but it dives into the pool of blood and swims away. Guts is running out of friends, fast, and his last hope is seeing Pippin standing on top of a nearby hill. He runs up to meet him, relieved to see the guy alive. Pippin is ripped in two, his lifeless body dangled out like a puppet by a demon. A very familiar demon, the Count. This is where the two meet for the first time. Now the grudge makes sense. The Count wasn't just picked because he was a demon. He personally wronged Guts by killing his friend. The Apostle tries to bite Guts, but he falls back into the lake of blood, and the demons close in all around him. As far as we know, Guts is the last man standing. The demons absolutely torment him, flaunting the corpses of all the Hawks for him to see. At this point, the man is seeing red. Unspeakable anger boils up, but he's stopped dead in his tracks when he sees Casca, completely naked, unconscious, and at the mercy of the Apostles. The sight finally flips the switch, and Guts goes ballistic, hacking his way through the monsters with zero regard for anything else. All he wants to do is kill them all, and he's making good progress at it, but unfortunately there's just too many of them. Guts' arm is bitten by a demon and he's pinned in place, forced to watch a demon about to rape Casca with a spiked appendage. Yet at the last second, a loud noise echoes through the tower, stopping everyone cold. They look up to see Griffith's transformation is complete. He has fully become a demon, the fifth member of the God Hand, Femto. He flies down to Guts, all the demons giving him space, and stands before him at his full glory. Guts is in disbelief at what he's seeing, unsure if it really is still Griffith or not, but then he has Casca lower down next to him, almost showing her off to Guts. And so begins probably the most infamous moment in all of Berserk, period. No matter what, even if you've barely heard about this whatsoever, you at least know this part. Griffith rapes Casca, forcing Guts to watch. The whole scene is pure nightmare fuel. Guts violently pulls himself forward to get to him. All the while, Griffith looks him dead in the eyes the whole time. Casca is in a daze, barely able to recognize what's going on, and Griffith only continues to escalate the situation, which is the polite version of describing what goes on. Guts resorts to stabbing at the demon holding his arm hostage, but it doesn't work. Instead, the blade snaps in two, leaving him with just a broken hilt. And with no hesitation, fueled by blistering hate, Guts proceeds to hack at his own arm with the broken sword, but it's going too slow, and Griffith continues raping Casca. It's only once the arm is fully severed can Guts finally run straight for Griffith, intent on driving the sword straight into his brain. However, the demons pin him against the ground. Now with no chance of getting back up, Guts can do nothing but watch as his once best friend rapes the woman he loves. The God Hands spectate the whole ordeal, talking about the cavalcade of emotions they're all feeling. Hate, love, pain, pleasure, life, death. Ubik says the whole matter is the essence of being human, and of being evil. Griffith then turns Casca around so she is forced to watch Guts, the two now witnessing the other's shame and agony, with Casca begging Guts to look away, which he simply can't do. The demon pushing his head against the ground starts to drive his claw into Guts' right eye, and the last image he sees before it goes dark is Casca collapsing to the ground, the rape complete and her psychologically and physically broken. Guts howls like an animal, well and truly destroyed. So this scene is very grim. So grim, in fact, that it's become an icon of the series as far as being probably one of the most tragic elements to the story. It's extremely depressing, not fun, and rage-inducing. Which of course means that you have idiots arguing that it was exploitative and gross because it sexualizes rape, even going so far as to say the artwork implies Casca enjoys what happened to her. No, she didn't. If her crying and begging Guts not to look wasn't proof enough, there was blood that dripped off of her, implying Griffith was being so forceful it was actively hurting her. Or the fact the Brand of Sacrifice reacts to demons and the God Hand, causing pain to the one who is cursed. So not only was Casca going through the worst emotional pain of anyone else, losing all of her comrades and being raped by her old hero in front of the man she loves, she was experiencing the worst physical pain that could be experienced. This scene is horrifying. It's meant to be horrifying, uncomfortable, disturbing, and just downright upsetting. And the fact it's shown in as much detail as it was is meant to sell us on the absolute severity of it all. It's one thing to say Casca is raped off screen, it's another to see it happen with no breaks, so slowly and painfully, with Guts desperately trying to save her. This is a crucial moment for all three characters. Griffith has fully embraced his new life as a demon, now torturing the very people he considered his closest friends, shaming Casca, who only ever wanted to help him and be by his side in a way she can never recover from, and forcing Guts to watch it all take place. At this very moment, these two are in hell. It's an amazing scene, specifically because it's so stomach-churning. You want to see Guts get his revenge, to kill them all as violently as he can, because you liked Casca. She didn't deserve any of this, yet she suffered just as much if not more than Guts, because it looks like there's no way for them to survive this. It's a true lowest point. You cannot like the scene as much as you want. It's definitely something to where you either like it or this is the point where you check out of Berserk because it got way too heavy. But arguing that it's exploitation or that it doesn't treat the material with enough severity, you haven't been paying attention. It's literally all been about the build up to this. So, I don't know. Point is, I still really love this part. It is absolutely essential for what is about to come, because the only thing that really saves them from the eclipse is the sky exploding, and Skull Knight rushes in aiming straight for the God Hand. He takes a swing at Void, who redirects the attack with some sort of focused portal thing. Skull Knight, knowing he missed his shot, moves on to the horde below. He cleaves his way through the demons, leaving them as mincemeat, and Griffith attempts to use one of his new demon powers to kill him, but Skull Knight easily evades it. He picks up Guts and Casca and rides out the way he came, going through the portal in the eclipse back to reality. The God Hand comment how they never saw Skull Knight coming, almost excited at the prospect of not being able to predict him. Slann herself admits they aren't gods, they can't see everything. Then she asks Void if he knew this was fated to happen. He doesn't answer, but they all decide it doesn't matter. The way they see it, whether these two survived or not is irrelevant. They can't do anything to stop the flow of destiny. With the creation of the 5th God Hand member, they can plunge the world into darkness. Outside of the other dimension, we see Zod piecing himself back together after the battle with Skull Knight. Rickert comments on how insane the fight we never saw was. According to him, Skull Knight not only kept up with Zod, he outright won. The Spectre himself leaps from the tornado in front of Rickert, tossing the wounded bodies of Casca and Guts onto the ground, demanding the boy heals them. Rickert is confused about what happened, and notices that the two are practically near dead, but he uses the magic medicine to heal them as best he can. Zod appears behind the Skull Knight, who tells Rickert to simply focus on healing them. Zod claims the recent fight hasn't settled their rivalry, and Skull Knight actually agrees. All he asks is they delay the fight until some other time. Zod notices the wounded duo and decides to let them all go, excited to see how far Guts can survive in his new world. He even warns them all that as soon as the tornado ends, all of the demons inside will pour back out onto Earth. Rickert stabilizes Guts and Casca enough that Skull Knight decides to move them all to safety, and the boy asks about the rest of the Hawks, but the Ghost Rider tells him plainly they're all dead. Zod watches them all leave, remarking how he wants to see Guts try and fight his way through the new world he's trapped in. So that was the eclipse. That is what turned Guts into the man you saw in Black Swordsman. Well, not exactly. He's almost there, but there's still some ground to cover before he finishes his transformation as well. That's right, Guts still has some pain to go through, as if literally surviving hell wasn't bad enough. As Guts lies in a coma, he dreams of the Band of the Hawk marching past him in a thick mist. Guts is calling out to them, but they don't respond, simply going forward without even looking at him. He swears that what's ahead is bad, but they're like statues. Nothing he says matters. They even look like ghosts. No solid definition or solid detail to any of them. The dream ends with Guts begging the Hawks not to leave him. He wakes up in an ore cave, completely bandaged up and lying in a bed. A little girl enters the cave and notices that he's awake. She runs over, trips over herself, and starts crying. As it turns out, it's Erica, the daughter of the blacksmith he stayed with when he left the Band of the Hawk. Just to make matters more surprising, Rickert comes in as well. He scolds Erica for running before seeing Guts is conscious. Rickert explains that Skull Knight took them all over to Goto's workshop and ordered them to keep Guts and Casca inside the ore cave. Rickert wants answers about what happened in the tornado, but Guts just snaps and yells at him, demanding to know what happened to Casca. Erica tells him that she was in the cave, and points to her bathing in a nearby waterfall. Guts wastes no time trying to go to her, but she slinks away. He tries to touch her shoulder, but she recoils from every attempt. When Guts finally gets a good look at her face, he sees that her eyes are wide and vacant. Casca's mind regressed into complete psychosis, not much smarter than a toddler. She remembers nothing and is terrified of men. Guts can't comprehend the idea until Casca runs over to Erica for comfort. Whatever is left of her is long gone, now just a blithering madwoman. Guts goes to leave the cave despite Rickert begging him not to go, saying at first his wounds are too severe, and then revealing Skull Knight specifically ordered him to stay inside no matter what. But there's no stopping him. Guts sprints into the forest, a million different thoughts racing through his mind. All of his friends are dead. The good times were over before he even realized it. All those happy memories went up in smoke. Before he even realizes it's nighttime, Guts finally reaches his limit and just falls into the grass. He stares up into the night sky, thinking about how Griffith took everything away from him. Just as he thinks he's finally found some peace and quiet, letting the night rain pour down on him, he hears noises in the dark. Remember, he has the brand of sacrifice now. Spirits appear out of the dark, and Skull Knight comes to tell him the bad news. Guts is cursed, forever, stuck between the world of the living and the world of the dead. The horseman throws Guts his sword just as the spirits come and attack. He fights them off as much as he can as Skull Knight explains what's going on. Guts is like a torch in the darkness for the dead, the brand of sacrifice acting as a dinner bell to bring all sorts of creatures over to the mortal world. Guts is even almost taken over by the poltergeists, but he just barely manages to stave them off, much to Skull Knight's annoyance. If he doesn't get used to his new life, he'll be dead before morning. The speech enrages Guts, who is sick about hearing fate and destiny. The way he sees it, it's a whole new war for him to fight, and he knows exactly what to do. Hunt down and kill every single demon, down to the last one. And Griffith is at the top of the hit list. The ghosts seem to finally dissipate, Guts thinking it's finally over. However, that's not true. The ghosts merely found another torch in the dark, as Skull Knight puts it, and Guts immediately realizes he was talking about Casca. The two ride through the forest to find her. Guts demands to know who exactly Skull Knight is, but all he'll say is that he's an enemy to demons and the God Hand. He brought Guts and Casca over to Godo's because the ore cave was once occupied by elves, so it was blessed, meaning demons couldn't enter. Skull Knight also explains that the spirits come out in the dark, so if the sun sets or they enter a dark forest, they'll be attacked. To ensure their safety, they need to stay inside the cave. They finally find Casca, who is surrounded by spirits, but for some reason they aren't hurting her, just hovering around without attacking. Guts runs over to try and help, but she starts having stomach pains. She drops to the ground, holding on to Guts as she gives birth. Guts looks down at the shapeless thing that just came out of her and tries to stomp it to death, thinking it's just a demon that infected her. But Casca protects it from Guts' wrath. He's confused why she would try and protect the demonic fetus, but Skull Knight says it's her baby. She was carrying it before the eclipse, and it was corrupted after she was raped by Griffith. So it's now a demon, completely corrupted and no longer human. As Skull Knight urges Guts to murder the child, it finally hits him. There's only one possibility on how Casca got pregnant. This is the final middle finger to Guts. The final fuck you, the last joke Griffith played on him before the end of Golden Age. As it turns out, Casca was pregnant with his child after they had sex in the woods. Now you might know what I mean when I talked about that scene earlier with Casca sitting outside the wagon. At first, you might think it's her trying to calm herself down, but now you realize she might have been panicking even more. We're never explicitly told one way or the other if Casca knew she was pregnant, but I feel like that scene was at least an indication of the possibility. Plus, it explains why she was so emotional compared to a lot of the other times where she had a temper, but she knew when to be a cold warrior. But now you know. Griffith didn't just murder his friends. Griffith didn't just rape the love of his life in front of Guts. Griffith even went so far as to making sure he could never have a kid. Now just a constant reminder of what they went through. Guts grabs the demon child, still trying to process what exactly is happening, and Casca fights to get it back. Well, the sun comes up and the demon fetus vanishes along with the rest of the spirits. She wails, believing the child is gone forever, but Skull Knight insists that it's still alive, and that it will follow them because, well, they're its parents. So every single time you saw it come up in the opening chapters, it was not just some random creepy demon made to look spooky. It was literally Guts' child corrupted into being a demon. Rickard and Erica arrive just as Skull Knight gives his final omen. If Guts truly wants to hunt after the demons to get his revenge, he merely needs to follow the brand. Since it reacts to evil, it will guide him on his journey. However, if he chooses this path, it will be dark and painful. He needs to be absolutely sure if it's a road he wants to go down. At the same time as the events of the last few chapters, a strange deformed man is nearly run over by a carriage. The riders hop out to make sure he's okay, but he just sniffs the ground like a pig. They eventually just throw their hands up and pass him by, commenting that ever since the eclipse happened, nothing but weird things go down. They leave and we see that deformed man is actually an apostle. The scent he was tracking was of a sacrifice. Back at Godo's workshop, we see Rickard and Erica steal a key and sneak into a secret warehouse full of weapons. She explains that Godo was once considered a legendary smith who could make anything he was ever asked. Rickard then spots a massive slab of metal, a sword that towers over him, something that Erica calls the Dragon Slayer. Godo appears explaining the story behind the sword. He was once approached by a king who had a proclamation. He wanted him to make a sword that could kill a dragon. Godo was exhausted of dealing with nobility. Their swords were always refined and elegant. To him, swords are just butcher knives. So he made a sword big enough to butcher a dragon, basically as a joke. Turns out the king wasn't perceptive to the humor, and Godo had to run away from his old life, shacking up in the mountains and living there ever since. Godo views the sword as a mistake, something made out of frustration instead of passion. But when Rickert asks if it could actually kill a dragon, Godo is confident it could do the job, if there were any dragons. Guts trains in the cave to fight without the use of his right eye and left arm, relying on his hearing instead to cut a fish as it jumps through the water. He seems satisfied with the result, and decides that the next day, he'll leave. Rickert seems reluctant to see him off, and Guts spends his last night in the cave, this time locked tight to prevent Casca from escaping. The two now essentially prisoners to their curse. As it turns out, it's been a month since they arrived at Godo's. Since then, Casca slowly warms up to Guts again, once running away at the sight of him, now just cautiously watching like a cat. Guts attempts to serve them dinner, but Casca's new nature causes her to spill hot soup all over herself. He tries to keep the soup from scalding her, and ends up ripping her dress open. The sight of her naked body causes Guts' sexual frustration to take over, and he tries to come on to Casca and kiss her. She pushes him away and runs for the door, screaming to get out. Guts spends the rest of the night crying, listening to her wail. Morning comes and Guts arms up, donning his new armor, along with a bandolier of throwing knives. Rickert asks if he can actually use them, and Guts explains that judo once tried to teach him some time ago, but it never really stuck. But now, he needs any trick he can get his hands on. Guts is finally decked out in his new clothes, the black swordsman armor, and to top it all off, Rickert reveals his new invention, an iron arm. Guts calls it groovy.
Groovy.
But there's a secret to the arm he doesn't know just yet. Before they can test it, however, Godo appears to see Guts off. The old man complains about how they raid his storehouse, but still gives Guts a new custom sword. Despite his complaining, he does like them. And the only payment for the headache would be having Rickert work off Guts' debt. Get shit on, kid. Guts tests his new sword, managing to cut through his sword and the anvil underneath it. It looks like he's ready to go. Then the brand grabs his attention. The deformed man from before arrived at the cabin, ready to kill them all. He immediately transforms into a demon. Everyone else is terrified, but Guts is consumed with an urge to kill. He cuts the demon open with his new sword, slicing its face, cutting off its arm, even opening its stomach. All the while, Godo is worried about the new sword. He never imagined Guts would fight monsters, so the sword wasn't made to kill something like that. Well, just in the heat of battle, the sword snaps in two. Now exposed and vulnerable, the pig demon uses its own intestines as tendrils to grab Guts and send him flying. He crashes into the warehouse full of weapons, and right as the monster stomps over to him, Rickert yells at Guts to aim the artificial hand at the demon and pull back on it. Yep, Rickert is the one who invented the arm cannon, and the explosion blows out the demon's brains, exploding out the back of its head. The strength of the blast pulls Guts' shoulder at a joint, but still managed to do critical damage to the demon. And just as Guts is forcing his arm back into place, he notices a certain weapon next to him. This is the first official kill Guts has with the Dragon Slayer. He cleaves the pig demon in two, finishing it off with a big dramatic blow. The rest of his friends look at him in shock. Godo because he never thought anybody could actually wield that sword. Rickert and Erica because to them, Guts looks scary, showing his first sign of becoming the monster we saw at the beginning of the manga. Sometime later, Guts says his goodbyes to everyone. Rickert asks if he's sure he's gonna leave without saying anything to Casca, and yeah, Guts refuses. Rickert tries to convince him that he should stay, since with the Hawks dead and gone, they're all that's left. But Guts claims that the Hawks aren't gone yet. They are still alive. So that's what matters. Casca is the leader, so he's trusting Rickert to protect her. To Guts, it's war, so he's going to do his job and raid the enemy. That's what he says, at least. In truth, all he needed was an excuse. Whether it was war or revenge, deep down he's filled with rage. And the only thing that he wants to do is kill every single demon that gets in his way. Guts, the 100-man Slayer, is dead. The Black Swordsman is born. The arc comes to an end with Guts wandering off into the fog, his path uncertain. Holy fucking shit. I have no clue how long this video has been. My only guess is it's above the 3-hour range. because this feels like a massive project. Granted, a lot of what's been pushing the time length has been doing the play-by-play, but that's because, as stated, there's a lot of context needed to explain pretty much any event in Berserk. As you can see, it wasn't just Edgy Boy's friends get munched on by demons. Golden Age took several volumes to play out, with its own story beats, character arcs, and 3-act structure. Really sit back and think about this. The beginning of this video was about Guts as a child. We went from a gritty military story about medieval politics to a full-blown dark fantasy horror story. Most everybody from the beginning is dead. Griffith is a demon, Casca is insane, and Guts is doomed to walk the path that turns him into a beast. Because if you thought Black Swordsman Guts was bad, just wait until part 3. As you'll soon see, Guts not only becomes just as violent and sadistic as the demons, but he becomes the boogeyman himself. But that's all coming in part 3, which will be out when it's out. This video was easily the longest one I've made, period. Hopefully the next few parts won't be near as long, but who fucking knows anymore. Luckily, by the time this video is out, a brand new chapter will be released. That's right, even though the future was uncertain and still remains undecided on whether or not it's coming regularly or gonna end right here, there's one final chapter for Berserk we can all enjoy. Hopefully, it adds some closure. But considering how sudden everything has been, I doubt it'll be a good ending for the series, but that's pretty much been an impossibility anyway. Still, at least there's the rest of the manga to enjoy, and it's gonna ramp up like crazy in the coming parts, as you'll eventually see. For now, I'm exhausted, to say the least, so I'm gonna get some sleep. I'm gonna work on some other videos before part 3, both to keep up with the schedule and because I don't want to burn myself out working on Berserk 24/7. Until next time, please remember to like, comment, and subscribe. See you guys. Alright, it's been a long time coming. The next step of our journey through the fantasy epic Berserk. In part 1, we were introduced to our protagonist, Guts, a violent, cruel demon hunter that is hunting after the monsters that wronged him. At first, we're led to believe he's just a sociopath, a complete asshole that bullies innocent people and shows no regard for the safety of others. But there were hints that his traumatic quest was actually starting to get to him. Bits and pieces that showed he really did have some humanity buried under the surface. The character of Puck was the vehicle to explore this side of Guts, his goofy, fun-loving nature clashing with the cold-hearted and dark exterior, and Puck's magical abilities showed that Guts was essentially shutting out his feelings with pitch-black hate. Yet we didn't really follow these two for that long. We had maybe about 8 chapters or so, and then we moved on to the absolutely massive flashback arc we covered in part 2. Golden Age was all about giving Guts every ounce of context necessary to explain who he is, along with the setting at large, why he's hunting demons, how he became disfigured. So much was covered in part 2, it was 3 hours long alone. It introduced a lovable cast of eccentric mercenaries, characters we grew to care about and really admire, then brutally killed them. Guts himself showed many different layers that developed him from the archetypical edgy swords boy he was in Black Swordsman. Plus, it gave our protagonist actual history in the world. It went from big sword guy in not Dark Ages Europe to fully fleshed out dark fantasy. Guts lost his family as a child, found a new one in the Band of the Hawk, left that family out of fear his best friend didn't really care about him, fell in love with a woman, realized he could truly be happy with her and plans to run away, only to learn his actions had consequences, and his dreams in life were over before they started. He threw away his chances at fulfillment and realized too late it was impossible to put things back together. Then when the eclipse happened to close off our flashback, it spelled out in no uncertain terms why Guts became as vicious as he did. The man survived actual hell, only to be cursed for the rest of his life. That new family Guts grew to love was slaughtered by monsters. He will be hunted until he's cold in the ground. The woman he loves is completely insane and a shell of her former self. His best friend is the one who damned them all and made Guts watch as he violated the love of his life. Even his unborn child was corrupted into being a demon. This is all in the flashback arc that explained why a dude wears all black and has a big sword. There's overkill, and then there's writing a Shakespearean tragedy to explain why your OC has a black cloak. Never say Miura was anything but detailed, but now that's finally over, it's time to talk about the Berserk prototype. That's right, Berserk technically has a prequel prototype thing. This was the first draft of the story Miura came up with before dedicating to the final product we see in the manga, and unlike the Lost chapter, Chapter 83, which we covered in part 2, this is actually in every copy of Volume 14 that's out there. Since technically Volume 14 is the ending of Golden Age, and it sort of acts as a transition between Old Berserk and New Berserk. You get to see how the series was originally going to be before you come back to current events. That's not to say that it comes immediately after Golden Age. You actually get a few chapters into the next arc, and then it closes out that volume with the prototype. It's sort of weird, but that's how it works. And it's better to cover this now instead of cutting out partway through the next arc to talk about what essentially amounts to a big Easter egg. Nevertheless, this is actually the version of Berserk Miura came up with when he was in college back in 1988. The manga itself began publication in 1989, so he basically has some ideas down pat, and it's just about ironing out specifics. But there are stark differences between the prototype and final Berserk. Guts' design is the first noticeable change. He still has his signature black cloak, his massive sword, and his iron left hand, but he's got an eye patch covering over the eye he lost. There's other differences too, but I'll explain them as we go along through the chapter itself. The prototype opens up with Guts walking past rows of skeletons impaled on stakes. Now the first thing he actually does is make an offhanded comment to Puck, which shows us that the two are already friends by the time this version of the story opens up. Which is kinda interesting because you don't get to see the scene in the tavern where he murders the bandits and saves Puck. Instead, we're supposed to assume these two have been together for at least a little bit by this point. Anyway, they spot some bandits attacking a wagon in the distance. We see the bandits have cornered the girl driving the wagon and try to rape her. Well, just before they can get started, they're all killed by crossbow fire. The village girl looks up to see Guts holding a big crossbow, and while it's not the automatic one he had before, it still shows he uses it as a weapon. So I guess the idea is he just loads them really fast. The scene is actually pretty similar to what you see at the beginning of Sword of the Berserk Guts' Rage, so it's possible that game treated this as sort of a reference. Which makes sense considering Miura wrote that game as well, so he probably just wanted to add a little nod to what came before. Still, the girl is in shock as she watches Guts go right to the overturned carriage we can assume is hers and complains about the lack of food. She tries to warn him about a surviving bandit coming up right behind, but he's already a step ahead. He cleaves the guy in two with his sword. Very similar to the first kill with the Dragon Slayer we see in the first volume, but this version of the sword is slightly different. It's still the same basic shape as the Dragon Slayer, but it's got these sort of wingtips looking things right near the hilt. Still, the bandit is dead and Guts takes his leave. The girl he unintentionally saved reveals her leg is hurt, and Guts reluctantly takes it upon himself to take her home on a horse he stole from the dead robbers. And if you're feeling some weird sense of deja vu looking at the village girl, it might be because she sorta looks like early Griffith. In fact, a popular fan theory is that her design in the prototype inspired Griffith's design, since there are a lot of references to Griffith's beauty making him look almost androgynous. Is there any weight to the theory? No clue. But it's a conversation starter. During the horse ride, the girl takes note of Guts' metal arm and eye patch. She's startled by Guts yelling at Puck, who flies out of his pouch, much to her delight, as she's never seen an elf before. Meanwhile, Guts is far less impressed. There's some more banter as Guts complains about a lack of food, and Puck demands he walks so it gives the elf more space on the horse. They're obviously just riffing on each other, and once again it kind of establishes their friendship. The girl laughs as she decides that since an elf is following Guts, he couldn't possibly be a bad guy. Well, they arrive at her village, the rest of the town's surprised to see her come back alive, but they're relieved she's safe, and we learn the girl's name is Frika. She tells the village about how Guts saved her from the bandits, and we cut to later that night. During dinner, Frika's uncle explains that the town is being tormented by the local lord, Vlad Tepes. 10 years ago, during a war with another country, Vlad took over 500 prisoners and had them impaled on stakes, lining them against the border, including priests and entire families, and they've been under strict orders not to remove them ever since. There's some pretty obvious Vlad the Impaler vibes they're trying to get across if it's not obvious by now. Well, after the war ended, Vlad turned against his own people, and ever since he's ordered the capture of young women from his territory, where they would be tortured and killed in his castle. The villagers discovered his evil intentions when they found a skewered body of a woman in the river behind the castle, and 4 women have already vanished from the village after being ordered up to his keep. Frika was intended to be the 5th sacrifice. Her family simply wanted her to run away, but Frika didn't want any other girl to suffer the same fate as the others. Guts shows little regard to the peasants' suffering as he asks for more food and beer, and the leaders of the village gather at Frika's place to try and hire Guts as an assassin. They're willing to give whatever they have for Guts to kill Lord Vlad, though he refuses, saying the job is too risky and why should he give a shit about a bunch of villagers with no decent reward anyway. An old woman begs Guts to avenge her granddaughter, who is actually the one they found in the river, but he's not biting, even telling her point blank he doesn't care. The rest of the village is disgusted at Guts' behavior, and even Puck rips into him for being a selfish jackass. Puck says that he should understand more than anyone what they've been going through, losing a family member, but Guts swears they'll get over it. Then Frika runs up to meet him one last time. She admits she told the rest of the village Guts was a powerful knight, so it was her fault they tried to pressure him into taking the job. She tries to apologize, but Guts still says he doesn't care. She's disappointed, but she asks Guts to keep a memento of his to remember him by. Guts isn't sure what to give since he's only really carrying weapons with him, but he decides to give her his eye patch. Frika is appreciative of the gift and runs off. Puck is still mad, sarcastically asking him if he actually does want to save her, and then he rants about how Guts doesn't seem to care about anyone but himself, saying he's a bitter scumbag that only lives for dead people. This sets off Guts, who grabs Puck and goes on a pretty revealing rant. It turns out Guts watched his own mother be devoured by demons while she was still alive. She turned into meat in front of him. So now this is life for Guts. Just bitterness and hate. He does apologize for hurting Puck, but his mind is set. He only cares about hunting demons and nothing else. Well, just as he says all this, he notices Frika riding away in a carriage, and a certain symbol on the door catches Guts' attention. Yep, this is the prototype's version of the brand of sacrifice. Not really worth trying to hide it, it's pretty obvious. It's certainly different from the actual one, it's more curved while the original is very jagged and angular, but it still looks almost the same. Now a lot of you might have picked up on some subtle and not so subtle differences between actual Berserk and prototype Berserk. Guts' personality is a bit goofier here than his usual very stern self, especially considering this is technically Black Swordsman era. That's not to say he's completely comedic, but you can definitely tell there's more humor with him here than before. Even the way his face is drawn leans a bit harder into being silly. He's got a big frown like a One Piece character, and his face stretches when he's mad or acting smug. Now when he's genuinely pissed off, you see Guts resemble more of his actual self, very sharp and tense. But during quiet scenes, the Guts we have here acts more like a lovable asshole than a psychotic asshole. Puck actually stays pretty consistent between real Berserk and prototype Berserk. He looks the same and pretty much acts the same too, acting as Guts' moral compass that shows clear frustration at his self-centeredness. But of course this leads to the most obvious difference between Prototype and regular. Guts' tragedy in the Prototype is watching his mother be eaten alive by demons as a child. Now compared to what we saw in the Eclipse, this sort of feels bog standard. And considering his entire journey in Golden Age revolved around finding a family, something he's never really had before, and losing them in the worst possible way, I can see why this plot point didn't really stick. Guts never having people who cared about him helped sell how tragic he is as a character. The one time he found a place to belong in, a real family, he took it for granted. He didn't really understand what was actually given to him, and then he was forced to watch them all suffer and die. That extra layer gives the loss more impact, more identity in a way. Just saying his mom died sort of relies on you putting the emotional beats together yourself. His mom died because of demons. You feel bad because you care about your mom and don't want her to die from demons. That's not to say it's cheap, plenty of good stories have dead parents. Just that it's kind of a surface level tragedy unless it's fully explored and is the intent. With the Band of the Hawk, we watch friendships form as the story goes on. Guts grows from this apathetic outsider to somebody who finally found a home. It's all about build-up. You spend time with a character and become accustomed to them. So when they die, it comes out of nowhere and has more impact. Show don't tell, Very basic writing rule. You don't want to just say someone died, you want to show it happening. Of course, this is a hypothetical first chapter. The idea is this is the introduction to the story. So the assumption is more details would have fleshed out this aspect if Miura actually stuck with it. We might have had a completely different backstory with Guts if Miura decided to go through with this idea of Berserk. Now coming back to the chapter, we transition to Lord Vlad's temple. Frika is taken inside the gate and brought before him. He's creepy right out of the gate, and wastes no time showing he's a literal monster. Weird monster eyes and monster teeth. He's a monster, okay? And just as it looks like Frika is dead meat, our classic all is lost moment, a crossbow pierces Vlad's eye. Despite all the bloviating and edginess and being a complete douchebag and also an inconsiderate jackass and fuck you, Guts wasn't gonna let Frika die. Vlad tries to say some shit, a typical bad guy speech, and he gets another crossbow bolt right through the mouth. Despite his wounds, the guy isn't dying, so Guts' suspicions were correct. Vlad is a full-blown demon. The platform Guts is standing on explodes, and he has to dodge out of the way of a pile of very sharp objects coming to impale him. He manages to avoid most of the spears, but unfortunately he does get a few lodged right in his abdomen. Vlad takes time to brag, but Guts starts shit-talking as well. Of course he didn't die. Though he actually did get impaled through the stomach, it looks like that really fucking hurt. Guts rips out the spear and unsheaths the Dragon Slayer, ready to rock and roll. He also calls Vlad a dog of Vuana. This is another difference between the Prototype and the actual story, but I'll have to explain a bit of that later. Vlad transforms into his demon form, and he talks about how humans shouldn't know the name of the god of darkness, Vuana. Oh shit, well I guess he explained it for me. Yeah, there's no god hand in the Prototype. Instead, it's the typical Demon King thing you see in fantasy anime. Though instead of managing McDonald's, he has Vlad the Impaler as a buddy. Hard to really compare an offhanded comment about a shadowy main villain with actually seeing villains do villain shit, so I'm not gonna bother. All I will say is I'm not crazy about the name Vuana. It sounds weird, like an Italian soda brand or something. I might have to find a case on Amazon. Nevertheless, Vlad is full-on monster mode. Also, if you're wondering why I just call him a demon instead of an apostle, is because the term isn't really used that much in this. Vlad calls himself an apostle, and Puck uses the term when talking about Vlad in passing, but it still doesn't really feel concrete, Actual demons in Berserk and even the God Hand use the term all the time. Even Wylad, who is a complete hedonistic madman with little regard for anything else but having fun, called himself an apostle. In this, it feels more like a romanticized description of what Vlad was. Even if he says that's what he is, you wouldn't call a psycho monster with bird wings an angel, would you? Actually, save that for later. Anyway, Guts and Vlad fight, and it's very similar to the first battle with the Snake Lord from the first chapter. It plays out practically the same, even down to the demon grabbing Guts and bragging to his face about how he's gonna eat him. Then Guts blows his head off with the arm cannon and slices him in half. It's pretty obvious the Prototype heavily influenced the first chapter. Hell, it's almost literally a first draft in a way. Well, as Vlad is bleeding to death, he notices the branded sacrifice on Guts' chest, this one bigger than the small spot it takes up on his neck. And of course, we get the part where Guts reveals he's been sacrificed, and that caused his hatred of demons. Only instead of a burning building collapsing on top of him, it's a large chunk of the castle that crushes his skull. Still pretty good, you know, nice and visceral. Anyway, the trio escape from the castle, and Frika is safely returned home. All's well that ends well. Guts swears that saving her was just incidental, he just killed his enemy, he didn't want to save the cutie. But Puck thinks about how much scarier Guts seemed than Vlad, almost sinister by comparison. Guts takes his leave, but Puck still demands he treat the guy's wounds, showing that elf dust is still absolutely a thing, and Puck is basically there to act as the therapist and the medic. Guts simply responding that he'll give the demons as much blood and flesh as they want while he drives steel into their heads. And with that, the prototype comes to a close, the two walking off into the distance to end the chapter. Now, you can see why this is a prototype, a simple standalone adventure that gives hints towards a larger universe. Now, obviously, there are elements that didn't make the cut, the Demon King Vuana, some of the designs of Guts' weapons, the brand of sacrifice, the death of his mother, the eye patch, but it's actually something that with a few tweaks would have fit snugly into Black Swordsman. It's still fun, and it's interesting to see what came before the actual manga, especially considering this was only a year before the manga officially started. Remember, it came out in 88 while the manga debuted in 89. So Miura had most of what he wanted with Berserk thought out. It was just smaller details that changed and, ironically, snowballed into major plot points later, because Miura admitted that during Black Swordsman he didn't really have a plan. So with all these tiny details kind of combining together into one idea, it drastically affected the story. And that's kind of funny considering that a major theme of Berserk is exactly that, the effects of causality and details causing details later to change, which cause details later to change, and eventually an entire outcome and event is shifted in your favor, or the exact opposite. Something that in this coming arc you are especially going to pick up on as a theme. But really, think about all the little details in the prototype that were changed and the effect they had on the actual story of Berserk. Because he didn't continue with the idea of Guts' mother being eaten by demons, we got all of Golden Age and the tragedy with the Eclipse and the Band of the Hawk, and by extension Casca. Because he didn't stick with the Demon King Vuana, we got the idea of evil and the God Hand and Griffith. Kind of funny to really think about. In a way, it was the smaller details that got left behind in the prototype that led to the really famous parts of Berserk. Because Miura didn't rely on safe and easy tropes, he had to replace them with something. And I already mentioned where it led. Dude took a gamble and it royally paid off. And speaking of taking risks, it's time to talk about a fan-favorite arc. Technically, it's part of the larger arc known as Conviction, but it's just so good that it's become its own arc in the eyes of fans. One that is so metal, so hardcore, so dark and twisted that it's still yet to receive any attempt at adapting it. There have been hints, yes. Berserk 97 sort of implies it would have happened if it continued, but as of this video, there's been 0 official adaptations to the infamous Lost Children arc. And for a good reason too. This shit is so hype that cowards who do not even smoke crack cannot handle it. Lost Children is absolutely incredible for countless reasons. For one, it's noteworthy for bringing us back to the present, timeline-wise. Turns out it's been a full 2 years since the Eclipse, and we can assume the Black Swordsman took place a year before Conviction. So the timeline works like this. Golden Age comes first, chronologically. Black Swordsman is roughly a year after that, since we see Guts shows clear experience in fighting demons and understands more about his curse than at the end of Golden Age, and Conviction is a year after that. There's no official answer confirming this, it just sort of lines up. Some people argue Conviction is a few months after Black Swordsman, and that would also make sense, because it would be a perfect amount of time for Guts and Puck to be traveling together and not have some form of a relationship still. Another reason this arc is so famous is because it's sort of the point where the art really peaked style-wise. It hits a perfect balance between gritty horror and beautiful fantasy. That's not to say the art is bad after this, I mean goddamn, but simply this is the point that managed to not lean too hard in any direction. It doesn't look too rough, and it doesn't look too soft. There's also the, really well-known reason this arc is talked about, but let's not spoil anything just yet. Where's the fun? The arc starts off just a little bit after the Eclipse. A unit of knights ride past a mother and her young child. Turns out these are the Holy Iron Chain Knights, an army for the Holy See. Essentially, these guys are foot soldiers for the Vatican. We see some of the members bantering as they ride. A man by the name of Serpico teases his friend Azan by saying the woman they rode past is a looker and probably his type, but Azan is not interested in playing along. They were sent to investigate a possible sign of God, and this idiot was busy looking at women. They're both told to can it by their commander, a woman on a regal-looking horse, and it turns out they found their objective, the Red Lake. It's the remains of the Band of the Hawk, torn apart and unrecognizable. The way the commander sees it, this is a sign right out of prophecy. When the sun dies 5 times, a red lake will appear to the west of the city with a name both old and new. And it's a prophecy specifically predicting the birth of what they call the Hawk of Darkness, master of the sinful black sheep, king of the blind white sheep, the one who will call down an age of darkness to the world. Basically the Antichrist. Man, I wonder who this is talking about. What bird guy could this prophecy be referring to? Sun dying 5 times? That sounds like an eclipse where the sun goes dark for a little bit. And 5? That's like how you have 5 fingers on your hand. You need 5 to make a hand. And this prophecy is biblical, so it's like you need 5 to make a hand that's close to God. Yeah, the foreshadowing here is a little bit blatant. The God Hand are gonna do evil shit to the world, and Griffith in particular is gonna be involved. Well, take that little seed and put it in the back of your mind, because now we're jumping 2 years ahead to a dark, rainy forest. Some bandits are complaining about the lack of loot to steal, mentioning that times are getting tougher. The most they manage to snatch is a little girl who they plan to sell off. Well, one bandit decides to take his pants off because it turns out he's a moderator for Reset Era, but luckily she fights him off with a kick to the groin. The ruffians then talk about the history of the tree they're sitting under. The forest itself was used by a cult of heretics who would cut people's stomachs open and make them walk around trees with their intestines staked into them. And that very tree is one of the ones they used for their sacrifices. To prove his point, the bandit telling the story shows the stakes buried into the wood, even saying the bumps in the tree look like human faces. This causes the pedophile bandit to get an idea. He wants to see if the story could actually be true, so he plans on cutting the girl's belly open and making her walk around the tree. As he's cutting her dress open, a chestnut falls onto his hand, the spike stinging his fingers. They all look into the darkness trying to spot who threw it, and they see Guts sitting by himself, his cloak shielding him from the rain. At first, the little girl assumes he's a forest ghost, but Guts rises to his feet and complains about his lack of sleep. The bandits try to talk tough, the pedophile one even licking the blade of his knife, but Guts doesn't give a shit, even pushing the blade of the knife into the pedophile bandit's tongue. Instead, he wants to know if the story about the sacrifices is actually true. The storyteller says it's legit, and Guts tries to warn them all to leave. Well, the bandits take it as a threat and prepare to fight, but Guts is a step ahead, breaking the jaw of the leader bandit with his metal arm. This escalates the situation, but right before they can fight, Guts feels his brand. He tries to warn the bandits, and now the tree is looking at them. Not only was the story true, the tree is possessed by the spirits of the dead who were murdered by the cult. Now, this is something that actually does crop up in adaptations to Berserk, even if this specific part isn't covered. Berserk PS2 has the tree as an enemy type you fight, same with Berserk Muso, though it never actually touches Lost Children material. Berserk 2016 actually covers the bandits in the forest, but changes the scene to not include the little girl or Guts. Instead, this happens at the same time as the wagon and the skeletons. It's sort of an icon to the series in kind of a funny way. For good reason too, it looks fucking dope. The idea of a demonically possessed tree sounds sort of silly, but hey, Evil Dead. Plus, you look at this thing and tell me with a straight face it is not metal as fuck. Especially when it sends its branches down and turns some of the bandits into paint, their brains and eyeballs flying through the air from sheer force. The surviving bandits run for their lives at the horrific flesh-eating tree, and the little girl is left behind, collapsing to the ground, petrified at the horrors. But Guts does what he does best and takes a swing, his sword flying over her head and tearing into the demon tree. Some of the branches are ripped off and it actually bleeds, blood spraying out from the wounds. So not only is the tree possessed, it's been transformed into a living creature. The whole time the little girl is watching, she repeats the famous catchphrase to describe the Dragon Slayer. It was much too big to be called a sword. Massive, thick, heavy, and far too rough. Indeed, it was like a slab of raw iron. Guts is back, baby. This arc actually has sort of an interesting thing going on with this kid. She's sort of our narrator. Guts is our protagonist, but this arc is almost being told from the perspective of this kid. It fits thematically with what's to come. Lost Children specifically focuses on the trials of being a child in the world of Berserk. Guts' situation wasn't great, but as you'll soon see, it's not really much better being a normal kid in this setting. Still, our narrator watches the fight between Guts and the demon tree. She's astonished at his skills, able to fight off the monster, dodge its attacks, and explode its head with the cannon in his arm. And to finish it off, Guts uses the momentum of the cannon blast to increase the speed of his sword swing. She was so terrified she could barely move. The bandits were slaughtered and ran for their lives. But this random stranger not only fought this nightmarish creature, he won. She sees spirits rising from the bark, the sun peeking through the clouds and purging the spirits from the forest. Guts remarks that it's the first time he's seen the sun in 3 days. Well, just as the little girl calms down, a remaining spirit in the tree tries to bite her, but it's chased out of the bark by a chestnut landing on it. Turns out, it was Puck who started the altercation with the bandits, using his special technique Bloody Needle, where he throws the chestnut at you. He admits to using Guts as the muscle to save the girl, but she reacts negatively. She starts screaming her head off, which causes Puck to drop a chestnut on his own head. Guts tries to write off the incident as the two being crybabies, but then she claims Puck is an elf from Misty Valley. And for some reason, that's something that causes her to shake in fear. We cut back to the bandits as they've been running through the forest since last night. Soon they're consumed in a heavy fog and start to hear laughing all around them. As the men begin to panic, they spot elves flying all around. The leader of the bandits can't believe what he's seeing, saying that this ain't some kid's fairy tale. But one of the elves insists that's exactly what it is, a fairy tale for children. Yep, say hello to the moth demon that attacked Rickert back in Golden Age. She's our villain this go around. We don't see what happens to the bandits, but considering what we saw her do earlier, let's just assume it's very, very bad. So Lost Children is kind of a monster of the week type story. It has the typical formula you saw during Black Swordsman. Guts shows up at a new place, fights some bad men, and through fighting the bad men learns about a new demon nearby for him to also fight. However, what actually happens here has some serious consequences in more than a few ways, but I can't talk about that until we get to the larger plot. Just know that this entire segment, and honestly Conviction at large along with the next arc after, revolves around a conflict within Guts. Is Guts a monster or is he a man? Is he still capable of redemption or has he completely fallen to the dark side? It's the overwhelming question that dictates a lot of what is about to come. Now, of course, if this is your first experience with Berserk and don't know what's on the horizon, you're gonna say Guts is a good man. He's simply traumatized by horrific experiences. There's no way for him to be well and truly evil, but as you'll soon see, both sides have some legitimate arguments. Coming back to the chapter, the little girl Guts rescued leads him and Puck back to her village. It's small and rundown, nearly abandoned. People stay hidden inside their homes and watch our group with suspicion. The little girl walks up to what we assume is her house and peeks inside the door, reeling back when her mother calls out for her. We learn her name is Jill, and she went missing from the village sometime last night. Her mother was worried sick while her father doesn't give a shit. Jill's dad is an alcoholic asshole that only cares about sharing old war stories with his buddies. His friends seem to be thankful she's okay, but Jill is visibly uncomfortable when one says he's sorry about last night. Jill's father demands she go buy him booze and beats her with his cane when she tries to call him out for not caring about his family. Her father is obsessed with his time in the military, probably the only time he was ever actually useful for somebody, and is angry at his sacrifice being squandered by his family. He's pretty merciless towards Jill, beating her and berating her over and over again, with his wife begging him to stop, basically in the middle of the street. The only thing that actually gets the guy to back off is Puck throwing a chestnut at his head, something that's kind of becoming a signature move of his. Jill's father tries to pin the blame on Guts, but he's quick to throw the elf under the bus. And as it turns out, Jill isn't the only one terrified of elves. At the mere sight of Puck, the entire village turns against them. Jill's mother drags her into the house, and the rest of the villagers surround Guts with weapons. They threaten him to hand over Puck, who is begging Guts to ski-daddle out of there. An old lady takes a swing with a farming hoe, but lands flat on her face when she dodges, now just begging them to give back her grandchild. The village interprets this as Guts attacking the old lady and move in to try and kill him. Yeah, fuck these people. Like, trust me, you're gonna be on my side by the end of this. Fuck these people. Guts considers killing a few of the assholes to scare the rest off, but Puck begs him not to. He also spots Jill looking at him from the doorway, trying to scream in vain at the crowd to stop. This seems to snap Guts out of his original idea. Instead, he unleashes the Dragon Slayer and splits a wagon in half. With the cargo flying in the air, he takes the opportunity to escape while the crowd is distracted. Guts manages to lose the villagers and hides out under the town walls. He's visibly frustrated at how the situation fell apart, and Puck is infuriated at being treated like a menace. He goes on a rant about how actually, elves are lovable and cute, so they should be respected and treated with praise. Also, he accuses the villagers of being sex offenders, which... he's not wrong. Anyway, Guts is annoyed that Puck is still following him, taking up space in one of his satchels as his new home, but the elf considers himself a good luck charm for the brute. Jill finds the duo and tells them to hide out in the old windmill just outside of town. Nobody goes into it since it broke down, meaning they should be safe inside. She offers to sneak out and bring them food after sundown, but Guts insists she stay away from him until dawn, unless she wants a repeat of that previous night. We cut to that night and see Jill back at home. She's in her room watching through the doorway as her father abuses her mother for taking too long to bring him and his friends booze. She sees one of her dad's friends walking towards her room, drunkenly claiming he's trying to take a piss. But Jill seems to understand what his real intentions are. She quickly barricades her door, quivering in fear, as the grown man tries to enter her bedroom. When he finally leaves, Jill covers herself in Guts' cloak and cries. I'm hoping you guys caught up to the implications here. It's not fun, to put it politely. But I did tell you guys, this arc was heavy. It's all about the suffering of children. From abuse, to neglect, to, well, let's not spoil things just yet. Just know, if you're a fan of Schadenfreude, you're probably gonna enjoy this a lot. As dawn breaks, Jill sneaks out to the windmill Guts and Puck are at. She spots him sitting in the corner, sleeping as some spirits floating near him are burned away by the sunlight. She tries to wake him up, but Puck asks her to let him be. He only just fell asleep. She wraps Guts in his cloak and sits down next to him. To Jill, Guts is from a strange world, a swordsman dressed in all black traveling with an elf. It's clear she's fascinated by the man, seeing him as almost a pseudo-father figure. He's the only symbol of strength and protection she's had in her life. Her actual father is cruel to her, and her mother is powerless to stop him. So of course Jill shows an interest in the one man, the mysterious stranger, that risked his life to save hers. Sometime later, we see an incubus slither down to try and attack Guts, but he crushes it against the wall with his metal arm. He's awake, and frustrated at having no proper sleep in, count 'em, 4 days now. He looks down to see Jill sleeping in his lap, her basket of food laid down in front of his leg. It seems she was waiting for him to wake up. Guts notices the bruises on her face and hands and shows a twinge of sympathy for the girl, which makes sense considering his own circumstances. Not just that Guts practically went through the exact same shit Jill is going through during his own childhood, even down to the implied sexual abuse. Hell, it's something we've seen a few times. Guts really doesn't like kids getting hurt. He was traumatized after the murder of Adonis to the point he was in a daze for what we can assume was hours. Plus the incident with Teresa during Guardians of Desire, where he acted like a detached asshole trying to push her into suicide, but the minute he thought nobody was looking, he started crying. And now Jill is invoking similar feelings. And to take a step further, all the times after Golden Age where we see Guts deal with children, there's an extra layer of tragedy. Remember, Guts was going to be a father himself before the eclipse happened. Now, this isn't something that's ever explicitly stated, at least not yet, but with this arc coming right after Golden Age, which ended with the reveal of Casca's pregnancy and the loss of their baby, it's kind of tragically fitting. How do you follow up a story beat about the loss of a child? Dedicate an entire arc to how cruel this world is towards children. Back on point, Jill wakes up after Puck falls on her head and she sees Guts is on his feet. He asks her what's so special about Misty Valley, and Jill explains that the valley east of the village was always filled with mist, all year round. Not only that, but legends point to elves having lived there, so it became a popular story among the villagers. She also reveals that for the last few years, the villages around the area have been attacked by mysterious monsters. They devour crops, kill livestock, and every single witness to the attacks claim they're the elves of Misty Valley. Puck refuses to believe actual elves are attacking villages, but Jill describes the monsters as tiny people with insect wings on their backs. She also says something about the elves not seeming right to her. Not the fact that the elves eat people and kidnap children, nah, that's fine, don't worry about that. Something else is strange about them. Well, just as they finish their conversation, Guts' brand starts bleeding. He runs outside to see a swarm of elves coming for the village, and Guts seems to realize what's going on before Puck and Jill. They aren't elves, they're something else. They're full-blown demons. The demon elves rip through the village, consuming everything in their path, tearing through guard dogs, livestock, even bursting into a nearby home and devouring the family inside, laughing while they kill them. We see Jill's father beat her mother for trying to go outside and find her. To him, it was Jill's fault for going outside in the first place, so it wouldn't be their fault if she died. Once again, this dude's an asshole. The surviving boy from the massacred family runs outside, chased by a swarm of demons taunting him to go play with them. But the boy runs straight into Guts, who simply tells him to stay down. He rips through the swarm using the blade of his sword as a fly swatter. The rest of the village in awe at the sight. That weird guy from yesterday just killed a bunch of tiny monsters they've been terrified of for years. Guts takes a good look at the scene, the dead family, and most importantly, the elves. Just like the woman we saw in the beginning of the arc, they're more of an insect-human hybrid than actual elves. Puck has insect wings, but he doesn't look like a bug monster, he just looks like a little person with insect wings. Kind of a traditional fairy, like something you'd expect from Tinkerbell, but these guys have obvious insect qualities. Plus, Guts' brain reacts to them when elves so far have had very positive connotations, when the brain is supposed to react to evil. Of course, we understand they're the minions to whoever the moth woman is, but even then, they don't look like a moth. They're more reminiscent of wasps. Guts asks the boy if he wants to avenge his parents or go with the elves that killed them. The kid makes the obvious choice, and Guts interprets this as permission to use him as bait to attract the rest of the swarm attacking the settlement. I mean, I think he skipped a few steps here, but whatever. Jill and Puck come in to see Guts hanging a small child off the tip of his sword, so it's possible they didn't get the full context for why this is okay. The rest of the village definitely got the message. They're still as useless as always, choosing to huddle inside and complain about Guts using this bait instead of doing anything to try and help. Well, with the terrified, screaming child acting as a lure, the rest of the swarm comes flying towards them. Guts leads them on a chase, the poor kid forced to look at the evil monsters trying to grab onto his face, while the psycho adult he just met uses him as live bait. Guts manages to herd the swarm over to a nearby barn. He throws the boy onto the ground and tells him not to move, even as the barn is filled with demons. Confident they finally caught their prey, the elves turn into their demonic forms, looking more like wasps than ever before, even growing abdomens with stingers. As they close in, Guts cuts down the rafters of the barn, tosses a bottle of gunpowder to the ground, and sets off his arm cannon. Using the momentum of the cannon blast, Guts escapes the barn by bursting through the wall behind him. With the dust, lumber, and gunpowder all being ignited at once, the barn goes up in flames. The young boy he used as bait desperately running away as fast as possible. He falls to the ground in front of Guts, who thanks him for doing a good job as bait. His reward? He gets to watch the monsters who murdered his parents burn in front of him. Jill and Puck watch from a distance as the leader of the elves reveals herself in front of Guts. Now, if you're reading this volume by volume, you see why I covered the prototype immediately, because that cliffhanger is what closes off volume 14. Right after is the prototype chapter. And then you're screwed until volume 15. And to sort of take a minute to talk about what we just saw, you're kind of seeing what I mean by Guts is kind of evil, just a little bit, just a tiny little bit though. Even if he clearly has some sympathy for Jill's situation, the fact that dude used a random village boy as bait to kill monsters kinda negates that little bit of humanity we just saw. Even if the kid turned out okay, because I really do fully believe Guts intended for the kid to stay alive. That shit was risky, to say the least. That's the strategy a crazy person would come up with. Now, I'm not mad at this. I'm not actually upset Guts did this. In fact, him becoming so reckless and hot-headed and bloodthirsty is part of the reason I really enjoy this arc. I'm simply pointing out that this is the start of something really bad with the guy. Coming back from our cliffhanger, we see the queen of the elves flying in the air above Guts. She's just as bubbly as the rest of her elves. Even after Guts tries to kill her with his throwing knives, she's still wearing a big smile and confidently smacking them away. Guts insults the queen for pretending to be an elf when he actually knows what she is, and that's something that actually does seem to set her off. She calls upon her swarm, who all accuse Guts of being a lying grown-up, which kind of gets Puck's attention. He picks up on it and realizes that they don't seem like actual elves. Instead, Puck realizes a bit too late what they really are. The queen flies down to attack Guts, covering him in her wing dust and stinging his arm with her proboscis, all the while Puck's trying to intervene in the battle with the queen. She takes some time to gloat over her attack working, and we've yet to see what she actually means by this. All the while, Puck is trying to tell Guts what's going on, but the big guy isn't listening. It takes Puck literally screaming in his ear for his message to get across to him. The monsters aren't elves. They're children. Human children. Somehow, the queen transformed the children she kidnapped into monsters like her. It's why the families die while the little kids are taken away. She notices Puck speaking with Guts and accuses him of being Peacalf the Outcast. The two don't recognize the name, but Jill seems to know what she's talking about. The queen comes in for another sweep attack, saying Peacalf gets punished with the humans, and Guts tries to prepare, but his body goes limp. Turns out, her dust is poisonous, and with the wound on his arm, it went straight to his bloodstream. The only thing that saves him is Jill diving in front and calling out to the queen, calling her Rosine. This causes the queen to pass over the two, forgetting her attack. Instead, she actually seems to recognize Jill. The two share a look before the queen flies away, taking her swarm with her. Jill repeats the name Rosine just in time for Guts to collapse to the ground. The poison from before is weakening him. Jill helps get Guts to his feet just in time for the rest of the village to arrive. They scream at Guts for burning the barn, mistakenly believing he destroyed all their winter provisions, when we actually saw that the elves took care of that. Still, they're pissed off. They're especially angry at Guts using the boy from before as bait, but Guts isn't having it. Instead, he simply laughs at the villagers, asking if any of them even tried to unlock their door when the boy ran out of his house. The villagers change the subject, not wanting to be called out for their cowardice, and demand he hand over the children. Jill and Thomas, the boy. Jill's mother even calls out for her, but she's hesitating to run back. She seems conflicted on leaving Guts behind. And even though she starts walking back to her fellow townsmen, a part of her regrets stepping away. All just in time for the big reveal. Remember, apostles turn back into humans when they die. So that swarm of bug monsters Guts just set on fire in the barn, they transform back into normal children, now burning in the remains of the barn, in front of the horrified villagers. Guts decides this is the best time to take a hostage, grabbing Jill and putting a knife to her neck. The situation is tense, as Guts tries to walk past the angry crowd. Puck is in a complete panic, as it seems like everything Guts does just makes the situation worse. One of the men in the angry mob tries to attack him, but Guts presses the knife hard enough against Jill's neck to draw blood, scaring away any more attackers. Guts and Jill make their way out of the mob, Jill's father watching them from his hiding spot but cowering away when he sees Guts. Jill is visibly upset at the idea of her father not even trying to save her, but she stays quiet almost as if she was expecting it to happen. They manage to get out of the village, where Guts lets Jill go. Puck is angry at the fact he even took her as a hostage in the first place, and then calls attention to the wound Guts put on her neck. But Guts grabs the elf and sprinkles her neck with the healing powder, basically telling him shut the fuck up, she's fine. Guts apologizes for what happened and goes to quietly walk away, only for Jill to state the obvious. He's on his way to Misty Valley, but she wants to come along. Turns out that Queen Elf is a friend of Jill's who went missing some time ago, Rosine. Guts tries to make it clear to Jill just what is going to happen when he gets there. Rosine isn't human anymore, and he's on his way to kill her. What does Jill honestly think she can do? In essence, he tells her to stay far, far away, leaving Jill alone with her thoughts. She's frustrated with her own life, how no matter what happens, nothing ever seems to change. It's all just shit, and she's stuck living with it. We come back to Puck lecturing Guts about how he shouldn't be cruel to a little girl. She gave him food and shelter, and he repaid her by telling her to fuck off. Then he sees Guts is still bleeding from his arm wound. He offers to heal it for him, but Guts pushes Puck away too, saying he's sick of him and wants him to go away. Puck tries to play it off as a joke, but Guts isn't joking. He throws him to the ground and walks off without him. Puck is upset, but he spots Jill walking up to him. She's gonna follow no matter what. Now here is what is possibly one of the darkest moments for Guts. Not the darkest, and dear sweet Christ, that's saying something, but this moment is up there. He's resting at a campfire, trying to purge the poison from Rosine out of his body. He's puking profusely, resorting to eating a snake raw for food, and even eats coca leaves. Not only was he poisoned, but he's got major blood loss and hasn't slept in 4 days. All the while, images of the burning children are in his mind. He prepares for a long, painful night. But then his brand starts to bleed. Now that the sun is setting, something is taking shape in the campfire. The demon child found him again, and taking no time to start annoying his father, it seems as though it summons a horde of flaming spirits, the dead souls of the children Guts killed in the barn fire. Now, we don't know if the demon child specifically brought them to Guts. Every time it showed up, it never seemed outright malicious, so it would be strange if it suddenly started attacking him, especially when it seems to instinctively recognize Guts as his father. But Guts blames it for the ghost coming after him, so fuck it. The dead children close around Guts, all screaming and crying as he cuts them down. It's actually not made 100% clear if they're intentionally trying to kill him. Sure, they're surrounding him, but the spirits aren't bragging about drinking his blood or devouring him. They're sobbing, crying out for their parents. They're afraid. It's quite possible that the ghosts are still just scared children deep down, but because they're in flames, anything they touch burns. And regardless of whether or not they're purposefully trying to kill him, Guts doesn't seem to care. He's happy to cut them apart all over again, now visibly deranged. Meanwhile, Jill and Puck are trying to track Guts down. Puck decides to use some of his abilities to keep Jill safe, scaring away any animals that might get too close, since they're running around in the middle of the night. But he can't help but bring up what she already knows deep down. Even if she finds Guts, it's not like he's gonna protect her from the swarm. and her friend isn't going to become human again if they meet. She's probably going to regret all of this when it was over. Jill admits that's probably true, but by this point she's already far enough that it would be a waste to turn back. She needs to see this through to the end. They manage to spot Guts' camp in the distance and find him in the midst of a full-blown rampage. He's cutting through the phantoms like a madman, just slicing through everything he sees. Even after seeing one of the ghosts begging for his mother, Guts doesn't hesitate. He's becoming less human as the fight goes on. Jill is horrified at the sight, but Puck is used to it, and unfortunately for them, some of the dead children materialize right behind them. Guts, absolutely consumed in his psychotic bloodlust, takes a swing in their direction. The only thing that saves them is Guts stopping his sword at the last second because he recognizes Jill. This half second of hesitancy gives the ghost a chance to pile onto Guts. He collapses on top of Jill, grabs onto her, and leaps off the cliffside away from the demons. The two are knocked unconscious and wake up the next morning. Jill is okay, but Guts hurt himself against the rocks falling down and can't move. He asks her to sprinkle some of Puck's dust on him to heal his wounds. He was also not exactly in a good shape after the fall. She helps treat his wounds while Guts asks why she followed him. Turns out it was because the queen called Puck Peacalf. It's a local fairy tale that all the children know. Peacalf was a boy born with pointed ears and red eyes, bullied by the local children, though his parents always loved him. Eventually, Peacalf began to believe that he wasn't with his true family. They weren't his real people. Nobody else had pointed ears or red eyes, so why was he different? He ran into the forest to try to find his real parents, and eventually stumbled onto a colony of elves, who also had red eyes and pointed ears, but they swear Peacalf isn't one of them. Instead, they explain that some time ago, a man and woman came into their forest to save their baby. It was sick and dying. The village forbade anyone from entering the forest and speaking with the elves, so the couple broke local law to try and save their child. The elves granted their request and saved their baby, though in exchange, the baby was altered to look like an elf, given their eyes and ears. But the parents didn't care, they were just happy their kid was alive. Peacalf, understanding that they were talking about him, realizes too late his parents really were his true family, and tries to run back to the village. But by the time he came back, 100 years passed in the outside world. Now all alone, Peacalf cried until his red eyes became even redder. Guts says the story sounds kinda grim, but Jill says that her friend Rosine loved it. In fact, she saw herself almost like a Peacalf type character. Now, I actually want to talk about the fairy tale a little bit, since you might think it sounds a little familiar. A boy living with his parents decides to run away because he doubts that the people around him are his real family. During his journey, he finally learns that the home he knew all his life was where he truly belonged, but by the time he came back, it was already gone. Ringing any bells? The story is about Guts. Now, I'm not saying the story is literally about Guts, but instead it's clearly supposed to remind you of his tragedy with the Band of the Hawk. Guts was convinced that the Hawks weren't his real family, that he still needed to find his true purpose, and it was only once he threw them away did he learn the Hawks were where he truly belonged. But when he came back, we all know what happened. It's beat for beat, honestly, just a few details shifted around to fit a fairy tale vibe. They never draw an explicit comparison between Guts and Peacalf. It's sort of something you realize on a reread or two. Plus, the story has larger implications for a plot point that was probably going to be touched on before Miura died, but that's way down the line. Outright Part 4, or if we're being perfectly honest here, 5 or even 6. Back to our summary, Jill explains that her friend Rosine was a neighbor girl who lived across the street. She was 4 years older than her, so the two bonded more like sisters. Rosine was a tomboy who liked to play outside in the woods, catching bugs and collecting little trinkets. One of the things she found was an egg-shaped stone with a human face. As the two became friends, Jill noticed that Rosine wanted to stay outside as long as possible, almost avoiding going back home. And the reason for it is because she too was dealing with abuse from her family. Rosine's family would fight constantly, and it was always about her. Jill would always see Rosine covered in bruises from the beating she suffered from her father. This caused Rosine to latch on to the Peacalf story as sort of a way to escape her life, even going so far as imagining an alternate ending for the story. In her version, Peacalf really was an elf, and ever since he left home he's been playing with his real family in the forest, far away from humans. She even claims that she's just like an elf and belongs in their land instead of with humanity. Jill says that the village they live in was caught up in a skirmish some time ago. Most of the people evacuated, but some of the women were left behind, and raped by the invading forces, Rosine's mother included. So the reason her father is so cruel to her is because he's convinced she's a product of rape and not his actual daughter. It's something she's had to live with her entire life, never once getting a break. One night, as Jill is sleeping, she sees Rosine standing outside her window in the rain. She claims that she's running away to Misty Valley to be with the elves, and she just wanted to say goodbye to Jill one last time, leaving her box of treasures to her. Ever since that night, Rosine vanished from the face of the earth. The village organized search parties, but they never found her, and a few days after she left, her own parents disappeared too. Jill inspected the box Rosine left for her and saw that the only thing missing was her lucky charm, the weird stone with a face. Sometime afterwards is when the swarm started to attack. Puck, picking up on what happened, shows off the Bela Guts collected all the way back in Volume 3, asking if the charm Rosine had looked the exact same. Guts doesn't waste time explaining the truth. The Bailet is an artifact used to summon demons, to grant the user power, in exchange for a sacrifice. He puts two and two together, and flat out says Rosine killed her parents to become an elf. Guts tells Jill one last time to walk away, that none of this is a fairy tale and she will die if it keeps going. Then, to drive the point home, he says point blank he's not stopping his sword next time. So Guts admits he's fully willing to murder Jill if she gets in the way. He even insults her parents, calling her father a loser and her mother a coward. Which... okay, I mean, in this specific instance he's right, but, you know. This makes Jill snap and she tries to slap him, but Guts catches her hand. He ends the debate by telling Jill to stick to PCAF before he goes to leave. She's just a kid, she doesn't belong in this really fucked up adult world he lives in. Puck attempts another lecture, but Guts traps him in a pile of rocks, fully abandoning the two to hunt Rosine on his own. Puck tries to comfort Jill, who's broken down crying from Guts' words, but she knows her life is a mess, and having someone say it out loud to her just makes it worse. Well, as the two talk, a certain somebody flies down to meet them. Rosine. She's come with her swarm. Puck is sent flying from his prison, the rocks scattered when Rosine lands down, and Jill is petrified. Rosine walks up to her and puts a frog on her head. The elves all share a laugh, and we see Rosine actually does recognize Jill as her friend. It's kind of a heartwarming moment seeing these two damaged children share a moment together as friends. Rosine shows off her new form, excited at the idea of being a true elf, while Jill can't help but think about what Gus said, about Rosine sacrificing her own parents to have her wish granted. But Rosine's energy is enough to distract her. Turns out she wants to formally invite Jill to join her in Misty Valley. She swears it's a fun place where they won't have to worry about a thing. She pulls Jill close, intending on flying her over her kingdom, promising no cold, no mean parents, no big guy dressed in all black looking at them. Oh fuck! Yeah, Guts takes a swing, just dives right at him with his sword, and the ambush actually works. He manages to slice off a bit of her wing, something that causes Rosine to cry out in pain, showing off her more demonic form. The sight terrifies Jill and causes her swarm to get violent, but Rosine decides to leave once Jill begs her to stop. Just leave it be, let's go. They all leave, Guts and Puck left behind and watching them fly away. Puck then says that it looked like Guts was about to kill Jill too, to which he gets no response. The motherfucker was actually gonna do it. He pulls a so what. This finally pushes Puck over the edge. He kicks Guts in the nose and tells him to well and truly fuck himself. Guts doesn't seem to care, but does think that he might have actually hesitated when he tried to kill Rosine. Something held him back. Well, we cut to Rosine and Jill flying through the air. They stare down at the landscape in awe. For the first time, Jill sees the world as truly beautiful, even noting that her village is so small she can't even see it anymore so high in the sky. Rosine continues to manipulate Jill, swearing that being an elf is a magical experience. If she becomes one of them, she can fly all she wants. Rosine notices Jill hesitate with the decision and asks if she's thinking about Guts, implying she might have a crush on him. I have no idea why, I'm just chalking this up to mysterious stranger is cool and badass, therefore I like him. Cause what experience with this man has ever pointed you to ever wanting to like him ever? Still, Rosine points out that he's coming for Misty Valley, but he'll never actually make it. Their kingdom is protected by real adults who care about children. Turns out Guts is indeed marching into Misty Valley, now consumed in the fog we saw the bandits run into in the beginning of the arc. His brand is spilling blood, so he knows he's getting closer. Well, he finally spots something in the fog and discovers a pile of corpses shaped into a ball, just like when it happened with Rickert. A form forces itself out of the corpse ball, and we see it's one of the bandits. The rest of the group emerges out as well, all of them completely naked. They're noticeably brainwashed, talking about how they won't let Guts past because he'll hurt the children. They charge at him, showing that they have enhanced speed thanks to whatever transformation Rosine put them through, but Guts makes quick work of the mutated bandits with his crossbow and throwing knives. However, one of the bandits transforms into an insect-like monster. This is the full extent of the mutations. The bandits are now a hybrid between man and insect. Remember, Rosine's hobby as a normal girl was collecting bugs, so this is almost like a sick joke she's playing on the bandits. Nevertheless, Guts is absolutely merciless. He's cutting through the monsters like a fucking tornado. The big bandit dude turns into a giant beetle and manages to pin Guts against a tree, trying to slice his head off with his pincers, but Guts slowly cleaves the guy in two, dragging the Dragon Slayer upwards and spilling him open. Guts even fires his automatic crossbow into his head in an attempt to shake him off, while at the same time, another mutated bandit starts skittering down to Guts' head to munch on his face. Oh, by the way, I completely forgot, if you have a phobia of insects, this arc won't be great for you. I probably should have put this warning earlier, but nah, you guys are cool. Well, Guts manages to kill the bug monsters by kicking off the tree and using the momentum to slice the one above him in half. Just as Guts finally gets a chance to breathe, he sees more mutants in the distance. A whole mass of them are running straight for him. So Guts readies his weapons and makes the rules clear. He won't leave even a single one of them alive. The assault begins and it's a bloodfest. He kills as many of the mutants as he can with his crossbow before whipping out the Dragon Slayer and jumping in. As the orgy of violence takes place, we see Puck is still seething over his fight with Guts. He takes a seat on a passing crow as he thinks about what could have possibly made Guts so hateful and angry. He knows the God Hand did something to the guy, and especially the raven-looking one, but Puck has no clue. Well, he decides he doesn't care anymore. Guts is an asshole, and Puck doesn't want to be his friend. Instead, he's going to be friends with this crow. The crow is also an asshole. Thankfully, Puck is okay, though he unknowingly stumbled right into Misty Valley. Recognizing it as an opportunity to save Jill, Puck decides to infiltrate the valley and find his friend. Guts is still losing his shit something awful, by the way. He killed pretty much all the bugs, only 2 survivors left. We didn't see the actual fight in full, but it was bad enough that Guts is soaked in blood and heaving, and he's just ripping their body parts apart. He's actually kind of reminiscent to how he ended up during the Tower of Rebirth fight, only Casca isn't there to calm him down. Even the surviving bugs comment going, "Yo, what the fuck is wrong with you?" Well, the two decide to transform into their insect forms, a large rhinoceros beetle and a praying mantis. Say hello to Biggie and Smalls. That's not their canon name, just sort of a nickname I gave them. You have the classic big strong dude working with a fast agile guy trope, and they're noticeably harder to fight than the mob Guts just slaughtered. As it turns out, these two have combat experience as knights. They know how to combo their abilities. Smalls slashing at Guts with his talons, and Biggie putting enough pressure to keep Guts from getting a chance to swing. And because Smalls rushes in with quick attacks, Guts doesn't have enough time to prepare a strike to kill a beetle. It's a bad situation. We cut back to the village, who are busy burying the children killed in the barn fire. There's so many bodies, they resort to a mass grave. The scene is grim. Parents crying over their missing children, possibly being among the bodies. But they can't even be sure because all the corpses have been burned beyond recognition. All the while, Jill's father is drinking on a stump away from the funeral procession. Fuck this dude. Like, seriously, just fuck this asshole. This is the point where the Holy Iron Chain Knights arrive. Remember these guys? Yeah, they're actually kind of important for things to come. The village panics at the sight of them, but the local priest assures them that the knights are here to help. The commander greets the priest and reveals that they were sent to investigate a possible miracle. Say hello to Farnese. She's the leader of these knights. That's about all I can say at the moment. Just know that she's probably one of my favorite characters. When this arc ends, you will learn a lot about her, so no reason to spoil things just yet. She orders her men to help bury the children while her and her top henchmen talk with the priest. He explains everything to her about how Guts and Puck showed up and set the kids on fire. I would hope he added the details about the killer swarm of demon elves that have been eating people for the last few years, but the most we see is them talking about the fire. Just saying, man, that shit's kind of important. You kind of want these guys to know about that. Well, Jill's father is actually eavesdropping on the conversation as Farnese explains her mission. She and her knights were tasked with tracking down Guts, referred to as the Black Swordsman. It seems as though Midland has been suffering from extreme plagues and famine, and on top of that, stories about monsters and spirits are becoming more and more common. So the Holy See decide to investigate the issue and discovered a common factor among all the witnesses. Whenever a guy with a big sword dressed in all black comes into town, everyone dies. and every time the Holy Iron Chain Knights investigated an area he was supposedly in, they found piles of corpses and destruction. Now, Farnese herself is unsure of whether or not Guts actually exists. She theorizes he might just be a criminal with an exaggerated reputation, an entirely fictitious person made up to connect stories, or even worse, he might actually be important to that prophecy Farnese mentioned at the Red Lake. The priest admits he has zero clue about any of this. The most he knows is the guy went into Misty Valley, a place nobody has ever come back from. The priest wants to offer them a guide, but fuck, he doesn't want to risk anyone dying. Then Jill's father comes in to volunteer for the job. Yeah, he seems capable. He rushes back home, his wife crying over her daughter going missing after being taken hostage by a violent maniac just a day ago, but he doesn't give a shit. He came to get his armor. The way he sees it, he gets to live out his glory days one last time, leading the knights into the forest. I know what you're thinking. God be praised, it's an actual miracle. Let this guy be eaten inside out by those horrible bug monsters. Well, I know how I know, because I thought the same thing. Dude's got a pretty good looking village wife, and all he gives a shit about is LARPing as a soldier again. Fuck you. Give me your wife. Hand her over. Give it. Back at the fight with Biggie and Smalls, we see Guts is still having trouble fighting them. They just refuse to give him a window to attack. He just can't fight both at once. He tries cutting off Biggie's head, but he can only wound him. His hips are too busy dodging to help him build up striking power. In order to kill them, Guts needs to find a way to hit them both at the same time. This causes him to have an epiphany. To kill them at the same time. Guts readies his arm cannon. He fires at Biggie, exploding his head, and the momentum from the explosion is strong enough for Guts to swing the Dragon Slayer so fast, Smalls can't escape. He managed to kill the two of them in one attack. It's probably one of the sickest kills in manga. Lost Children has some pretty fucking good fights. Well, despite his victory, Guts is wounded bad. He's bleeding a lot. Thankfully, no arteries were severed, but the sheer blood loss is beginning to become a problem. The one thing that saves him is some extra elf dust left over by Puck when he was sleeping in the pouch. Guts rubs the medicine against his wounds as the corpses of the mutants turn back into humans, now surrounding him in a scene of absolute carnage. Yeah, you can assume why an order of knights would assume a guy like Guts is just a psychopath and not a demon hunter, because that ain't good optics, Chief. Jumping over to Puck, we see him still nervous about entering Misty Valley, though he's quick to notice that the place really does look like a paradise. The scenery is calm and beautiful, enough so that Puck can't resist but take a nap on a passing lily pad. His lazy snoozing is interrupted by the sounds of happy, carefree joy. Puck sees some of the demon elves playing catch with a ball. Oh, that's cute. Maybe they aren't so bad. Puck knows it's a bad idea to join them, they're technically the enemy, but it looks fun, and he can't resist trying to join the fake elves. They catch on to the fact Puck looks different, but they still decide to play with him. You know, that's really nice. It's really sweet to see that these guys maybe are just kids deep down, and they're playing catch with a human eyeball. No wonder Guts set you freaks on fire. Puck is scared stiff, but the elves fly away when they hear the queen is back with a new friend. He uses this chance to slip further into the hive, seemingly focused around a massive cedar tree. The sight of the tree stirs something inside Puck, and he has a vision of elves flying past him. But before he can think about this any further, he spots Rosine sitting with Jill. The elves bring her fruit to eat, and Rosine continues singing praises about her new utopia, swearing that they'll always have food to eat, it'll never be cold, and grown-ups are not allowed inside. The manipulation is effective enough that Jill admits she would have come sooner if she knew it was like this, though she still stays on the fence about actually becoming an elf. Rosine gives her the rest of the night to think it over, but asks Jill if living in the village gave her the same wonder as flying through the sky. She leaves her alone just in time for Puck to come to the rescue. Also, you didn't see it, but Puck totally killed like 18 of them. He said he did, and he doesn't seem like a liar. You're a liar. Jill asks him about Guts, and Puck says in no uncertain terms that the partnership is through, even admitting that Guts planned on killing Jill when he attacked Rosine. The revelation actually doesn't seem to shock her, almost expecting to hear that was the case. And even though Puck tries to lead her out of the forest, Jill seems content to stay put. She's seriously considering becoming an elf with Rosine. Puck thinks the idea is ridiculous, they aren't elves, they eat people, but the peace of Misty Valley is starting to sway her over. In Jill's eyes, attacking people is just like what animals do, so maybe it's just in their nature. And the village is so much worse than the valley. Jill recalls the incident that caused her to run away from home. That friend of her father's that tried to enter her room actually attacked her that night, getting on top and licking her face. She barely got away in time and simply ran as far as she could. Remember the guy that specifically said sorry for last night? The reason Jill was kidnapped and met Guts in the first place is because he tried to rape her. The thoughts bleed over into Puck, who feels all the fear she has about life. He tries to argue that her mother would miss her, but Jill just rants about how terrible her circumstances are. She's terrified of growing up to be her mother, letting herself be bullied and abused, and doing nothing when her own children are bullied and abused. Or, even worse, she might become her father, cruel to her children only to make herself feel better. The entire time she's ranting, she's been unknowingly crushing Puck in her hands, to the point that he starts crying out that she's hurting him. This seems to snap her out of her episode and she releases Puck. They come back to reality just in time to see the elf children putting on toy armor and weapons, ready to play pretend war. It's cute. I like the little bug armors. They have like little ladybug shields and they're using little pincers as swords. It's really nice. They look really holy fucking shit!
Hey, hey, hey! Tambarin Club! あいつの明るさサンシャイン! Hey, hey, hey! Tambarin Club!
Yep, they're not playing. They're really killing each other. Dismembering, decapitating, impaling. The grass is stained with blood. The victorious elves hold up their enemies' bodies up into the air, celebrating the end of their game. As Puck puts it, they're enjoying the killing. And only humans enjoy killing. Them or monsters. Of course, Jill's whole "they're just doing what they have to do" logic would fall apart. We saw the elves act sadistic when Guts was fighting them. These things are not just misunderstood creatures, they're actually evil. And if you needed one last scene of Nightmare Fuel to tide you over, we see one elf chase another down. It gets on top, readies its stinger, and performs what the victim calls an adult attack. The elf is raped to death by a wasp stinger, right in front of Jill and Puck, who have been watching the whole time. The elves even try presenting one of the corpses to her as a present, but Jill freaks out and slaps them away, just in time for the corpse to fall to the ground and revert back into a human child, as do the rest of the elves who died in the Play War. Jill is staring at a field of dead children. The elves notice her fear and become angry, claiming she isn't a friend since she hit them. Jill freezes solid, but Puck snaps her back to the world and screams at her to fucking run. The two trying to escape the swarm by running for their lives. They get lost in the fog and Jill collapses to the ground in exhaustion. Puck tries to inspire her to keep going, but Jill points out they don't even know what direction they ran towards. They took a look at their surroundings and see that there's a bunch of orbs hanging from the ceiling. Puck goes to poke one of them to see what it is and notices something stirring inside of it. One opens up next to Jill and reveals one of the demon elves hatching out of it. Yep, they ran straight into a nest of cocoons. Each one contains a human child that's transforming into an elf. Rosine calls it the emergence grounds. She approaches Jill, far more sinister than the friendly face she tried so hard to sell before. Rosine demands to know why Jill ran away, and she tells her about the carnage at the play session, but Rosine brushes it off by saying they were simply playing at war, even calling Jill a coward for being afraid of it at all. Jill points out the obvious with the whole, "you people are actually killing each other," but Rosine is convinced it's not a big deal. They'll make new friends anyway. All the elves were doing was simply pretending to be human. If Jill goes home, the real thing might happen in the future anyway, a real war. Rosine repeats her pitch one more time. Become an elf and never worry about the big bad human world again. Rosine even promises to make Jill an extra special elf nobody will ever be able to hurt. She wraps Jill in her wings, letting her poisonous dust lull her to sleep. Rosine assures her she'll simply fall asleep and wake up as an elf. Everything will be fine. Puck tries to talk her out of it, and Rosine tries to whip him with her proboscis, but she misses and accidentally splits open one of the cocoons, revealing the contents inside. Jill gets a good look at a half-transformed child, melted down and only vaguely resembling a human shape. Jill snaps awake and screams in horror, and to top it all off, the nest erupts in flames. All the cocoons burn as they look towards the figure in the distance. It's Guts, holding a torch. He lit the whole place on fire. Rosine sends her swarm after Guts, who uses his sword to cut down one of the flaming trees. It collapses on top of them, incinerating all the elves. The whole crowd watching in horror as everyone burns in front of Guts, coated in a dark silhouette from the flames. Puck convinces Jill to run for cover, and as she moves, she notices something about Guts. For just a moment, as he's surrounded by fire, he's the one that looks like a monster instead of the elves. So Guts came in like the wrath of God and showed very quickly he's not one to be fucked with. And the best part is, this isn't even the most hardcore part of the fight. It's the epitome of a chef kiss, because it's pure, unfiltered Kino. We take a break from the violence and see Jill's fathers leading the Holy Iron Chain Knights into Misty Valley. The knight Azan misinterprets the situation as a devoted father trying to rescue his daughter, but nah, dude's a dickbag. Farnese orders them all to dismount their horses and investigate the area, the roots of the forest making traveling by horse risky, and as they get ready to march, one of the knights finds what's left of the mutants Guts killed, ripped to pieces. Azan believes it might have been from cannon fire, suspecting the Black Swordsman has an entire crew, but Farnese's second-in-command, Serpico, has another theory. One guy killed them. His evidence is that despite the damage done to each corpse, there's clear indication of an edged weapon being used. So instead of a cannon, it's more like a massive sword, which, yeah, that's what happened. Jill's father confirms the theory, having seen Guts' sword back when they tried to attack him in the village. Azan believes this is proof that Guts is the one called the Hawk of Darkness, that bad boy that the prophecy kept talking about, but Farnese reminds him not to use the term loosely. Now we as the audience know that description they gave of the Hawk of Darkness doesn't exactly match Guts. But these are a bunch of stupid nobles, so it's okay for them to speculate. They don't know what we know. Well, despite her yelling at Azan for calling Guts the Hawk of Darkness, she herself calls him the Hawk of Darkness. Hypocritical bitch. Still, she swears to hunt him down and capture Guts, for God. Back to unspeakable brutality, and we see Guts shredding what's left of the swarm to pieces. As he fights, the corpses revert back to being children, so before long the man is surrounded by torn apart corpses, which are then consumed by the fire. So Guts is surrounded by mutilated, dead, burning children. Berserk isn't very pleasant sometimes. The scene frustrates Rosine, who reveals that she has more friends to throw at Guts. She orders her swarm to chew him slowly, and they all latch on, biting into his flesh. It looks like he's done for, Jill freaking out and Rosine taking the chance to brag, but Guts calls bullshit on the idea. Instead, the man throws himself into the fire, setting himself ablaze to burn off the elves. Remember when I said that Guts was starting to work off crazy person logic? Well, this is what I mean. The dude literally set himself on fire to prove a fucking point. Now, it's not like he goes the entire fight on fire, though at this point you really wouldn't bet against that idea. Instead, he pierces one of the cocoons, letting the fluid inside put out the flames. They all stand in amazement at how clever Guts is. Or they're absolutely terrified because he looks like this. And this. Say hello to bad Guts. Guts could get pretty ruthless before. He was quick to execute enemies in Golden Age. And in Black Swordsman, some of his tactics could get downright dirty. But that's a far cry from looking like an actual animal. The dude is so consumed with hate that he's biting into the half-transformed corpse of a child. The dude's like a werewolf, just feral and mindless, because something is boiling inside of him. We just haven't been told what it is yet. All you have to know is Guts' very humanity is at stake here. I already said before that the conflict of the next few arcs revolve around whether or not Guts is evil. It's a pretty crucial element to what's about to come. Guts has gone so far downhill with his quest for revenge that he's not just violent. The guy is acting like a feral beast. It's to the point that Rosine asks what the fuck is up with this guy, and Jill can't help but think about the first time she met him. At first, she believed Guts was a ghost in the forest, but now, she has no clue what the hell this dude is. Rosine swears she's gonna kill him, but Guts is ready this time. She tries to dive down and attack, but he manages to deflect her proboscis and cut off her antenna, even cutting open part of her wing. Turns out, since the nest is full of trees, she can't fly at full speed, and all the fire burns away her dust, meaning Guts has the perfect conditions to kill her. In fact, there he is right now. Yeah, he's not stopping this time. Rosine manages to dodge the attack and fly off into the nest, but he chases right after her, only to stop when his brain bleeds heavier than before. Jill and Puck are still spectating the fight, and they all see Rosine's true form as an apostle, a large moth. What the fuck do you want from me? Her whole aesthetic has been moths and bugs. Anyway, Rosine is sad to see her kingdom burn, but knows that there's nothing she can do. Besides, she can fly to wherever she wants. She can make a new kingdom with Jill. The only thing she needs to do is kill Guts. Rosine flies through the nest, her speed now fast enough that the entire forest is shaking from the G-force. Jill and Puck are sent rolling to the ground from the wind, and Rosine has her stinger aimed squarely at Guts. He tries to block the attack, but it's just too strong. He's sent flying through the air. Hell, the trees are bending from the speed. In fact, it's so fast, he couldn't even see her coming. The only thing that saved him was Rosine not being able to aim properly thanks to the loss of her antenna, but she settles on going for twosies. Jill and Puck are trapped in the middle of the nest. The wind Rosine is kicking up with her speed, feeding the fire, now a blazing inferno. Rosine goes for a second attack, and once again it kicks his ass. He knows she's aiming for his head, but at her speed, there's nothing he can do to avoid her. He's being thrown around like a rag doll. Plus, the explosive sound she makes, implying that Rosine is literally breaking the sound barrier, deafens Guts so hard it's hard to coordinate his timing. Rosine notices Guts is still alive, and decides to go for one last attack, this time going slower to aim for his head properly. Turns out, this is the exact thing he needed to keep an eye on her attack. She's slow enough that Guts is able to see her stinger coming, so he prepares his defense. He puts his arm up. It's not his fault, he's very tired. Anyway, Rosine believes she can finally skewer his head and go for the kill. The stinger pierces Guts' arm, but he adjusts his iron hand to redirect the stinger away from his face. Now that Guts' arm is impaled with the stinger, he flies up into the sky with Rosine. She notices he's still alive, but decides to let him ride along, teasing Guts by saying they're going on a date in the starry sky. Rosine takes them high above the tree line, hovering in the sky. She notices Guts seems to be passing out from the blood loss, and continues teasing him, even saying he's not a bad-looking guy, so that must be why Jill has a crush on him. But the way Rosine sees it, only she can have Jill, so she plans on flying at full speed to rip him apart. She takes the time to plant a kiss on his face. And of course she forgets Guts has an iron cannon for an arm. Like, everyone seems to forget this. Actually, in her defense, I don't think she ever saw it. But still, yet another demon that took the time to bad guy speech and got fucked up by the cannon. The wound sends the two flying straight to the ground. Guts crashing through the trees, angry at himself for supposedly blowing another chance to just kill her, which actually hints at the idea Guts is dealing with a psychological block that's holding him back from just killing her. He sees Rosine reeling in agony from the cannonball, and Guts crawls over to his sword while she destroys the forest around her in frustration. Her intestines are spilling out from the wound Guts gave her, but she's still in the fight, royally pissed off and dedicated to killing him. He's covering his hand in sword wrapping, keeping the Dragon Slayer tight in his grip. He's infuriated at blowing so many different chances at just killing Rosine, and Guts wonders if it's from knowing about her backstory, or it's because Rosine still looks like a kid, and because he went soft on her, he's on death's door and can barely hold his sword. So instead, Guts decides to drown out his thoughts. Don't think about anything else but killing. Black everything else out. Give in to the worst parts of himself, and just move. But with Rosine now waiting for him to attack again, and his gunpowder completely spent, he needs to be smart about his next move. That's when he sees Puck and Jill walking around in the fire, hopelessly lost and unsure of what to do. And then Guts gets an idea. We see Jill and Puck trying to avoid burning in the flames, but it's too much to handle. Jill wants Puck to fly away, just abandoning her, but he's not going to do it. He's not leaving her to just burn and die. Instead, he decides to try and split open the cocoons to protect them, like Guts did. Jill hates the very idea, still remembering what's actually inside of those things, and Puck asks if she has any better ideas. Jill breaks down crying, admitting she's a stupid kid and regrets ever coming to Misty Valley. She knew it would end badly, but she did anyway. Now she's directly telling Puck to leave. She wants to die. Puck tries one last time to reach her, but a flaming branch falls down on top of them, only to be saved at the last second by Rosine. She's wounded far worse than we thought, bad enough that even Jill notices it too. She swears that the two will run away together somewhere far away where no one will bother them, but it's starting to sound a bit hollow. She's close to the end. Well, hopefully the two can escape and Jill can wish her friend goodbye one last time. Not on this dude's watch. He dives out of the fire, impaling Rosine with a Dragon Slayer right in front of Jill, the sword right next to her head. Rosine reels back from the pain and accidentally tosses Jill into the fire, but Guts kicks open one of the cocoons to drench her in the fluids. The elf inside this one, partially alive. Rosine flies away again, Guts stuck to her back with his sword still straight through her body, and Puck immediately picks up on what happened. Guts knew Rosine would try and save her friend, so he took advantage of the situation. He was willing to let Jill possibly burn to death if it meant killing Rosine. Jill, meanwhile, has lost it, now just laughing to herself. Too much shit has crashed down around her, her mind is broken. Rosine is desperately trying to shake off Guts, but the man is not budging. She demands to know just who the hell this guy is, but he simply says she wouldn't remember. Out of all the people she's killed, there's no way she would remember why he's doing this to her. The very idea that a human is the one hurting her pushes Rosine past her own breaking point, screaming out that humans aren't allowed to hurt elves. She throws Guts off her back, finally removing him and the sword, and sending them careening down to the ground. For a brief moment, we flash back to Rosine to when she discovered Misty Valley, back when she was just a normal girl. She was happy in her little paradise, but it's immediately broken up by coming back to the fight. Rosine wants to finish off Guts. She flies towards him one last time, intent on driving her stinger through his skull, and she actually succeeds. The stinger goes through Guts, and it looks like Rosine won. Nope, it went through his cheeks. Guts is still alive, and he bites down on the stinger. What's left of his mind is just not there anymore. Guts finally found his chance, and he fucking takes it, cleaving Rosine open with the Dragon Slayer. Both sides are bleeding like stuck pigs and crash to the ground one last time. Rosine, in absolute agony, thinks about when she found Misty Valley. She waited for days, but no elves ever appeared. She knew deep down it was just a story. She never really believed in them, but it was all she had. It turns out her parents actually did find her shortly after she went missing. Her mother was relieved, running up to hug her, but instead of showing care or any sign he was happy that she was safe, her father savagely beats her, berating her for making the whole town worry, humiliating him, and accusing her of not being his real daughter. Yeah, he sticks on that shtick. He even beats her while just asking again and again were there any elves. Her mother tries to pull him off, but then he just shifts his attacks to her. The sight is too much for Rosine to handle. Her horrible home life creeped into her fantasy world. The one thing that was never supposed to happen is happening right in front of her, and she wants all of it to just go away forever, which is enough for the Bailet to activate. Rosine is back to her normal form, apologizing to her mother and father as she hits the ground. Jill and Puck find her bleeding, her left arm completely severed. Puck recognizes that she's dying, and Rosine talks about how there were never any elves in Misty Valley. It was all just fairy tales for lonely children. But Puck swears that was not the case. He says that they really did live in the forest, but for some reason they all left. Still, their energy was strong enough for him to pick up on. Rosine is confused by what he's saying, since she doesn't realize Puck is a true elf. The three share a moment as Rosine finally gets to see one of the creatures she spent her whole life dreaming about. It's actually pretty touching. Even if Rosine did so many nightmarish things to people, all this time she's just a little girl that's been hurt by the world. That does not excuse what she's done, not by any means. Yet you can't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for her. She made the choice to sacrifice her parents. Yes, it was her decision, but it was because so much of her life was already a living hell. She just wanted it to stop, to go away. Once again, it's not an excuse. She's made countless other people suffer just as, if not worse than her. Rosine is a monster that deserved to die, but she was just a child. A child that, sadly, has met the consequences to her actions, and those consequences came in the form of Guts, a specter of absolute vengeance that would not go away. Now, this is actually something I really like about some of the Apostle fights in Berserk. The demons are sadistic monsters, yes, but they always feel human deep down. There's some aspect of their personality that makes them feel like flawed beings, and this almost always ends up being the key to defeating them. The Snake Lord was so prideful that he wasted time bragging instead of killing Guts. The Count was so attached to his daughter that Guts could exploit her as a hostage to kill him. Wylad was so impulsive and carefree, Guts could outsmart him and use ambushes to his advantage. And now Rosine is dying because she wanted to protect her friend. This is what makes these fights so special, at least to me personally. The Apostle fights in Berserk are more character studies for the demons. You see a wide range of emotions from each one, and it almost always ends in an ironic comeuppance. Ironic in that the human aspect to the demons is what kills them. Hell, you wanna know why Nosferatu Zod was such a dangerous fighter? Not just because Guts was inexperienced. Dude didn't fight too many demons when he killed Wylad, but because Zod didn't have any weaknesses to exploit. There was no relative to take advantage of or obvious personality trait that hindered him. Zod well and truly abandoned his humanity to become what he is, and in a strange way that made him far deadlier than any demon Guts fought up to this point. Oh, by the way, speaking of Guts, the dude explodes out of the lake next to the cedar tree. He's coming, and he's still angry. Rosine and Jill are blissfully unaware, the two sharing their last words as the demon girl dies. She tells Jill that she's lucky if she found an elf, so everything will be okay, and Rosine swears that Jill will be okay even if bad things happen. But their conversation is cut short by Guts. He's not finished yet. He wants more. He doesn't say a word or even acknowledge Jill or Puck are there. All he cares about is Rosine. Jill begs him not to hurt her anymore. Rosine is already dying. He should be satisfied. She even asks why he hates her so much, but he just pushes her away. He readies one final blow. directly aimed at Rosine's head. Puck too weak to stop him with his chestnuts. Jill jumps on top of Rosine to protect her, but Guts isn't stopping. The only thing that saves the girl is a crossbow bolt right through the abdomen. We see Jill's father is the one who fired it, bragging about taking down the Black Swordsman. The Holy Iron Chain Knights are right behind him. They open fire on Guts, intending on saving the children, not realizing Rosine is actually a demon. Still, Guts retreats into the forest, the knights chasing after him and leaving the rest behind. Jill's father attempts to join, but Azan tells him he should simply be thankful his daughter is safe. Once they're gone, he lashes out in anger, his one chance to experience battle one last time squandered. Of all the people that died in this story, and this douchebag got to live. Shit ain't fair. Rosine stands up, much to everyone's shock, but she's delirious, saying she needs to go home. Rosine takes flight, Jill stopping her father from firing at her with his crossbow. Rosine hallucinates as she flies through the air, thinking she needs to be at home in time for dinner, otherwise her parents be worried. Her stomach rumbles, Rosine wondering what her mother has cooked, as she falls to the ground, finally dead from her wounds. We see the ending lines of the PCAF story repeated as Rosine dies, finished off with an image of a happy Rosine eating dinner with her parents. Pretty heavy, right? Well, it's not finished just yet. There's still a bit more to close us off with this chunk of Berserk. We come back to Jill, having watched Rosine fly away for the final time. Her father's complaining about losing his shot at glory, barking at Jill to come home with him. But she can't go just yet. He tries to strike her with his cane, but she dodges out of the way, even ordering him to go back to the village without her. She needs to find Guts no matter what. Puck warns her that he's dangerous, a deranged mess that just tried to kill her, and why does she want to find him anyway after all the shit she's been through? And Jill admits she doesn't know, but things simply can't end like this. We find Guts hiding in a cave away from the Holy Iron Chain Knights, who are having difficulty tracking him down in the fog. Guts rips out the bolts from his body and spots Jill staring at him. She managed to track him down. She asks Guts if he's leaving, and he's quick to berate her for coming along, saying nothing good ever happened when she followed him, and if she keeps tagging along, it'll only happen again and again. Jill swears that when she almost fell in the fire, Guts went out of his way to save her, and begs him to let her come along. She doesn't care where they go so long as it's far away, and here's actually a pretty heartbreaking sequence. Guts tells Jill to look around him, at the shadows in the cave. They are completely surrounded by evil spirits. If Jill wanted to come with Guts, it would mean following him into the hell he lives with every single day. The hordes of the dead constantly attacking him, the apostles. That's all that's waiting for Jill if she comes with him. And Jill learns very quickly she isn't even safe from the ghosts. They crowd around her just like they do to Guts. He saves her from them, letting Jill fall to the ground and cry, and he covers her in his cloak, comforting her as he lays out the truth. There's never going to be a utopia or a paradise she can run away to. It's better to stay where she is and try to change things than look for a way to escape. For the first time since they met, Guts shows a true care for her safety. Everywhere she goes will be painful, but she's safer at home than anywhere close to him. Guts walks off, urging her to simply walk away. Jill doesn't want to go back to her horrible life, but Guts isn't giving her a choice. He's leaving without her, and the horrible monsters are leaving with him. Soon Jill is left alone. She closes out our arc with a final narration. She never did find out who Guts was, and she's not truly sure what all the horror really meant. The Misty Valley burned away, all the wonder and mystique is dead. Jill looks up at the sky, the mist cleared away, and thinks about her flight with Rosine. The excitement she felt wasn't there, but the sky is clear, like after a storm blows through. Jill's childhood is officially dead. In a way, she's finally grown up. She knows she can't run away from her problems like Rosine, and she can't go to war against the world like Guts did. Instead, she'll go home and try to change things for the better. It'll be painful, but that's life. As a parting gift, Puck gives Jill some elf dust and one of his chestnuts to sting her dad whenever she wants. He's still going to travel with Guts, whether the big guy likes it or not. She looks at Puck one last time, thinking about how elves look best flying in the sky. We close out Lost Children with Jill returning home with her father, content with whatever is about to come. So the arc ends in a very bittersweet manner. Rosine is dead, Guts is a wanted man, and so many innocent kids died in horrific ways. But deep down, there's some hope that things can be better. Even though Guts well and truly became a monster to kill Rosine, he still decided to save Jill. In his own twisted way, yes, but he still managed to protect her from the world he's forced to live in. A lot of people love this arc, myself included. It's just such a beautiful, tragic story. You see all the elements that make Berserk special focused down and refined into one standalone arc. Yeah, there's some outright nightmare fuel, plenty of fucked up and downright disturbing scenes, which doesn't help considering this is all about child suffering. But underneath the horror, you have tragedy. Not just from Rosine and her whole story, Jill herself is a very tragic figure, and with her perspective, we see a new side to this horrible, fucked up world. The children in the story can't catch a break, dealing with abuse, whether it be physical, emotional, or even sexual, dealing with cruel, uncaring parents that are supposed to represent figures of kindness and safety, and any kind parent figure they might find are powerless to stop tragic things from happening to their own children. There's also the conflict that this arc deals with that's a bit understated. It's all about the effects of abuse on children, and we see it in a few different ways. Rosine represents a child desperate enough to escape their own circumstances to the point it leads them down an ever-darkening road, to the point she became a literal demon and subjected other children to fates worse than death so she can play pretend forever. She didn't want to face what happened and try to become stronger for it, she just succumbed to the despair. Guts represents a kid that uses his trauma to attack the world around him. Remember, Guts himself went through some fucking shit as a kid, which followed him into adulthood, not even talking about the eclipse. He doesn't try to run from his issues, he tackles it and tries to kill them. He would rather burn the world to the ground, but this isn't healthy either. Hell, it drove him insane. Jill is supposed to represent the best case scenario. Yes, her life is full of pain. It's something a kid should never have to deal with. But instead of trying to escape or lash out, she decides to try and find something to be happy about regardless of her circumstances. She'll try and make the world better around her. In a way, Lost Children is a coming-of-age story for Jill. She matures into a better person by the end, beginning as a scared girl that just wants someone to protect her from the big scary world, and ending as someone willing to stand up for herself. It's not a complete happy ending. A lot of bad things happen that she's never forgetting, but you feel like things might be okay. Hell, it's the entire reason Guts gives her the speech in the first place. He's not gonna let her ruin her life sticking with a guy that's actually cursed. Everywhere they would go, it would be nothing but nightmares for her. So Guts, in his own way, tried to save her from that by pushing her away. And when all the bluster and anger and aggression didn't work, he finally broke down and was just honest. He made it clear, stay away. And Jill finally got the message. This is by zero means a happy ending. But it seems like Berserk might be starting to get less depressing, guys. Yeah, the title isn't a joke. Lost Children kicked off something. It starts off small, very small, but nevertheless, it's the snowball that starts rolling down the hill for Guts as a character. Okay, so I say it's getting less depressing, but we've got a lot of ground to cover before that actually becomes accurate. And just know that there's pretty major venting session in a little bit over a specific part of the manga. Mainly how a specific adaptation skipped over a lot of what we just saw and how that accomplished nothing but being a terrible first impression for people trying to get into the series. But we're talking about this when it happens. Just know that's coming. We come back to our summary just after the events of Lost Children. Misty Valley is burnt to a crisp, filled with scorched trees and charred corpses of what's left of Rosine's elves. Skull Knight appears, taking note of the grotesque scene. He even comments that if Guts keeps walking down a road that puts him through shit like this, it can't end well. He then goes to the tree that sat in the center of the valley and retrieves a bailet from inside, no doubt Rosine's, that she kept with her after her transformation into a demon. For some reason, Skull Knight decides to eat the bailet. I have no commentary on this at this point, but it does have a point. With his business finished, Skull Knight rides off and we return to Guts, still heavily wounded after his fight. He's dragging the Dragon Slayer behind him, bleeding so bad he's leaving footprints of his own blood behind him, and his breathing is strained. And it's at this point the demons decide to start fucking with him again, cackling in the tree line, mocking him for killing children for his own grudge, asking if they really deserved it. The kids never had a choice in becoming monsters. Rosine kidnapped and manipulated them, and Guts wasn't trying to be a hero or save a village. He was just angry and taking his hatred out on any demon he saw, even if that included victims. It didn't matter what Rosine went through, the manga explicitly states this more than once, and Guts didn't give a single shit what the apostles experienced that turned them into demons. The spirits haunting him are putting that very aspect of his personality on blast. They even directly say Guts is evil. He stinks of darkness, the way they do. The spirits go so far as forming into a wolf shape, claiming that something bad lives inside Guts, what they call the Beast of Darkness. The more Guts kills, the thirstier it becomes, and the thirstier the beast becomes, the more Guts kills. It will never be satisfied. It wants to keep him killing until he is completely alone, letting it take complete control and turning Guts into a monster in the form of a man. Or maybe Guts could become a real monster, like Griffith did. This sets the guy off, and he tries cutting down the spirits, but the strain is too much and he collapses to the ground. His wound's bad enough that Guts actually starts to wonder whether or not he can get back up. He's pissed off at the idea of dying by weaklings, but then he thinks about how far he's gone down this road for revenge. He's been cutting through demons and the undead for years, yet he's not one step closer to Griffith. How long can Guts really keep doing this? What does he think is gonna happen when he finds him again? We saw what happened last time they saw each other. Guts was barely on the Godhand's radar. They didn't give a single shit. Guts has done all these horrible things to people, enough that he's hellbound even without the brand. But Griffith is still nowhere to be found. The last image we see is Guts falling unconscious as an image of Griffith looms overhead. This is one of the scenes I absolutely love. My favorite parts of Berserk are when it explores Guts as a character and delves into his psychology, and this whole sequence is completely about that. The guy was tormented by the spirits of the dead over how he set a bunch of demon children on fire for the sake of revenge. How is that not the sickest fucking thing you have ever seen? And in a funny way, this is sort of similar to what happened after he killed Adonis. Guts beat himself up over accidentally murdering a child. It was enough to really fuck with his head. He had a whole nightmare sequence about it. But now, not only did Guts mean to kill them, but it was far slower. He wanted them to feel pain. Guts went insane during this arc and did atrocious things. Yet instead of beating himself up, it's a horde of malevolent demons. Sort of symmetrical, but with a few twists. And that actually ends up being kind of a theme for this arc. Another interesting thing that this segment introduced was the idea of the Beast of Darkness. It's just a hint for now, but this thing is a major aspect to why this arc plays out the way it does. There's a reason I'm so protective of lost children, because it's the foundation to the ideas this arc comes to play with. Speaking of which, let's get back to our summary. We see Puck flying through the sky trying to track down Guts. He finally spots the guy as he's being mobbed by the forest spirits, and Puck tries to wake him up. But Guts is out cold. One of the ghosts tries to attack Puck, but he fends it off with one of his chestnuts. From there, Puck has a revelation. Guts got beat by the spirits. Puck beat said spirits. Therefore, Puck is better than Guts. This inspires Puck to go on his own little rampage, fighting off the demons while Guts slowly wakes up. Guts tries to get his attention, only for Puck to sting him with his chestnut. He tries to get angry at the elf, but he just can't. Instead, he laughs. An actual laugh this time, not one of his crazy homicidal ones. With Puck in his life, it's really hard for him to be tense. The demons fade away, leaving Guts with some final words, insisting that the beast inside of him will take over and he'll become a monster. But Guts swears nothing like that is about to happen. There's nothing but him, now inspired to keep walking down his road of revenge. Puck nestles back into Guts' pouch, telling him to go wash off the blood in the river. After that, he'll treat his wounds. He then states the obvious. Guts is only alive because of him. Puck is the one keeping Guts moving. So, he finally relents, telling himself it's purely because Puck has medicinal value, but in truth, Guts likes him. He even finally calls Puck by his name for the first time since they met, saying that pouch is officially his. They're well and truly friends now. That's a nice bit of character development. Puck managed to break through Guts' antisocial nature. Now this might actually bring to mind what Puck said earlier, all the way back in chapter 1. One of his abilities that elves have is making people happy. Now I never saw this as a literal power. Instead, because elves in this world are considered very positive beings, almost like the exact opposite of demons, they bring good fortune to those they interact with. Not always, I mean, dear sweet Christ. But still, Puck is having a better impact on Guts than so much of the shit the poor guy suffers with. And that one piece of good in his life is what's keeping him from turning into that. I said back in part 2, and it most definitely applies here. Guts needs the people in his life to keep him going. When he's alone, he can be pulled down very bad roads. But having a guy like Puck, somebody who is always cheerful and happy no matter what, pulls Guts away from the worst aspects of his own personality. The Band of the Hawk gave Guts a family when he was a kid, and now Puck is doing the same thing for him as an adult. It's good to see that things are finally working out for these guys. Hopefully they can have more fun adventures from now on. Oh hey look, it's those dudes. Yeah, the Holy Iron Chain Knights caught up to Guts, and this is actually a scene covered in the 2016 anime. In fact, it's the only scene anywhere close to Lost Children that got covered without some weird change. See, the 2016 series skipped over Lost Children for time. They only had 12 episodes to cover all of Conviction, so a lot of the material had to be cut to fit it all in by the end. That's fine. You can't really push blood out of a stone, you know what I mean? The problem with this is that Berserk isn't exactly Bleach. There's not really any filler you can skip that doesn't in some way impact the story. And if you start cutting things up, people pick up on the holes. A big complaint from people that watched the 1997 anime but haven't read the manga is that the ending makes no sense and feels incomplete, because it literally is not complete. Berserk 97 never introduced a lot of the supernatural elements until the very end. It covered Zod and the Bailet, but stuff like Wylad, Puck, and especially Skull Knight are left by the wayside. Now, Wylad and Puck, you can see how skipping around them won't hurt Golden Age too bad as a standalone story, which is what 97 mainly tries to do, but Skull Knight was downright crucial to the Eclipse. He literally saves Guts and Casca. It kicks off the Black Swordsman arc and beyond. Yeah, so those that watch 97 note his absence. It's hard to ignore. The movie trilogy did something similar, leaving out a lot of the character bonding moments between Guts and the Band of the Hawk, and especially Casca. So anybody that watched those movies feel like the story is pretty rushed and sorta hollow with how it portrays things like character development. It's not bad, people still really like the movies, but anyone that read the manga knows how rushed it feels. But the biggest sinner in my eyes is the 2016 anime. Now the funny part is that they just downright couldn't cover the material that was left out, but thanks to it being missing, you get radically different first impressions from people just getting into Berserk. A big theme to the story is causality, basically cause and effect. An action was taken in the past, so the outcome is guaranteed to happen in the future. It's not really predestination, like prophecy or anything like that, though prophecies do show up in Berserk. More that consequences are a crucial element of the story. And if you only have one half of the formula because you took the other away, you have disastrous effects on the pacing of the story. So in 2016, since Lost Children is skipped over, it merges the fight with the demon tree with a skeleton attack at the wagon. Guts fights both the monsters away, and that's when the Holy Iron Chain Knights show up. Problem is that right after this point is when the manga plays out as normal. The reason that's a problem, since you'd think I'd be totally okay with them playing things out as they happened, is you have to remember, Guts is on death's door right now. He's bleeding profusely. Hell, he fell unconscious and Puck had to save him. Which right there, that was the culmination of their character arcs set up in Black Swordsman. So all that development just plain never happened. Plus, the entire reason they managed to track down Guts is they found him when he was about to execute Rosine and open fire. So yeah, people that say Lost Children is filler, the ending of the arc is literally a lead-in for the rest of Conviction, so I'm sorry, that's bullshit. There really is not much filler in Berserk. Not only that, but the entire motivation they have for tracking down Guts in the first place is because he's been on the warpath for 2 whole years, burning towns to the ground and killing scores of people. Now, we see the actual events take place, that Guts was merely fighting to stay alive while he was hunting demons, but the Knights see him as a violent lunatic on a rampage. We buy this because we saw the events of Black Swordsman, we saw each fight. So even if you argue that the beginning with Black Swordsman was just kind of standalone monster of the week fluff, it served a purpose. It gave us time to connect to Guts, Puck, and now we see the impact they had on the world. Their hijinks didn't go unnoticed. The rest of the rant is gonna have to wait until later. Just know 2016 fucked up this much in the span of like 1 episode. The Knights announced their presence. They're all in shock at Guts, at his massive sword and his entire body being stained in blood, but he's confused why they're even after him. But Farnese is dead certain to capture him, demanding he surrender himself over into their custody. Guts says he didn't do nothing, he a good boy going to college, but Farnese calls bullshit. They found the mass grave at the village, and Guts is splattered with their blood. Farnese calls for her men to capture Guts, surrounding him in a mob, but he can barely hold his weapon. All the damage he took from the Rosine fight is still affecting him. The Knights are nervous to think they're really fighting the Black Swordsman, but nevertheless, they dive in. Guts tries to block a strike, but he's sent reeling back from the force. That last battle took a lot out of him, so much so that these random jobbers are able to push him around. Seeing Guts is not able to use his weapon, the Knights grow confident and charge for him. He dodges each attack, even managing to fight back with his iron arm, but it doesn't help much. He can only dodge and roll, like Dark Souls 3. Watch those iframes, Guts. Despite being outnumbered and pushed to the limit, Guts trips up the knights by sliding at their legs, using the Dragon Slayer as a board. Azan is disgusted at the sight of trained soldiers having trouble with one wounded man, but Serpico admits that the Holy Iron Chain Knights are merely a ceremonial piece. These guys are made up of the sons of nobles who wanted guaranteed status, but didn't want to actually risk being sent out to fight, so they have zero combat experience. Hell, the only reason Serpico is there, at least so he claims, is because he hates the sight of blood. Well, despite the admitted incompetence of the knights, they manage to corner Guts. Farnese orders them to charge in and finish things, but he isn't down yet. In fact, Guts reaches the point known as fuck it. He tears open the wounds on his arms to swing his sword, cleaving through a group of unlucky knights. They all watch in horror as the men are reduced to mincemeat, and their morale plummets once they realize the stories about Guts were true. Farnese chokes up as the knowledge hits her, but Azan doesn't seem to care. He suits up and demands she give him permission to dive in. Azan has now joined the fight, and shows a noticeable difference in skill from the rest of them. He calls himself Iron Club Azan, a nickname that Guts actually recognizes. Puck asks about the name, and Guts explains that Iron Club Azan was a story he heard as a kid. There was a knight who held up close to 100 horsemen because an old man was left stranded on a bridge, and he refused to let anyone cross until the old man was helped to the end. Azan is proud of the story, seeing it as a true example of a knight's chivalry, and demands Guts gives his name as part of the duel, believing him to also be a knight, though Guts is quick to explain that he's just Guts. The fight begins, and Azan puts him on the defense right from the start. He's far more aggressive than the jobbers he dealt with before. In fact, he's so far beyond the rest that Guts is starting to fall unconscious, straining himself past his brink when he already tore open his wounds just to kill a few soldiers. Guts is so far gone that the only real shot he has to end the whole ordeal is to target the leader, Farnese, so that way the rest will scatter, which means gunning straight for her and ignoring everyone else. Guts rushes in for his last resort, using Azan's club as a springboard to jump over the knights and get a clear shot. Some bastards try and stop him, but he tears through like a pissed off werewolf. Farnese watching in horror as the lunatic comes straight for her. She desperately holds out her sword as Guts gets closer, and a miraculous flying log slams Guts straight against the arrow wound on his leg, the pain making him keel over. Farnese's sword digs into his neck, and he falls to the dirt. Guts is done. Farnese is amazed she's still alive, and the rest of the Holy Iron Chain Knights cheer, believing their commander took down the Black Swordsman. In truth, it's more like a certain somebody actually took him down. If him sighing in relief doesn't make it clear, almost like a gamble he made just paid off, let's just say you find out more about the guy that shows he's way more dangerous than he let on. Nevertheless, the battle is over. Guts is captured by the Holy Iron Chain Knights. Some of the soldiers want to kill him for what he did to their friends, but Azan intervenes to make sure they don't touch him. The way he sees it, Guts is a wounded man who can't fight anymore. Ganging up on him is a disrespectful behavior from knights. Their friends chose to become soldiers, so they had to prepare to die in battle. In fact, trying to kill Guts once he can't fight anymore would render the duel he and Azan had pointless, thus making the friends he murdered pointless. It's a very roundabout way of going, don't kill him you douchebags, this is the main character. Farnese is seemingly shaken from having to use her sword for the first time in battle, but Azan is there to comfort her. He's clearly the power behind the throne of the unit. Farnese is technically the leader, but this is the guy who actually knows what he's doing. And he seems cool. Having somebody as skilled as Guts but act as an actually honorable knight is kind of interesting. We cut to some time later and see Guts is stripped down to his long johns in the custody of the Holy Iron Chain Knights. He's paraded through the camp as they bring him to Farnese's tent, who's fully intent on interrogating him about everything. She's intent on doing it alone, though her men are hesitant to actually leave the two by themselves. Farnese has to bite this poor bastard's head off to get them all to leave, fully invoking her status as the commander to scare them out. Once again, Farnese is the figurehead, but she's not the leader. It's clear her men don't really respect her or trust her. Still, they leave, and now Farnese and Guts are alone. She tries to interrogate him over his identity and motivations, but Guts doesn't give a fuck, just laughing in her face at the whole situation. This pisses her off, and she moves to talk about his arsenal of weapons. Puck secretly listening to the whole conversation from a hiding spot in Farnese's suit of armor. She notices that his gear is worn down, having been used extensively, but she doesn't actually know what he's fighting. Plus, they found the Baylet. Now, she assumes it's a pagan trinket, almost like a good luck charm, and even threatens to accuse Guts of heresy for having it, but he's as stoic as ever, simply asking Farnese if she's actually ever met God. She tries to rationalize her faith by saying that God doesn't always display miracles on Earth, but he's always around them. And Guts says that's word for word what a noble said as he justified setting an entire village on fire, including women and children. Church bad is the basic summary of this segment. In fact, the events to come can be described as church bad. It's actually a very common trope in Japan. If there's an anime that involves a religious order, 9 times out of 10 they're depicted as a horrible cult. I'm not here to argue theology with anybody, just watch the cool big guy fight demons. Well, this sets off Farnese, who whips Guts and threatens to have him tortured despite his wounds. But he's not stopping, fully calling Farnese a hollow idol using religion as an excuse to not feel empty. This is what fully pushes her over the edge, and she flays Guts' chest in a complete rage. He's left a bloody mess, but doesn't make a sound, still standing strong despite the punishment. Which, yeah, compared to the crap he usually deals with, this probably isn't much of anything. Dude took a stinger in the mouth flying through the air. This chick ain't shit. Well, the sight of his chiseled, bleeding chest sets something off inside Farnese. The kind of something that involves a locked bathroom door and a feeling of shame once it's over. I'm actually not joking, too. She legit gets horny from torturing Guts. But before Farnese can push things into full-blown hentai territory, Azan barges in and snaps her out of it. He's shocked at the idea that she was torturing their prisoner, but Farnese dismisses them all, ordering Guts back to his cell, and for them to dress his new wounds. Serpico seems to pick up on what happened and asks Guts not to antagonize Farnese, since she can be charming in her own way. Guts is taken away, and we see Farnese crying as she prays to the idol in her tent. The sun starts to go down, and we see Guts sitting in his cage. He's freezing and covered in bandages, worried about the night to come. Once the ghost starts showing up, things will go from bad to retarded before anyone realizes it, and Guts can already see a few sprout up in the dark. He doesn't know what to do to get out of the situation, but thankfully, Puck leaps in to the rescue. He stole the keys for the cage from the guards, but he's only going to give them over on one condition. Guts say thank you for the effort. He tries to rebuke the request, but Puck isn't having it. Say thank you very much, oh great Puck, and get the keys. He thanks the great Puck for using his godlike powers to steal the keys, all the while thinking to himself about how he'll ring Puck once he's free. It's a fun little moment between the two. They're friends, but they'll still fuck with each other and piss the other off. Nice little moment to break the tension. See, this is part of the reason I like Berserk so much. It's very dark and fucked up, but it is pretty funny at times too. Big thing that people try to rip off from Berserk or fail to adapt properly, they never seem to understand that. There's a clear balance between the fucked up parts and the goofier, lighter parts. We just had a big chunk of story all about carnage and violence, and the whole moment with Guts and Farnese is pretty bleak and intense, so having Puck give us that moment to breathe can hit home. The dark shit hits you because you had endearing fun moments, and the fun moments work because the dark shit makes them feel relieving. It's yin and yang, they balance each other out, it's great. Well, the two escape the cage, and we see that the dead are fully after them. A mob clamoring for Guts in the dark. Puck tries to fight them off like before, but he's scared off fast. The nighttime demons are way stronger than the daytime ones. Their only option is to make it to Farnese's tent and get his gear back. Guts even planning on taking her as a hostage if it becomes necessary. They see Farnese self-flagellating in front of her idol, wearing nothing but her trousers. It's part of a personal ritual she has where she prays to God like a meditation process. Well, Guts barges in during her prayer and knocks her out cold. He retrieves his loadout and suits up. He's still pretty banged up from the previous fight, so if he's not careful, all of his wounds will rip right open again. And as one of the knights comes in to report Guts escaped, he gets his jaw shattered for being a tattletale. Asshole. Guts snatches back the Bailet and commits to taking Farnese as a hostage, setting her tent on fire in the process. Azan and Serpico rush over to see what happened and find Guts with Farnese slung over his shoulder. He holds a torch to her butt and threatens to set her ass on fire if they try to intervene. Literally. They're furious, but they let the guy go by unharmed. He goes to the horses and causes a stampede by lighting their tails on fire, stealing one of them for himself to ride away. Azan orders them all to gather the horses and prepare to chase him down, but Serpico is way ahead of them, riding off with his own crossbow in his hands. We come back to Puck, who's yelling at Guts for hurting the horses, even demanding he apologize since the horse is what got him out of the camp, and Guts does in fact apologize to the horse. Farnese wakes up during this and proceeds to panic, now a hostage for the very man she set out to capture. Puck tries to calm her down, but she's not listening, now just screaming about how her and her men are gonna hunt him down, but Guts is quick to shut her back up. She tries to throw one more tantrum, but Guts lowers her down to the rocks until they just miss her head, scaring her back into silence. Puck panics once more and tries to desperately apologize to Farnese, but that's when he notices that not only is she not listening to him, she outright doesn't acknowledge he's even there. Puck pulls on her face, but Farnese starts acting like Guts is the one messing with her. Turns out, she can't see elves. Now this is where the magic of Berserk gets pretty fucking weird. Like, it's a bit convoluted. It essentially comes down to power of belief, but at the same time, creatures are just there and able to affect the world. So while Farnese can't see Puck, he can still affect things around her. She'll simply perceive it in a different way than what actually happened. Really, it's an attempt at a metaphor for religious dogma. And I say that because none of this has come up before now. Literally every chapter before this, if an elf is there, then you'll see an elf. People would reference that they were very rare, yes, but if it was there, you would see it. I mean, Judo carried around a bag of elf dust for medicine. But I think what they're going for is, since the army Guts is dealing with now is a bunch of religious zealots, they don't perceive magic entities how everyone else did. The idea is they're so blinded by their worldview they don't really see what's happening around them. That's fine. And we sort of see it with Serpico too, since he finally just notices demons rushing past him to get at Guts. These people live in the human world, where they're obsessed with the Vatican and the Church and a lot of their preconceived notions of reality, while Guts is between worlds. That's not the literal explanation, but you can infer it by how they're surprised to see monsters. They do actually explain what the deal is with this, but it's later. For now, Puck tries to explain the concept by saying that you'll only remember things that you notice. So if they're not directly looking at an elf or even acknowledge it's there, then they won't remember it. Now, personally, if I saw a tiny little pixie dude flying around and cracking jokes, I'd probably remember that. But this actually isn't the canon explanation for it, like I said before. It's just Puck speculating. Next arc is when it delves into the actual world building for how magic works in Berserk. For now, you just have Puck throwing guesses at the wall to explain what's happening. And none of this matters anyway, because the demons are here to fuck shit up. Farnese at first thinks it's her men come to rescue her, but nah, it's monster people. Guts fights off what he can, but the strain of swinging his sword physically hurts the horse. Some of the ghosts go fuck with Farnese, since remember, these things don't really discriminate between targets, and has to have Guts save her from the actual cosmic horrors staring her in the face. He actually goes so far as to call it a miracle, since technically God is showing them something that's supposed to be impossible. At least to Farnese. Unfortunately, the horse is pushed to its limit. It collapses and they're all sent to the ground. Guts keeps Farnese safe during the fall, saying he needs her for information. Mainly, he's curious as to why they're after him in the first place. But Farnese isn't talking. She tries to run away, only to charge straight into a pack of wild dogs. Dogs that get possessed by the demons flying around, turning into these deformed monstrosities. And you might be wondering why this isn't all taking place in a mansion. Instead, it's just on like some rocky bit of road, off to the side in the middle of a mountain. It's because the 2016 adaptation of Berserk completely changed up this section. Instead of simply reacting and trying to get as far away from the camp as possible, Guts instead intentionally goes to a certain mansion in the middle of nowhere. A mansion that has an apostle inside of it. Now, I'm trying to find the words to describe. Do you remember the pig apostle, the jobber one that Guts killed in like the very end of Golden Age? The first official kill with the Dragon Slayer? That guy? He was the main bad guy of episode 3 of the 2016 adaptation of Berserk. You find out his backstory and why he became a demon and a lot of the shit around him, and yeah, it's not really great. It's probably one of the worst episodes, and that's saying a lot considering that was a rough series. And the funny part is they were bragging about how Miura wrote it, and it's like, yeah, maybe on a weekend when he was busy doing other things. Anyway, point is, I don't really like the mansion episode. It was not great. I like them being in the middle of nowhere, because basically there's no room to run off to. That's literally a point it makes. They're surrounded by monsters and can't hide anywhere. Farnese has to stick to Guts to stay alive. Now, she has actually no idea what to do, and Guts just sort of naturally takes control of the situation. And by that, I mean he cleaves through the pack of dogs, showing he's back in shape to fight, even arrogantly telling Farnese to say something like, "Dear God," as a prayer. He murders his way through the evil puppers, all while Farnese is trapped in a state of confusion and terror. This is the first time she's actually seen any supernatural phenomena whatsoever, so her mind is blown to say the least. It's like an Ahigo face, only instead of being filled with semen, Farnese is convinced she's gonna be torn to pieces by a lunatic and a bunch of demonically possessed dogs. I don't think this is like an Ahigo face at all. Anyway, speaking of which, Guts is still fighting his way through the pack, but any wound he inflicts on the animals doesn't seem to work. The demons force them to keep fighting even when they're chopped to pieces. Farnese decides she's had enough of this adventure and tries to sneak away. She sees the horse Guts stole get back up, seemingly okay even after the fall down the rocky hill. Farnese orders the horse to let her ride it to safety, but it says no. The horse said no. Yeah, it's possessed too. and since a malevolent demon is controlling the horse's body, it decides to indulge itself in some less than Christian behavior. The horse stands over Farnese, licking her body as it talks about how it doesn't get mounted, it mounts the woman. Say hello to Rape Horse, a fan favorite monster. Plainly just out of sheer absurdity. A horse got possessed by a demon and now it wants to rape a chick. Berserk is a wild series. Well, Farnese cries out in fear, and Guts sees the horse ready to violate. This causes him to flash right back to the eclipse, to the sight of Griffith raping Casca, and he can't control himself anymore. Guts chops the horse's head off, just managing to avoid killing Farnese as well. She's absolutely traumatized, trembling and silent as she sees Guts consumed with anger. His wounds split right open again. That's how hard he swung the Dragon Slayer to kill the horse. He tells Farnese to sit tight if she doesn't want to die, which she agrees with since, well, what the hell else is she supposed to do? Puck is upset that Guts tore his wounds open again and remarks that something is making him more psychotic than usual, which is when Puck receives a vision of the eclipse, seeing Casca being molested by demons. He doesn't know what he saw, but for some reason that image in Guts' mind pushed him into a homicidal rage. Guts is past the point of no return. He says that he finally remembers that same feeling he felt right after the eclipse. That hateful wrath that caused him to become the Black Swordsman in the first place. It's vivid and strong, to the point he doesn't even care if they rip his arm off. His other arm. So until the sun comes up, Guts is gonna keep cutting them to pieces. In his own words, you'll all keep dying until day breaks. It's a legitimately pretty badass moment, and pretty disturbing too, since Guts is just out there, which is, again, of course, why 2016 fucked it up. See, that whole speech Guts just gave, the whole, this is the worst I ever felt, and fuck you guys, and I'm gonna shit on your dinner plates. Yeah, all of that happened because he saw Farnese almost be raped by the horse. He flashed back to Casca, the woman he loved, being raped. That's why he felt so angry. The one time he couldn't save somebody, it was the worst person it could have happened to. So he gives that speech as essentially his action movie monologue, that I'm gonna fucking kill you all moment. 2016 anime, Guts just says it to the monster to scare him, even though there really wasn't a reason for him to say it. I mean, nothing about that fight in particular would have driven him over an edge. It was kind of a basic fight. So, yeah, kinda spoils the moment. It's sort of like how in Resident Evil 3 Remake, where you have that "you want stars, I'll give you stars" line from Jill, said in a random-ass hallway, and Nemesis can punch you out of the line. Well, in the original game, that was her closing line to kill off Nemesis. So you kinda took an iconic moment and made it very mundane. It kinda makes it feel a bit sillier in retrospect. Still, Guts keeps his promise. Next thing we know, it's dawn. Farnese staring at Guts, heaving each breath, surrounded by the mutilated corpses of the animals that attacked them. She says the sight is like a classical painting. Farnese is kinda weird, in case you didn't know. But she also says that Guts did the one thing she couldn't do. She used religion and her power to not be afraid, to escape the fact she's scared. Guts did the opposite. He not only confronted these horrible monsters, but seemed to not have any fear whatsoever. And this makes Farnese feel tiny and helpless. Here she was pissing herself in terror, while this utter stranger didn't hesitate once to strike back. A small spirit hiding in the shadows slithers up to Farnese, feeding into her insecurities by saying she can't feel bad about anything she does. She's powerless. It's not her fault. Not only that, but it drudges up some repressed emotions Farnese tried to keep buried. Remember when I said Farnese felt excited as she tortured Guts? This demon cuts through the bullshit and lays it out. Farnese felt pleasure from what she did. She's a sadomasochist in the literal sexual sense. She claims everything she does is for God to show how loyal she is to her faith, but the truth is that she enjoys the punishment. Farnese is desperately trying to deny this, but the demon ain't buying it. Farnese doesn't believe in anything. She's empty inside, simply exploiting her authority to indulge in her own vices. And the interesting part is that the demon basically tells her, why is that such a bad thing? What's wrong with simply accepting that she has these urges, with acting on these urges? Farnese should just throw away the idea that she cares about God and take care of her physical needs. And look, there's a man right there that could help. Yeah, Guts and Puck have zero clue any of this happened. As far as they're aware, this crazy religious lady just took off her pants and started coming on to Guts. Now I know some of you might be snickering at this part, but come on, take this seriously. The school expects you all to treat this material with respect. We've got an exam on this in a few weeks. Nevertheless, Farnese is fully possessed herself, straddling Guts and all but demanding they fuck. Specifically, fuck. She even goes so far as to position herself onto the Dragon Slayer, tying some rope around Guts' neck and ordering him to split her in half with his big sword, and be slow about it. Remember, all this demon is really doing is amplifying the feelings that Farnese already has. So if you're into really kinky BDSM stuff, I guess you just met your wife. Luckily for Guts' chastity, the sun fully rises into the sky, the light expelling out the demon from Farnese, Puck taking care of it as it leaves her body. She collapses on top of Guts, who basically just tells her to get off. Like, literally. She's heavy. He doesn't like white women. He enjoys brown sugar. But Farnese, she was aware of what just happened, and she breaks down crying, still laying on top of Guts, which is exactly the moment when Serpico shows up on his horse. I'd say this is an example of the classic misunderstanding trope, but what could you really say here? It's not your fault this guy's friend stripped naked on top of you. She was possessed by a demon. That only works sometimes, and only in Mississippi. Serpico simply walks up and offers his coat to Farnese, who's still shaken by what happened. She orders Serpico to kill him for the sake of her honor, which really doesn't help clarify what just happened. Guts is already seen as a child murderer. He really doesn't need to be called a rapist too. Serpico says he can't kill Guts. They were ordered to take him in alive. Disregarding this for the sake of making her feel better about whatever just happened is a bad idea. But Farnese is insistent. Kill him. Serpico then just plainly says, Guts is too strong. He'd die. It would all be for nothing, so Farnese snaps and slaps him across the face, marching off without him. Serpico is left with Guts, and weirdly enough, they actually have a pretty civil conversation. Guts swears he never touched her, and Serpico is willing to let bygones be bygones. He'd let Guts go this time, since there's really not much he can do to stop him, and Guts says he owes him for it. They conclude their conversation, and he turns to leave. And of course, Serpico takes a swing at Guts, who responds in kind. Serpico slashes his cheek, barely able to jump out of the way of the Dragon Slayer, to the point his boot is torn apart from getting too close. A mere graze was enough to tear the shoe open. With that, Serpico actually does go to leave, satisfied with his test. He then acknowledges Puck's existence before running off, showing that he can see the elf while Farnese can't. So yeah, the guy is more clever than he lets on, which makes him dangerous. Puck mentions that he feels bad for Farnese, admitting that he can sense she's repressing her emotions. But Guts doesn't care. The way he sees it, his problems got way worse. First demons, now priests. Puck can't stop thinking about the vision he saw last night, unknowingly seeing Casca be raped from Guts' memories, and Farnese still wants Guts dead. With this, the conviction arc has officially begun. You have a feel for who the new threat is, and things will only get crazier. Rape Horse was just the first step. Also, Farnese is pretty good. Enough said. The next chapter focuses more on the larger plot than just what Puck and Guts go through. Turns out the very next night, every single person in Midland had the same dream. They saw their country invaded by a foreign nation, scores of people dying from plague, towns destroyed by disasters and earthquakes. All of Midland is consumed in darkness. But right when things are at their bleakest, they see a shining hawk cut through the black, every person instinctively recognizing it as their savior. Yeah, things are about to get weird. Just know that this goes places. A lot of places, in fact. We see some Midland Knights are attempting to lead a group of refugees through a barren mountain. The forest cut down for the war effort, making the earth unstable, which is only made worse by the rain. Lord Laban is leading the Knights, the dude with the beard, and he's remarking how depressing the sight is. All around them are scared villagers, women and children too, and they're leaving the town that the Knights are trying to make their way towards. A sudden landslide drowns some of the refugees, and Laban orders his men to save who they can. He personally tries to rescue a young boy, but he's already dead, seemingly from an illness. His nose is running and vomit is spilling out from his mouth. Laban rides ahead without his men, who are still trying to take care of the refugees, and he arrives at the town they all came from. The whole place is empty, seemingly abandoned. The only thing left alive are the rats. He comes to the town church and finds piles of corpses stacked outside. Turns out there is a real plague that's ravaging through Midland. Laban sees an old man trying to fight off some of the rats, who remarks that the piles of the dead attracted them, and since the rats spread the plague, it spiraled out of control. The rats came into the towns after the war effort stripped the forest clean, so they had no choice but to try and adapt in urban areas. Now they just follow the bodies. Laban questions why the old man won't leave town, but he admits there's nothing else to really live for. He's too old to leave and his family all died anyway, so he's begrudgingly accepted his fate. though he does tell Laban that he should get out of town before the rats kill him. As it turns out, this scene is something Laban has come across all over Midland. Villages are running out of food, plagues are killing entire populations. It's like the entire world just grew colder. Laban is frustrated that the Midland army can't help rebuild the kingdom to fix some of the damage he's stumbling into. Instead, over 70% of the Midland military is still under orders to hunt after Griffith, even though most everybody pretty much assumes he's dead. The king has officially lost his mind. Even Laban admits it. He thinks about the dream the entire kingdom shared about the death and devastation ending when a bright hawk arrives. He has no clue what it means, but he can't spend any more time to think. Some of his men arrived into town with bad news. The king of Midland is dead. A sudden illness put him on his deathbed. The knights ride out of town, the rats piling together to manifest the head of Conrad, one of the God Hand, heavily implying the state of Midland is the result of the idea of evil and its minions pulling strings to manipulate history. And I don't care if it's considered not canon, it's canon to me. Which, I mean, if everybody in the country had the same dream, then fucking something supernatural had to have happened. We come back to the capital, Midland, Wyndham, and we see the king is bedridden, breathlessly begging for Charlotte, his daughter, to come see him. The court doctor orders the staff to fetch her, Sir Owen deciding to do it himself. And yeah, these guys weren't just background bros, they actually do things. Surprising, right? Owen overhears the various nobles talking about Charlotte's ascension to queenhood, and even run into Minister Foss, who strangely enough has all but completely retired from politics after the death of the queen. Owen is disgusted by the nobles chattering about how they'll manipulate Charlotte when she's in power, but he notices Foss is just muttering to himself about how the hawk will come again. It immediately makes Owen think about the dream everyone had, which has officially been classified as an actual act of God, but he's skeptical, since the dream happened before the king fell sick, but he can't really argue it wasn't a miracle. He arrives at Charlotte's chambers, but she's not budging. She's in a state of depression and hasn't left the palace in 2 years. The last 5 days, fully secluding herself in her bedroom, only ever letting her servant Anna in but no one else. Owen tries to talk Charlotte into visiting the king, but she's not interested. She disowned her father and is simply waiting for him to die. Sounds mean, but if you saw part 2, then you see she has a fucking point. We transition to a dream sequence. The king is sitting on his throne, the air around him so cold that steam billows out from his nose with every breath. He remarks about his walls, his throne, his soldiers, but complains that they bring no warmth. All he wants is a fire, something to take the cold away. And that's when he sees it, a woman standing in the distance. Charlotte, his daughter. She's glowing like bright light, and the king swears she's the warmth he needs, and he orders his soldiers to let him through, but they aren't budging. He can only watch as a hawk swoops down, covering Charlotte in its wings, glowing like the sun. The king begs the hawk to leave her alone. She's the only thing that gives him life, but the only thing he can do is see the hawk change into the form of Griffith, and even though he has no eyes, the two stare at each other, the king slowly relenting until he finally accepts that maybe Griffith was the one he wanted in life, the liberator that came to free him from the burden of being king. The dream ends with the king calling out Griffith's name, watching him ascend the throne, and finally setting the old man free from his prison. With that, the king is dead, his legacy left as an incestuous madman that led his country into ruin over a vendetta. And funny enough, it seemed like only when he finally died did he realize maybe he should have let Griffith be with his daughter. That maybe he was in a prison of his own design. If he let Griffith become king, he wouldn't have to worry about the burden anymore. But at the same time, he was completely insane, so of course he wasn't really going to operate on traditional logic. Charlotte hears the bells announcing the death of her father, and she starts to cry, clutching the lucky charm she gave Griffith before he left for the last campaign back in Golden Age. The whole capital is left in disarray after the death of their king, and that's when they notice something. The mountains are moving. The mountains. An invasion force is marching into Midland. Entire armies, plural, sent by the Kushan Empire. Plague, war, famine, death. The end of the world has arrived for Midland. It is actual biblical Armageddon, and things are only gonna get worse. We see a group of mercenaries trying to run away from a mysterious attacker. They claim that over 300 men have all been killed by this one man. An entire army of sellswords cut down, all because the leader wanted to get famous. The trio try to run away as they name drop who the attacker is. It's Nosferatu Zod. He's still alive and kicking, killing scores of soldiers like always. Zod sits on top of a mountain of bodies he's made, watching the crows feeding on the dead. He admits that he's grown bored. He wants a real fight again, somebody that'll push him to the absolute limit. Over 300 years of wandering, and all it's ever ended with is Zod sitting on a mountain of corpses. He contemplates fighting other apostles, but they're no good either. The only one that's truly ever given him a challenge is Skull Knight. Zod thinks about the rumors surrounding Guts, that he's killed more than a few apostles, but that's then and this is now. Zod wants a good fight now. And just as he thinks about this, a bright hawk flies down to meet him. It tells Zod that he is in a state between consciousness and sleep. It's not going to show Zod the same dream as the others because it knows that Zod doesn't care about talking. He wants the strongest. Only the strongest. Zod transforms and tries to attack, but it flies around him, cutting him into pieces before he can even react. He wakes up from the dream to see one of his horns on the ground, his head bleeding from the wound where it was taken off. All Zod can think about is a cryptic message the hawk left him. When the sky falls at the holy ground where the blind sheep gather and erect a pillar of fire, the desired will come. This prophecy gets repeated a few times because, shocker, it's pretty relevant to what's about to happen. Also, I say Zod doesn't have the same dream as anyone else because it's not made abundantly clear just how many of the named characters actually did have the dream. We know the ones in Wyndham did, and a few others, but people like Zod and, as you'll soon see, Guts or even Farnese, they have weirder experiences. I don't know if they did see the dream on top of what they also see, but it's just never made that clear. We come back to Guts and Puck traveling through a town ravaged by the plague. No food. Every house is empty, and the dead are so plentiful that ghosts are appearing during the day. Puck points out a small shrine outside town that should be blessed, keeping any spookies from being allowed anywhere near, so they decide to rest. It cuts to a twisted vision Guts experiences in his sleep. A stake is dug into the ground, piles of kindling wood sitting underneath it. He sees a mob holding torches force Casca onto the stake, and tosses their torches onto the kindling and burn her alive. The dream ends with Guts screaming out for them to stop. Guts wakes up thinking an incubus gave him the nightmare, but that wasn't it. It was the demon infant, which is hiding in the shadows underneath some of the stones in the shrine. It changes its face to resemble Casca's and speaks to Guts about a coming danger, giving Guts almost the same message Zod was given about the holy ground and the pillar of fire. But this time, the demon infant is begging Guts to find it as fast as possible, specifically saying the word danger along with it. Guts recognizes that it's trying to tell him something happened to Casca, and sets off an almost instinctual panic. The scene jumps to Erica, who's gathering firewood in the forest. As she's working, she sees that it's starting to snow, then hears a certain elf singing as he's dancing in the air as the flakes fall around him. Puck is blissfully unaware of Erica sneaking up behind up until she catches him in her hands, smacking him out cold and calling out to Rickard to see what she found, which is when she runs into Guts. And this frame here says a lot about what I want to go into in a bit, just know it's probably one of my favorites. This little girl running into just a black silhouette. It's a pretty classic scene. People reference this moment a lot for parts they like. But Guts isn't an evil man to Erica, they're friends. She's happy to lead him back to Godo's cabin, where we see Rickard working on a horseshoe, fully adjusted into his new role as a blacksmith. Rickard is happy to see Guts came back, but the big dude isn't wasting a second. He wants to know what happened to Casca. Rickard and Erica go quiet, and it takes a bit before he admits that Casca left. Guts is immediately pissed off at the news, but Erica cries and admits it was her fault. She took Casca outside to play since she felt bad the woman was stuck inside the cave for so long, but she wandered off. They tried to look for her, but they could never find Casca. Guts wants to know why they aren't looking for her right now, expressly shaming Rickard for staying at the cabin instead of searching for Casca. But Erica calls Guts stupid, and yells at him for just leaving them all 2 years ago. Besides, Rickard did try to find Casca, for over a month in fact, but he had to come back to take care of them. There's a reason he can't go too far away. Godo is dying. Now, this is probably the best moment in all of Conviction. That's not to say the arc peaks and nothing great happens after this. No, it's just that this segment here is downright amazing. Guts goes to talk to Godo as he's lying in his deathbed, specifically about life and revenge. Guts is shocked to see the old man dying, and he thinks the plague might have got him, but Godo swears that it's just age. He inspects Guts' equipment and notices how worn down everything is. The Dragon Slayer is chipped and rough, the Iron Hand is nicked and rusted. It's enough to tell Godo just how bad Guts' situation really is. He's fighting so much he can't eat or sleep. Godo looks right through Guts, almost deciphering the entire man without even trying. Guts is visibly tense, way more than ever before. The monster that attacked them 2 years ago, just how they showed up with Rickard beaten to near death after the eclipse. Whatever he's involved in is bad business, so Godo offers his own solution. Just run away. Living for hatred is for people that can't accept feeling sorrow. They'd rather smother their emotions in anger than let themselves feel vulnerable. It's like sharpening a sword in blood. The more you soak it, the more it rusts. And eventually, you're just left with scraps, rust, and blood. Guts tries to quit back, to almost end the lecture early because it's making him uncomfortable, but Godo doesn't stop. The way he sees it, Guts isn't just nicked. His heart has cracks in it. He's afraid of something. Godo doesn't know of what, but he's on the money. Guts breaks down, talking about how Godo, nobody understands what they saw. The people he cared for most in life were torn apart, scared and stupid to what was actually happening, like they were nothing. They survived a literal hell, and now they're cursed. No matter what they do, even if they decide to run away, it will never stop. But Godo says it plain and simple. Guts abandoned them. The old man clearly referencing Rickert and especially Casca. He ran off without them 2 years ago because he couldn't accept that the rest of the Hawks were gone, so he chased after retribution. This is why I love this part. It's literally Godo calling Guts an idiot. Guts wasn't a cool demon hunter bringing justice to demons and shitbag children. He was running away from his problems to avoid his own grief. This arc has shown up before in media, and especially anime. The whole revenge bad, the main character that's been obsessed with getting retribution is actually an emotional fuck-up. Hell, I guess the most popular version of this is a lot of shonen stuff right now, with the whole Tokyo Ghoul Attack on Titan thing, where the main character gets so obsessed with fighting monsters they literally become a monster. But what I like about Berserk is that it's a bit less literal. Guts is a monster, yes, but he never transforms into one or anything physical. At least not right now. But no, instead, it's more the fact that he's mentally and emotionally breaking down. He's losing himself to this dark, dark road he's choosing to go down. And every single thing that Guts has done that we were cheering on and think were super badass was actually a horrible mistake. Yeah, the apostles he killed were doing terrible things to people, but Guts wasn't a hero. He wasn't trying to save anyone. He was taking his rage out on other people. And really, at least personally, this is the first time it's been this explicitly stated. It really digs into Guts and frames everything we just saw as him being a fuck-up. He wants to be angry at Rickert for not looking after Casca, but Guts left her there alone and chased after demons. When the chips are down, Guts will choose to go off on his own and rely on fighting, but it's starting to catch up to him. He's not just a cracked sword, he's starting to break. Guts physically can't handle the strain of what he's doing. It's going to catch up to him sooner or later, and he's already done some serious damage to the people he cares about, all for the sake of his own selfishness. Now obviously you can argue that even if it wasn't his intention, Guts running off and fighting demons is okay because he killed some seriously evil people. All the apostles he killed as the Black Swordsman were making countless people suffer. But remember, Guts didn't ride in to save the day Kenshiro style. If anything, he was a living tornado, a natural disaster that caused untold amounts of destruction himself. Remember back in the beginning of the video? Guts set children on fire. It's not like things became immediately better after Guts killed the demon. No, it only got substantially worse. Every single time Guts goes to hunt one of these things, a lot of people are dragged into it and they die. So he's nowhere near the moral high ground himself. So seeing Godo act as essentially the intervention he needed to really see what he's been doing absolutely works. It's not a complete takedown of the guy. Guts does have a point in that Godo doesn't understand what he saw and what made him become what he was. He can't just run away. He's branded and cursed for the rest of his life. But in the end, he chose to spread more hate and violence into the world instead of caring for the ones he still has. This part is such a great moment for Guts as a character. You may see what he's done as 100% necessary. Guts was simply punishing demons, he's not evil. But having this argument in the story is crucial, not just because of what the effects turn out being later, but the sheer fact you have such a good argument for why our protagonist fucked up is compelling. Guts doesn't win the argument, he can't rebuke what Godo said. It lets you sit on his words. But this part only gets better, so I'm gonna go ahead and go to the next scene. We see Erica lead Guts and Rickert to a cliffside where swords are dug into the ground, standing up. Erica says they're graves. Rickert used the swords he made as practice to give the Hawks a graveyard. There's no bodies underneath them, but it's more of a sentimental gesture than anything. Guts thinks about his time chasing revenge, 2 full years by himself just hating. Meanwhile, Rickert built a whole new life for himself. Puck mentions that Rickert was the boy he met in the carriage during Golden Age, and Rickert remarks that thanks to Puck's medicine, Guts and Casca survived the eclipse, so it's almost like they're all tied together by destiny. Rickert leads Guts back into the Ore Cave, the only place he'll be safe to sleep in for the night. Puck swears that elves did in fact live there, so it's confirmed it's a sanctuary, though we knew that because Skull Knight said it, and he didn't seem like one for bullshit. Guts is gonna rest in the cave, and by morning they'll start the repairs for his equipment. They all sleep in the cabin upstairs, giving Guts some space for the night. He tries to apologize to Rickard about the argument over Casca, but all is well. He's happy with Erica and Godo. He found his own purpose in a way. They leave Guts alone for the night, who's just staring into the campfire in front of him. And this is the true moment where Guts faces his demons. He can't sleep without his weapons, and thinks to himself, he might plain just never be able to sleep at night for the rest of his life. He thinks about Casca and Godo's speech about her. Guts knows he ran away just to escape his feelings, but what he saw was beyond any understanding. All he can see is Casca being raped by demons, by Griffith. It's the last image ever burned into his right eye. The way he sees it, no matter the excuse, he can use that bubbling hate to kill his enemies. And this is where the Beast of Darkness makes its first appearance. This large demonic hound urges Guts to kill, to never stop until he's all alone. And this isn't a demon telling him to do it. Remember, he's in the cave specifically blessed to keep out any demons. This monster is inside of Guts' head. All the hatred, malice, and violence inside of him is manifesting into a separate thing in his mind, and it scares Guts so badly that he considers that maybe Godo is right. He has no right to act as the avenging crusader for his friends when he abandoned Casca. Hell, even before that, he abandoned the Band of the Hawk. Guts thinks about them all, of Corcus, Judo, Casca, of the last conversation he had with each of them, and how each one was about how he abandoned the Hawks. Guts did all of this by himself. It's his war, not theirs. He threw away that identity when he left them all that time ago. The one thing that kept him sane through his journey was thinking about Casca. And this is where it finally hits Guts. He did it again. Right when he got to his next stage in life, he threw everything away before he even realized it. And now he might have finally lost Casca for good because he wanted to play edgelord in the dark. Or did he? Guts thinks about the message the demon infant left him. He still has a chance. Casca is out there. She's not dead yet. So Guts swears that this time he's not gonna let her go. He's gonna make the right choice and never lose her again. I'll admit, I'm a sucker for this kind of trope. The whole ultra-powerful badass dude who's kind of an edgelord admittedly. His one crutch being the power of love. It's cheesy as fuck sometimes, but in Berserk I think it works really well. It's why I really like this segment. It's just a great scene. Seeing Guts realize his own mistakes and promising that he will not lose any more people he cares about, and especially Casca. We even get a tease at the end result if Guts didn't learn all of this. He would become an actual monster obsessed with killing and nothing else. So he was at a fork in the road, and Guts is gonna make his choice. Guts is going to fight for somebody, not avenge them. It's very positive, and hopefully you're starting to see what I mean by Guts progressively losing the edgy aspects to his personality, at least a little bit. It's almost a triumphant scene. Some people don't like Berserk getting lighter, that starts to feel way softer compared to what came before, and almost abandons the grim aspects of its own identity. And let's just say as the story goes on, they kinda have a point, but I like seeing Guts develop as a character and change. I mentioned it before, maybe all the way back in part 1 or even the Berserk anime video, but Guts drastically changes between each arc. He almost feels like a completely different person between each one. Golden Age, he's a standoffish kid that finally finds a family. Black Swordsman, he's a murderous asshole that doesn't care about anyone but himself. Conviction, specifically lost children in the events up to this point. Guts is outright insane. Like full-blown hallucinates and acts like a deranged madman. And I won't spoil who he becomes later, but let's just say he gets more quiet and sad, like Hugh Jackman from Logan's sad. But once again, no spoilers. We see a nice interaction between Rickard and Puck, who are both awake at night. Rickard is working on Guts' iron hand, and Puck is trying to escape from Erica's grasp as she falls asleep. Rickard is still scared of elves, which has developed into a legitimate phobia, but he can't help but thank Puck for sticking by Guts. Not just because he made Erica feel better, who's been depressed since Godo became bedridden, but because the last time he saw Guts, he had a bad feeling the guy wouldn't come back the same man. But he did come back, and was worried about Casca, which to Rickard is good enough, and he thinks Puck kept Guts stable during their time together, once again pointing to the idea that Puck's positive nature was able to mellow out Guts, even if unintentionally. They're both surprised to see Godo on his feet, grabbing his tools and getting ready to work. Rickard tries to talk him out of it, but Godo isn't budging, simply telling the boy to take care of Erica once he's gone. He explains that Erica isn't his real daughter, but we can kind of assume that. He found her outside of her burned house. Godo took her in on a whim, but having her in his life let him feel human. Godo relates this to his sword. If it's well made, then no matter what damage is done to the blade, it will be reborn once put back into the fire. Godo's final words before he commits to reforging the Dragon Slayer is to order Rickard to tell Guts not to turn out like me. Now this phrase is very interesting. We know literally nothing about Godo beyond his vague backstory. He was a master blacksmith that was exiled after he made the Dragon Slayer out of frustration. He then became a loner in the mountains, just spending his day forging whatever he was ordered to. And before he realized it, he spent his entire life alone. He met Erica as an old man and decided to take her in as his own daughter. And this decision gave Godo a few more happy years, having someone else he can share his life with. As far as we know, he's just an old man that never did anything except be a blacksmith. His comments about the nature of hatred and revenge is fascinating. Did he want to get revenge after his exile? Before that, was he lying about the Dragon Slayer being the only reason he was thrown out? We plain don't know. And I like that we don't know. Sometimes we don't need all the answers. The whole scene at Godo's cabin is a quiet moment, a sliver of peace Guts can enjoy. And it's when Guts finally stops thinking about survival that we see who the man truly is. He can't distract himself with short-sighted thinking anymore. There's no monster to hunt, or any enemies to fight off, so he can't run away from his own insecurities, his own trauma, the emotions he doesn't like to think about or feel. But seeing Guts finally do the right thing and commit to saving somebody is powerful. So much bullshit has happened until now. Guts has screwed over so many people, either intentionally or unintentionally. He's dedicated himself to being alone forever. Yet when he was slapped across the face with the truth that he still had people in his life and he was being an idiot, Guts finally let the best parts of himself take over for once. Coming back to the story, we see that Gus's equipment is fully repaired. Even his armor is refined down into a new look. Rickert hands him his weapons, saying that he even made some new tools using gunpowder, some more explosives for our boy. The two discuss the clue to where Casca could be at, and Rickert says the only holy ground near where they are is St. Albion Temple, also known as the Tower of Conviction. It's a gathering place for refugees running from the plague. The chaos of the situation only made worse by heretics hiding in the crowds, causing formal inquisitions. A witch trial is on the horizon. Rickert doesn't think Casca is actually there, but Guts sees it as his last shot. Puck wonders who Casca is to Guts to cause him to be this dedicated to finding her, but he keeps his mouth shut. They say their goodbyes, Erica and Godo watching from inside the house, and the old blacksmith says Guts always does this. He runs in one direction without thinking and closes out the rest of the world in his mind. He's dedicated to his one road. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing is still up in the air, but hopefully changing focus will help him find some manner of peace. We jump back in time a month, around the time Casca went missing. We can assume Guts was at Godo's for a period of time, or took some time getting there. The point is, this fills in the gap of what exactly happened. The flashback begins with the Holy Iron Chain Knights riding past a mob of refugees. Azan explains that plagues and famine aren't the only reason things got so bad. The Kushan invasion to the east was bad enough that nobody even knows if the nobles in the capital are still alive. As far as these guys are concerned, all they have is the Holy See to keep everything together, so they don't really have a choice beyond keeping their heads down and following orders. We also see that Farnese was hauled in to explain what happened with the situation with Guts. The fact they failed to capture him and lost soldiers in the process. The whole thing ended up being a big insult to the Holy See. They tell Farnese they are not an army, they're an ornamental piece designed to show off the Holy See's authority. Having someone defeat them shows weakness, which can't be tolerated. Especially since the families of the nobles who died chasing Guts are pissed. The only reason Farnese wasn't stripped of her authority was because of her own position in the Vandamian family. Her father pulled strings to make sure she wasn't punished. They're big benefactors to the church after all, though they make it clear to Farnese, she wasn't a leader, she's a symbol. The leader of the Holy Iron Chain Knights is traditionally a woman of higher status, so the way they see it, they have to keep her around because she's a diversity hire with a rich daddy. And to drive the point home, they dismiss the idea Guts was ever a real religious symbol. The whole 2-year hunt was all for nothing. Farnese was humiliated, forced to watch her comrades die, almost got raped, and it all amounted to Jack and shit. And Jack called into work today. They give her a new mission, essentially telling her to fuck off and not come back, and decide to instead focus on investigating the dream the entire country had all at once. Even priests for the Holy See say they experienced the same thing. So whatever it is, it's a big deal. But that very meeting is what led Farnese to the details she's doing now. Her and her men are tasked with protecting an Inquisitor as they travel to St. Albion Temple. During the downtime, Farnese thinks about how everyone claims to have had the same dream. Strangely, she says she never had a dream about a Hawk of Light or any miracles. Instead, her thoughts are filled with the horror she experienced after Guts kidnapped her. She's trying not to think about it, but it's a losing battle. I'm assuming she didn't have the dream, because the way she's talking is as if she doesn't understand what everyone's talking about. Once again, it's not made abundantly clear if everyone had the exact same dream or if there were exceptions, because Farnese seems to not understand what they're saying, and Guts didn't mention anything about it. You'd think the guy that is really familiar with a glowing white hawk and its symbolism would mention something about having a dream like that. Still, we even see her think about the episode she had involving Guts and his sword. It's not something she's having an easy time forgetting. As they make their way, we see peasants gossiping in horror. Turns out the man the knights are protecting is infamous, to say the least. The breaking wheels dangled above the carriage is the calling card for bloody scripture Mozgus, a man who is unafraid to sentence anyone to torture as a heretic. His current body count is over 500, and they say he will find any excuse to sentence someone to die. That, of course, leads a man to have a lot of enemies, and we see villagers preparing an ambush, aiming crossbows from the cliffs above the knights. They launch their attack, intent on killing Mozgus for revenge. The knights and the peasants get into a brutal melee, the refugees keeping the main forces from coming in and squashing the rebellion. But as soon as a few villagers open the door to Mozgus's carriage, they're attacked by unknown men inside. Each of the fighters are gruesomely killed by Mozgus's associates, a collection of deformed torturers, all using classic medieval execution methods to dispatch the jobber farmers. You see one man with a massive iron claw, twins using 2 saw blades, a smaller one that plucks out the eyes with pincers, a giant using a massive breaking wheel as a weapon, and finally a man in a coat wielding that thing. I don't know what it's called. Point is, it's over before it even started. All the peasants are either dead or captured, and we get a final good look at Mozgus and his band of merry men. The man himself just looks creepy. His face is stony, almost carved out as something, and he's expressionless for the most part. He likes to quote scripture, but don't expect anything on Doc Holliday's level. The religion of Berserk is pseudo-Catholic Church, but nothing specific enough to really mean anything. Farnese apologizes for not coming in to save them, finally able to get past the refugees, but Mozgus actually seems kinda chill. He says he's under God's protection, so it wouldn't have mattered if she tried to save him or not. The way he sees it, since none of the Holy See were actually hurt, there's nothing to complain about. He introduces Farnese and Serpico to his torturers, who seem to disturb Azan. The surviving villagers are all lined up in front of Mozgus. He wants to know why the villagers tried to kill him, and they're not shy about it. Mozgus sentenced an entire town to die after they refused to send tribute to the Holy See. They waited until the men left to work and murdered all the women and children. Mozgus is unfazed at the accusation, saying he passed fair judgment and that he was only following God's doctrine. The villager he's interrogating shoots back, saying they didn't even have anything to give to the church. There was literally nothing. They would have all starved to death. So the way he sees it, them attacking Mozgus is divine punishment for his cruelty. The mention of this sets off Mozgus, who flies into a psychotic rage and caves the man's skull in with his Bible. Mozgus sees these villagers as a disgusting bunch of heathens, not even considering that he caused them to become what they are. Only the Holy See can speak for God and no one else. As stated, I'm not here to debate theology with anyone. I'm only bringing this up because I know there's going to be a guy in the comments going, well, actually, the most crazy and hateful of all the Catholic Church people during the Dark Ages were the ones that were blatantly taking advantage of the system and making up rules on the spot, which in turn led to the Lutheran movement where they were splitting off just simply due to how crazy the Catholics became. As stated, not here for that argument. I'm also not here for any fedora tipping, we're just reading a fun story. Mozgus asks Farnese what the appropriate punishment for the villagers is, and she says that since they attempted to murder a priest, they should be sentenced to the breaking wheel. Mozgus agrees and decides to start the execution there, in front of the terrified crowd watching them all. We get a pretty brutal scene of the torturers condemning each man to death, breaking their limbs and forcing them into the wheels. Reminder that this is only partially exaggerated for drama. Breaking wheels were a legitimate execution torture tactic during the Dark Ages. They would actually snap your limbs and force you into a wheel so your wounds wouldn't heal properly. If you were really unlucky, they'll leave you like that to die, which is what these guys are intending to do. Hearing men screaming in agony sets off Farnese's bad thoughts, and she has to uncover her face as she feels a little too warm. Serpico is unfazed, and Azan is just disgusted by it all. I actually really like this guy, because he seems like the one good person in this entire army. Well, one of the prisoners escapes and tries to run away, bumping straight into a dark-skinned woman with long hair. The woman just starts to pet the guy's face, and another woman has to pull her away from the man so she isn't wrapped up in the carnage. One of the knights decides to interrogate the dark-skinned woman for being in league with the rebels, despite the other woman's protests, and that's when he notices that she's not quite there. She's just standing there with her mouth open. The knight takes the villager away, and the other woman introduces herself as Luca. She hates the idea of going to the same place that the knights in Mosgus are going, but there's not much choice in the matter. It's either fanatics or the plague. They all watch the men be hoisted up into the air where they're feasted upon by crows. The crowd goes to leave, and Luca drags the dark-skinned woman with her, noticing that she's just mindlessly staring at the violence. How many of you bet the woman was Casca? I'm not paying any of you assholes because it was obvious. Casca is on her way to the Tower of Conviction, Sora just mindlessly pulled into an adventure with her new friend. So a cursed person, with the brand of sacrifice, is going into a heavily populated area full of zealot priests that have been killing people. This is gonna end in violence, isn't it? But before we get into all that, we jump perspectives once again. This time we see a group of bandits hassling a preteen boy for his supplies. He tries to talk tough, but they threaten to kill him over his food, so he relents. The bandits enjoy their feast, taunting the kid about how he'll never get a share. Yet that's when one bandit starts to feel sick, then another, and the leader starts to choke on his food. The boy poisoned the food he gave to the bandits and kept the real stuff to himself. The leader tries to kill him, but he knocks him unconscious with his sword, still in the sheath. He says his name is Isidro, and he poisoned the men with something that's supposed to be non-lethal. It seems like he got away with his con scot-free. But then some of the bandits' friends show up, and all they see is Isidro next to a bunch of unconscious bodies of their friends. Isidro tries another scam, playing the scared kid and talking about how some Kushins showed up and killed them all. This seems to work, up until one of the bandits asks why none of the corpses have sword wounds. In fact, how the hell did he survive the ambush? Kushins kill kids too. Well, just as Isidro tries one last scam to get out of the situation, the bandit he's talking to gets a blade through the head. The actual Kushins just showed up, and they make mincemeat out of the poor bastards. Isidro watching in horror as the men are cut down in seconds, and now the Kushins are setting their sights on him. But just before we can add this poor kid to the body count, they all notice somebody else just showed up. It's Guts. He's passing through town, whether they like it or not. The Kushins try and attack just like they did with the bandits, but they're dead before they realize it, split in half and sent raining down on their friends. Isidro is rendered speechless, along with the attackers. One tries to jump down from the roof, but Guts shatters his jaw with his iron fist. The dude is unstoppable. Puck gets Isidro's attention and tells him to stay down until they're all dead, fully confident in what the outcome of this is gonna be. The rest of the Kushins try in vain to kill Guts, but he only takes down more of them. Even after they believe they have the guy surrounded, he rips through their numbers. The guy's been killing anything that moved for 2 years straight. Everything from your average mercenary to unspeakable monsters. These wannabe Sikh motherfuckers are such a non-threat that Guts barely even acknowledges he's in danger. To him, it was a waste of time, a chance to try out his new equipment. He doesn't even remember that they're Kushins. The entire invasion has been going on without his notice. But right after the scouts are all dead, he goes right back to his journey. Isidro starts following behind, not even sure of what he just saw. Some of the surviving attackers want to chase after Guts, but a familiar face orders them all to stay away. It's Salat. Turns out the guys Guts just killed was a unit of the Bakiraka sent to scout ahead. The ones that gave Guts trouble all the way back in Golden Age are barely a blip on his radar now. Power escalation for our protag. Dude's been fighting demons for more than 2 years now, so human enemies all but can't challenge him. And Salat kinda knows this. Not the exact details, just more that he still remembers when Guts beat his ass all the way back in Golden Age. It was a very humbling experience for the guy, so now he's more cautious and tactical with his moves. To Salat, chasing after a vendetta is just stupid. It was almost, dare say, a positive for him. Guts, meanwhile, is only thinking about pushing ahead, to go faster and faster until he reaches the Tower of Conviction. Meanwhile, we see that the condition at the tower is downright hellish. People camp outside, terrified at the current situation. The current situation being the ever-increasingly violent war between the heretics and the Holy See. Priests have been murdered around the camp, the flayed skin of their bodies hung around like trophies. The peasants are angry about this since it means the Holy See will only clamp down harder, but there's nothing they can do. All the while, a weird image of these eyes looking around camp show up, focusing on the skin of the dead priest. While the rest of the peasants are in abject poverty and suffering, given no food at all except watery soup and left to fend for themselves, the Holy See are given regular shipments, so the knights and monks are well fed, but the people they're supposedly protecting are forced to starve. The only thing they're ever given is basically leftovers. Things are so desperate that the refugees even start trying to steal some of the supplies, causing the Holy Iron Chain Knights to get violent. These aren't criminals or brigands, they're just average people that need help. One of them is a young mother with a near-dead baby. They don't even have firewood for the winter. Farnese tries to give some bullshit excuse about how they asked the sea for help, but the woman with the baby is desperate. She says the kid is about to die and she needs God to save them. The sight makes Farnese uncomfortable, but Mazgus arrives before anything substantial can come from it. He claims that he respects the woman's boldness and decides to show mercy. Farnese tries to argue, but he says that since she broke the law to save her own child, it had to have been divine providence. He orders the knights to lead them all into the monastery. Farnese taking note of the desperation of the villagers around them, literally fighting each other for the scraps the monks toss out. The rest of the peasants are led away while Mazgus insists the woman and her baby stay with him. They watch as the priest offers the boy medicine, saying that with food and rest he should recover. And Mazgus swears he sent a letter to the Holy See for more supplies, and promises conditions will improve for the refugees. It seems like he's not that bad of a guy. Well, that's when he leads her to the iron doors. She needs to pay for the crime of theft, even if she was doing it to save her baby. And as the saying goes, dark theaters are best for dark deeds. Mazgus had the villagers tortured, each one experiencing some downright grotesque suffering. And now it's her turn. Farnese is horrified at the sight, but Mazgus insists she look. He even goes on a rant about the type of criminal he despises above all else: heretics. Mazgus despises the refugees. To him, they're a den of sinners corrupting a holy place. He has no love for these people at all. It's why he's so willing to kill them all. He wants revenge for the murdered priest and has been scouring through the camp for anyone he can send into the monastery for some religious debates. To Mazgus, God's love is supreme, but he can also hate like a motherfucker. So this poor woman who just wanted to save her kid is now in the custody of this absolute lunatic, and she is brutally tortured. Hot iron pressed against her skin, all while Farnese watches in a blank daze. Right away, we see that Mazgus is not only a despicable asshole, but he's probably one of the most hateable villains in the whole story, minus a few exceptions. Just out of a mixture of sheer brutality and downright self-righteousness. He's doing these horrible things to people and he doesn't think he's doing anything wrong. That extra layer just seems to rub the salt in the wound. At least the demons embraced the fact they're evil. They accepted it. Hell, they bragged about it. It's hard to be angry at somebody that knows they're an asshole. But Mazgus takes this a step further by convincing himself that he's the good guy in the situation. His philosophy is blatantly contradictory and practically made up on the spot, but Mazgus doesn't care. He's doing the work of God, and that's all that matters. And if some women and children have to die to spread the Lord's teaching, then it's gonna happen. And the worst part is that you know some of the Holy Iron Chain Knights hate this crap. They hate having to protect this psychotic asshole, but they don't have a choice in the matter. It's either be on his side or be considered a heretic. You might be thinking I'm only talking about Farnese, Serpico, and Azan, but you'll see what I mean. He's not popular. It's a status quo held up for no other reason than it's what you're supposed to do. Sometime later after the incident in the monastery, we see that the situation has only gotten worse. The priest's body was found. Too bad it was in a tree, and it didn't have skin, but still it's something to bury. Farnese believes she caught the murderer, but the suspect swears it's an accusation just by people who hate him. As expected of literally any situation where people just believe accusations without question, the refugees started exploiting it to go after people they don't like, accusing anyone and everyone of heresy so they can go up to the monastery and not come back. But it's okay if this guy loses his skin. They were just telling their truth. Yeah. And the worst part of it all, that woman Mazgus tortured, she's a cripple now, and her baby starved to death. It was all for nothing. Farnese seems to show some remorse for a brief moment, but she still brings her suspect into the monastery. Yeah, probably should have warned you guys earlier, but the actual events at the St. Albion Temple are very misanthropic. Not even talking about the anti-church themes, but in general, there's just this spiteful hate towards human nature. The refugees are not very sympathetic. You do have a few cases where you pity them, but the majority are just as much a threat as the psycho priests. In fact, the characters we follow the most during these sections is actually on the lowest rung of the social ladder. Luca is our pseudo-protagonist this time, the woman we saw help Casca during the flashback. Turns out she's a prostitute, and while she's not educated or of high status, she knows people. The reason the man was accused of being a heretic is because he was a crime boss trying to profit off the situation. He didn't fit into the masses, so he was destroyed. She's actually got a point about how people tend to mob against anyone that goes outside the status quo. And she's got a dick inside of her. Yeah, Luca is lamenting the state of society while banging a John. The guy's name is Jerome, and actually is one of the knights that works for Farnese. He openly shit-talks his boss right to Luca. Turns out none of the men respect Farnese and really just see her as a bad leader. The way they see it, she either needs to step up and do her job right, or just let the guys that know what they're doing stay in charge. It's actually implied that this relationship might be a bit more than engaging in the benefits of a free market. Luca and Jerome actually have a somewhat emotional connection. They're not delusional about it, he still pays her and is fully aware she fucks for money, but they like each other. Well, during their intensive yoga session, please Susan, don't nuke me, Casca pops her face into the tent, covered in bandages. After a funny little moment where she scares Jerome bad enough he goes limp, we see that Luca purposefully disguised Casca as a syphilis victim named Elaine. That way no Johns will try and proposition her, or worse. Plus, it'll explain her insanity, saying that the disease went to her head. Jerome gives Luca a pearl necklace, even promising that once the job is finished at the tower, he'll take her away from there. They can't get married, but he'll keep her as a mistress and take care of her, even promising to take Casca along and get her a doctor, still believing they're sisters. Despite the grand promises, Luca admits she doesn't expect it'll actually happen. He leaves and we see a group of other prostitutes approach. These are Luca's friends. They tease her about Jerome, but she says that the relationship is to have a card up her sleeve in case anything happened. We also see that Luca uses the payments she receives to feed her friends, even going so far as to break apart her necklace and giving her friends an equal amount of pearls. They're shocked at the gesture, but she's insistent on it, saying she'll get her fair share of it too. Now, I've heard some people say this is a sign that Luca has some inklings of socialism in her beliefs, the whole redistribution of wealth to take care of the whole, but that's not really why she does this. In fact, she plainly lays out why. It's a survival tactic, nothing else. Luca and her friends are whores, a profession that is scorned and hated on a good day. But now there's a heretic hunt, and everyone is weaponizing the situation against each other. If they flaunted their wealth, no matter how they got it, that puts them in the sights of the Holy See. They can't stand out, no matter what. Letting people feel jealousy towards them is a death sentence. We even see that Luca is pretty misanthropic all around. To her, people find any excuse to hate each other. Have too much, people feel jealous. Have too little, people barely even consider you human. If the conditions were different, there's zero doubt Luca would enjoy the expensive luxuries in life. Why wouldn't she? But they're in a situation where you'll be tortured to death if someone gets a bit too envious. It's not socialism, it's being aware of human nature. The only part you can argue is socialistic is that they don't have food. It's weird to even bring this into it because Berserk has all around been a pretty apolitical story, but I have heard the interpretation float around and I kinda wanna make it clear that, nah, that ain't really the way you see this. We also see that Casca, shocker, isn't actually disfigured, but a beautiful madwoman who can't defend herself wandering around a camp full of violent refugees probably isn't the best idea. Turns out the prostitutes grew affectionate towards Casca and decided to take her in, even promising to never force her to work. And Luca is the only one aware of the brand on Casca's chest, though she has no idea what it is. She doesn't want to tell the group about this due to fear of it causing a rumor Casca is possibly a witch or a heretic. She asks another prostitute, a woman named Nina, to make dinner for the rest of them as she handles one more customer, giving her a bottle of medicine as payment. It's never explicitly explained, but it's heavily implied that Nina is actually suffering from syphilis. Now, some people have very strong feelings about this character, and not exactly positive ones either. I completely understand it. If you haven't read the manga and use these videos to get a rundown of the story, you probably think she's inoffensive. She's quiet and timid, fearful of everything around her, but she doesn't seem like a bad person. Yeah, you're probably gonna hate Nina by the end of this. We get this scene where Nina is leading Casca through the camp, stumbling into a crowd pelting a man with stones. She tries to walk away, but the glaring eyes of the mob get to her, so she picks up a stone and throws it at the man. I'm actually going to explain what this says about her in a bit. All you have to know is this is more proof towards that idea that this is a very misanthropic arc. Ideas such as the status quo, mob mentality, and hysteria are very prevalent here. Nina herself is basically a symbolic figure, to word it in a pretty pretentious way. Still, her and Casca walk past a prophet screaming about how the mythical hawk is coming to lead them all to be one nation, saying that a goddess of flame gave him the message. They walk past him as fast as they can, not wanting to be associated with a heretic, and they arrive at a river. Nina fills a pail of water and we see her wash her legs, caked in blood from what is revealed to be bleeding from her vagina. Pus is mixed into the blood and her mouth is swollen. Nina ponders about her condition, thinking that at best she's doomed to become a madwoman like Elaine. Though in a way, she's kinda envious of Casca. She doesn't seem to be afraid of anything, just innocently existing in her childlike state. Meanwhile, Nina is terrified of everything. St. Albion Temple was supposed to be a place of hope, but all it does is make Nina scared of God. Hell, she's scared of being alive and of dying. Nina might seem like an annoying crybaby. I really can't stress that some people consider her to be one of the worst characters of the series. But I think it's because, funny enough, Nina is supposed to represent an average person in the setting. Nina isn't a strong warrior or anyone of note. She's a refugee that ran away from war and plague and works as a prostitute. Luca is a charismatic, clever leader, someone that the other girls look up to and respect. Nina is just sort of there, and she knows this too. Nina knows she's just a scared girl. This isn't to excuse her actions or say something like, you all just misunderstood Nina. I don't exactly like her either, but I'm just trying to explain what I think they're going for with her character. And none of this matters anyway because Casca's brain starts to bleed. Oh shit, that's right. There's a branded woman sitting in the middle of a place full of dead people. But before you get excited thinking that a horde of zombies are about to rip through the peasants, something interesting happens. We do see corpses rise from the ground, all screaming in agony about how God abandoned them. But they don't attack Casca or Nina. Hell, they don't even know they're there. All because a little somebody shows up to protect them, the demon infant. Its presence chases away the undead, and we see again that something is watching everything play out from the distance. Casca tries to run for her baby, almost sensing where it is, but Nina keeps her from running after it, just taking her back to camp instead, not aware of what just happened. But Casca is still calling out even as they leave. Back to the monastery, Farnese is trying to eat her dinner, but the image of the suffering peasants will not leave her mind. Even with her weird sadism fetish, the idea that these innocent people suffered for literally nothing got to her, only made worse by the fact that they can still hear all the screaming from the torture chamber in the mess hall, so they can't put it out of their minds even to eat. Jerome and his friends are frustrated at the idea of being Mazgus' personal army, blaming Farnese for the whole mess. They don't even care that she's well within earshot of their talking. Well, out of nowhere, Serpico throws a bowl of soup onto their table, playing it off like an accident. Now the men are shit-talking him, saying he's just a bootlicker for Farnese, which, I mean, wouldn't you lick her boot? But the tensions only rise when they realize even more refugees are pouring into camp, so the lack of food and supplies is only made worse. Farnese and Serpico leave the mess hall and see some of Mazgus' torturers going about their own routines. The twins are playing with the crows, and the man in the bird suit actually stops to talk with them. He notes the two are uncomfortable with the twins' appearances, but he swears they're good people. As it turns out, each one of the torturers are deformed in some way, chased out of villages and forced to either work in circuses or just even live out in the forest. The man removes his mask to show he's actually pretty normal looking, but when he sticks his hand into the sunlight, the flesh begins to bubble and scab over. For some reason, he was born with a birth defect that makes him sensitive to sunlight, so much so that his immune system is almost non-existent. Without his suit, he'll be dead in days. He remembers back when he met Mazgus, forced out of his village and cast out into the woods alone. He was sure he'd die, but Mazgus stumbled into him, just out of pure chance, and taking pity on the man, he recruited him as part of his death squad. For once in these men's lives, they had a purpose, a sense of belonging. They weren't just freaks or outcasts from society, they were warriors for God. He knows what they do is horrible, that they hurt people and everyone sees them as monsters, but all he has is his belief that God needs him. Without that, people like this have literally nothing. The Birdman takes them to find Mazgus, and they find the father in the middle of a personal ritual of his. Every single day, he throws himself face first to the ground, 1,000 times each morning and night. If you needed an explanation for why his face is so fucked up, yeah, there you go. Luckily, they get to him just as he finished, so they're actually able to have a conversation. And Mazgus decides to sit down and explain the reason why the temple is so sacred in the first place. It's because it's where the old King Geyserik imprisoned a sage. The sage proclaimed every single sin of Geyserik even as he was tortured, until an angel came down to talk to him, so it's worshipped as holy ground. There's a few things this is implying, that this is possibly the event that caused the God Hand to destroy Geyserik's kingdom, and by extension, one of the 5 we saw is the one that sorta created Midland. Not sure who though. Anyway, they talk some more about the idea of faith and pain. The way Mazgus sees it, dedicating his whole life to God no matter what it costs is super cool. So self-flagellation and torturing others is just proof of how much he loves his religion. Farnese isn't so sure of it, wondering if they're really helping anyone with this. All the death and suffering they've inflicted on the refugees hasn't stopped the priest murders. If anything, people are more angry at the Holy See than the heretics. Really, they've been helping their enemies. She even admits that some of her own men are growing resentful to the whole situation. So for Farnese, it's looking more and more like all they're doing is causing more damage. Mazgis tries to counter this by telling a story. There was once a nun who practiced her religion so vehemently that she only wanted to help others. She owned nothing, and simply went around the country helping anyone she could. One of the things she liked to do most is comfort the dying, holding them in her arms to give them a moment of peace before passing away. Well, one day she finds an old man on the road who is dying. She tries to comfort the man, but he begs her to let him go. He's lived his entire life in solitude and independence. So with this nun holding him in her arms, she's disgracing his dying moments. Mazgis summarizes the story by saying that they don't know what they'll accomplish by helping people, that they run the risk of seeing themselves as moral arbiters that view themselves as the standards others should live by. All they need to do is live by God and God alone. They can't think about how they hurt other people or be afraid of death. Just surrender yourself to faith and never question God's will. Dude, this is retarded. So because you don't want to step on God's toes, you're not going to help anybody, out of the slight chance that person you're helping doesn't actually want it, the slight chance you think you'll be better than him because of it, you're surrounded by an entire flood of people begging you for help. You tortured a woman that stole food for her baby and begged you for help. You already view yourself as being above the refugees. I mean, it's about as transparent as glass that Mazgis is insane. He just likes hurting people and uses the veil of religion as an excuse, even if he is a true believer. Hell, his story pretty much contradicts his own philosophy, at least by his interpretation. Mazgis says he doesn't want to help people because you don't know the ramifications of getting involved in their lives, that their job is to only serve faith. But then he goes and murders entire towns of people for heresy. People that swear they aren't heretics and simply can't afford to donate to the church. The dude is a hypocrite that is so brutal and cruel to people that a literal sadomasochist is having a crisis of faith because of how fucked up he is. Being kind to people is simply naive and silly for a priest to think about, but cutting those same people to pieces is what a good man of the cloth should do. Now, I'm gonna go for threesies and say I'm not here to debate theology, but wasn't one of the big commandments, thou shalt not kill? This isn't killing to save other people, it's pure sadism. Mazgis is going full Vlad the Impaler on anybody he doesn't like. Hell, Jesus himself said, love thy neighbor. Granted, the religion isn't real Christianity or anything like that, it's just got purposeful comparisons. And the allegory is pretty blatant with the whole Holy See standing in for the Vatican thing, but this is still technically a separate entity from literal Dark Ages religion. And even if I sound angry about this, please know that it's actually a good thing to feel upset. Mazgis is a villain, and he's downright evil and hateable, an absolute son of a bitch. And this obvious contradiction in his logic serves to make us hate him more. We know the dude is a delusional asshole, so hearing him make this grand speech about how not helping anyone is something God told him not to do, and not just because he's a twisted motherfucker, cements our feelings. He's trying to disassociate the blame. We know it's his fault for why the situation at the temple is getting so bad. He's not even trying to make it better. He's wasting so much time and energy punishing people for heresy that he's actually making the heretics more powerful. But to Mazgis, his logic is perfect. It can't be my fault, I'm just following scripture. Villains that don't understand they're the villain is fascinating, at least to me personally. I hate Mazgis, but he's very interesting, especially since he's the first villain in a while that isn't a demon. He's human. That's right, he's not an apostle in secret or anything like that. He is a human being. He's just fucking evil. Well, his speech motivates Farnese to keep doing her job, almost reaffirming her blind love for faith. And we come back to Nina in the camp. She's distributing some of the goods they collected to the needy, while also trying to keep an eye out for Casca, when a man tries to talk to her. This guy's name is Joachim, and if you want to get angry at me for pronouncing it wrong, fuck you, it's biblical, I don't gotta explain shit. The guy's presence makes Nina uncomfortable, who tries to storm off with Casca as soon as she notices him. Joachim tries to strike up a conversation, but Nina shuts him down, telling him that he needs to buy another girl, unless he's okay with the state of her body. Joachim tries to say that he's worried about her in a more emotional sense, but Nina snaps and just tells him to buy her already, still misunderstanding his intentions. A small scene is sparked with other peasants looking at them, but Nina doesn't seem to care. She tells him to meet at the river tonight if he's really serious about what he's saying. She goes back to the tent with the rest of the girls, noticeably upset at the exchange, rousing Lucas' suspicions about her behavior. It's blatantly obvious that Joachim really does like Nina. he was just too nervous to talk to her. And Nina does show some interest in him, but you know the saying, you can't make a hoe into a housewife. But goddammit, I'm gonna try with Luca. You can't stop me, rap music. Still, this is part of the reason people really don't like Nina. Joachim seems like a decent guy, but she's so standoffish towards him. Now, this can get chalked up to her lifestyle. Being a prostitute during the Dark Ages was rough, doubly so in a world like Berserk, no doubt. It's hard to really be vulnerable towards somebody you've essentially been trained to see as a customer and nothing else. Or worse, someone that can hurt you in pretty terrible ways. Still, Joachim keeps his word and shows up at the river, and Nina seems to confess her feelings to him, asking if he actually loves her and is willing to die with her. Then asks if he's willing to fall into hell with her. That sounds kinda creepy, not gonna lie, but Joachim is on board, and the two kiss. That's nice. Hopefully they can be happy together. I wonder where she's taking him. Probably a nice quiet spot to share a romantic moment. And that Luca is gonna spoil the whole thing and embarrass them. A situation full of wacky characters in a quirky little place like this, it's just like one of my Japanese animes. Why are they going into a cave? Oh dear sweet Christ, the chick's a fucking pagan. By the way, Casca's wandering around outside too. The dead spirit's trying to manifest, but still under the protection of her infant. Don't worry about her. But yeah, Nina is a heretic. A literal heretic. She decided to take Joachim to a pagan ritual. Heretics engaging in a massive orgy, dancing and boiling a psychedelic substance in a big cauldron. Luca is shocked to see that Nina is an actual heretic, and we see Joachim is pulled into the festivities. He's stripped naked and starts having sex with Nina as he begins to hallucinate from the drugs. During all this, a flaming specter appears in the smoke. It's Slan pleasuring herself, the heretics referring to her as the goddess of flame, reminding us yet again that the god hand have something to do with this. The orgy continues until Joachim finishes his business with Nina, who takes him to the Great Goat for conversion. A lanky man wearing the mask of a goat head. Joachim recites a demonic prayer to defile God, and he's told to kiss the goat's chest and his member, which he hallucinates as a serpent. Joachim is almost finished converting to heresy. He simply has one last step: drink a special concoction. Honestly, these guys don't seem that bad. They're a bunch of drug-abusing, sex-obsessed degenerates, but hey, that's pretty much describing anyone that puts pronouns in their Twitter bios. Not really seeing how these guys could have murdered any priests, or did anything that justifies what Mazgis does to them. Maybe these godless heathens are just misunderstood eccentrics being oppressed by the totalitarian church. Is that a finger? Joachim isn't hallucinating. The heretics are cannibals. The cauldron is full of boiling human flesh. Worse, they look a bit young, don't they? They're babies. They're eating babies. To perform their rituals, the heretics cook and devour infants while having an orgy. Yeah, fuck that. Mazgis did nothing wrong. I bring not peace, but a sword, motherfucker. Well, Joachim panics and runs out of the cave, Nina now ordering her friends to hunt him down and kill him. The poor guy runs for his life, until he trips and falls off the cliff. Nina is at first relieved that her secret is safe, but breaks down crying at the idea that Joachim ran away from her and had to die. Meanwhile, the rest of the pagans go back inside to enjoy the rest of their delights without interruption. This is when Luca appears before Nina, just staring at her while trying to walk up. Nina panics and tries to threaten Luca to stay away, first by throwing rocks, then by saying she'll jump off the cliff. Nina finally admits that she's always hated Luca, seeing her as condescending and proud. They're both whores, so why should she act like she was any better? But none of it stops Luca. She's getting closer. Nina's final Hail Mary is saying she'll call out to her friends, warning that they'll rip Luca apart when they come back. This finally sets off the top-tier whore, who slaps Nina across the face, even hoisting her on her lap and spanking her until Nina is begging her to stop. Some of you guys might find this part erotic. Anyway, we see that Luca only did this because she really does care about Nina. She's disappointed in her for getting involved with the heretics, acting almost like a mother figure scolding her teenage daughter. Joachim's death finally seems to hit Nina, and Luca tells her not to think about it until they get back to camp. But as they go to leave, they see a crowd of heretics circling around a woman. It's Casca. She stumbled her way to the heretic cave, supposedly from trying to follow Luca. The heretics are confused as to why she's there, thinking she wants to be a convert, but one of them recognizes her as Luca's syphilitic sister. It seems the cover story is enough to scare them off, the heretics not wanting to catch syphilis and confident that her insanity means she can't rat them out, but one of them is curious to see her face. He wants to see a face ravaged by disease, so he rips off the bandages, revealing that Yeah, she's not disfigured at all. The heretic tackles Casca to the ground, intending on raping her now that he sees that her face is fine. He even starts tearing off her dress, her mind filled with images of the eclipse, of when the demons did very bad things to her. She starts screaming loud enough that even the heretic trying to rape her jumps off in shock. Luca runs down to try and help, but we see that's probably not necessary. The demons can't touch her, but they can still attack the living. One of the heretics is possessed and bites off the chunk of another guy's head, and the whole situation turns into a bloodfest, each heretic being possessed and savagely killing each other. As Luca watches in horror, she comes to the conclusion that Casca is the witch the Holy See is searching for. Some of the possessed try to attack Casca, but the demon infant manifests itself to protect her, exorcising the spirits from the possessed before vanishing, with Casca aimlessly trying to hug her baby, calling out for it. The nightmare ends with the surviving heretics and Luca viewing her as a witch, with the crowd bowing before Casca, who's still oblivious to the whole situation. And to close things off, we see Joachim be pulled out of the river at the bottom of the cliff by whatever has been watching the events at the camp. Something wanted him alive. So despite Luca's efforts to stay under the radar, in one night she learns that one of her friends is a cannibalistic pagan, and her other friend is possibly a witch. Now we know what actually happened with the demons in Casca. She didn't summon them in the way they're thinking, it was simply the brand activating and bringing some of the dead over to attack her. But the demon infant acted as a guardian to protect its mother. But context doesn't really matter in this case. The way these people see it, the mad woman who lives with the prostitutes summoned demons to kill the men trying to rape her, and she used a familiar to protect her when they tried to turn on Elaine. This is bad news, plain and simple. Man, I wonder what Guts is doing. Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen him, huh? Well, you're just in luck. We come back to Guts resting against a stump. Isidro is still skulking behind him, and according to the boy, Guts has been running for a day and a half straight. Isidro had to hitch rides with people just to keep up with him. Cardio, people. Plain and simple. But still, he finally found him, and he can finally put his plan into action. What plan? Well, Isidro wants to steal the Dragon Slayer. He sneaks up to the sleeping brute and tries to swipe the blade, but he can't lift it. It's a slab of metal. What the hell is he expecting? Puck catches Isidro, but since he knows that the kid has no chance of actually stealing Guts' sword, he just makes fun of him, telling him to lift with his hips. Well, Isidro finally gets the sword off the ground, but all Puck has to do is jump on it to send him straight to the ground. With the kid thief pinned, Puck announces his brave capture of the criminal to Guts, who simply picks up his sword. He wants to know why Isidro is following him, but he's not answering. And shockingly, Guts isn't angry or hateful or aggressive, he's just kinda calm. Puck jokes that Isidro wants to train under Guts, but he just scoffs at the idea. The boy's rough nature amuses Guts, probably actually reminding him a little bit of how he acted as a teenager. And all Guts asks is if he actually ever killed anyone before. Isidro is nervous at the question, and from there, Guts tells him to stay away, because of, well, you know. Though the kid says he can do whatever he wants. And for some reason, Guts actually agrees with this. He doesn't tell the kid to piss off or threaten to kill him like he's done countless times to other people. He's just kinda going, okay, it probably helps that now is not the time for lectures. The sun is going down, which means monsters are coming. This time, their corpses stuck to breaking wheels. A sign Guts might actually be getting closer, considering Mazgis loves this tactic. Hell, it's practically his trademark. Still, the wheels want them dead. Guts and Puck are unaffected by the sight, but Isidro is pissing himself. He can barely run away from one, but he gets saved by Guts. The big guy wants to tear through these assholes to feed that bad part of himself, but he's 100% focused on saving Casca. So instead, he's pushing through and moving ahead. He cleaves through the wheels with lightning speed, simply clearing a path to go through instead of trying to kill them all. Isidro is trying to keep up, but Guts tells him to piss off to a place the wheels can't reach him. Isidro tries to fight one, but his sword breaks at the first swing, so Guts once again has to save the boy. And after he saves him, he just tosses him down the hill, not wanting to worry about protecting him and running at the same time. A small time jump shows that Guts did manage to fight off the undead, now no longer worried about Isidro's safety, and is back to running like a pissed off bull. Puck is trying to talk the guy into taking a rest, but Guts isn't listening. The only thing that actually causes him to stop in his tracks is a figure in the distance. Puck thinks it's another demon, but it's actually revealed to be Skull Knight. He's back with another cryptic message. Though he's also happy to see Guts is making friends, he seemed kinda lonely. Skull Knight warns Guts about an apostle hiding in St. Albion Temple, and implies that the God Hand themselves are also there, though technically the God Hand are everywhere at once, but areas where extreme amounts of negative thoughts are where their presence are strongest, and the Tower of Conviction has quite a lot of negativity swirling around it. Skull Knight asks Guts if he saw the same dream that everyone else in the world did, the one about the hawk. So it wasn't just people in Midland who saw the vision, it was literally every person in the world beyond what we can assume is a select few. Farnese claims she never saw it, unless I'm just misinterpreting things, and Zod had some kind of weird waking dream. Guts, as far as we know, didn't see it. He saw the vision that the demon infant gave him, a warning he needs to go save Casca. As it turns out, the dream was a sign. As Skull Knight puts it, someone who signifies the hawk is going to appear. The God Hand are coming into the mortal world. Realization sets off Guts, but Skull Knight won't let him think about it too much. He guesses that Casca is at the tower and explains the importance of what is about to happen. Turns out the festival is an attempt to create a second eclipse in the human world. All the refugees are going to be sacrificed, just like what happened before. Guts loses his shit for a brief moment, and Skull Knight swears that there's nothing anyone can do to stop the festival. It's already set in motion. The metaphor he uses is that the world is like moonlight reflected on water. Nothing they do will ever affect the way it flows. Just the fact the three met each other in that very spot is proof. Guts claims that nobody is controlling him. He chooses where he goes, and nothing will ever change that. He survived every single time someone told him he was doomed to die. Even after the eclipse, where he was truly faced with something that should have been impossible to live through, him and Casca made it out. So he doesn't care what Skull Knight says. This time he's gonna save her, and then he's gonna kill Griffith. Can't forget that part. Skull Knight is impressed that Guts is not backing down, so he gives him some advice before he leaves. While he can't stop the festival from happening, he can change the details. It won't be exactly the same as last time. In fact, since Guts is already branded, he's outside the flow of causality, so he might not be a shadow on the river but a fish. Though even if Guts chooses to get involved, he can't have it both ways. He needs to choose between fighting or saving. Skull Knight departs with the final words and lets it sink in for Guts and Puck. Man, that's crazy. The second eclipse is gonna happen, Casca is stuck in the middle of it. What the hell does that mean? It can't possibly be good. Guts probably should have asked him if he could hitch a ride. Still, our dynamic duo are committed to saving Casca, though Puck swears he felt something familiar coming off of Skull Knight, almost like the guy was an elf. But he's not. He's a skeleton. Dumbass. Nevertheless, they're on their way to kick ass. Isidro following desperately behind. From here, we shift over into a brief flashback sequence for Farnese. We see her as a child, hiding under her covers in bed as noises outside scare her. She goes to her window and we see a figure burning on a stake as others watch, the sight reminding her of a festival. Cut to her adulthood, and we see a line of people burned at the stake from her orders. Jerome is bitter about the mess, and a friend of his explains that Farnese has been lighting people on fire, literally since she was a kid. In fact, the reason the Holy Iron Chain Knights were approved to find the Black Swordsman were specifically because of her merits in sentencing a group of heretics to be burned at the stake 3 years ago. Moscus's speech has reinvigorated Farnese's devotion, meaning she's all on board with the executions again. A child breaks down crying at the sight of his father being burned alive, and causes this lazy-eyed asshole to accuse him of being involved, even saying that if he wants to prove his innocence, he needs to throw a burning torch at his own father. But Serpico makes it clear the kid is innocent by putting a sword to the guy's neck. Though the boy was saved, Serpico knows he's going to be hated for the rest of his life. He also shows a visible discomfort at the sight of burning corpses, and asks Farnese if he can rest, something he apparently does every single time there is a burning. Serpico finds a spot to sit, and Jerome soon joins him, deciding to slack off from his duties as well. Jerome assumes that Serpico is just as angry about the detail as him, but he's still trying to keep up the excuse that he's sick. He also explains why he wanted to help the kid so bad. As it turns out, Serpico was forced to watch his mother burn to death at the stake 3 years ago, sentenced as a heretic. Jerome goes quiet, feeling awkward for even bringing it up, but Serpico seems unfazed. The Herald at Arms goes to leave, and as he walks away, Jerome does some math in his head. His mother burned as a heretic 3 years ago. Farnese burned a bunch of heretics 3 years ago, which put her in the sights of the Holy See. There's no way, right? Anyway, let's not think about that. Here's some nudity. Farnese is in her bedchamber, staring into her fireplace. The flashback we saw from before comes back. This time, Farnese is a little girl being lured out of her home by the sounds outside. Before she realizes what's happening, she found herself in the middle of a heretic burning. Before she could process the situation, someone hands her a torch. She throws it and helps light a heretic on fire. The crowd cheers for her, praising this small child for her enthusiasm, and give her more torches to throw. Farnese loves the event, enjoying how the shadows shift and move each time the torches fly through the air. She's no longer a scared kid here. She's leading these scary monsters around in a dance. Not only that, but she could feel a weird warmth inside of... Oh, fuck no. Farnese really likes fire. BDSM is up there for her, but fire is the big kink. She even fantasizes about a burning corpse in her fireplace as she takes care of her physical urges. Though when she's finished, she curls up in the fetal position, crying about how she's not in the wrong. It's pretty clear what her whole deal is. I kinda mentioned it before. Farnese is disgusted with herself for her own perversion and urges, and uses the guise of religion to both serve her fetish, convenient that a pyrophile gets a job setting people on fire, and convince herself that she's actually a morally good person. Now, some of you might despise Farnese at this point, saying her as just a crazy woman that's hurting innocent people, and you're absolutely correct. But as the story goes on, she goes through some changes, and if I'm being perfectly honest, she ends up probably becoming one of the best characters. I can't talk about this until part 4, which is when we cover the next arc. Just know that Farnese is similar to Guts in that her writing is phenomenal. She outright becomes a different person. I may not be able to convince all you guys to simp for Farnese, but hopefully I can convert a few of you to love our crazy religious fire mommy. Is it still October? What month is this? The days keep blurring together. I'm starting to get scared. We see that the rumors of Casca being a witch spread throughout the camp. Now the prostitutes are besieged by worshippers offering tributes in hope of receiving blessings. The rest of the whores are happy to take the gifts, but Luca knows this can only end badly. Only Luca and Nina know why they're actually receiving them. The other girls blissfully unaware of the events at the cave. In an attempt to stay hidden, Luca demands they pass out the gifts they received across the camp, but she knows it's too late. At the rate things are going, they'll be turned in eventually. It's simply a matter of time. Nina panics at the idea, and then worries about Jakob's corpse being found, since that's another way they can tie her to the heretics. She even floats the idea of abandoning Casca, cutting her out to lower the risks. At the very least, hand her over to the heretics so they can take care of her. But Luca isn't having it. She's not abandoning her girls, even Nina. She even admits she can be a condescending and proud bitch, so if she starts acting cowardly, then she'll be no better than the people she looks down on. You know what? This chick is pretty cool. Berserk all around has some good waifus. You have a tentacle monster, you have a dark-skinned military tomboy who's now retarded, a princess in love with a demonic birdman who raped a woman and killed his friends, a queen who got lit on fire, a psychotic, fire-obsessed noble chick that likes to torture people, a prostitute. Can I re-roll real quick? Suddenly, one of the other whores runs in to tell Luca the bad news. One of their friends has been captured by the hunters. She's been accused of being a witch, possibly by other prostitutes who became jealous of their success. Still, everyone knows what it means. She's going up into the monastery to meet Mazgis, and she's not coming back. The girl is screaming out about how she's gonna die, but nobody even wants to stop and help. Even as one of the knights start to berate her while striking with a whip. Just as the man claims no one is gonna save her, Luca runs in to save her. Yay! Well, she insults the knights, calling them all a bunch of prideful assholes that think they're above all these desperate people. Which, yeah, I mean, that is true. None of them seem to have any sympathy whatsoever, but at the same time, fuck these people. Still, this pisses off the guy with the whip. He goes to strike again, but something catches his weapon, and yanks the guy right off his horse and to the ground. And all the ego, arrogance, even their dignity is pissed away when they see who the guy was that interrupted their abuse. It's Guts. He's in the refugee camp. The knights panic at the sight of the guy, Luca is confused, and the guy with the whip is grabbed like a small child who just woke up his alcoholic stepfather. Guts knows these are the guys doing the witch hunts, meaning they have the information he wants. He asks him if they captured a woman with a brand on her chest, which piques Luca's interest, but the knight admits he knows nothing. So Guts decides to yeet him straight at another knight on a horse, then cuts apart 2 other horsemen that tried to attack. The man doesn't even bother at subtlety. He's been here, maybe a few seconds, and he's already killed several people. He's gonna find his woman, and he doesn't care about anything else. While Guts is busy, we see Isidro snatch the keys away from the surviving knight to free the prostitutes. Along for the ride is Puck, who simply acts as the cherry on top of an already very strange day. Guts is still single-minded during the whole thing. As far as he cares, Casca is the only thing that exists. Some more knights try to break down his concentration, but they don't matter. See, they're dead now. Guts can go back to thinking about his tomboy wife. The violence from Guts inspires the crowd to turn against the Holy Iron Chain Knights, who retreat back into the monastery to avoid their wrath. Guts intends on going straight up to their HQ, probably planning on just killing everything he saw until he found Casca. But Luca stops him by revealing she's seen the woman he's looking for. She also sees the same brand Elaine has on his neck, confirming to Guts that she knows where Casca is. So Guts immediately demands Luca take him to her. Unbeknownst to them, Nina is in the tent with Casca, lamenting on their situation. She asks her if it's possible that she can use her witch powers to save them, but as expected, Casca has no clue what's going on. Nina is terrified of being arrested and tortured, so much so that she simply decides to run away. She's conflicted on whether or not to bring Casca along, but after the mad woman comforts her, the guilt simply becomes too much. She dedicates to bringing Casca along, thinking that she'd be lonely and afraid without someone watching her. That's nice. Maybe Nina isn't so Wait, they're leaving? Guts' thoughts are consumed with Casca, a mixture of wanting to see her again, afraid that she'll be the exact same state as when he left, broken and insane, and worried that he'll be even scarier to her than before. Luca tries to talk to Guts, wanting to know why he's trying to rescue Casca and basically just try to understand what's even happening, but he's barely paying attention, which kinda already answers her question without answering it. The man's in love, can you blame him? Isidro tries to impress the cute girls, but they tell the manlet to fuck off. The party arrives at their tent, but nobody is there. Nina and Casca ran away. Funny enough, that might have actually been a better idea than sticking around the mass murderer who just killed multiple knights and was the subject of a years-long manhunt, but they run straight into a mob of heretics. They intend on taking Casca into their custody, and they're not taking no for an answer. We see the group split up after discovering Casca and Nina are missing. Isidro and Puck searching around for any clues to where they went. Puck notices that pretty much everyone in the camp can see him, which is weird, since he claims that he's almost invisible in big crowds. He talks with Isidro about why he even followed Guts in the first place, and the boy is pretty honest about his goal. He wants to be the greatest swordsman in Midland, so he intends on stealing all of Guts' moves to make it happen. Not exactly a great strategy considering Guts' fighting style is all about using a massive sword and he's just a tiny baby boy, but Isidro is meant to be hot-headed and stupid, so it's fine. The duo spot Casca and Nina being taken away by the cultists and decide to follow them instead of running back to make sure they don't lose sight. The rest of the group meet up to discuss their findings, but Guts only stays for a moment before running off to search again. He's absolutely obsessed with finding her. Things shift over to Farnese and Serpico, who are finishing a witch burning. Farnese watches until the fire burns out completely, down to the last ash, something she does every time they execute people like this, but she's torn out of her thoughts by some of the knights. They've come to report that they've discovered the cultist hideout. Yeah, they found Joachim, who gave them everything he knew. Not only that, but some of their men were attacked in the camp. Reports say it was a big guy dressed in all black carrying a big sword, and oh shit, yeah, that's Guts. Azan wants a rematch. He's excited at the prospect, but Farnese says it's no longer their job to hunt him down. They'll deal with the heretics at the cave before anything else. In truth, Farnese is pissed scared at the news. Every time Guts shows up in her life, bad things happen. Speaking of terrible things, we see that Isidro and Puck follow the cult into their hideout. They watch as the heretics prepare their next ritual. The way they see it, the Holy See is a tool of oppression and nothing else. The one with real power is Casca, the lady with the brain of a potato. Their plan is to mate Casca with their goat god and sacrifice Nina as an offering for the crime of trying to steal her away from them. Isidro has no idea what to do. The crowd is too big and he can't fight that many at once, but since he's watching from a higher angle, he decides to get clever. Just before they can cut out Nina's heart, Isidro starts throwing stones at the cultists. He's actually got pretty good aim, and he calls out to the cultist to keep his distraction going, telling Puck to fly back as fast as he can to tell Guts and the others. Just as planned, the cultists try to climb up to get Isidro, but with him pelting rocks down, they can't get close, and with them all being naked, all their weak spots are exposed. He's aiming for the dick. Don't aim for the dick, bros. It ain't right. Isidro thinks about what led him down the path that ended with him throwing rocks at naked people in a cave trying to make a mentally ill woman fuck a goat man, and we discover that he ran away from his village a year ago, choosing to wander the land as a thief. The life was rough, but his experience caused him to develop excellent survival skills, all to serve his ultimate goal of being the greatest warrior in all the land, and he'll be damned if he's gonna piss off the guy he's trying to shadow as an apprentice. Plus, the prostitutes will think he's really cool, which is a bonus. During the chaos, Nina reaches Casca and tries to get her to leave, but something is wrong. Her brand is bleeding. The demons are here, an absolute shitload of them at that. Cut to the Holy Iron Chain Knights, and we see Farnese talking about the sun going down, so they can't waste time finding the heretics. Oh fuck, that's right, they're going to the same place. Azan is happy to finish off the heretics, hoping it means the end of their security detail, and Yakum points him to the entrance. Farnese leads her men inside, blissfully unaware of what's about to happen. They pour into the cave and are met with the mutilated cultist begging for help. Half his face has been torn off while he's still alive. The knights look around to see an entire horde of possessed cultists, all running straight for them. The scene is like a zombie movie. All the cultists have become feral animals that rip apart anything they see. The Holy Iron Chain Knights have zero clue what to do, but Azan is quick to take charge of the situation. He thinks they're simply under the influence of some drugs, but Farnese recognizes the scene. It's like that time with Guts. Isidro is still trying his stone method, but it's getting harder to keep it going. They've gone completely insane and barely respond anymore. The way he saw things, the cloud of smoke came down like it was alive and corrupted the cultists. Isidro sees that Casca and Nina are in trouble and desperately jumps in to save them. He gets his hero moment and tries to lead the two out of the cave, but it's a bloodbath. Knights are killing the cultists who are killing the knights. Luckily, there's a secret entrance some of the survivors are trying to use to escape, led by the goat man, who, yeah, is a fraud. He's just a guy in a mask. Well, in the darkness of the exit, something attacks him, stinging him with the spike at the end of a tentacle. Isidro and the girls watch as the cultists run away from the guy in the goat mask, who seemingly just turned on his friends, and is now coming for them. The battle between the Holy Iron Chain Knights and the cultists is brutal, so much so that Azan tells Farnese and Serpico that it's simply impossible to capture anyone alive. Serpico suggests they retreat and wait for the drugs to wear off, but then he spots Isidro leading the girls through the carnage. The goat man is an actual monster now. His legs transformed into a goat's, and the mask on his face is now his actual head. He's become a Baphomet-like demon, now killing his way through the cave. The knights are terrified at the sight of a real monster coming after them, and it finally hits Farnese what's happening. She waltzed straight into a horde of demons, just like when Guts kidnapped her. In all the confusion, Isidro accidentally lets go of Casca, leaving her behind with a horde of demonically possessed zombies. Jerome is outside the cave with Yakum, unaware of the horrible ultraviolence just a stone's throw away. Well, some other knights are distracted by Puck zipping by, missing the massive black silhouette looming right behind them. It sounds like I'm jumping around a lot because I kinda am, but also it's a lot of fast-paced stuff happening here, so a lot of events end up just happening all at once. Casca is surrounded by the monsters, who make way for the goat demon. It starts to lick her, grabbing her and talking about mingling with the witch, a brief memory of when it was human in its mind. Also, his penis is now a full-blown snake, now wrapping itself around Casca. Puck charges in as fast as he can, blinding everyone in his path, but she's still alone with the goat. It sends its serpent into her dress and makes her flash back to the eclipse once again, but her screaming isn't scaring the monster off. Instead, a massive sword goes straight for the goat, slamming into the ground. Guts didn't just take off the goat's pecker, but his left arm too. All the human characters watch in wonder as Guts shreds the horde of cultists into pieces, like an actual tornado. We get this page of Guts looking back at Casca, who's still mindlessly staring off into space. Even after he just saved her life, she seems a million miles away. This is another really famous moment that people like to reference a lot. You see this pop up whenever you Google Berserk. It's one of the trademark images I kind of talked about before, along with some of the stuff you saw in Lost Children where Guts looks absolutely insane. One of the things you can take out of context and show your friend and be like, dude, you gotta read this, it's so fucking sick. Still, the sight of Guts causes Farnese to panic, but he has no intention on staying. He tells Isidro to watch after the women while he fights off the monsters. The knights are confused on whether or not they should be attacking Guts or leaving him alone while he fights, but Farnese makes the call for them. Kill everyone in the cave. They can't worry about nuances, getting distracted only means more casualties. Guts clears a path for everyone to escape from, and Serpico has to protect Farnese from incoming monsters, making their interception in time impossible. Just as it looks like Guts and the others are about to escape, he's attacked by the goat demon, which is still trying to get to Casca. The monster is far more dangerous than the mindless horde around them. It's faster and stronger. Knowing that it's too dangerous to keep Casca in the cave, he tells Isidro to get her out of there, trusting the boy to keep her and Nina safe. They leave, and Guts is now able to focus 100% on killing this thing. It tries to break off from the fight and chase after Casca, but Guts keeps it in the cave with his crossbow. He sees the appearance of what he calls a pseudo-apostle, as proof Skull Knight might have been right. But no matter what, he's gonna save his woman and get her out of there. The fight begins proper, and Guts can barely keep up with the hyper-agile demon, so he decides to test out Rickard's new weapon, a small spiky bomb. Guts lights the fuse and waits for the goat to come in for an attack, tossing the explosive right next to its face. The explosion tears open the goat's head, sending it to the ground, and giving Guts the perfect window to chop its head off. With the demon dead, he goes to leave the cave and meet up with the others. The weird thing from before is still watching from the ceiling. The knights are busy fighting off the demons, Azan now ordering the rest of the men to lead Farnese out and protect her from danger, though she's insulted by the idea, and she notices Serpico is missing. Now here is where we see the actual first fight between Guts and Serpico. There's been hints that the guy's a lot more cunning than he lets on, and here we see that's not even the half of it. Turns out the secret exit to the cave involves walking across a very narrow cliff wall. If you're not careful, you'll fall right off the edge. And sitting right at the other end is Serpico. Guts tries to get him to go away with his crossbow, and then a bomb, but he isn't going down that easy. We do see that Isidro and the others pass by okay. They have a plan to lower themselves down the cliff with the rope the heretics set up. The only issue is Casca, who isn't exactly great with precise, complicated movements at the moment. Guts and Serpico are still fighting, the latter showing an incredible mind for strategy as he's able to keep his attacks frequent enough that the big guy can't even unsheath his sword. And even if he could, with how narrow the cliff is, he wouldn't be able to swing it without flying off the edge. Serpico knows why they had so much trouble fighting him before, because trying to overpower Guts with numbers plays right into his hand. Once you see 10 friends die with one sword strike, panic sets in and things go to complete hell. Guts unintentionally built his entire fighting style around destroying his enemies' morale, getting them scared so they make mistakes. At least how Serpico sees it. He doesn't really understand that it purely comes from him having to fight off a million monsters that will not stop. But still, we see that he isn't just some servant that escorts Farnese around. He's an actual combat prodigy, one who has Guts in the exact worst spot to be in considering his skill set. He refuses to give Guts a window, and Serpico picks up on how frustrated his opponent has become, correctly guessing that he's trying to make it to the girls. Serpico makes up a lie that his fellow knights must have already captured them to provoke Guts further, admitting there's no way on earth he can win the fight fairly, but he's shocked when Guts pulls a Hail Mary move. But before we can talk about that, we see that the Holy Iron Chain Knights are still busy with the cultists. Apparently the inside of the cave is still a war zone, and they're hesitant to call in reinforcements because, funny enough, it would only make things more complicated. Well, as they're talking, someone gets Joachim's attention, trying to lure him away from the knights by tossing pebbles. As Joachim follows the bait, he runs straight into Nina. Fuck. Nina was the first one lowered down with the rope, and Isidro has been busy trying to move Casca down. Well, the obvious happens. Joachim runs straight back to the knights and tells them where they are. Casca wriggles out of her ropes and hops down using the jutted out pieces of the wall as stepping stones. I guess she still has some muscle memory. And she's running for Nina. Oh fuck. And just to make matters worse, the heretics are nearly all dead, meaning their focus is drifting onto their new prisoners. Farnese even remembers that Guts dove in specifically to save Casca, meaning they now have leverage. Back to the fight with Serpico, we see Guts grab the guy's sword bare-handed. Serpico thinks this is retarded and tries to pull the sword back, but it's not moving. It was supposed to slice through his fingers and come right back to him, but it's not moving. Guts' grip is that tight, to the point that the sword is simply stuck in his hand. It can't even cut him, meaning Guts has the chance to shatter the blade with his iron hand and attack. Serpico dodges out of the way, even tossing one of Guts' own bombs at him to make him escape. Guts is impressed by the skill, noting that Serpico has only really seen the weapon once and yet could pick up on what it could do. Meanwhile, Serpico is angry at himself for getting in over his head, the implication being that hurting Farnese the way he did set off Serpico, so he couldn't control himself from wanting to kill Guts. Well, Guts finally reaches Isidro, but he sees the girls are gone, the boy just hanging his head in shame, so it kinda just tells him all he needs to know. He's infuriated at losing Casca again, but Guts can't bring himself to actually hurt Isidro. He lets the kid go and tries to calm himself down. The two leave the caves and spot the girls in the custody of the Holy Iron Chain Knights, riding away and back to the temple. We are finally reaching the end game for the Conviction arc. Everything is leading right back to the Tower of Conviction. Now, since it's been a while since we really took a break and analyzed things, let's go ahead and go over some story stuff. I know some people feel like this can feel more like a read-along than any sort of analysis or review, and they're not wrong, but there are viewers that actually like that aspect of these videos, so I'm trying to find a healthy balance between the two extremes. Anyway, you might have noticed that I've gone into more detail about pretty much everything. Hell, certain scenes are being described panel by panel, and the reason for that is because a lot of the events that take place in this arc are far more specific and important to things to come than Black Swordsman or Golden Age. With those arcs, there's plenty of moments I could summarize as they fight. I skipped over a lot of battle scenes simply because they didn't really serve any purpose for the sake of dissecting the story. Stuff like that are good for endearing you to the cast. You get to see the characters be badass, and it's cool to see them fight in these big battles. But from an outside point of view, it can sound repetitive to just explain fight scenes over and over again. I did skip over a lot of the Zondark stuff and Black Swordsman. That's because I still wasn't fully committed to the idea of just explaining what's happening. I was still trying to pretend as if it was some kind of analysis. And a lot of the Zondark stuff was kind of rendered pointless because he was just sort of a jobber working for the main bad guy. Meanwhile, a lot of the stuff that's happening in Conviction and Lost Children is really significant on multiple levels. The goat guy was important because him attacking Casca and him delaying Guts directly led to him not able to, get to them in time to save them from the Knights. Stuff like that, where there was an extra layer beyond just being a cool fight. I'm not shit-talking Zondark or any of that stuff, I'm just saying that when you really break it down, it was just kind of a cool fight. But of course, Conviction and Lost Children are different in this regard. Not just because the fights all around are more creative, where you see Guts use his skills in a bit more of a interesting way, like using the momentum of his cannon to attack monsters, but now that the monster element / supernatural shit is back in full force, the fights have slowly shifted into more being about Guts as a character. We saw how much he devolves between each battle, getting more ruthless and desperate to win. The final battle of Lost Children, as you saw, was literally Guts throwing away what was left of his humanity to win. It wasn't just a big sword guy fighting bug people. And now with everything at the Tower of Conviction, we see sort of the mirror effect. Guts is shown to be such a powerful fighter that the invading army trying to take over Midland can't even challenge him. Hell, he didn't even know it was going on. He's so wrapped up in his own world that he's not thinking about the larger state of everything around him. And we know the guy isn't challenged by much anymore, at least in the sense of fighting people, so this entire arc is focused on Guts struggling with his own nature, the one thing he does have issues with. This is where the whole thing with Casca comes in. As you saw with the scene at Goto's cabin and the section where Skull Knight comes back, Guts has to choose between two roads. Does he dedicate to revenge and killing Griffith, or does he stick with Casca? He can't have both, and each one has their ups and downs. Staying with Casca means, frankly, the God Hand and Griffith go unpunished. They'll be cursed forever and doomed to suffer in hell once they die. There's no for sure answer that killing the God Hand will make that stop, but hey, at least it's worth a try. On top of that, Casca is not who she used to be. Now she's just a constant reminder of what he's lost and what they've been through. But chasing revenge means losing her and Rickert, the last two friends Guts has from the old days. The Band of the Hawk really would be gone for good. Plus, the constant strain is turning Guts into something downright evil. He can't handle this kind of life. We know Guts isn't going to die in a fight scene. He's the protagonist. It can't just happen. Otherwise, the series would be over. Or they'd have to rush out some new protagonist to replace him, and frankly, at this point, that'd just be a fucking terrible idea. Anyone that read Killing Bites knows exactly what the problem with that can be. Bitch all you want about plot armor, but that's the truth of it. So instead, Casca has essentially been dangled over the pit of sharks since we have no idea what can happen to her. She's already been raped into insanity. All bets are off. Some people don't like this idea, saying that Casca is now a damsel in distress, but but it's actually one of my favorite aspects of Berserk. Casca represents the one true option Guts has to be happy. It's painful to be with her, since it's not like how it used to be, and it frankly will never be again, but she symbolizes the one thing Guts has been looking for his entire life, a family. At first it was simply her being a part of the Band of the Hawk, but then it almost turned into a literal thing. If things didn't go so wrong like how it did back at the end of Golden Age, they would have had a literal family. Casca was pregnant with his kid, and they were planning to run away together. But now she's basically a representative of what's left of the Band of the Hawk, that one good period Guts had since he was born. So when Guts rushes in to desperately save her, he's essentially trying to hold on to that family that was taken from him. Rickert could move on and start the next stage of his life with a new group of loved ones. Which is interesting because it's almost implied that Rickert went through a very similar childhood to Guts, being raised among this army as a child soldier. He still remembers the Hawks, he mourns them, but he accepts that they're gone. Guts can't do that. This is removed from the romantic aspect, since that's already pretty obvious as a motivation. Instead, I want to talk about how Casca has multiple layers to who she is now, despite, funny enough, acting as a way more two-dimensional character, aka a crazy lady. That's not to say she is two-dimensional, I just mean that now her role is literally just being a reminder of what the Band of the Hawk was. I still very much like this period of Berserk, everything included. Just a little tirade to kind of soak in the more character-focused aspects of Conviction. A lot of the other stuff is pretty clear. The themes of religious totalitarianism is blatantly obvious, along with talking about human nature and the idea of desperate people being terrible due to fear. Farnese is a fire-obsessed pervert, but I'll still donate to her OnlyFans. The Holy Iron Chain Knights are actually weak bullies that rely on status and strong-arm tactics to oppress people, and the God Hand are setting up some evil shit in the background. It's easy to pick up on this stuff, and it's still fun to read. A lot of the fights are fucking awesome, and some of the imagery is disturbing to look at, which is great. Berserk is technically action horror, but the emphasis on Guts changing, on finally shaking off his flaws and trying to become a better man, is what elevates the arc. We're not at his peak character shift yet. That's going to be in part 4. But seeing his behavior change just in the last few scenes feels substantial. Black Swordsman Guts would have left Isidro to die when they were chased by the undead, but he went out of his way to save him. Same thing when he finds out Isidro lost the girls. Old Guts would have threatened to kill him if he ever saw the kid again. Instead, he simply accepts he fucked up and moved on because he doesn't have time. Guts is still absolutely a violent man. We saw that when he barged into camp and started killing dudes. But he's not cruel, at least not anymore. The trip to Godos seems to have finally snapped some sense into the man. He's not actively pushing away anyone anymore, like he did before. With Lost Children, pretty much every conversation he had with Jill was some variation on just go home. It's not safe to be around me, because it's a legitimate warning that he should really tell people. Guts doesn't want to watch them die. He simply accepts that he can't stop it from happening if someone insists on getting involved. Yet now, he's single-minded again. He's not thinking about how other people get hurt because of him, or worrying about the road ahead. He just wants to see Casca safe. You can argue how much of an improvement this really is, since he's basically just shutting out the reality of what's going to happen for the sake of fantasy in his head, really just trading one obsession with the other. But even that's better compared to who he was before. The dude was hallucinating a demonic dog that drinks blood. Alright, feels like a good amount of time for a break. Let's go ahead and finish up this arc. Now, fair warning, things ramp up fast and get pretty weird. It's still great. In fact, the consequences from what happens once this is over resonate throughout pretty much the rest of the series. But it's gonna sound weird, and I just want you to be aware of that. So it's all built up to this. Guts is on his way to the Tower of Conviction. Luca, Isidro, and Puck are following along. The rest of the prostitutes are staying away from the camp in case the hunters try and find them. Guts tried to tell the other two that they shouldn't come along, but they aren't budging. The way Isidro sees it, he'll finally get a chance to make up for getting the girls captured, and Luca says she'll be able to pull some favors that'll help them infiltrate the tower. The other prostitutes have a bad feeling about what's to come, but all they can do is pray their friends come back safe. Skull Knight's message rings inside of Guts' head about how it's impossible to stop what's on the horizon, and we see this orb-looking dude sitting on top of the tower, watching everything. This is the guy that's been skulking around and doing shit, manipulating things from the shadows. It's the apostle Skull Knight has been talking about the entire time. And he is... I can't even begin to describe. Let's just say that he's important. We can see Puck fly around the tower, trying to find where they might have taken Nina and Casca. For some reason, the Knights can see Puck out in the open, something they couldn't do before. In fact, Puck can't help but think something feels wrong all around. It turns out Nina and Casca have been thrown into a jail cell. Our puffy-haired friend is crying, begging Luca to save her, and even asking Casca if she can use her witch powers to save them. But nah, G. Nina gets frustrated at how her companion doesn't seem to understand how serious things are and pushes her to the floor. You bitch. Nina tries to yell at Casca, but she feels bad about it almost immediately. As much as Nina tries to act mean or swear off Elaine, her fear of being alone makes her stick to whoever she can to give her comfort. Well, the torturers finally come calling, demanding one of them come along for interrogation. At first, they try to grab Casca, but when they notice Nina is too scared to even try and stop them, they decide to swap prisoners, saying that they can't stand selfish people, so really, her not speaking up just incurred this guy's wrath. Nina's mind is going a mile a minute, angry at herself for trying to sell out Casca, wondering why she's so desperate to stay alive when she's basically dying anyway, and thinking that maybe if she just told them everything they might let her go without any torture. All she has to do is tell them Casca is a witch and she might be safe. But then Luca would be right. She really would just be a scared, stupid coward. Nina tries to muster her courage. She would face whatever is about to come head on and try and protect Casca. She can't be a coward anymore. Luca expects her to be strong. No matter what these people did to her, Nina won't sell out her friend. Okay, fuck this shit. This chick stepped into a literal nightmare, so have fun with that. Farnese and Serpico, meanwhile, discover that they've been called back to the Holy See. Now that the main threat of the heretics is pretty much destroyed, the two can finally go home. Farnese tries to argue that they're still needed in St. Albion, that she can't just abandon her men. But it turns out the order came directly from Farnese's father. The Vandemian family offers substantial donations to the church. It's who the refugees were getting supplies from in the first place. So this isn't a suggestion, it's an order. Farnese knows right away that Serpico is the one who wrote to her father. She feels betrayed, thinking he told her family that she's been gleefully lighting people on fire like a lunatic, but he swears that's not what happened. Though she does recognize he was probably acting under orders from her father from the beginning. Even if the two are friends or have any other relationship, he can't exactly ignore his boss. She ends the conversation by making Serpico swear his loyalty to her above anyone else. He does so, but despite this, Farnese worries for a second that he might actually despise her deep down. Now we know that he doesn't. In fact, he seems pretty protective of Farnese, even going so far as basically all but declaring a vendetta against Guts for what happened when she was kidnapped, but he never seems to let her know the extent of his feelings. And if you want to say the guy might be in love with her, please get that thought out of your head, you will thank me later. The torturers walk past the two, a sobbing Nina in tow. She gave up everything. They didn't even rip off one fingernail and she sang like a bird. For her reward, she gets one last night to live. But Casca dies tonight. You bitch. Well, I mean, honestly, what were you expecting? I mean, she walked straight into that. What were you expecting her to do? Still, Moscus thanks Farnese for her hard work. Him and his men are so busy torturing the surviving heretics, they can barely keep up with the numbers. He swears he will pay her back for a job well done, even promising to make up for the casualties her men sustained. The conversation shifts to the incident at the cave, about the monsters, and then the Black Swordsman. The torturers bring Casca in, and they discuss how Guts was trying to save her. They still believe she is a witch worshipped by the cult, and some of the people being tortured start begging Casca to save them as she's led into the room. Well, Moscus decides to tear open her dress, and it reveals Casca's brand, stating that it's the mark of a witch. I have no clue how he knew it was there, assuming he just wanted to see her naked and it was a happy coincidence. Still, this is all the proof they need that Casca is in league with evil, so her punishment will involve being shoved inside of an Iron Maiden. Puck flies into the torture room just in time to see Casca being forced inside of the device. He tries to save her, but something happens. Her brand activates, the spirits of the dead now possessing the bloodstains inside of the Iron Maiden, and they force the entire thing to explode. The blood has now become a living blob.
Oh, dead. Oh, dead.
Guts, Isidro, and Luca approach the tower, his brand starting to bleed so bad that he just knows something is wrong with the place. Luca manages to get them inside thanks to a contact, who leaves them a ladder to climb up through the window. Luca tries to tell them to be as subtle as possible, to not show their faces, since if the whole place goes up in arms, they won't be able to save anyone. Well, as she talks with her contact and bribes him to go find Jerome, Guts decides to jump through the window. He wasn't listening. The Black Swordsman does not take any orders from No-Ho. So now Luca and Isidro are forced to sneak in by themselves, while Guts barrels through the Tower of Conviction by himself, surrounded by enemies. Coming back to the scene at the torture chamber, we see the blob of blood flood into the room, digesting any living being it can find. The whole place devolves into chaos. Serpico and Farnese running for it while Mazgus and his men retreat back into the chapel, and Puck is forced to watch Casca be consumed by the blob. Guts finds the survivors, just having barely escaped the newly created monsters downstairs, and grabs Farnese as the rest aren't looking. He interrogates her about where they took Casca, showing that he is in no mood for games. She tells him that they took her downstairs, but it's impossible to go back. He demands Farnese lead him down, even breaking a stone statue above her head to scare the hell out of her. She decides to listen to the very, very scary man, and the two make their way back to the basement, Serpico tailing just behind. Nina, meanwhile, is crying in her jail cell, unaware of what's happening in the rest of the tower, and racked with guilt over selling out Casca. She hates herself for giving in so easily, but she's scared. She doesn't want to die. While screams of the guards outside snap her out of her thoughts, hearing them talk about running away and leaving the prisoners for dead. The monsters are coming. She hears foreboding sounds coming from below her, and Nina begs to be released, banging on the door as the noises get closer. She's finally let out of her cell by Luca, who managed to meet up with Jerome. He says everyone in the tower is in an uproar over an incident that happened in the basement, so they need to get out of there as fast as possible. Isidro lets the other prisoners out of their cells to distract the rest of the guards, Jerome begrudgingly accepting that his job as a heretic hunter is dead and buried. He might have ruined his life for a woman, but it was Luca, so it was kind of worth it. So you see that even though he's kind of an asshole noble, dude is alright. Probably the most relatable of the bunch we have here, because he's literally just some dude. Luca even starts to think that maybe he's not just a big mouth. She asks Nina where they took Casca, but she's too scared to admit they took her down into the torture chamber, though Jerome comes in to save her by guessing that it's probably the only place she could possibly be at. But before they can make their way downstairs, they see something in the darkness ahead. That blob is now a lot bigger than before, filling the entire hallway and barreling straight for them. Yeah, if you like the Frank Darabont remake of The Blob, you're probably going to love the next few chapters. Anyway, Guts and Farnese make it down to the torture chamber, now wiped clean of all signs of life, only skeletons left behind. Guts finds Puck, who stayed hidden inside of a helmet to avoid the monster. He explains what happened and how he saw Casca be devoured, but he couldn't feel her presence vanish like the other victims. It's a long shot, but she might still be alive. Farnese thinks Guts is a crazy man who's talking to himself, up until she sees Puck. She can finally see the elf, which makes sense because for some reason, everyone can see him now. In fact, she's just now realizing Puck's been there the whole time, even back when she tried to fiddle with Guts' sword. So that's kinda awkward. The big guy goes to leave and lays it out flat for Farnese. She can do whatever she wants, but if she tries to stop him again, he will kill her. Farnese looks down at some of the blob monster bubbling up from the floor, and decides it's probably a good idea to stay with the guy who's an experienced monster hunter. Mazgus and his men are in the tower chapel, desperately keeping the door closed as the blob tries to burst into the room. The rest of the torturers want to keep Mazgus safe, but he swears this is simply a test from God. In fact, he's proud of the challenge ahead. If they die, it's in glorious battle serving the Lord's will. If they survive, it's because they were strong enough to pass the test God gave them. There's also that weird-looking orb guy on the ceiling, but we don't care about him, he's a weirdo. For a brief moment, we see Casca is asleep inside of the blob, the demon infant using its power to keep her safe. Well, back to the fight at the chapel, we see the orb guy sting Mazgus with one of its tentacles. Then moving on to the rest of the torturers. Luca and her group are trying to get away from the monster, running as far up the tower as they can, but unfortunately every floor is flooded with the thing. They're cornered at all angles, and the only thing that saves them is a blast of fire burning the creature away. We see Casca is finally freed, but the demon infant soaked up the brunt of the attack, so it goes flying. Mazgus has his hands on Casca. The mysterious apostle has given him and his men demonic powers, just like the Goat Man. Mazgus thinks it's a miracle from God that they were chosen to be his warriors. Now the others want to save Casca, but Mazgus still intends on murdering her, viewing their prisoner as the reason the monster is attacking the tower in the first place. Seeing them as enemies intending on disrupting their holy cause, Mazgus' men attack the group, the torturer with the chain sending a stone pillar down at them with his enhanced strength. The people outside the tower have no clue what's going on, only that there's a lot of screaming and loud noises, more so than usual. Plus, that pillar just blew out one of the walls. Everyone seems okay after the attack, but Luca almost falls to her death once the floor collapses underneath her, Ina and Jerome desperately trying to hold on. We see the Orb Apostle watching, almost smug about what it created. only for it to see the silhouette of Skull Knight standing on the tower with it, along with Guts, Puck, and Farnese running up the tower. I know it sounds like I'm jumping around because I kinda am. This is literally within the span of a few pages. The chapters are a lot shorter than the previous arc, so when something just seems to barge in, it's because it's played off almost like a cliffhanger. Back to story time, we see the others trying to pull Luca back up as the Chain Torturer readies another attack. Now the Orb Apostle seems like it wants to attack Luca too, probably to transform her into a monster like the others. But Skull Knight readies his sword in case it tries anything. Nina is trying her hardest to keep a hold on Luca, but before she realizes it, her friend lets go of her hand, telling Jerome to look after the others. Before anyone can process what she just did, Luca seemingly sacrificing herself to save the others, Skull Knight rushes in to save her, catching her as she falls and carrying her on his horse, though Luca is convinced that, yeah, she died, and he's the Grim Reaper. Can't really blame her. I mean, it's a talking skeleton. He was running sideways on a wall. Are you seriously gonna believe that you made it out of that alive? But it seems like it might have just been a coincidence, since Skull Knight is chasing after the Orb Apostle, which ran off during the confusion. The others are quickly reminded that someone is trying to kill them once another pillar is sent their way, but it's suddenly broken in two by Guts. He's here, and once again he is ready to kick ass. He goes straight for Mazgus, who leaps out of the way of his attack. The shit is on. While all this is happening, we see, yeah, Luca's okay. She's talking with Skull Knight, really believing she died and is in the afterlife. The Revenant wonders why she decided to try and kill herself, but Luca admits she thought she would have survived the fall, maybe landing on a tree, or sliding along the wall and catching a jutted out section. In fact, now that she's really thinking about it, that was a really fucking stupid idea. And now she's in the afterlife, not lucky enough to go to heaven, so she must have been in purgatory or even hell, stuck for all eternity with a skeletal horseman, surrounded by dead bodies. Nah, she's alive. It's the mass grave right outside the tower, but if she wants to stay alive, stay put. The Apostle from before is still there, and it's watching them. Coming back to Guts, we see the fight with Mazgus is still in full force, him and his torturers revealing grand angel wings. Mazgus using his to fly back, and Guts trying to take him down with his throwing knives. But his men are not going to let their leader go down easy. All the while, Jerome has to keep Isidro from rushing into the fight, who stupidly believes he can get some glory by helping the Black Swordsman. But the kid ain't exactly on the same level. These pseudo-apostle dudes are no joke. The one with the chain takes the lead, striking first at Guts, but he's tragically separated from his right arm after Guts meets him in the air. The tiny torturer with the foregrips tries to get behind him, but he has to vanish once Guts takes a swing with his iron arm. Then a kick. Then the guy is right up in his face and going for his eye, so Guts bites down on the grips and headbutts the little guy. These dudes are strong fighters, but they're used to scared peasants who don't know how to fight back. Now they're dealing with a fucking lunatic who only knows how to kill people, so he is just as relentless. Even the big torturer coming in with the breaking wheel isn't enough to end things. They send each other flying, breaking through the stone walls. The group simply watches and commentates on the whole fight, Jerome wanting to bail out and Isidro shaming him into staying. The torturers lose their masks, finally showing their faces for the first time since they've been revealed. The big one has a baby face. That's about the only noteworthy thing. The others look as ugly as you expected. Leaving that on the back burner, we see Skull Knight and Luca still dealing with the Apostle. She has no idea what's happening. All of reality is just sort of coming apart at the seams. It's been a tough week. The Apostle says that this place is his garden, and the living are not allowed, striking at them with his tentacles. But Skull Knight cuts them off. The Apostle now freaking out since he's realizing a little too late that the dude on the horse is not one to be fucked with. He tries to bail, Skull Knight managing to cut him as he leaps away, and the Apostle snatches Luca as he makes his escape. Skull Knight swears the wound is bad enough that the demon can't get too far away, but something about his form is bad news. Luca wakes up in a makeshift shrine, an effigy of a hawk made up of human skin and bones, surrounded by candles. This is the hideout of the Apostle. He tells Luca his story. The Apostle was nobody. He had no name, no family, nothing. His only memories are of being at the base of the tower, collecting trash to stay alive. One day he stumbled onto a bailet, but he had no idea what it was. In fact, it was only after he found the bailet that he felt compelled whatsoever to try and seek out other humans. Well, he was obviously chased out of society for being a creepy wild man, so he decided to dig a small hole in the ground for shelter, only leaving to gather food at night. He instinctively dug deeper as time went on, almost wanting to just get as far away from the rest of humanity as he can get. But one day, a corpse fell into his hole, followed by others. Out of nowhere, a bunch of villagers settled right at his spot and turned his shelter into a pit to dump dead bodies into it. He was crushed by the corpses, doomed to die alone without anyone even knowing he existed. But as he slipped into unconsciousness, the Beyblade activated. He met the God Hand, who gave him knowledge and showed him the world. He could finally put words to emotions, concepts, thoughts, and thanks to this, he finally became aware of how pitiful his existence really was. So the stranger agreed to sacrifice the one thing he had to grant his wish, the world around him. Also, he can become an egg that will hatch and create the perfect world. Yeah, the dude became a living Beyblade. I warned you, things were gonna get weird. The only reason a mock eclipse is about to happen is because this guy is giving up the one thing he's ever had, the world as he knew it. He's sacrificing the very earth that St. Albion stands on and everyone inside of it. And the reason he's doing this? He despises other humans and their society. He saw them as cowards that have to choose between a broken totalitarian system or death. So, in their fear, they became the very thing they were taught to hate, to justify everything to themselves. People became heretics because it justified what the Holy See were doing to them. They needed an actual enemy to be afraid of. If not, then it would be all for nothing. And the Apostle hated this. His first real emotions was hatred of everyone around him. They ruined his garden. Luca thinks this is some kind of revenge plot, but he admits he's been watching her and the other girls for a while, specifically Nina. For some reason, she fascinated him. On one hand, she's a terrified girl clinging to Luca like a scared daughter, and on the other, she's... you know. So Nina embodied the very contradiction that the Egg Apostle hates. She's a coward, yet she hates the one thing she clings to in order to not feel scared. And everyone in the camp is guilty of the same crime. Every man, woman, and child. So to create the perfect world, these people need to be dealt with. Coming back to the fight between Guts and the Torturers, we see that it's just as violent as ever. The main battle is between Guts and the guy with the breaking wheel, though the others occasionally jump in to help. It's a rough time. Guts is completely on the defensive. He throws one of his knives into the tiny one's eye and tears off the big one's foot with the Dragon Slayer. The momentum is finally turning in his favor and everyone knows it, though Nina is still pissing herself in the corner. She's useless. Farnese is also losing her shit, but it's a bit more quiet. Out of nowhere, her boss and his friends sprouted angel wings and started attacking everyone. Every single time Guts shows up in her life, things stop making sense. The sight of Nina crying out for Luca actually makes her think about her own childhood. The reason she's so terrified of Guts is because of what he represents. That cozy blanket of religion she used to hide from the scary parts of the world, every time he shows up, it goes up in smoke. Her faith really was hollow, like Guts said, and it's only when she's truly powerless and out of her element does she realize this. By the way, while all of this character introspection is happening, Isidro hits Jerome in the nuts. The birdsuit torturer tells Moskis to simply leave, let them take care of the Black Swordsman. Moskis and the twin torturers decide, yeah, that's probably a good idea, so they can go back to their duty of lighting a mentally handicapped woman on fire. Isidro latches onto him, trying to knock the guy out with a rock, but it doesn't work, so now he's just kind of forced to hang on as Moskis flies away. Guts is still trying to get to the leader above anything else, but the birdsuit guy shows off his new abilities. He can send out feathers like projectiles, and his feet have become bird-like talons, now tightly gripped onto Guts' head. Back to Luca and the Egg Apostle, we see he's still ranting about how much he hates people. He admits that he turned people into pseudo-apostles, and says that everything has been set on a path. Even Luca bringing Casca to the temple was a part of fate. All the Egg Apostle has been doing is nudging things around, shifting details, but they have no control over the end result. He keeps talking about something coming, that things are pointing to that time, obviously referencing the eclipse. Luca asks why he's even telling her all this, just in time for Skull Knight to dive down for another attack. The Egg Apostle escapes, admitting that he simply wanted someone to hear his story before he dies. Skull Knight is surprised the demon was strong enough to move, and he wonders if perhaps he hesitated or it simply wasn't the right time to kill him. Luca asks Skull Knight who he is, and he's just as cryptic as ever, saying it would be a good idea to stay away from things like him, though whatever's about to go down might make that impossible. The hideout begins to collapse. Skull Knight eats the Beyblade the Apostle used before leading Luca out to safety. Just as the two start to get comfortable, thinking all the horrible shit is over with, Skull Knight gets her attention. All those corpses at the mass grave are combining into a singular entity. That's not good. Meanwhile, Guts is still at the mercy of the Plague Doctor. Now that he's pinned, the chain torturer and the tiny guy take the opportunity to take hold of his arms. Even as he's at the mercy to these sadistic assholes, all Guts cares about is getting Casca away from Mazgus, but they're long gone. With him trapped, the torturers decide to beat Guts to death with a breaking wheel, condemning him to death for attacking the clergy. He's sent flying from a single strike, then forced through a stone pillar. He can't dodge out of the way, it's just too fast, so if he can't dodge them, then fuck it, go for the gold. Guts fires his cannon just as the wheel hits him, blowing out the organs of the big torturer, and now that he's got a speed boost, he uses the force to slice the chain torturer in two. The plan wasn't fun, but thanks to the deadly art of physics, Guts managed to kill 2 enemies in one, similar to how he killed the Mantis and Beetle back in Lost Children, though now he has an audience that thinks he's really cool. He even managed to finish off the tiny torturer with some bombs, along with sticking the Dragon Slayer in his chest. Everyone is dead except for the Plague Doctor, who just starts praying as he tries one last attack, sending feathers at Guts and locking his neck with that device. I still don't know what that thing is called, but Guts barely responds to it. Instead, he just swings his sword, cutting the last attacker's throat open. The Birdman thanks God for letting him meet Father Mazgus, collapsing to his knees in prayer as he bleeds to death. While Guts takes off the device and pulls out the feathers, the other spectators barely able to understand how this dude managed to kill these guys. They were infamous for a reason. But no time for a break. The tower starts collapsing around them. Luca and Skull Knight watch the corpses in the mass grave become a massive blob, just like what happened in the tower. This time, it's a humongous beast, feeding off the malice that's flooding the place, only made worse as the worlds of the living and the dead start to fuse. The two ride to safety as the monster tries to attack, Skull Knight convinced that the mock eclipse is starting. All the while, Azan talks with the other knights about the scene at the tower, having just recaptured the prisoners Isidro let loose. For some reason, everyone they've talked to is freaking out about monsters inside, but that's silly. And to make matters worse, nobody knows what happened to Farnese. Then the fucking tower explodes. They all watch in horror as a shapeless form pours out, the blob now moving on to devour everyone it can in the camp, the tower collapsing from the inside as it rips through the monastery. Our poor heroes are forced to run for it as everything falls apart. Farnese trips on the stairs and almost falls to her death when she's suddenly saved by Serpico. He's still alive, but probably not for long. A lot of heavy stones are falling on top of everybody. Mazgus and Isidro, still flying in the air, watch the tower fall apart, the ruins breaking down into the shape of a hand. Seem familiar? We see the other girls are still outside the camp watching the tower collapse. One of the prostitutes tries to run down, worried about what happened to her friends, but she's thankfully swayed away from the idea, especially when they start to hear screaming from the slums. It's complete hell on Earth. Dark spirits are possessing people and wreaking havoc. All the scared villagers are ripped to pieces by the horde of monsters. The survivors run for the tower for shelter, unaware of the blob monster rampaging there, and our protagonist wakes up just as the camp descends into an utter nightmare. Guts watching in horror as fires burn in the shape of a brand. Just like before, he's standing on the palm of a hand as demons slaughter everyone below, and he knows this. Azan and his men are trying to evacuate the tower just as the villagers run towards them for shelter, the possessed following right behind. And to make things even worse, the blob is coming for them from the side. It seems like all is lost, but a wave of fire burns away everything. Mazgus makes his debut, throwing Isidro off as he makes a big, inspiring speech. He believes God bestowed him with his powers to save everyone from the monsters, and orders the villagers to make a stake. If they can burn Casca, they might be able to get everything to disappear, still thinking she's the one doing all this. Mazgus and his remaining torturers protect the villagers as they prepare the pillar. Azan and his knights jumping into the fight to protect whoever they can as well. Isidro survived being yeeted by Mazgus, him and Puck reuniting as they watch the mob drag Casca over to the stake. Guts also sees this, but he's distracted by the blob manifesting behind him, consuming the corpses of Mazgus' soldiers while it shapes itself into the forms of the God Hand. Guts tries to attack, almost by reflex, but they aren't the real thing, simply reshaping itself whenever he strikes. He remembers Skull Knight's words, "This isn't the real eclipse. It's basically a shadow, an imitation." In fact, the pain from his brand isn't as excruciating as it is when he's next to the real deal. The blob closes in around Guts as the villagers finish their stake, and he's faced with his choice. Waste his time fighting this thing off, or rush down to save his woman. Guts tries to push through, but it's simply too much. Casca is tied to the pillar, and they light their torches. All he can think about is how this is exactly how it happened last time. He was so busy fighting he couldn't save Casca, and now the same ending is about to take place. He won't be able to keep her safe. Luca and Skull Knight escape from the camp, and he even tells her to stay as far away as she can, but she can't help herself. She's going back to save her friends. Skull Knight respects her grit, willing to throw herself back into literal hell to save her loved ones, and admits that even if she asked him, he wouldn't be able to help. It's not how this works. This is a parallel to the eclipse, meaning someone came back for him to fight. Zod. The Egg Apostle is crawling up the tower, bleeding from the wound Skull Knight gave him. He's reflecting on his life, how things could have been different if he met Mozgus like the others. But in the end, it never happened. All he can do now is wait for death. As he climbs, he spots the demon infant curled into a hole of its own, dying, having spent too much of its power to keep Casca safe. Taking pity on the corrupted child, the Egg Apostle takes it into his body, saying that it'll be able to die peacefully with the demon. And this... I can't even begin to describe how important this ends up being. Just know that it goes some fucking places. Like, the most recent chapters basically made this scene probably one of the biggest ones in the entire fucking story. Anyway, Casca is at the mercy of the mob, Isidro and Puck watching from the wall above. The others are there on the wall with him, Jerome pretending to still be a heretic hunter and planning on running off with Nina the first chance they get, because he doesn't want Farnese and Serpico to be mad at him. Though, Isidro spoils the plan with his big mouth. Casca hallucinates the crowd as a horde of demons, remembering her time during the eclipse. It's all symmetrical, like poetry. It rhymes. Just as Mozgus gives the order to set her on fire, Guts is stuck fighting the blob, watching the torches fly towards Casca. No matter what he does, he can't get out of the way. The stake is lit, burning at Casca's feet. But just because things are similar doesn't mean they're going to be the same. Details are shifted around, and if enough details are changed, then maybe you can affect the outcome. Guts managed to do this, even if unintentionally. He's not completely alone this time. Isidro and the others prepare a risky bungee jump. The kid leaps down, grabs Casca, and pulls her out of the stake before he can burn her alive. They did it. They saved her. This pisses off Mozgus something fierce, and he dives down to recapture the witch. They just barely manage to avoid his attack, and we see Guts explode out of the blob. He's managed to fight his way out, and he isn't stopping. Just as Skull Knight guessed, Guts is more than just a shadow on the water. He's something more. Running down the tower right for Mozgus, he impales him right in the chest. The two slam straight into the stone wall, the impact hard enough to explode dust and bricks all over the crowd. The terrified peasants watch their guardian angel be defeated by a demon in all black, Guts standing triumphant over the priest. For a brief moment, Guts could have sworn he saw the demon infant, but he's unaware of what's going on with the Egg Apostle and all that mess. Who gives a shit? Guts managed to save his mocha chocolate waifu. All is good in the world. Oh fuck, I forgot about those two. Yeah, the twins are still alive, and they're intent on making sure Casca dies, though Isidro won't let them take her. Also, Mozgus is still alive. He's alive and fully transformed into an apostle. His angel wings now stony arms that just beat the living fuck out of Guts. Guts is distracted worrying about Casca, but Jerome goes out of his way to protect her from the twins, letting Guts take his mind off that and focus on the fight. He finally has people he can trust to take care of things. He's not shouldering everything by himself, and he absolutely needs that because Mozgus is royally pissed off. Turns out the Bible he always carried with him protected him from the attack, giving him enough time to transform, covering himself in new armor, these solid scales. Now the guy is nearly indestructible. He orders the twins to capture Casca, the others get to be torn apart by the saw, and once he realizes that Guts being there means that he had to have killed the rest of his men, Mozgus starts crying blood, swearing to kill Guts in order to honor their memory. They fight, but Mozgus is on a whole other level now. Each hit is like being smacked with a heavy stone, and the Dragon Slayer barely affects him now. Guts is distracted momentarily by the twins swooping down to get Casca, and Mozgus uses this window to beat him senseless. Well, we take a break from the fight to see Azan is in the middle of complete insanity. He's trying to protect the refugees, but they can barely keep up between them, the blob, and the possessed, especially since Mozgus isn't burning away the monsters to give them a bit of support. If things don't get better fast, they're all gonna die. Guts is still getting his ass beat. It's kinda sad. Mozgus is relentless with the attacks, even using his fire breath to burn him to a crisp. It seems like the guy can't be stopped, only for the flames to be redirected into the air, hitting the twins. Guts used the Dragon Slayer as a wall to keep the fire away from him, and he shoves the blade into Mozgus' mouth and tries to take the top of his head off with a heavy push, but it's not working. The guy is a tough bastard, biting down on the sword and keeping Guts stuck in place. He tries to break the blade now that he's vulnerable, but a well-placed throwing knife in the eye throws Mazgus into a rage. The others debate on what to do next, whether they run away or stay and try to finish off the last two torturers to help Guts. Nina is freaking out, convinced that if she stays, then she's a dead woman. She tries to run, only to see Farnese and Serpico walking towards them. Nina freezes, still thinking they'll kill her for heresy, and the twins ready their saw around her neck. Right before they can decapitate her, however, she slips over the edge of the wall and crashes through a conveniently placed shed. The others aren't sure if she's alive or dead, but they don't really have time to care. The torturers are still hanging around in the air. Puck offers to handle the situation, much to Isidro and Jerome's skepticism, but he's actually pretty useful, since he can blind people, remember? Fuck you guys, you're just haters. Puck is cool. Still, now the twins are vulnerable, giving Isidro a shot to nail them with his throwing stones. They fall to the ground and get executed by Jerome. Mazgus is distracted by their deaths, upset to see the last of his friends dead, and genuinely confused as to why people are trying to interfere with his work. But Guts isn't stopping. He swears he will never let Mazgus touch Casca again. The surviving peasants beg Mazgus to defeat Guts as the blob gets closer, still convinced he's the one man who can stop the horrors from devouring them all. The fight between Guts and Mazgus remains a pretty tight stalemate, the Dragon Slayer unable to break through the armor, Guts getting the wind knocked out of him, and Mazgus using this chance to bring his attention to all the terrified people, begging them to sacrifice Casca, should thousands die to save one woman. The rest of the cast ponder the question, Isidro doubting his claims, but Puck actually wonders if maybe Mazgus has a point. Maybe if the people with the brands leave the area, things will go back to normal. We know this is bullshit, since it's actually the Egg Apostle that caused everything to go to hell, and it's part of a larger scheme by the God Hand. But these guys weren't there for that story. Still, Guts doesn't seem to give a shit anyway. The way he sees it, the villagers were idiots for putting their faith in a single woman anyway. They could have run away or tried to escape, but instead they chose to bow down and wait for someone to save them. So fuck 'em. Mazgus is pissed off at Guts for insulting their faith, and unintentionally exposes his weak spot. The spot where the Dragon Slayer hit the Bible dug into Mazgus, creating a vulnerability in his armor. Guts is beaten senseless, so badly that he's seemingly knocked out cold, only limply putting one hand against Mazgus as he falls to the ground. Even then, he's not given any relief, the demon priest slamming him into the floor again and again. Mazgus tries to give a speech about how Guts will never win because he doesn't believe in Jesus. That's basically what it amounts to. But it turns out, he's a bit more clever than the evil preacher gave him credit for. He put a handful of bombs right in the weak spot, right where the Bible saved him before. They explode and open a huge hole in Mazgus' chest, and Guts goes straight in, slashing at the new wound and tearing him open. Guts has one final message for his opponent before he dies. If you see God, tell him to leave me the hell alone. If you're a Reddit atheist, that's probably the tightest shit ever. The fight ends with Guts driving his sword into Mazgus' neck, going straight through and bursting out the back, his scales flying off from the force. It's finally over. Mazgus and his men are all dead. His final words a prayer as fire bellows out from his wounds. He tries to pull Guts down with him, but the guy isn't having it, flinging Mazgus off his sword and straight to the ground. Everyone watching as the attempted savior lands in the middle of the crowd. They have no one to save them now, and the blob is getting closer. It's a scene of complete carnage, people consumed in a tidal wave of death, all the hate and despair of the dead now coming to get its revenge on the living. The refugees beg the party to kill Casca as the blob devours them. Whoever's left by the wall is now absorbed and melted down by the monster. Casca convulses as something upsets her, and Puck sees a vision of the eclipse, but she slaps him away before he can get a good idea of what's going on in her head. The only thing that seems to stop her shaking is Guts pulling her into a hug. They're finally reunited. The ceremony is nearly complete. All of the villagers are being absorbed into the blob. The Egg Apostle thinks about what is to come, happy with his revenge and glad that he can die with purpose. He talks to the demon infant inside of him, now looking a lot more human than before. Meanwhile, Azan tries to lead what's left of the survivors, but the situation is just a complete hellstorm. The refugees retreat into the tower, even though there's also some of the blob monster inside. The Holy Iron Chain Knights are trying to cover their escape. The gate to the tower is lowered, and those outside are left for dead. Azan feeling betrayed as he and his men are essentially abandoned by the people they tried to save. We see Nina is still alive, though she broke her ankle in the fall. She knows the monsters are coming, and it would be a really good idea to start running away, but her injury limits her movements. She tries to use a broom as a walking stick, but falls to the ground, just in time to see the panicked mob of villagers running straight for her. The only thing that saves Nina from being trampled is Luca jumping to her rescue, getting her out of the way of the river of people just in the nick of time. The two are happily reunited, but the blob isn't giving them any time to celebrate. Luca knows that Nina can't run with her injury, so the plan is to hide her in a barrel. It can only fit one person, however, so they have to separate. Besides, someone needs to seal it shut. Nina is terrified of being left alone, but Luca is the only one who can put the cover on for her, so she tries to reassure the coward that all she has to do is stay put and act scared, and she might actually end up making it out alive. After closing the barrel tight, Luca is left to find a solution on her own, the monster inching closer. The rest of the party remains safe on top of the wall, but they're expecting that to change as the beast gets closer. For some reason, some of the villagers actually survived the blob monster by sticking close to Moskis' corpse, which is still on fire and burning. So they come to the conclusion that maybe it avoids fire. Guts wastes no time tossing a pile of lumber to the ground. Jerome wants to see if they can escape into the tower, seeing as they're completely exposed where they're at, but Guts swears that's a bad idea. With all the villagers running into one spot, that's where the monster's gonna end up going. Their only chance is to stick to one spot and fight until sunrise, where the blob will get burned away. Farnese can barely handle how calm Guts is acting, going from terrified of the guy to damn near worshipping him in a matter of seconds. While she's scared of everything, this guy just treats these horrible things as routine. In a weird way, it's comforting for her, almost like she's leeching off his bravery. Guts also has a discovery of his own. Ever since he became the Black Swordsman, Guts has been worried that everything he's been through has been for nothing, that it's been pointless and there's no hope left. But now he knows there's something to stay alive for. Guts has a reason to keep going, a slight glimmer of hope deep inside. With that, our party gets down to business, burning away any part of the blob that gets too close. Guts has to protect Farnese from a chunk of the monster that comes down for her, and despite basically insulting her for needing the rescue, she's inspired by how fearless he seems in the face of that fucking thing. And here is where sort of a weird moment happens, as if things didn't get strange enough. Farnese closes her hands around her torch and tries to pray, and Guts yells at her for it, saying if she prays, she can't fight. If you're praying, your hands are closed. Now I get the idea of what he's saying. Don't waste time, shut up and fight. But for some reason, this quote is like historic for Farnese. Not to spoil what happens later, but this quote in particular comes up once or twice when she thinks back on what happens here. Now it's a pretty awesome scene in general, but I don't really get why this quote is enough to stick out for her. It's fine, it's not like it's bad, it's just, I don't know, it's kind of clunky to use as the line. You think something like, you won't touch that woman again, or if you meet God, one of those. But I understand that this is supposed to be important for Farnese. It's supposed to be what sticks out for her and her character. Still, it's just sort of a weird quirk. And really, the idea is to get her to knock off the same bullshit that got all the villagers killed. Don't wait for someone to save you, save yourself. Our party is now fully dedicated to burning away the monster. Also, Nina is still in the barrel. She's panicking like never before. She's terrified she's gonna be crushed to death or that the monster will leak in and devour her, but she coughs up blood in her hands, and it kinda steals her thoughts. She remembers that she's still sickly and could die at any moment, but all this does is make Nina latch on to life even harder. As much as she claims to hate Luca, she was right. The more scared she is, the harder she'll try to stay alive, so she'll sit tight in the barrel just like her mentor told her to. It's definitely the smart choice considering everyone else is dying horrifically, so yeah, just try to fall asleep or something. Also, Guts was right when he guessed the inside of the tower was a bad idea, and matters only get worse as the blob tears down what's left of the stone in the tower, replacing it all with the hand-shaped mountain we saw during the eclipse. Guts, Casca, even Puck are overwhelmed by the presence of so much undead. The collective consciousness of the living and the dead are demanding one thing, the desired one. The egg apostle is forming into a complete face, proud of his work hatching the perfect world. The realms are merging as one. Even Guts' Baelet is reacting to whatever is happening to cause all this. Sudden pain forced Guts and Casca to the ground. They can feel something is here, is coming into their world, and Guts calls it God. We see the inside of the egg apostle one last time. The demon infant now turning into a very familiar shape. The living Baelet dies as he hatches, his purpose finally complete. The ritual is over. The blob explodes, raining back down to the earth below. Guts calling out for Griffith as the prophecy is repeated one last time. When the sky falls at the holy ground, where blind sheep gather and erect a pillar of fire, it will come. The The grounds around the temple are completely in ruins. The tower is destroyed, a cloud of dust smothering everything in sight. The morning sun illuminating the destruction and chasing away the demons. The rest of the prostitutes are amazed to see the place reduced to ashes. What was once a spot revered by the Holy See, and the one chance villagers fleeing war and plagues could go, is now a pile of rubble. Our party survived the night, thankfully. Isidro, Jerome, Farnese, Serpico, Puck, and of course Guts and Casca. Nina survived too, who's honestly shocked that she made it out okay. They all reunite and set out to find Luca, the one party member unaccounted for. And just as she worries that her mentor is dead, they hear her calling from a well nearby. She jumped in to avoid the blob and was stuck there for the rest of the night. It seems like a happy ending. Everyone made it out okay. Oh, fuck, it's these guys. The Kushans decide now is the best time to show up, not when the horrible monsters were eating everyone in sight, and our group is surrounded by the enemy, led by Salat. It turns out an oracle gave them a prophecy that led them to St. Albion, and they're searching for a specific figure that might have survived. Shockingly, it might not be Guts. Instead, the Kushans decide to capture everyone in hopes of finding the one they're looking for. A full-blown melee begins, everyone trying to fight off the sudden ambush, though having just spent an entire night trying not to die from horrible creatures, kinda made everyone understandably a bit tired. Some of the Kushans trap the women, intending on using them as bargaining chips, but that's when we see Azan survive the night as well, and he is ready to beat ass. Everyone prepares for another wave of enemies, only for Nosferatu's Zod to explode out of the rubble. The sudden appearance of the actual monster gives everyone the chance to slip away from the fight, but that's when Guts sees Skull Knight pointing at something in the distance. This entire ritual, the mock eclipse and mass sacrifice, was specifically designed to bring a certain somebody back into the mortal world. Griffith. He's back. The motherfucker just came back. Right in front of Guts. It really was a complete mirror of the eclipse. The original one turned Griffith into a demon, and the parallel eclipse turned him into a human. Or at least gave him a physical body. I won't really call him human. Everyone is just staring at him as Nosferatu Zod approaches and bows his head. Griffith was the prophesized one that the entire world wanted to summon. The God-hand manipulated reality itself to bring him back. For a moment, Guts is consumed with hate, wanting to rush over and kill him like he's been dreaming about for 2 years. But he's pulled back from the edge by Casca's cries, reminding him that his new goal is to keep her safe, not hunt after Griffith. The Kushans try and capture Griffith, Salat desperate to accomplish his mission in order to restore his clan to glory. But Nosferatu Zod demands they cease their bullshit. Violently. The rest of the party slip away during the slaughter, Guts and Casca too consumed by the image of Griffith to even move. Guts in complete shock, while Casca is almost instinctively trying to get close to him for some reason. The others manage to get away from the battle, seeing a massive army of Kushans a mere few feet away. The war party marches by as the group tries to go by unnoticed. Isidro is pissed off at the idea of leaving Guts and Casca behind, but they can't go back for them. And they all watch Zod fly off, the newly resurrected Griffith riding on his back. Then, a commotion kicks up from the ruins. It's Guts. He stole one of the Kushan horses and is riding out of there, Casca and Puck in tow, killing anyone that gets in his way. The party is sure that the trio will survive their escape. Isidro is certain that he'll see them again. And they also see that some villagers did survive the ordeal, the ones who booked it out of the slums as fast as possible. All the devoted believers who panicked and tried to seek sanctuary in the monastery were devoured, but the non-believers who put survival above all else made it out. Luca gathers flowers, mourning the Egg Apostle, and offering what little tribute she can. Even if he was a monster who killed thousands, he was still a pitiful soul who died completely alone. Having at least one person remember him is enough, though whatever world he wanted to create has yet to be seen. The arc comes to a close with our characters going their separate ways. Isidro chasing after Guts, still desperate to be his apprentice, and Nina is conflicted on whether or not she wants to stay with Luca. If she does, she'll always be protected, and she'll feel safe. But when she goes down to the river to soak her foot, she runs into Joachim. Turns out, he was hiding in the mountains after leading the knights to the hideout. Despite everything, all the horror and suffering, he still really does like Nina. He admits he was afraid, and that he hates himself for being a coward, causing Nina to realize that the two are pretty much the same deep down. They're scared people looking for someone to give them comfort, so maybe they'd be alright together. Farnese thinks about everything that happened after she met Guts, how the Tower of Conviction fell apart like a sandcastle. She spent her entire life dedicated to religion, only for it all to come crashing down. She admits her faith was only a shield to hide from her problems, from her fear and parts of herself she can't stand. Azan despises himself for surviving the whole ordeal in the first place. He was buried by rubble, but saved from being crushed by his club, and he mentions that a similar incident happened before, where he was abandoned by the people he was trying to save. In fact, he says it's why he became a part of the Holy See in the first place. I would say this goes places, but that'd be a lie. Let's just rip that band-aid off right now. Yeah, it never gets covered who this dude was. Farnese surprises him and Serpico with her announcement. She's leaving the Holy See, abandoning her position and dedicating to her new quest. She'll follow the Black Swordsman, but not to hunt him. To her, Guts represents a new way of life, the chance to become brave, to finally face the fear she's dealt with since childhood. Hell, she refers to him as her saint. Serpico decides to go along, not about to abandon her now. Azan has the chance to run away himself, to abandon his life as a knight and choose a new road like his comrades, but somebody has to bear the brunt of what happened. And it's also possible he's dealing with some survivor's guilt, so he kinda wants to be punished for surviving. Cause as far as we know it, the Holy Iron Chain Knights are all dead. These are the only guys left standing. Jerome and the girls are stuck waiting for Nina, unaware of her choice to leave with Joachim. As much as she loves her friends, and especially Luca, Nina wants to try being with Joachim. Being with someone stronger than her just makes her resent them, resent herself. So she'll stay with somebody just as flawed and cowardly as she is. She wishes them all goodbye, hoping she'll get to see them all one day. Luca seems to pick up on what happened, simply calling Nina a troublesome girl. The last image of the Conviction arc is Skull Knight staring at the rubble from afar, talking about how the shape of the world has started to come apart. Holy fucking shit. This was a massive arc. If the time length hasn't been obvious, I can't even begin to imagine how long this video has been. Think about this, guys. The beginning of the video was about the prototype. Do you remember Eye Patch Guts? Do you remember Jill? Do you remember the Demon Tree? In fact, I'm hoping you guys picked up on why I didn't want to just cover Lost Children for a video, but Conviction at large. It's because if we ended right at Lost Children, that'd be a pretty fucking grim ending for this part. Granted, that's a lot of Berserk, but seeing how Conviction ends with an honestly bittersweet ending above all else might finally show what I've been talking about. Berserk is a dark series with a lot of pain and suffering, but there's fragments of humanity that shine through. Thousands of villagers were eaten alive by a horrible blob monster, assuming they weren't ripped apart by demonically possessed people, or were tortured by Mozgus, or got the plague, or got murdered by Kushans. Still, despite everything, all that pitch-black nihilism and worst-case scenarios, you saw the good in people. Luca was a great character, very selfless and kind. Isidro is a good addition to bounce off of Guts. You basically have Naruto thrown into this bleak, very violent and adult world. His personality being so braggadocious and over-the-top compared to the, let's face it, grim giant dressed in black, is a good contrast. Farnese and Serpico went from two-dimensional bad guys, just asshole zealots who wanted to hunt Guts, to fleshed-out characters on the road to redemption. Hell, Guts himself went through a redemption arc. He's finally owned up to his mistakes and dedicated himself to the woman he loves. It's a great shift in his character, and it's not even done yet. Plus, the scale of the story just got thrown into outer space with the invasion of the Kushan Empire and all the God Hand shenanigans. Yeah, we are at the beginning to that. The beginning. Griffith just came back into reality and is running off with Zod to go do whatever it is they're gonna do. Instead of beginning and ending on child murder, I want you all to see that Berserk is more than just tragedy. Every arc so far has ended in horrible things happening, but Conviction is the first time you see our characters win. Well and truly win. You might not like them all. Some people really wanted to see Nina die, but not ending with another everyone dies / ends up traumatized deal is refreshing to say the least. And the cliffhanger is enough to keep anybody this deep into Berserk going, cause if you thought shit got crazy with Conviction, you have no idea what's about to happen. But that's all for part 4, covering the War of the Millennium Falcon. That is the actual name of it. That's I'm not making a joke, that is the actual name. And it's also the longest arc in all of Berserk. Aw, dear sweet fucking Christ. Still, this has been a long time coming, and I hope you guys enjoyed the ride. I can't even begin to tell you when part 4 is happening. This sucked a lot out of me, and I'm probably going to distract myself with some other videos just to get a break from this. Hell, I might split the next part into 2 parts just not to get overloaded. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna have a lot of fun. Are you guys ready for the fun? Still, I'm happy that everyone's enjoying this. Nevertheless, it's time to close out part 3. Until next time, please remember to like, comment, and subscribe. See you guys.
Take a deep breath and return to life.
Such beauty. Untouched. Love, hatred, pleasure, and pain. Life, death. Here before our eyes.
This is to be human. This is to be evil.
Here we are, friends. Part 4. The next step in our journey to cover the dark fantasy epic Berserk. And it has been a long road to get here. Almost 9 hours just to get to this point alone. We covered the first 3 arcs. The Black Swordsman, the Golden Age, Conviction. We were introduced to our complicated anti-hero protagonist, Guts, a traumatized man torn between finding inner peace and seeking revenge on the incomprehensibly powerful demons known as the God Hand, the ones who killed the only true family Guts has ever known, and turned the woman he loves into a hollow shell of her former self. Even his unborn child was corrupted into being a demon, turned to evil after his lover was raped by his former best friend, Griffith. Through our protagonist journey, we have seen many different layers of the man. We've seen him turn into a murderous lunatic that will kill anyone that gets in his way, only to realize he still has people in his life to protect, that he might still have a chance at peace if he just stays with Casca. So he forced himself away from the edge, starting a new quest to find and save Casca, who we saw was still insane, but under the protection of a small group of prostitutes. And this isn't even talking about the introduction of Farnese, Serpico, and Isidro, people whose lives were impacted by Guts to say the least. We saw sort of a ripple effect take place in Conviction. Small, almost one-note interactions Guts had with these people turned into much larger consequences down the line. For once, in a very long time, Guts was able to find allies who wanted to help him. It wasn't all just carnage and trauma. And because Guts was so focused on saving Casca, he wasn't pushing people away anymore. They were able to do the things he couldn't do. Guts wasn't the only one carrying the weight. There was a lot that happened in part 3. Hell, the video was like 4.5 hours long alone. It definitely went crazy. I don't even want to bring up how the God Hand manipulated reality itself to push Midland into a borderline apocalypse just so they can have the conditions necessary to bring about the resurrection of Griffith. And now him and Nosferatu Zod are off to do something. We have no clue what, and all we have to go off of is that everyone in the world had a dream prophesizing his arrival. But the big question is if Guts actually cares. We had that panel towards the end of Conviction, once Griffith is fully brought into the physical world. At first, he seemed like he was about to lunge at Griffith almost by reflex, but Casca's cries stopped him in his tracks. Skull Knight himself told Guts the deal. He can't chase revenge and save the woman he loves. Guts has to make a choice. So things have gotten a lot more complicated than before. In earlier arcs, Guts simply wandered around killing and torturing demons to find out how he can find the God Hand, and it was only once he stopped looking did Griffith himself appear on Earth, almost like a cruel joke. But now Guts has a new path, to protect Casca and never abandon her again. And her condition means that his previous lifestyle of never-ending violence simply can't work anymore. If Guts really meant what he said in Goto's cabin, then the only thing he can do is stay with Casca in the makeshift sanctuary they have, the only logical way they'd be safe from demons, to basically forget about Griffith. But that's also easier said than done because, well, how do you forget something like this? Especially when you have a living, breathing reminder always there with you, and Part 4 completely focuses on this conflict. The arc referred to as the Falcon of the Millennium Empire, also known as the Millennium Falcon War, at least to fans. This is probably my all-time favorite arc in Berserk, because holy shit does it kick all the best parts into high gear, mainly exploring Guts as a character and bringing some seriously emotional moments. It also serves as the conclusion to Guts' ultimate character arc. This is where you really see the man change, to a degree that has to be seen to be believed, but I really can't say much for now. Trust me, we've got time to cover it in full. Yet this is actually a pretty controversial arc to people too. Not out of subject matter, at least not in the way you're thinking. Instead, there's some elements that crop up in this arc that some fans see as almost antithetical to what Berserk should actually be. And I'd be lying if I didn't say they actually do have a point. It's just one of those subjective matters that nobody will ever 100% agree with. I still absolutely love this arc and almost everything it does. Almost. But once again, that's stuff to talk about when it's actually covered. Now, this arc is actually the second most adapted for the series, right behind Golden Age. Only instead of getting anime adaptations, it took the second season of Berserk 2016 to actually do that. It was instead turned into video games, Berserk PS2, and the more famous Sword of the Berserk for Dreamcast. I'm gonna hold off on talking about these for now because they actually do fit into the series, even if events of Berserk PS2 are not completely canon. But Sword of the Berserk is widely considered an actual part of the story, since the script for the game was written by Miura himself. And with it sort of being a standalone adventure, we have the luxury of placing it anywhere we want in the first quarter of Millennium Falcon War, but I do think there's a perfect place to address it, just not at the moment. Berserk PS2 doesn't really have much that actually deviates beyond moving certain events to different areas and not addressing the presence of some characters during said moments. The only real addition it has is the new Apostle Guts fights, which is a segment of the game that sort of bridges two plot points together, but after that it vanishes and it's mainly just adapting the arc as normal. Still, as stated, there's a time and a place. Before we get started, I just want to warn you guys, this video is going to be fucking long. Falcon of the Millennium Empire is the longest arc of Berserk, hands down, and there's a lot to talk about to say the least. So this time, I'm really going to encourage you guys to use the timestamps down below if you just want to get to certain parts you want to hear, or what have you. This is going to be a leviathan of a video, so make sure you got some pizza and beer ready. We start off the arc with some cryptic narration saying that the children were first to notice something about the world changed after the resurrection of Griffith. We see a group of village boys going hunting in the woods, an older brother trying to keep his younger sibling from rushing on ahead and getting lost. Despite how annoyed the older boy is, the small child insists he saw fairies deeper in the woods. Some of their friends actually do admit that something in the woods feels different. They can't really explain it, just that the woods feel wrong, like it was a forest from a dream they all had. At the mention of their shared discomfort, a strange noise echoes in the woods. One of the children says it sounds like someone was laughing. The laughter gets louder, completely surrounding the boys until it goes dead quiet, then replaced by a strong gust of wind. All the kids looking up to see Nosferatu's Zod flying just above. The children panic and run out of the forest, trying to get as far away from the monster as fast as they can. And as they do, we see Zod hovering above the tree line, a narration confirming that something about the world did change, that maybe there was a presence in the forest all along, and for some reason, it's becoming more and more obvious to people across the world. We even see the outline of some goblin-like creature laughing as it hides under the stump of a tree. Now, this is the first step towards explaining the actual magic system of Berserk. I said before in part 3 that there was a sort of kind of explanation that wasn't completely accurate. It had to do with people trying to perceive magic, and how closed-minded perception made Puck invisible to people like the Holy Iron Chain Knights up until he wasn't. But this arc is where it all gets completely explained, and it's definitely crazy to say the least. Can't say too much right now, just know that things get downright cosmic by the end. Moving on from that, we transition over to a pretty sad scene. Erica is clearing the snow off a gravestone, Goto's gravestone. Unfortunately, the old man died not long after Guts left to save Casca. The trio returned, but it's a bittersweet reunion. Erica is relieved to see Casca back safe, but Guts is clearly upset he wasn't able to be there before the old man passed. Though she says that Goto was just happy to see him one last time before he died, and that he wouldn't want Guts to see his face once he was gone anyway. But now that everyone is back home safe, the big question pops up. What's the plan now? Erica wants them all to live together, but is that what Guts really wants? Even after she promises that they can spruce up the cave into an actual home, and if they keep Casca happy, then she won't run away again, Guts seems to agree, but he's still torn up inside. Right as he changed course, to let go of his old obsession and focus on the little good he has left in his life, Griffith came back. He's back on Earth, somewhere Guts could reach him. And he came back just like the old days, a sight so impossible and powerful that Guts forgot he wanted to kill him. And that is bullshit! All of the horrible, unspeakable things Guts had to go through just to find the God Hand again. All the pain, all the violence, all the people Guts had to kill, and now he shows up. Well, at least he flew off to someplace far away. That temptation to chase after Griffith vanished along with him and Nosferatu Zod. Who knows what the guy's doing? Guts has this new chance at a life at Godos. He should really just take it and live a peaceful life. Oh, I guess a friend of Rickard showed up. Oh, that motherfuck. Yeah, he's there. He's there. Standing, chatting with Rickard at the Sword Cemetery, the memorial for the people he murdered. Erica innocently describing the old friend with long silver hair, a man so pretty you can hardly tell his gender, as though he was pulled out of a fairy tale. Rickard is completely ignorant to what actually happened. Guts never told him, and Casca can't talk. All he knows is that one day nobody came back. He's just happy to see Griffith again. Oh, and Guts is here too. It really is a big happy reunion. Wait, why is he trying to kill him? Yep. This time, Guts is operating off pure reflex. He's going straight for Griffith. Rickard in complete shock at what's going on. The boy latches onto Guts to get him to stop, but the big guy assures him that's not Griffith. His brand is bleeding like crazy too. This is the real deal. While Guts and Rickard argue, Griffith chimes in, saying Guts never changes. He always swings first and talks later. Griffith seems cheerful for their meeting, but Guts is insulted at how he's talking so casually, as if nothing happened. Guts demands to know why Griffith even came here, and he admits he wanted to see Guts. They couldn't speak at the Tower of Conviction, but now they have plenty of time. In a way, it's also a more fitting place, saying that this is where the Band of the Hawk can assemble once again, referencing the graveyard. Guts screams that Griffith better never use that name again, not after what he did. But Griffith admits that he came to the graveyard for another reason. He wanted to know if the site would evoke any emotional reaction. Now that he's in a physical body, he wants to be sure that his humanity is well and truly gone. The way he puts it, he's free. Guts throws Rickard aside and lunges again, screaming out in disbelief that Griffith doesn't feel anything. He betrayed all these men, sentenced them to death and eternal torment, and Griffith simply doesn't give a shit. The way he sees it, he's still got his mind on the prize. He's going to have his own kingdom no matter what. Guts takes a swing, but Nosferatu Zod rushes in to protect Griffith. It seems like the two are completely allied now, and Zod respects the God Hand enough to protect him from danger. And to make matters worse, Casca feels a twinge in her own brand. Even Puck notices something is off, feeling a strong presence nearby. And here comes probably one of the best fights of the series, the fight on the Hill of Swords. Guts and Zod try to kill each other in a duel, just like the old days. Only this time, Guts has way more experience. So instead of being a one-sided ass whooping where Guts gets thrown around like a toy, these two beat the shit out of each other. It's absolute chaos. Zod is proud to see Guts become such a powerful warrior, who's confused to see the two together in the first place. He even demands Zod move to give him a shot at Griffith, but Zod says he has to force his way through. Even if he went back on his word that he doesn't give a shit about the God Hand, Zod is still Zod. He's a warrior at heart, so he's not one to step down without a fight. They continue their duel, and it seems like Zod managed to put Guts on the defensive. He even starts to worry that it's going to end exactly like last time. But it won't, because this time he can fight. He's killed countless demons, and Zod is no different from the rest of them. He's just another monster, and Griffith is right there. All he needs is for Zod to get out of the way. Rickard is still very confused. For some reason, Nosferatu Zod showed up, and Guts can actually push him back, all because he really wants to kill Griffith. So much so that he actually started to cut through Zod's sword. It starts to chip, and Guts broke through his blade just enough for Zod to worry. So the infamous warrior starts grabbing the swords around him to dual wield against Guts. Absolute dick move on multiple levels. For one, they're gravestones, and two, Rickard worked really hard on those. The positive side to this is that Guts can tell that Zod wants to end the fight. He's not enjoying the battle anymore, he's actually trying to kill Guts at full force. But Guts is just as desperate to kill him, kicking up a sword into Zod's abdomen. It's a true stalemate. Zod and Guts are on equal ground now, and considering how he started, that's saying quite a fucking lot. But this is where something weird happens. Despite Griffith feeling nothing as he stood over the graves of the men he murdered, confident he was free of his humanity, he feels a twinge in his chest at the sight of Guts in danger. It turns out, Griffith and the demon infant have completely merged into one being, so he must simply be feeling some leftover emotions. And I guess that Guts is technically his dad now. This is weird. Like, do they play catch or something? The duel between Guts and Zod is still going, but we've officially reached Phase 2. Zod is frustrated that his sword doesn't quite match up to the Dragon Slayer, so he decides to transform into his demonic form, fully intent on finishing the fight once and for all. The sight of the monster that traumatized the Band of the Hawk all those years ago blows Rickard's mind. Remember, he is aware of demons and apostles, but he doesn't know the full story. Guts remained very vague, and Skull Knight himself never sat down and explained what was going on, but this time, it seems to finally hit Rickard that something is very wrong here. Despite Zod's transformation, Guts keeps himself steady during the battle. In fact, he's able to get a good hit against Zod. In a way, turning into a violent monster might have actually made Zod weaker than Guts. The guy has been fighting nothing but violent monsters for 2 years straight. That's not to say Guts completely dominates the duel from here on out. In fact, Zod is still a force to be reckoned with, even slamming straight into the side of the mountain that contained the ore cave, crashing through their safe area and ruining the only sanctuary Guts and Casca had left. And this situation is only made worse by Casca showing up, mindlessly stumbling her way towards the scene, still unaware of what's going on. She spots Griffith and calls out to him, just in time for Zod to explode out of the mountain, sending stones raining down towards her. Guts tries to save her, but Zod throws him out of the way against a nearby boulder. The only thing that saved Casca from being crushed was Griffith diving in to save her. It's not exactly clear why he did this, until you remember that he's feeling the faint emotions of the demon infant inside of him. It seems like it influenced Griffith to go save his mother, which kinda raises the question of why he didn't do the same for Guts. I mean, I guess their relationship hasn't exactly been the most positive, so Guts' son is a mama's boy. Casca tries to touch Griffith's face, but the agony from her brand is too much, sending her to the ground. The sight of the two together, especially Casca collapsing in pain, distracts Guts, who is almost begging for Griffith to get away from her. And this window is enough for Zod to come in for an attack, only to be stopped by Griffith. He seems satisfied by his visit and wants to leave. So that's exactly what they do. Zod's bloodlust is flipped off like a switch, and he spreads his wings. Guts demands to know where the two are going, and Griffith simply says that he's going to get his kingdom. Nothing changed. And just before he leaves, he offers Rickard to come along with him. The dream never ended, and if he learns the truth and hates Griffith, that's fine. But if he still wants to come along and help Griffith get his throne, he'll be welcomed with open arms. It'd be just like the old days. Also, Guts is still really angry, firing his crossbow at Griffith as he flies off. Rickard stops him, and the conversation ends with Guts calling bullshit that nothing changed. Everything changed. The old Band of the Hawk was dead and gone. It was Griffith's fault that happened. But the way he puts it, Guts should have known it would happen. He was the one man that knew Griffith more than anybody, so none of this was out of character for him. With that, they're left alone on the hill. Rickard ordering Guts to tell him exactly what happened that day in the tornado, but Guts is silent, merely watching Griffith fly away, who, by the way, is thinking about how he dove in to save Casca, the woman he raped and treated as a bargaining chip the entire time he knew her, all because the demon infant gave him that slight thump in the chest. When all your emotions are cauterized in your mind, even a tiny push in a direction can affect your thoughts. And by golly, does this plot point end up being important. Part 5 is going to be very interesting, people, trust me. But before all that, the truth is revealed. Guts tells Rickard what actually happened. He collapses to the ground in utter disbelief that Griffith would actually murder the one family he's ever known. Puck also listened in on the conversation, realizing that the flashes he saw before were of Casca being raped during the eclipse. And to make matters all the worse, the sanctuary is completely buried under the rubble. Their only chance at escaping the demons is destroyed. Now they have no choice but to leave. Rickard then demands to travel with Guts, that he wouldn't be able to live with himself if Guts was the only one trying to avenge the Hawks. It's too much for one man, and they were his family too. but Guts tells him to stay. Rickert could never truly hate Griffith, not the way Guts can, and when Erica overhears that Rickert wants to leave, she breaks down crying and runs away, upset that so many people she grew to care about are leaving forever. So Rickert himself has to make a choice. Go with Guts to hunt Griffith or stay with Erica. And thankfully, he does chase after the young girl. Now it's just down to our main trio. Puck asks Guts what the plan is. Do they still keep chasing revenge? But Guts makes it clear that he refuses to leave Casca ever again, meaning chasing revenge is simply impossible. He can't protect her and fight an entire legion of the damned to kill Griffith, and it seems that the two of them staying together means even more demons will come for them. Their only choice is to find another elf sanctuary, but that simply means locking Casca up like a prisoner again, which is what caused her to run away in the first place. Then Puck gets an idea. Why go to an elf sanctuary when they can go to the elf sanctuary, his home, the land of the elves? And with that, Guts' new quest begins. Rickert begs them to stay one more night, but it's impossible. They'll only put Rickert and Erica in danger. Rickert makes one last attempt to join Guts, but he simply tells him not to abandon what he can't replace. Goto's last words to Guts before he died. Guts, Puck, and Casca take their leave, starting a new quest to find the homeland of the elves. Guts thinks about how it's snowing, just like the day he left the Band of the Hawk. Only this time, Griffith was the one who deserted him. The man said he's off to get his own kingdom, that Guts should know what he's going to do, but he can't think about that now. He wraps Casca in his cloak, promising to never abandon her again. The Falcon of the Millennium Empire arc has officially kicked off. And this is the point where we can go ahead and take a step back for a second. It's weird to do this in the middle of a chapter. I'm not even kidding. It's literally right in the middle. But don't worry, none of it after this is Guts related for a while. The next 4.5 chapters to put things in perspective. And the thing we're going to talk about happens before the next time we see Guts and Casca. It's time to talk about Sword of the Berserk, Guts' Rage.
An outcast warrior enters a land plagued by an evil fate. He is not like ordinary men, for he carries the Dragon Slayer, a mighty blade of retribution, whose fury knows no equal. His enemies will know true fear once he starts to swing.
Sword of the Berserk is the 1999 Dreamcast game based off the manga. It was developed by Yuke's company, published by Eidos Interactive, and it follows an original story written by Miura and takes place some point after Guts and Casca leave Goto's cabin. Now, I mainly want to talk about the story since it's far and away the best part of the game, but there's some other stuff that I want to mention. For one, Susumu Hirasawa also did the soundtrack to this game on top of the 97 anime, and it kicks ass. I really like the slower, more melodic version of Forces that serves as the main theme. Plus some other tracks. Mainly boss fight ones. I'm not kidding when I say they really stand out as some serious earworms. I really like the one that plays during the fight with the Mandragora heart, where the chorus sounds almost like a screaming child. It's really good. Another thing that really stood out and surprised me was the voice acting. Now, games in the 90s were pretty hit and miss when it came to voice acting, especially Japanese ones. The Resident Evil 1 dub is still hailed as one of the worst ever recorded, but after around the middle of the decade, there was a major push to actually give a shit with their voice cast, mainly after the release of the first Metal Gear Solid, and most importantly, the Legacy of Kain games. Legacy of Kain especially impacted the dub to Sword of the Berserk, mainly because, as stated, Eidos Interactive was involved in publishing, meaning they handled the localization, and a certain voice actor from Soul Reaver provided a role for the game. Guts himself is played by Michael Bell, Raziel's voice actor, and he definitely elevates the material.
I don't trust you, Balzac. I sense that you're not coming clean with me on this. But I'll do it for my Casca.
In fact, he's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, he's definitely one of the more underrated voice actors for Guts. Now, the main villain is played by Earl Bowen, and I think I'm just crazy, but doesn't the guy sound almost exactly like Tony Jay?
It started some years ago in a nearby town. No one has found a cure for it yet.
So when Guts and the main bad guy are in the same room, all I can think about is Raziel talking to the Elder God.
I've sent my soldiers to the village countless times since then, to get the heart of the great tree, but not a single one has returned alive. But we desperately need it for our research. I've seen your abilities, Gatsu. I have a job for you.
A job?
A proposition. Infiltrate the Mandragora village and take the heart of the great tree.
Raziel, the failed assassin. You had Cain at your mercy, but lacked the courage to fulfill the act. And now you see the wasteland wrought by the tyrant's hand, by his selfish decision to preserve his own life, even when it meant sacrificing the whole world. This is the fate of Nosgoth, as long as Cain remains alive.
An ironic condemnation, given this guilty sin. One would think you'd torn down the pillars single-handedly. What are you trying to obliterate as you drag your loathsome body through this chamber? And why, as Nosgoth descends into madness and misery, do you appear to thrive? Things in this world, I am learning, are rarely what they seem. You, apparently, are no exception.
But he's not. He's Earl Bowen. Paul Eating also provides his voice, but it's for a relatively small role.
He says he's forcing them out of the towns and villages because they're dangerous and conducting human experiments in the name of research. But anyone who discovers the truth does not live long, like this young woman almost found out.
Still, it's nuts that all these recognizable guys are in a relatively obscure license title like this. Now, the actual gameplay is rough. It's a common criticism you hear about Sword of the Berserk. This is a hack-and-slash action game coming out right before something like Devil May Cry or God of War, so they don't exactly know how to do things properly. You have a very noticeable clunk to the whole package, and it's really hard to get a decent flow of things, at least if you want to get creative. Wielding the Dragon Slayer itself is pretty good. It has a good weight to it, and only a few hits can send someone flying. But this is where you run into the other issue of the game. The level design doesn't really complement Guts that well. You have this huge brute with a massive sword that he swings like a fucking baseball bat, so let's put him in a very constricted, tight hallway that never lets him get a decent rhythm. The sad part is that the segments where they do let you out in the open are pretty fun. Your side items feel powerful and the enemies melt when you're allowed to go batshit nuts. It even has one of those sort of Devil Trigger rage modes that honestly does look pretty good. The boss fights definitely feel like a grand spectacle, even if, once again, the combat isn't exactly the most refined. It's not as bad as what you hear, or I mean, some people outright say the Zod fight's impossible, but it's not. It's actually really fun. You even get an interesting mechanic where sometimes you get a quick time event that, depending on whether or not you fail, can lead to different stages as you get through a level. It's not as though it completely changes the story or unlocks a new ending. Honestly, the game is really short, like can be beaten in less than 5 hours short, but it's kinda neat to see how different paths can be taken in each level. But the actual reason I want to talk about the game is the story. As stated, this was written by Kentaro Miura himself, and since it never contradicts or retcons anything, it's safe to say the game can fit snugly into canon without any problems. Only a few elements can raise an eyebrow if you're an absolute purist, but we'll talk about that when we get there. The best way to describe Sword of the Berserk is that it's essentially a standalone Black Swordsman style adventure, but with post-conviction guts. And this actually ends up being one of the more interesting aspects to the plot. The only times we've had these pulpy Monster of the Week style mini-arcs was during a time where Guts wasn't okay. He was very impulsive, callous, and mainly just killed things, while Puck was the one trying to figure out what was actually happening. This time, however, Guts is a bit more chill. He's still a prick, sometimes exceptionally so, but this is at a point where his priorities have completely changed. He's more open to working with others, and his banter with Puck is more sardonic than bitter and cruel.
And I mean, Thanks for saving us. See ya.
Okay.
A performer, eh? I kinda like her.
Hey, Casca. Where are you going?
Oh.
She probably wants to see that show. The town's right over there. Well, why don't you take her?
Forget it, Puck. I don't have time to waste on something like that.
But even you need to take a break once in a while. All work and no play will make you a grump. Come on, come on, come on. I wanna go. We both wanna go. Please, please, please. Oh, please, come on, let us go. Let's live a little. Come on, Gatsu. Please.
Sure, whatever. We need to get food anyway. I'm starving.
But to really paint what I'm saying, let's go ahead and talk about the actual story in the game real quick. It won't take long, I promise. Sword of the Berserk opens up with a traveling performer named Rita stuck on the side of the road after her wagon breaks down. She, her dog, and her companions are attacked by bandits, taking advantage of their new vulnerability. Well, just as things are about to get violent, Casca wanders in, wanting to pet Rita's dog. The bandits are happy at the idea of having another woman to sell off at the slave market, and that's when Guts shows up. A major ass beating takes place and soon all the bandits are dead. Rita is thankful for the trio coming along to save them and invites them all to watch her performance in the nearby city. Guts doesn't want to go, purely focused on protecting Casca and continuing their journey, but Puck talks him into letting them see the performance. It also helps that his brand starts bleeding due to something in Rita's wagon. They arrive in town to see the crowd excited for Rita's throwing knife tricks. Her companion, a strong man named Job, accidentally falls over during his routine and exposes his face, revealing that he has a pretty hideous growth on his body. The crowd instantly turn on them, calling Job a mandragora and viciously attacking him. The stress of the situation causes Job to fully transform into a horrible monster, slaughtering anyone around him in a blind rage. Guts murders Job, much to Rita's despair, and from there we see the arrival of Lord Balzac. If you can't see that this dude is the main bad guy, what are you doing here? He looks like Ganondorf and carries a cane. He's so obviously the bad guy. Well, he's impressed that Guts was able to kill such a violent creature, and takes him to his castle to make a deal. It turns out the Mandragoras refer to a mysterious outbreak happening in Balzac's land. People develop horrible growths, go insane, and eventually mutate into monsters that kill each other. The disease comes from the plants that have slowly infested the land. Mandrake plants that, if pulled from the ground, scream loud enough to kill any living thing around them. On top of that, their poison is the cause of the outbreak. However, it is revealed that the plant can also be used to cure any and all ailments, from diseases to even mental illness. But their only hope of curing the illness for good is to get the great heart of the Mandragora plant, which first sprouted in a nearby village that now acts as a safe haven for victims seeking to escape Balzac's influence. He's sent soldiers into the village multiple times, but nobody has ever come back, and Balzac himself nearly died when he led the charge himself once. Balzac has his dungeons filled with Mandragora victims and claims that he's searching for a way to cure his subjects, but Guts plain doesn't trust him, sensing immediately something is wrong. As they're talking, Puck notices a painting on the wall of a woman revealed to be Balzac's wife. Guts agrees to go to the village with the promise that Balzac would use some of the cure he creates to heal Casca's mind, and just as their meeting finishes, rebels attack the castle, kidnapping Casca in the process. During the raid, some of the Mandragora victims transform, wreaking havoc in the dungeons as Guts has to fight his way out. He manages to find the rebels, who explain that Balzac is actually a tyrant. He's been kidnapping victims of the outbreak and experimenting on them, along with violently oppressing his people. Rita is horrified at the entire situation, almost shocked at how cruel people are being to each other, but Guts seems pretty apathetic to the larger picture. He only cares about healing Casca, though he does actually apologize to Rita for killing Job, trying to give her some little comfort that is possible in the situation.
Puck, I've always depended only on myself. No one else using my own strength or taming me. No one to love.
And Job, that Mandragoran guy was...
He followed me because I fed him. I was surprised at first, but he was really childlike. Always smiling, laughing, even though he didn't understand. I can't believe that now he's gone.
Forgive me, Rita.
Oh, wow, he apologized. I can't believe it. Oh!
The rebels agree to let Guts go to the village, but they want to accompany him, to make sure Balzac doesn't get the Great Heart all to himself. They plan to use it as leverage to guarantee a cure is distributed to the infected. Guts despises the idea of leaving Casca alone to finish his mission, but Puck assures them that they'll be safe in the rebel hideout. It's an elf sanctuary. Well, as they set out on their journey, the rebel hideout is attacked by Balzac's men, and Casca is captured. As Guts and the rebels travel to the village, they're attacked by mutated animals infected by the Mandragora. They finally make it to the village, and find the story about it being a safe haven for the infected is true. One of the rebels investigates a strange plant growing in the town, only to accidentally uproot a mandrake. The screaming causes some of the villagers to transform and attack the rebels, and Guts is soon the only one left alive, viciously fighting for his life as a nun rushes in to stop the violence. Her name is Areza, and she's been the one attending to the infected, who all live in an almost childlike state. Their minds are empty, but they're seemingly happy in their mental prisons. Rita then arrives to explain that the hideout was attacked and Casca was captured. Balzac makes his demands clear. Bring the Elder Heart, and he'll get Casca back. Rita feels sympathy for Areza and the creatures, but Guts isn't convinced. He'll still chop them to pieces if it comes down to it. Areza attempts to explain that the creatures remind her of a boy she once knew, known as Nico. He was slow-minded, heavily implied to have some form of mental retardation, and because of this, he was treated very cruelly by the rest of the villagers. But Areza always liked the boy for having a bright and happy attitude despite how terrible everyone was to him. Well, during one winter, the crops failed, and everyone was obsessively hoarding food to themselves. Nico had no home, so the most he could do was go around and beg someone to feed him, but he went days without eating. One day, he decided to try the church, since Areza was always very kind to him, but she was too busy to hear him come into the building, so once again he was left without any food and starved to death inside. Areza was destroyed at the discovery that he was that close to salvation, but she just didn't notice he came in. We also see that Nico had a lucky charm. A Bailet. I'm gonna talk about this in a bit, just hold on. Areza begs them to leave the village alone, that the only reason people were attacked was because of an unspoken rule the Mandragora victims set up. Stay away from the Elder Heart and they'll be fine. But Rita points out that the Mandragora is spreading, it's covering more territory, so that doesn't make sense. And Guts, plain and simple, doesn't care about Areza's story. He's taking the Elder Heart no matter what. The nun runs off and Guts chases after her. Now I know this sounds like Black Swordsman Guts, grade A asshole, but this might actually not be as bad as you think it is. I'm gonna explain it in a bit if it's not blatantly obvious at this point when I'm gonna bring up, but Areza might not exactly be completely honest about all the details here. But before that, we get a scene with Casca in prison. She's still in a daze, not really sure of what's all just happened in this adventure, and then we see Puck come to her rescue, except that it's nighttime, and that means spookies are here to fuck shit up, and Guts isn't there to protect her, nor the demon infant, so Casca and Puck are all alone to deal with these horrible spirits. Then Nosferatu Zod crashes through the roof. Dude, we just saw you fly off with Griffith, what the hell? He acts like he's been trying to find Guts again, sensing a branded person nearby and accidentally stumbling into Casca instead of Guts. Nevertheless, his presence chases away the bad spirits, and he leaves once again to go find Guts and call him a nerd. With their prison in ruins, Casca and Puck explore Balzac's castle. Through their snooping around, they discover a woman they believe to be Balzac's daughter, who is almost the spitting image of her mother. She also acts very similar to Casca, mindless and in a childlike state. They also discover a secret room in the castle, with a mandrake heart sitting inside of it. Turns out they did have one, it's just small and worn down from the experiments. Casca cradles it like a baby, even humming a song to it. Her maternal instincts taking over without really knowing what she's holding isn't even human. Balzac arrives and is royally pissed off, just in time for the mandrake heart to awaken and latch itself onto Casca. The screams loud enough to enrage every mandragoran in the dungeons, and for the mandrake plants to pop out of the ground and infest the city. Guts and Rita discover a secret catacomb under the village church, and after fighting their way through the mandragorans, they find Areza standing with the Elder Heart, the heavily mutated corpse of Nico, herself transformed and clearly corrupted. So now I can explain the deal with the Bailet. Areza was distraught after the death of the boy, so it's implied she used the Bailet to become an apostle, and used her new abilities to turn Nico's corpse into the first mandrake plant. From there, she started turning the villagers into mandragoran, believing their infections make them happier. This is why Guts was so hostile to her and showed no sympathy to the victims. This isn't an actual plague, it's an apostle that was transforming humans into her brainwashed mutants. Guts' brain would react to the presence of mandragoran, so he kind of already knew what was going on. When in doubt, blame a demon. Guts seemingly kills Ereza and tries to take Nico's corpse, only for Ereza to snatch him back, screaming that no one will take the boy from her. Guts chases after her, and they come back to the surface to find the village in ruins. Balzac's men came to steal the heart for themselves. Some of his soldiers mutated into enhanced versions thanks to essences extracted from the mandragora plants they've been experimenting with, and they show no intention on honoring their deal with Guts. Ereza decides to sacrifice herself and Nico instead of letting Balzac steal the Elder Heart, walking into fire so they can burn to death. Just before the soldiers can attack, Nosferatu Zod swoops in. He found Guts again, and he's not wasting time. Guts thinks Zod is there to help Griffith weaponize the Mandragora, but he insists that's not the case. He just wants to kick Guts' ass. They fight, but before they can finish each other off, Zod calls a truce. He knows Guts needs to rush back to the city to save Casca, and in all honesty, Zod was deviating from his orders to waste time with Guts. They would need to find a better opportunity to really go at each other's throats. We also see that some of the victims of the Mandragora that survived the recent events have actually been cured of their curse. The plants are falling off, and the victims are coming back to their senses, and they immediately assume Guts was the one who caused everything. Dicks. Still, Guts and Rita make it back to find the city in ruins. The mandrake plants that still remain are infecting villagers, who transformed into Mandragora and went on a rampage. Guts fights his way back to the castle, killing as many of the creatures as he can and wiping out what's left of Balzac's army. The final confrontation begins, all parties meeting up in Balzac's throne room. Here is where the endgame kicks off. Balzac gives a bad guy speech revealing that he was actually once a respectful, kind ruler that tried to do good, but his beloved wife was sickly, so much so that Balzac resorted to any method he could to save her, including creating a potion using the extract of a mandrake plant. The woman they found isn't Balzac's daughter, it's his wife. It really will cure any ailment as it purged all illness from Balzac's wife's body, and in fact even reversed her age. But the side effects, even in small doses, are extreme. While her lifespan was extended and she can heal from any disease, her mind is broken, just like Casca's. Ever since, Balzac has been trying to take care of her, but the strain of ruling his land and caring for his now insane wife got to him. He's become cruel, and views his position as a burden he wants to get rid of. Balzac drinks a much higher concentrated dose of the Mandragoran potion and mutates into an enhanced state. Him and Guts fight, and it looks like Balzac is killed. As the rest of the party try to make their escape to find Casca, we see the Baelit roll next to Balzac and his wife. The Mandragoran roots have kicked into overdrive, fully consuming the castle as the party tries to run for their lives. Also, quick side note, fuck this running section, it's terrible. Okay, back to the summary. Guts, Puck, and Rita come back to the main hall of the castle, where they spot a massive mandrake plant with Casca trapped inside. Guts makes quick work of the monster and saves Casca, and it seems like some of the essence of the creature actually affected her. For a brief moment, she recognizes Guts, talking about how she was stuck in a horrible dream.
Casca, Casca, hang in there, my love.
Gatsu?
Casca. You know who I am.
Gatsu. My dear. I was dreaming. A really bad dream.
Casca.
But almost as soon as it happens, Casca reverts back to her empty-minded state.
Guts.
Casca. Casca. Casca!
Damn it. We then come back to Balzac. He's still alive, but close to death, his wife just giggling as she stands over him. He starts laughing along with her, saying the situation really was funny. And then the Baelit activates. Yep. Balzac sacrificed his wife to become an apostle, now becoming this horrific chimera monster. This is the final boss of the game, and of course, Guts kicks his ass. The monster is defeated, half the city is dead, a mentally ill woman was damned to hell for eternity, and now everyone is openly oppressing all the former Mandragoran victims. We saved the world, guys. Guts, Puck, and Casca walk off into the sunset, excited for their new adventure. Rita is simply saying thank you for the time they spent together.
Take care of yourselves.
You too, Rita.
What an adventure. I'll remember you all. Forever and ever.
Forever.
Ah, you're a cold fish, as usual. Won't you ever say anything nice for a change?
Oh, well, you got enough mouth for both of us, punk.
You're always just rum.
Thank you.
So that's Sword of the Berserk. As you saw, it's a pretty simple story, but I'd say it was effective. A nice little mini arc to enjoy. It's basically filler if you want to put it into the main timeline, admittedly, but hey, it's still debated whether or not it's actually canon, and I think it works when you consider what the arc actually represents. The story has a pretty obvious theme about stigma and the treatment of the mentally ill, which is a big aspect of the coming arc, considering a certain party member is now severely mentally ill, and Balzac himself is essentially a mirror to what Guts could become on his journey. Balzac tried to be a strong ruler, while also caring for a wife that was no longer herself. He really did love her, but trying to balance these two roads drove him insane. Let's just say this plays a factor in some things to come. Now, you might have noticed some quirks to the rules the lore set up, or maybe I'm attributing something to someone where that's not actually the case. But if it wasn't, that also creates some story issues. It's pretty minor, but here's what I mean. So I said before that Ereza more than likely used the Beylit to become an apostle after Nico died, and from there created the Mandragoran as her way of making people happy. But that raises the question of why didn't all the Mandragoran die out when she herself was lit on fire with the Elder Heart? The demon itself was dead. Why wasn't the infection cured? Why did it take later? We never actually got a clear answer on whether or not killing the apostle would cure whoever they transformed, but you'd assume at the very least the Mandrakes would. If you want to assume she wasn't the apostle, then who was? Balzac only turned into a demon after sacrificing his wife, and Guts' brand did react to the presence of the infected, so it was a demonic plague. Unless maybe the logic is if someone is transformed, then there's simply no going back, which does make sense in some of the more extreme cases, like Rosine melting down children and reshaping them into elves, or the heavier stages of mutations for Zondark. Simply, there's a threshold where the only cure is to kill them, but still it's kinda weird. Now I'm actually okay with the fact that Beylit was used twice, since that's actually the case for the Count's Beylit after Guts picked it up at the end of Gardens of Desire. It's heavily implied this thing's gonna be used again sometime in the future. At least that was the plan. Plus, you get this after credits scene where Skull Knight shows up and eats the Beylit, which is cool, because Skull Knight is fucking awesome. But there you go, that's Sword of the Berserk. The gameplay radically shifts between being fun and being hilariously clunky, but the story itself is super good. It's a very simple, basic, shady guy as protagonist to do a job and you find out he had ulterior motives sort of deal, but it works for this segment of Berserk. And really, this is just a treat for fans, since it was the first video game adaptation of the source material. Now, none of the new characters come back, so it's safe to assume they all died during the subsequent Kushan invasion. I'm sorry, Rita. I will say if you decide to sit down and play the game, since you can find an ISO and a Dreamcast emulator fucking anywhere now, it is a good time. You will tear your hair out during some segments because, oh boy, that combat, but it's a nice little addition to the series you're already very loyal and invested in. Though I will say some characterization is a little weird. Like, Guts is way more open about his relationship with Casca than he's ever been anywhere else in the series. Like, he's directly calling her his beloved and saying my love and all that in front of other people, when he's never talked like that before. He's kind of kept it on the down low. It's not much, but it is kind of something where it's like, oh, that's new. It's an element that was always there, but just went unstated that's just suddenly being addressed. Now, it's not a problem. I'm not complaining about it. And as stated, Michael Bell still knocks it out of the park with the role of Guts. And I really do think a lot of it comes down to a weird translation issue, because some of the dialogue can be paced a little awkward, and it's pretty obvious that the script wasn't a one-to-one transition. It had some stuff lost in translation. But you know, that was the nature of the beast. It was a 90s anime game, what could you do? But now it's time to come back and talk about the actual manga again. We're coming back right where we left off, halfway through chapter 182. I wasn't kidding when I said Sword of the Berserk take place right between these segments. Technically, it takes place during this whole section, but it was the only logical place to include it. The Kushan invasion is in full swing, raiding cities and killing everyone in their way. The men are executed in many terrible ways, while the women are captured. They're certain that they'll be raped and forced to have Kushan children, but some of them believe they might be used as sacrifices for their rituals. The villagers lament their disappearance of Griffith, now considered a mythical figure, cause the way they see it, if Griffith was still around, the invasion would have never happened. That's when a young girl says that some something is coming. The wind is whispering to her. The Hawk of Light is coming. The rest of the women write her off as insane. She just watched her family burn to death, so she simply lost her mind. And we see the Kushan commander in charge of the city invasion celebrating their victory. It turns out they asked the city to surrender multiple times, but they refused. The fear of the Kushan army is too strong, though in all fairness, if the people surrendered, they'd be used as war slaves, so it's not exactly a great solution. Nevertheless, they managed to capture 6 fortresses. It's been a steamroll campaign. Salat and his men returned to report their failure at capturing Griffith. Their story about how he flew away with Zod is met with mockery. Salat fires back by saying that the entire reason for the invasion was because an oracle saw a sign, so they can't exactly dismiss the possibility of mysticism. But the commander just kicks Salat in the face, and shit talks him pretty hard. We actually find out that the Bakiraka clan, the feared assassins that gave our protagonist so much trouble in the old days, the ones that were quite literally regarded in Midland as legendary figures, are actually pretty not well liked in the Kushan Empire. Turns out they were reduced to this state because they sided with the royal family during a rebellion, so when they were defeated, the Bakiraka were driven out from the Kushan Empire. The new emperor only just recently recognized the clan as soldiers of the formal Kushan military. Salat seemingly gets pissed off, rising to his feet to beat this dude's ass. But it turns out, he was moving to catch an arrow flying straight for the commander's head. There were some Midland knights who survived the attack. Salat's men make quick work of the survivors, showing some martial arts skills strong enough to, quite frankly, rip these poor schmucks to pieces. The skills of the Bakiraka impressed the commander, who is now conveniently regretting how he talked serious smack about their clan. Salat and his boys go to leave, saying that they need to return to their mission of searching for Griffith, who is right there. Good job, Salat. I'm proud of you. Yeah, Griffith just waltzed into this conquered fortress full of hostile soldiers, then just trots past Salat and stabs the commander right in the head with his saber. Everyone is in absolute shock. This mythical war hero just showed up out of nowhere and killed the leader in charge of this band of soldiers. Some Kushan archers try to fire on Griffith, but not a single one touches him. They somehow miss the guy standing right in front of them. They prepare a second volley, only for Nosferatu Zod to show up. You see what I mean by Sword of the Berserk had to take place between the pages of this chapter? Because at this point, these two are pretty much stuck together. The Kushans are torn apart by Zod, and just as they are well and truly starting to panic, someone else shows up. An entire line of soldiers are skewered through the skull by a mysterious knight. This is Sir Locus. He is another man who saw the vision of the Hawk of Light and wishes to join Griffith. The name drop causes the villagers to rejoice. He really is the Hawk of Light. They were saved, and these filthy heathens are slaughtered by these cool dudes. Salat's alright though, I like him, he's fine. The girl chews through her bindings and runs up to Griffith, the name echoing in her mind. For some reason, she just knows deep down the world is about to change, now that she's met this man in particular. The fight continues, Zod and Locus able to kill countless men without a scratch. Salat's men ask if they're gonna try to jump in and help, but he actually doesn't care. They need to try to capture Griffith. Who cares about these douchebags? The girl is still in a trance, just staring at Griffith, only for Salat's buddies to lunge in and attack. Then another weirdo comes in to join the DeviantArt convention, a shapeless man in a black cloak. He seems familiar with their fighting style, insultingly calling them slow and obtuse, and it's revealed that he's actually a Kushan himself. This is Roxas, an exile from the Bakiraka. I don't know what you have to do to be exiled from an exiled clan of assassins, but it probably wasn't pleasant. Roxas was also guided by the vision, and says that one day, he'll cut Griffith's head off to make it his. But for now, he'll make sure no one will touch him. Salat's men try to fight, but Roxas has inhuman agility, flowing through the master martial artists like liquid. Then another guy shows up. A single warrior smashes through the barricaded gate with his warhammer. An absolute giant of a man dressed in armor styled like a dragon. Along with his massive hammer, he wields a shield cannon combo that tears through the Kushans, then reveals that the shield also has blades to it. One of the Kushans run into the stronghold to deploy the rest of their troops, only to find that they're already dead. Mysterious figures standing in the smoke of the fires. So if it hasn't been blatantly obvious here, every single one of these dudes are apostles. Griffith raised an army of demons to conquer Midland, under the guise of liberating them from the Kushans. So while everyone views them as all great and powerful heroes, they're actually horrific monstrosities that enjoy killing and eating people. Fuck. We then see a small bird fly away from the city, going to an empty tree on a faraway hill. The bird lands in the hands of a young girl dressed as a witch. We see a silhouette of the girl flow out of the bird and back into her. It makes sense later, all I'll say. The girl actually has her own elf companion traveling with her, only this one's a lot more feminine looking than Puck. So elves do have genders. The elf calls the girl Shrike. Yeah, it's time to talk about that. Berserk has a weird thing with names sometimes. It doesn't happen all the time, but there are occasions where people debate over how to actually pronounce some of the character names. The setting is pretty blatantly inspired by Dark Ages Europe, so European-style pronunciations make sense, but there are occasions where it's taken a bit too far. There's some people who call Farnese Farnese and Serpico Serpico. It's not technically wrong, but it's adding extra steps to pretty simple names, at least how I see it. It sort of feels like people taking how the Japanese pronunciations sound as gospel, not really recognizing that there's cases where you have to adjust the verbiage due to the language barrier. The Japanese name for guts is Gatsu, but that's not how you say his name in English. And Shrike is a case where her name is debated. There's cases where the name is blatantly supposed to be a simple English word, but due to how the Japanese language works, they have to adjust to make it fit. Did you know that Naruto's name is actually Nalt? Some people swear up and down her name is actually Silk, but most people pronounce her name as Shirake. That feels weird to say, and I've always just kind of called her Shrike. Like the bird, because she has a running theme with being compared to birds. If you're one of the types that go batshit insane on how I pronounce things, absolutely nothing will change. Enjoy the migraine. And to the people in the comments that go, Apostle actually has a silent T, I know. I knew the whole time. But you can't stop me. Welcome to hell. The point is that Shrike has a weird name, so I'm calling her Shrike to make it easy. Also, she knows Griffith is evil, so that's cool. Yeah, that's not even a joke. She flat out guesses right away he's evil. The villagers all fall in love with Griffith, entranced by his presence and fully believing he is the savior come to liberate Midland, like something out of a tale of legend. So it's something that's not completely blatant, but Griffith is essentially writing out a living story. He gets to be this big grand hero, raise an army, become a king. All the Randys in Midland have zero idea, and essentially act as the extras in this massive play Griffith is putting on. If you're feeling some Antichrist vibes, yeah, that's kind of what it's going for. In biblical scripture, the Antichrist is described as a very charismatic figure, someone no one would suspect is evil. In fact, they would be so beloved and powerful that they would lead the world into being a singular nation with one currency. And from there, the beginning of Armageddon kicks off. So you can probably tell that Griffith doesn't actually have the best interests of these people in mind. And before you say, well, he's the lesser of two evils at the moment, the Kushans are still committing genocide, someone needs to stop them. It's a bit more complicated than that, but the most I'll say is this at the moment. For now, we move on to Farnese and Serpico resting in the ruins of a house, trying to take shelter from the snowstorm. Serpico tries to look on the bright side, but Farnese is miserable. He suggests that they just go back to the Holy City and face the consequences of the Tower of Conviction shenanigans, but she's not budging, because if they went back to the city and told the Holy See that their entire army was consumed by horrible monsters, they very well could be tried as heretics and executed. Plus, she just seems determined not to go home, period. Farnese also notices that Serpico is sitting a ways away from the campfire, and despite ordering him to stick closer to their only source of warmth, he refuses to move. And from here, we actually get a flashback into Serpico's childhood. We finally get to see who this dude really is. Turns out, he grew up in the Holy City, but just because it was some grand location with a lot of reverence behind it, doesn't make his life any easier. He grew up pretty rough, very poor and constantly fighting with other boys to keep what little food and money he had. His home was a cheap hovel on the edge of the city, where he lived with his mother. Serpico's mother was deathly ill for a long time, completely emaciated and looking more like a skeleton with skin stretched over it than a woman. Despite how awful their lives were, Serpico's mother insists that he is actually an aristocrat. She was so consumed in this delusion that she was certain his father was coming in any day now to sweep them into a high noble life. His mother once worked as a maid for a nobleman's mansion, where they had a brief affair that resulted in Serpico being born. So really, he was just the bastard son of an aristocrat. The only proof he has of this is the locket his mother gave him, which contained a picture of her and his father. Despite her assurances, Serpico knew that really believing in this stuff was just a bad idea. Actually trying to make a life in the city meant he couldn't fall into the same state his mother was in, waiting for someone else to arrive to save them. He was the only person they had to take care of her and earn a living. So eventually, Serpico simply stopped giving a shit. He just bottled up all of his emotions. One day, the other boys beat him so bad that he was paralyzed from the pain. Snow piled on top of him, and it seemed like he was about to freeze to death in the city streets. This was until a traveling carriage happened upon him. Turns out this is where Serpico and Farnese met one another. She found Serpico when he was about to die in the snow, and stepped on his head. Yeah, she was just as sadistic as a kid as she was as an adult, but she actually orders her servants to load Serpico into their carriage, even skipping communion to do it. Farnese has Serpico taken back to their family mansion, and essentially tried to turn him into her pet, nursing him back to health under the condition that he belongs to her now. In a sense, hiring him to hang out with her as a page, basically a personal servant. He has to live with a Van de Meehan family, but the wages are good enough that he's able to take care of his mother, even hiring a housekeeper to take care of her in his absence. His mother thinks this is his chance to break into aristocrat life, but Serpico is just happy they didn't need to take care of her anymore. His life with Farnese started off rough. She demanded absolute obedience and did whatever she could to make his life a living hell, but he just sucked it up and stuck by her. Farnese actually had a reputation for making her servants run off, even lighting one girl's dress on fire and badly burning her. We see that the reason Farnese does this is because, frankly, she wants attention. Her father was a workaholic that almost never came home, and her mother would abandon her alone in the mansion every single day. Their only way to make her happy was to shower her in material possessions. Meanwhile, she was left alone in a house so huge that the servants themselves would lose track of her. So the reason Serpico sticks by her despite all the shit she puts him through is because he sort of feels a kindred spirit with Farnese. They're both stuck in respective prisons, almost trapped in their circumstances. Sure, technically they're aristocrats now, and this life is a million times better than what Serpico was dealing with before, but it's still a prison. One night, a violent storm scares Farnese so bad that she orders Serpico to hold her hand all night. The lightning scares her, and she demands Serpico make the thunder stop, but he can't do anything. A tree branch shatters the window, and Farnese runs out of the house in terror. Serpico finds her dancing in the storm, almost in a trance, and she starts shattering some of the marble statues, saying you need to become a storm yourself, a reference to her philosophy we covered in part 3. She thinks the only way to not be afraid is to act as crazy and monstrous as the thing that scares her. Sometime after the storm, we see Farnese lead Serpico into the forest behind the mansion. They reach a clearing, and he takes note of the various small dead animals around them. Farnese puts a cage with a small bird inside of it in front of a large tree. A shrine to the Holy See placed in its trunk. Turns out she was taking care of the bird, but she says the animal never became attached to her, so she lights it on fire. Farnese refers to the clearing as her crematory, where she burns all the bad ones. Now, to most people, this is a sign that Farnese was destined to become a serial killer. In fact, she kinda was one, in a way. But Serpico views this as proof that she intentionally tries to scare people away. He heard the stories about her extracurricular activities when she was a child, taking part in the stake burnings in the city square, but he can't hate her. Serpico views Farnese as a lonely girl that is afraid of being abandoned, of not having anyone to love her. Her own parents never showed actual affections, and her attempts to get people to pay attention to her scares them away. So the only thing she really had was, well, lighting things on fire. The only times when people shower her with affection and praise. Some time passes, and the rare occasion occurred that Farnese's father actually returned to the mansion. She tries to get his attention, but she's blown off instead. On top of that, her father orders Farnese to get rid of her beloved stuffed rabbit doll. He doesn't see anything wrong with the idea since it's just a raggedy toy he can replace with as many as she wants, but Farnese is visibly hurt at the suggestion. We find out that the toy came from one of the few times Farnese's family took a trip together. She nagged her father to buy it for her, and ever since she held it very near and dear to her heart. Nevertheless, she got rid of the rabbit, burning it in the crematory she set up in the forest. Serpico tried to comfort her, but she tells him to leave her alone, since she'll end up burning him up as well. Hopefully you guys are picking up on what they're going for here with Farnese. She's actually pretty reminiscent of how Guts was back in Golden Age. She's scared of being abandoned, so she wants people to stay at arm's length. She's the one who abandons. That way it won't hurt when someone leaves her. She tries to scare people away to make herself the bully or the monster, but that's only so the world is less scary. To put it bluntly, Farnese is horribly insecure, and Serpico knows this, because in a way he feels the same thing. Not completely one-to-one, but he knows what it's like to hide who you really are to try to function in this very bleak world. Serpico basically did the same thing. He just smothered his emotions entirely. That way he could never be broken or disappointed. So the two kind of mirror each other. Serpico acts as if nothing is wrong and he can weather through anything, while Farnese is completely consumed by her emotions and would rather be hated than be ignored. Eventually, Serpico did run into the master of the house, Farnese's father. He took note of Serpico's locket and wanted to see it for himself. Well, when the master saw the picture inside of the locket, it all finally clicked. Serpico just met his father. That's right, he was the bastard son of the head to the Vandemian family. He is the older half-brother of Farnese. Instead of being a mind-shattering revelation that changes everything, Serpico kinda felt underwhelmed, though learning that he and Farnese are blood siblings did mess with him a bit. Still, it's not like he's eligible to inherit anything. Hell, the master himself makes that abundantly clear. He's already got 3 older sons, all fighting over who gets to sit on the throne once it's time, so they struck a deal. Serpico keeps everything a secret, and his father will grant him a position of nobility. In a way, his mother was kind of right. This was his big shot to break into aristocracy, and it worked. Serpico's only request was for his father to actually meet and talk with his mother, but it's pretty clear that's never going to happen. Nevertheless, Serpico stuck by his promise. In fact, him being with Farnese all around made things better for everyone. She calmed down considerably, finally finding a kindred spirit she could spend time with. When the two grew older and made their debut in polite society, Farnese still clung on to Serpico, never considering any marriage proposals and still having a hair trigger of an attitude. In fact, she outright demands Serpico duel whoever insulted the two at any party they go to, almost setting up situations at times. Serpico never actually killed anybody at these duels, ending things in a draw, but he himself would be wounded in the process. This would earn the respect of his opponents, but would frustrate Farnese, so she decides to punish him for getting wounded, getting into some pretty intensive interrogation sessions, if you know what I mean. She knows Serpico could win any of the duels he fights, but he refuses to get serious. Yeah, if the images on screen aren't enough to get the implications across, Farnese, in her own twisted way, fell in love with Serpico, and considering that Serpico is now very aware of their blood relations, that's a serious problem, so he has to think of a way to balance things out. If he did what she wanted, that means he'd kill people for little other reason than her sadistic pleasure, thus incurring the wrath of other noble families. At the same time, he still cares about Farnese and wants to keep her happy, just not the way she really wants. And to make matters even worse, his mother's condition got worse, so bad that she is now in a permanent psychosis, believing Serpico was actually her beloved husband, believing in this fantasy that she got married to the head of the Vandemian family. Also, the master never visited Serpico's mother, just like he expected. After several years, Farnese's father returned to the mansion to talk with Farnese. It turns out it's time to consider marriage options for his daughter. He heard the stories about the constant duels whenever Farnese went to a ball, so he set up an arranged marriage with a member of royalty in the hopes of calming her down. At first, it seemed like she was going to keep her head down and do as she's told, like she usually does when father gives an order, but the opposite actually happened. Serpico found her stripping naked in the crematorium in the forest they went to as children, and then she comes on to him, begging to take her away from the mansion, to run away together. She's finally pouring out her feelings to Serpico, her half-brother, and to his credit, he rejects her. He knows it's a bad idea on several levels, just from the incestuous angle alone. But not only that, if they run off together, the family would never stop hunting them. Deep down, Serpico actually does hate the fact they're related, because he might have some feelings for Farnese as well. It's not made 100% clear, it's more something you pick up on from this panel, where he relents on how he's almost trapped in this position, being tied to this family he never knew, but now dominates his life. And just as things seem to quiet down, Farnese sets the mansion on fire. She's fully lost her mind, using a candelabra to burn everything around her. Serpico saves her from a chandelier that almost crushes her to death during the breakdown, and it seems like she's finally snapped out of it, hugging him close. Farnese saw Serpico's rejection as him essentially abandoning her, so she finally broke. The only person she never wanted to leave her just turned her down. In a way, the reason she fell in love with Serpico in the first place was because he was the only one who really understood Farnese. Everyone bought into the persona that she was a sadistic madwoman, but Serpico knew that was not the real her. She just wanted someone to be with her, to not leave her all alone. It's just rotten luck that the one guy she felt this strongly about was her sibling created through adultery. It's not even like she knows. In fact, it's a pretty major thing that she doesn't know Serpico is her brother. Him and her father are the only ones that know his true identity. Well, the mansion fire was the final straw. Farnese's father was furious, to say the least. He called off the wedding and sent Farnese to a monastery. Serpico would accompany her to watch out for her, so in a way, she kinda got what she wanted. She left the mansion and got to be with Serpico. The only problem is that now her father despises her, and their relationship has gotten considerably colder, now treating Serpico as a servant and nothing else. Still, Farnese excelled in the monastery, so much so that she was chosen to lead the Holy Iron Chain Knights. Azan was assigned to handle all of the actual military aspects to the army, since remember that the leadership role Farnese obtained was quite literally a ceremonial deal. But that's how her Holy Trinity actually met each other. They are now officially Holy Iron Chain Knights, the soldiers we saw in Lost Children and Conviction. Except there's something missing. You see, that very winter, a sect of heretics were going around the Holy City and setting fire to temples and noble houses. The Holy Iron Chain Knights were sent in to suppress the heathens and put an end to the damage. Farnese personally led the hunt, and they managed to track down each and every heretic. In a way, she found the place she belonged. And this period is when Farnese's love of setting people on fire was kindled. The thing is, the heretics they hunted weren't actual pagans. They weren't a violent cult or devil worshippers. They simply protested the monopoly the church held. Almost all the world's wealth was being filtered into the church. Well, this was deemed as heresy by the Holy See, so now anyone preaching this is a heretic in the eyes of the law, and they would be executed without hesitation. In fact, if a single family member was accused, then the rest would be talked into a trial to defend their own innocence. But it was a kangaroo court designed to kill off entire families. Serpico was pretty apathetic to the work, even if all the people they executed reminded him of his own poverty-stricken childhood. That is, until he saw his own mother tied to a stake. It seems the protests originated from a sanitarium in the city. The sanitarium Serpico placed his own mother once her mental health collapsed. He couldn't help but call out to her, catching the attention of everyone around them. But he was completely consumed in horror, just calling out to the madwoman even as Farnese and the priests of the Holy See were standing right next to him. Remember, if you were accused, then your entire family was accused. So if Serpico was deemed to have a relative who was executed for heresy, then he's next on the chopping block, no matter the excuse. Farnese denies that Serpico would have any relative that could be a heretic, but the situation only gets worse when his mother recognizes him, calling out to her dear husband even as she's tied onto a stake. She seems to have no comprehension of her actual situation, simply asking if her son has been useful to him, still worrying about his potential status as a noble instead of the fact that she's quite literally about to die. His mind is consumed with guilt for letting this happen, resentment towards his own mother for her condition, and thinking about how, in a way, her wish was granted. Then Farnese hands him a torch. He had to prove this woman was not his mother, throw the torch and murder her. Otherwise, he would be accused of being related to a heretic and also executed. But not only that, he has to prove to Farnese that he belongs to her and her alone. She still felt something for Serpico, and the whole situation drudged up those old feelings all over again. So they did it just like when they were kids, holding the torch together and lighting Serpico's mother on fire. That was the incident 3 years ago. Serpico's mother wasn't just sentenced to death, he was the one who killed her, under orders of the Holy See, and more importantly, Farnese. This is what tied the two together as adults. She knew he was telling the truth, that the woman was his actual mother, but in a really fucked up way she was trying to protect him, so they simply had to get through this outright nightmarish situation the best they could. And then, 3 years later, they finally seemed to escape out of their obligations. They were following Guts. his presence destroying their old world and giving them a shot at living their own lives. Despite all the carnage and violence he inflicted on them, that he helped kill practically everyone they knew in the Holy Iron Chain Knights, they want to find him again. They're free of their prison and can actually make their own choices for once, not just keeping their heads down and following orders. Still, that was dark. But now you exactly see what created Farnese and Serpico. They weren't just some spoiled noble types, they had some serious baggage. Long before we ever actually even saw them. But this is actually one of the reasons I really like these two, and especially Farnese. Yeah, you can make BDSM dommy mommy jokes all day if you want, but Farnese actually genuinely deep down has a lot more character than just that. She's the spoiled princess archetype, but she's kind of aware of this, and it has some pretty fucked up twists on the formula. She knows she's just some noble girl and has all these expectations placed on her, and it's suffocating her, yet it's still part of her identity. She wants to escape her life, but she has no clue what that actually means. She just lashed out to get someone to look at her. The actual consequences of what she was doing never really hit, up until she pushed it just a bit too far, and Serpico, the poor bastard, had to handle her extreme personality along with the weight of his actual situation. Really, they were both just kids playing at being adults in a way. They weren't ready for the actual world. Serpico used to be, as a child. He knew what it was like to be beaten and to be poor, to be forced to care for an ailing relative. The guy was well acquainted with suffering, but his time with Farnese softened him. It was easy to live in the mansion and basically get paid to hang out with his sister, and then they were adults. The easy period was gone. They had new obligations and responsibilities. That yoke to live up to the standards of the family just got heavier. Farnese felt neglected her entire childhood, and now her father basically just barges into her life and demands she marry some guy she never even met. So she snapped, and did something so terrible her own father now hates her. Serpico simply wanted to be free of his mother, the woman that dominated his life through her condition and delusions. He could never outright abandon her, but he simply wanted to be free of being stuck caring for family members he doesn't care about. They could finally get out and see the world after the fire, when Farnese was sent to the monastery. And their first real experience of the world was seeing Serpico's own mother tied up to be executed. They kept hoping to be free of their families, and they got what they wanted in the worst ways possible. Really, that ends up kind of being a running theme for them, because then towards the end they felt trapped inside their jobs with the Holy See. Farnese especially was having a pretty bad crisis of faith, and we all know how that ended. So you can see why they grew to admire Guts. He's a man that no matter what happens, barges forward. He does what he wants. He's not tied down by anything that they're aware of anyway, and seemingly shows no fear. Meanwhile, that was their entire lives. They felt stuck taking care of their families, of being afraid of everything around them, of feeling like complete outsiders, stuck in a prison that was never going to let them go, yet they never felt welcome in. They practically met their total opposite, and I use they to refer to both. Farnese and Serpico are twisted together, remember? Serpico hides how he feels, but he's on a similar wavelength to Farnese, only instead of being afraid of everything, at least in the way she is, he tries to show a general apathy. The only thing we really know he cares about is her. So when Guts ended up hurting Farnese in the way he did, we covered it in part 3, it set off Serpico in a way he never really felt before. He broke both of their facades without even trying. It's like they ran into a space alien that acts completely different from humanity, and yet he's just some guy they were ordered to hunt down. Now, they don't know that he was the Guts, the 100-man slayer in the Band of the Hawk, the Raiders captain himself. In fact, we're given no actual hint that they even knew or cared about that whole deal. So this total stranger they only knew about through reports, rumors, and finding what's left of wherever he went to, just shattered their entire worldview. Something that took them years to develop, and more than a few traumatic events. But that's just Serpico and Farnese. Let's come back and see how Guts is doing. He's being attacked by evil snowmen. Yep, business as usual. Spirits of the dead have possessed the snow around them, and they're attacking. And just as you might have predicted, having to protect Casca and fight at the same time was far more difficult than he was expecting. He can't go crazy and wild like when he was by himself anymore. Now he has someone he has to keep alive. He needs to keep alive. He can't just let himself be eaten up by hate and violence anymore. He needs a clear head to make sure Casca is safe. So when she collapses to the ground, Guts swoops in to save her, disregarding the fact that they want to kill him too. Luckily, it seems the assault ends without much incident. The daylight comes to chase the demons away. Our heroes aren't wounded, they're simply soaked head to toe in water, and we find that the reason Casca fell to the ground in the middle of the fight like she did, yeah, she had to pee. It's not her fault, it's cold. Guts makes camp so he can wash Casca's clothes, giving her his cloak to keep warm, and giving them a chance to rest after the brutal onslaught they just survived. While Guts stands in the river doing laundry, Casca ends up eating his share of the food too. Puck warns him about this, but he brushes it off as no big deal. Puck tries to convince Guts that he needs to keep his strength up, since now he's having to fight off demons like never before. Even on good days, he's having to fight entire nights without sleep. Guts knows it's a problem. He even admits that the ordeal has been far more difficult than he ever imagined, having to actually protect someone for once. But he refuses to stop until Casca is safe. Even though she's nothing like the old her, he'll keep going. Though the most painful part of the whole ordeal isn't even the never-ending demons, it's how he can't stop thinking about how Casca used to be, and that makes him think about everything, about how his old life is gone for good. Casca's insanity is a permanent reminder of the eclipse, of the old days, of when Guts was happy. His missing eye and his dismembered arm are also permanent reminders, but Casca's insanity is the one that hurts the most. There's a brief moment where the cloak slips open, and Guts gets a view of her naked breasts. At first, you might think back to the incident in the cave, where he succumbed to his urges and tried to come onto Casca, but all Guts does is wipe her mouth clean and close the gap. He knows that the old Casca isn't there anymore. Really, what they had was gone too. The most he can do is keep her safe, even if she doesn't fully understand what he's really doing. It's pretty grim, really. He's going through all of this pain and suffering, and the woman he loves doesn't even recognize him. But instead of breaking down or getting upset, he just quietly endures the entire hell, which is probably the greatest way to describe Falcon of the Millennium Empire Guts. The guy goes through agony, untold horror, and barely even gets a chance to sit down and eat a meal or get any sleep, and all he does is quietly endure. The entire journey has been a very sobering experience for Guts. Puck himself even remarks that Guts is acting almost downright heroic, the first time he's been truly selfless and cared about another life. But this kind of living can't be good for him. It's too much to handle alone. There has to be a breaking point somewhere. Guts snaps him out of his train of thought by asking Puck about his homeland. Just what exactly is the land of the elves? Well, Puck describes Elfhelm as a literal utopia. It's an island inhabited by elves, an eternal springtime with flowers blooming and birds singing. Almost this endless party they can enjoy until the end of time, which, compared to where they are now, it sounds almost like heaven. Guts asks why, if it was so great, that Puck decided to leave and come to a place like Midland, and Puck says it was because he got bored. Fair enough, I guess. Guts thinks about how strange it is that he's relying on Puck of all people, but what choice does he have now? He has to cling to whatever hope he can get his hands on, no matter how small. Puck tells Guts to try and get some sleep, that he'll warn him if anything bad happens, and he finally seems to take the offer and try to get some rest. Only to be pulled into a dream with him. I kept teasing that the Beast of Darkness was a big deal. In Conviction, you only really had hints. It made a few appearances, namely in the cave when Guts returned to Godo's cabin, but now it's making itself fully known. This isn't just an imaginary friend that wants to scare Guts, it is an entity that wants to take control of him. In the dream, the Beast asked Guts why he's not chasing Griffith. They were so close to killing him, he's on Earth with them, but Guts wants to waste time with Casca instead. The Beast says the only reason he keeps her around is to remind himself what Griffith did. She's not the woman he loves, she's just a husk, practically someone else entirely. Guts simply never wants to forget the pain Griffith caused him. He doesn't actually love Casca anymore, she's just a tool for Guts to hate Griffith, and if that's how he sees her now, then maybe he should just put Casca out of her misery, kill her, and he can get closer to Griffith. In more ways than one. Guts demands the Beast to stop, but it simply says that he wants this. Guts wakes up from his nightmare to see an incubus on his shoulder. He kills it and sees other incubi giving Casca nightmares as well. Turns out the clouds rolled in as they slept, so they were exposed in the dark. Despite his promises, Puck fell asleep on guard duty, so they unfortunately didn't get any warning. Guts goes to comfort Casca, who fell back into a peaceful sleep. He swears that he doesn't want to kill her, simply going as if as he cradles her head. He's gone this far just to protect her. There's no way he'd actually hurt Casca. Right?